still coming to practice?
Well, no, but that's not a hold-in.
What is it?
That's negotiating and still coming to practice.
Okay, that's fair. You just don't call it a hold-in. Like, yeah, he's negotiating his contract.
And Deebo Samuel is on the move again. Oh, boy, this is going to give DJ a big thrill. He must have quoted the name Deebo Samuelson about 5,000 times. How long was he in Washington? 1 year? 2 years?
1 year.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
He got traded last offseason there. Now he's
and he's
right
okay.
back in the Bay.
I mean, a 1 year, $7 million.
Talk about overrated. I think he's overrated.
Oh, there it is.
Hey, it's my opinion.
I'm fine. I don't have any problem with that. So he's back and see what he can do there. All right, college football.
College.
Hashtag college football.
U.S. Senate adjourned for the week yesterday. Of course, they don't work Fridays. We do, but they don't. Them dogs. Without scheduling a vote for the Protect College Sports Act. Makes it unlikely that it will happen before they take a month-long vacation. Month-long vacation? It's the U.S. Senate. You don't get a month-long off.
Oh, they do.
Go play local politics, buddy. That's my, Dan Hawkins rant on the Big 12.
Oh, yeah, what did he say?
It's the Big 12! He's one of those guys. The guys wanted more time off or something. He knew.
It's Division I football. It's the Big 12. It ain't intramurals. You got 2 weeks after finals. You got a week of July 4th, and you got a week before camp starts. That's a month. That's probably more vacation than you guys get. And we're a little bummed out that we don't get 3 weeks. Go play intramurals, brother. Go play intramurals.
Was he talking to BYUI students right there?
He was talking to Colorado media, and he knew that the end was near. See, I always thought that when they're getting ready to start the Big 12 title game, the big screen down in Dallas, it's huge, or with the Cowboy Stadium, I think they should play that.
It's Division I football. It's the Big 12.
And then they take the field.
But they don't have, I don't know that they have that kind of sense of humor on the Big 12 level, do they? Like, does anybody like Big 10, Big 12, SEC, would they have that kind of humor where they can, it's Big 12 football?
That gets you fired up, man.
I actually think it's genius what you just said. But I also think I just can't see the upper-ups doing that.
I know. Kyle Whittingham, quote, hopefully we can put the drama to bed. I don't know that I would use the word to bed. That's just me, with all the stuff that's been going on with Michigan. He downplayed the Ohio State rivalry and the vitriol. Drew comments from fans about it, whether he understands it. We'll get to that. And Belichick, he avoided making any comments about embattled GM Mike Lombardi, who was on paid administrative leave while being under investigation for an HR complaint. Okay, NBA.
Hashtag NBA.
Oh, boy. Portland, Oregon, and the Blazers met yesterday to talk about the potential of revamping the Moda Center. Team owner Tom Dundon has been insistent that the city fit the majority, if not all, the bills to revamp the arena, and he'd be willing to sign a 20-year lease if that happens. The saga has been contentious, with some believing Dundon could be wanting to relocate the franchise. I don't know. And I'm reading up on it. Where's he going to go? What's out there? What city is dying to get an NBA team? I think he's trying to play him. And whatever, man. He's trying to get leverage, and if the city can foot the bill and he doesn't have to, that's how you get rich, I guess. Or how you get wealthy. I guess there's a difference between rich and wealthy, is what wealthy people tell me. For the first time in 5 years, the NBA will not play any preseason games in the Middle East. And it's due to the ongoing war between the United States and Iran and the ongoing unrest in the region. Oh, the ongoing unrest. How about that, Riley?
I mean, were you like laying up at night ready to watch them play in Dubai?
No, but that was I was lying in wait, up and not sleeping for other reasons.
So it helped you pass the time.
Yeah. Like last night, what can I do to come in here and kick your butt in arguments?
Oh, well, you haven't done it yet, so you better keep practicing.
It's only 7:10.
Well, you better keep practicing because all week I'm undefeated.
No, you're not.
Ooh, you got me there. No, you're not.
Right. It's just the basics.
No, you're not.
I don't go into hyperbole. I just go into the basics. So, all right, let's move on to ML freaking B.
Hashtag Major League Baseball.
Well, here we go. Shohei Ohtani. He sat out last night's game. Wow. Is he injured? What is going on there?
I've always been of the opinion that he should just shut it down pitching.
Me too. I think he should.
I got that from you.
Oh.
I learned that from watching you.
Oh, well, about time you had a right opinion. I'm okay with that.
I mean, what do they really get? I mean, the stats show that every time he pitches, like, his hitting goes down. I mean, you just take his
took
bat.
a whole week, and they're finally sounding
Took his bat out of the
intelligent.
lineup just by having him pitch. Why would you do that every 5 games? I mean, he's an amazing hitter. He could be healthy.
Well, it's about time
He's swinging away.
you listen to truth.
These coaches. I'm surrounded by idiots.
The deadline for the trade is Monday. Oh, boy. The Mets trading their left-handed pitcher, A.J. Minter, to Minnesota for a couple of minor league prospects. They're saying Scooball. He's a kid out of Kingman, Arizona, which is a small town about 100 miles from Vegas. And he pitches for the Tigers, and he's really good. And now the ESPN dude, Passan, saying, is it Passan or Passan?
Passing, I believe.
Passan. Saying that the Dodgers are in the lead. Should the Dodgers get Tariq Skubal?
Yes, they should. Because if they get him, then Ohtani can just stop pitching, and we can just have him hit all the time.
I know, but what about the competitive balance that they just keep piling up World Series, one right after freaking another?
I mean, the Yankees did it for a while. It didn't seem to hurt baseball.
So you don't think they need a salary cap?
I mean, yes, but, well, no, because our argument yesterday was, it's like, you're trying to make everything socialist, and I think it should
2 days
just be a
ago.
free market.
Right, and then you got Kyle Whittingham yesterday wearing a suit saying that.
What?
Yeah, they had, I guess.
He had a suit on?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was dressed up to the
I
nines.
don't think I've ever seen that.
Big Ten Media Days.
I need to go look at that.
Big Ten Media
It's
Days
out there.
pulled his
I
best fit.
could not believe he was in a suit. I do not believe it.
Well, it was there. And he's talking about how they need some constraints and guardrails and whatnot and all that stuff.
Well, you and him are tight.
There you go.
You and
man.
he are tight.
Yeah, well, he speaks the truth. All right, let's move on to DJ's favorite. I think
Hashtag RSL.
DJ's back from soccer camp today, isn't he? Yeah, he went
Is he at one of those
fantasy camps.
Fantasy camps?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But for him,
Where is he? Chicago, Miami,
it's not
New York?
actually how to play the game. It's to learn to speak with a British accent, so therefore you know soccer. Because that's what it is.
Who did he go with?
His wife,
Ethan?
honey.
Tanner? Sterling?
We'll have Pablo Mastrione at 8:30. I'll be talking soccer. You're darn right I'll be talking soccer. Pablo and I went to the same high school.
No, I haven't heard that. If I had money for every time you said that.
You know that Pablo and I went to the same high school?
Yeah, Thunderbird. I know exactly what high
Are
school.
you jealous like DJ is about
Not
that?
jealous, just tired of that story. It's like the one thing you have in common with him. Hey, we went to the same high school.
We both like chicks. That's two things?
Dude.
What?
We both like chicks?
Yeah. You said it's a one thing. I
what are
just
you-
gave you another
What are
one.
you, 13? Well, we both like chicks.
I played golf with his wife.
My God.
And Pablo.
Oh, jeez.
They're on the road tomorrow, taking on St. Louis. First kick at Energizer Park is set for 6:30 in coverage here on the KSL Sports Zone. We'll begin at 5:30 with the RSL pre-match show. You going to be doing that one, Yak?
That's the plan.
Okay, and the Royals, they'll host the Portland Thorns Sunday at America First Field at 5 o'clock. Okay, What is Trending is brought to you by Shamrock Plumbing. There's no job too big or too small. Get the personal touch with Shamrock Plumbing. When we come back, we're going to talk a little football. Weber State, they are finishing up their first week of training camp as they already had it going on here. They're the first one out there, out on the football field. See what's going on with the Wildcats. And I said Pablo at 8:30. Stay with us right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LaCombe.
SEC Commissioner Greg Sankey, as he kicked off and the SEC kicked off their football media day, said that he is not happy whatsoever with what's going on in terms of the Protect College Sports Act. He has had conversations. The conversations about them tearing away from the rest of college athletics is real.
You know, college football, it's ironic that they're against the Save College Football Act. They don't want to be governed. I mean, that's what I keep hearing. The SEC, the Big Ten, they're the ones that keep dragging their feet. Everybody else wants to get this done, but because they feel like they are better than everybody else, they should get a better deal.
I really can't stand this guy. I really, there are certain people out there that are just hell-bent on wrecking things that don't need to be wrecked.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, Mammoth fans, the 2026-27 season tickets are on sale now. Be there for every goal, every hit, and every moment of the next season. Season ticket members get the best seats, the best value, and exclusive perks all season long. Call or text 801-325-PUCK. That's 801-325-PUCK to reserve your seats today. Don't miss a moment next season. Tusk up.
As America celebrates its 250th anniversary, celebrate the values that make our communities strong by shopping local at Mountain Land Supply. They're proud to be a local employee-owned company that celebrates their customers every day. Whether you're building, remodeling, or tackling your next project, Mountain Land moves mountains for you with their expert service and trusted products. Visit your locally owned and operated Mountain Land Supply store and experience the difference shopping close to home makes. Learn more at mountainland.com.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 25% upfront bonus? And are they promising you up to 9% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They aren't. That's up to $25,000 upfront or up to $9,000 per year on $100,000, guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. DBA in most states has Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Technology never stands still. And neither does Les Olson IT. For 70 years and counting, we've helped businesses adapt, grow, and stay secure through every change. With experienced people and smart technology solutions, we make work easier, more productive, and more secure. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Let Les be here for you.
You say you'd never give in to a meltdown. Never let kids' toys take over the house. And never fill your feed with kid photos. You'd never plan your life around their schedule. Never lick your thumb to clean their face. And you'd never let them leave the house looking like less than their best. You say you'd never put a pacifier in your mouth to clean it. Never let them stay up too late. and never let them run wild through the grocery store.
Peanuts on aisle 6 and aisle 3.
So when you say you'd never let them get into a car without you there, know it can happen. 1 in 4 hot car deaths happen when a kid gets into an unlocked car and can't get out. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Visiting the Wasatch Back with your family? Make a stop at Dairy King in Heber Valley, featuring Utah's favorite fast food and specialty menu and legendary best of state shakes. Dairy King, a hometown favorite celebrating 80 years on Main Street.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Today's Friday, but in 5 more days, we got Win Tickets Wednesday. Don't miss your chance to win big every week on the KSL Sports Zone. Next week, you can win tickets to see the Black Crows, and that's going to be at the Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater on August 13th. Listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win. All right. Football is in the air. We were at BYU yesterday and talked to Andrew Gentry, offensive lineman.
Great kid.
Yeah.
Sharp.
How much do you buy the concept of the familiarity, the experience of the group offensive line?
Oh, I buy into that 100%.
Yeah, well, BYU's got that.
It's a lot different when those guys have some cohesion. It's hard. The first thing is it's hard to get 5 guys to play together, but then when you get some continuity there and some of them are coming back and most of them are coming back together, it can be really good. That can be really good.
And that's what we're expecting out of the Cougars and their offensive line. Is the offensive line the unheralded group? But obviously quarterback needs to play well. But what's your assessment of the offensive line? Are they the next most important position group? How do you rank that? Yeah, rank offense from the offensive perspective.
Honestly, and I know this is going to sound like cliche or whatever, you can't do anything without an offensive line.
You literally can't even hike the ball.
Well, but I mean, if you want to be literal, but like, I don't care how good you are as a quarterback, how good you are as a running back, how good you are as a wide receiver. If they can't block, you can't do anything. It's why, and nobody wants to watch 7-on-7 football games. Like nobody's logging in this fall, for a Saturday game of 7-on-7. They want to see football. And they encapsulate everything that is great about football. I mean, some of them do care about credit, but they just generally don't get a lot of credit, right? Uh-huh. When they're good,
oh yeah, right.
When they're good, nobody notices. When they're bad, everyone notices. It's a really, really thankless position. And I was going to say this yesterday to Gentry, but it's interesting to me because as a young man, I think that I was drawn to, the wide receivers, the running backs, the tight ends as being my friends because I thought they made me look really good. I always appreciated linemen, don't get me wrong. But you know what's interesting is like I enjoy my conversations now with offensive linemen as good as or more than any of my teammates. They're just caring people. They are strong opinion. They make me laugh. I don't know. It's a unique group of men that are offensive linemen, and it's really kind of fun. I could just see Gentry, 20 years from now, and he's on the phone with Bear Bachmeier just making fun of him. Like And I love that. That's the one thing that I love. If you can't ever go back, but the relationships last for when you play. And I think I look forward to my conversations, my lunches, my barbecues with some of my old teammates more than anything in life. And I think and right up there with the best people that I know are offensive linemen.
So you rank them second most important on the offense?
I think they're first, but sure.
Ahead of quarterbacks?
Yeah.
Really?
You can make a quarter. Listen, there are a lot of quarterbacks out there that can throw a lot of strikes in 7-on-7. If you don't have an offensive line, it separates the wheat from the chaff. I think it's the number one position in football.
Wow, number one.
Yeah, I do.
Even ahead of edge rusher?
Listen, I love me some quarterbacks. Well, if you want to start breaking down position by position, left tackle is every bit, or if not more important than an edge rusher. And they get paid like it in the NFL.
Okay.
You look at what they get paid. Now, look, there's people driving off the road like, no way, quarterback's most important. Yeah, okay, quarterbacks are important. If you don't have a quarterback, you're in a lot of trouble. And they get paid that way in the NFL. If you really want to rank position by position, just go to the NFL and see who gets paid the highest by group. But I think that there has been a serious value attached to the offensive line over the last few years, last 10 years in the NFL, of realizing how important a good offensive lineman is. The one who the most underrated in college football to me, running back.
Underrated? What do you mean?
They don't get paid. Ever since Shanahan in the 90s, there was a run there. You remember when Mike Anderson played for Denver Broncos? He had like 1,000 yards, and then there was another running back that had 1,000 yards, another running back that had 1,000. It was like, oh, this is really just about the offensive line. We can plug and play any guy at running back.
Well, that's what they think.
Yeah, and they're always worried about them getting hurt. But I think running backs are underrated in the NFL. Because one thing that people don't understand about running backs is they're a huge part of your protection scheme when you are throwing the ball. And most running backs that are good don't get on the field unless they understand their pass protections.
Understood that, yeah.
I mean, it's why Alema couldn't get on the field. I love you, Alema.
Saw him yesterday.
I actually Alema is an all-time dude. I like that guy.
I don't know that I agree that running backs are underrated in the NFL.
You don't think they're underrated? They get paid like $8 million a year.
But they're interchangeable. I think
they
that's why.
They are not interchangeable.
I think they are.
You think you can replace Saquon Barkley?
Everybody goes to Saquon Barkley. You got me there. They're going to be an exception.
Okay, but they used to have feature backs.
Right, but those days are gone.
Which I think
1,000
is
yards is nothing now. It's like 60 yards a game.
I think it's ridiculous.
Well, but the NFL has changed. The rules have changed so much to make it more entertaining.
So you think they're getting paid market value? You think that's exactly what they should be paid?
Within a salary structure, if they didn't have a cap, it's another thing. It was like an MLB, pay them whatever you want.
Told you, all these guardrails ruin everything.
Within the salary structure, you have to allocate the money judiciously. And yes, I think that because they, to an extent, are interchangeable, you simply can't pay those guys that much. And a lot of them, if they're great running backs, what is their lifespan? I mean, who is the guy? He's on Fox Big Noon now, Richardson. It seemed like when he was at Alabama, he took all the shots, and you only got so many shots in your body. They're saying the same thing with Scatterbo. How many shots can he take before he's out? Because he looks for contact, right? And rather than angling over to the outside, if he sees a defensive back, he's going to angle into his face.
Who's more underrated than a running back? Who's more important? Or who?
They're not.
Who
That's
gets
my
less
point.
credit?
They get what they deserve.
They don't get what they deserve.
Yes, they do.
Somebody tweet out to me and help me out here. This is bull. I do not like this. I do not like this argument. Like, how can you say that about running back? I mean, the guy who's the most athletic,
No.
running backs.
You're going to go to Barkley, and you got me there.
No. I'm talking about any freaking running back drafted in the 8th round is the most physical specimen, athletic guy on the team.
They don't even have 8 rounds of NFL draft, so
you don't think Christian McCaffrey is the best athlete on the field every time he walks out?
That's a classic example.
I think he's the best athlete.
Yeah, especially when he's standing over on the sidelines most of the time because he's hurt.
He's not hurt all the time.
Come on, he's hurt a lot. Yes,
Christian
he's a phenomenal
McCaffrey,
player, but he's hurt.
If he was sitting here in this room, you're like, man, I wish I looked like that. Man, I wish I could catch the ball like that. Man, I wish I could run like that guy. And it's every time, every running back that I know, every running back that I know is a specimen. They don't grow on trees. You act like they grow on trees.
So Arnold Schwarzenegger in his prime could have been a running back.
No, he couldn't have.
He's a specimen.
Dude, that guy can barely walk and chew gum at the same time.
Well, he could do a couple other things.
I mean, he could lift weights.
Yeah, well, but you're talking about a specimen. That's your specimen right there.
I'm talking about athletic. Like, I bet you if I threw a ball at Arnold Schwarzenegger, he'd bat it 3
Yeah, but the problem is they're banged up so much.
Oh, my God. Tell your guys to block for him.
I insulted Christian McCaffrey.
Well, that doesn't surprise me. The way you're talking about running backs right now is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. No wonder you insulted one of them.
At Pac-12 media,
they're the heart and soul of a team.
Back when Sports Illustrated was legitimate, it wasn't pushing agendas.
Right.
I read a story about how good McCaffrey is, but he doesn't look that big, but really he is. So he sits down, and you can ask Scotty G. He remembers this vividly about it. He sits down, and I said, wow, you don't look that big. And he didn't think it was a joke. Yeah. And it was just, I just read the story on that. Yeah, he's fine. He's a great player, but he's always hurt. He's always hurt. I think running backs are more valuable in college than they are in the NFL.
Unbelievable.
All right. Joining us now is Weber State's head football coach. They have begun play as far as getting ready for the season, which opens August 28th in northern Colorado. That's like 4 weeks from today. And Eric Kerr, coach, good morning. 4 weeks from today. Are you ready?
Yeah, good morning. Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there for sure. We're 3 days in. We got a little more work to do, but the guys are excited. It's getting to be that time of year, so it's fun.
We got Riley Jensen sitting in, and before we get into your team, because DJ's off today, Riley, he was going glory days the other day. He's telling us about when you were first over there at corner, and you're getting the program going, and he had some tackle-eligible play.
No,
and
he wasn't there.
Got you. Oh, he wasn't even there yet.
No,
oh, well, that's why, because Kerr wasn't there.
No,
he would have come back and kicked your butt.
I never beat Eric. He did come back. We had a game his first year.
That'll PK.
What's that?
I said I was telling PK that away.
Yeah.
Dude, listen, Eric, don't side with PK. I'm so sideways with him right now, I can't even see straight. This guy's killing me.
Shoot.
This guy's killing me. But
He's usually like that, I think. I think that's kind of what he usually rolls with. I think that's the norm with PK.
Oh, I think so.
He came in here and he knows me. Hey, Coach, if you pet a snake and the snake bites you, whose fault is it?
That's right. It's
you
like
knew
that
what
old,
I was when you picked me up.
When you picked me up. PK's the snake. Yeah,
exactly.
I prefer to call him Scar, Lion King reference, but, you know, same thing.
Yeah.
Same thing.
Yeah, same thing, no doubt.
No, I never beat Eric. The first time that I got to compete against Eric was his first year at Corner King. We had him on the ropes. I thought we had him. They came back with Zach Wilson. They beat us. huge comeback.
He's just like Michael Jordan. He lets you think you can win.
Just typical Eric Kerr. He goes in, makes a halftime adjustment. Yeah, we're gonna win. Nice job, Bradley. Nice try. Thanks for playing.
Yeah, it was those were good battles. Especially, I think that we had 2 of them, and then I think we stopped playing, and I think you might even left.
I had left. Yeah.
Yeah, it was fun.
Hey, you were a pedestrian 181 and 39 at Corner Canyon.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's some of I think that's some of the Jordan. Years too.
That's the Jordan
right.
stuff.
That was like
I think
20,
it was like 110 and 10
that
at
was
corner.
Like 29 of the losses,
and most of the losses were from out of state. Those academy type programs, if I remember.
Right.
Yeah.
No, but what I wanted
were always good for us to play.
What I wanted to ask you in all seriousness, Eric, is, and I was joking about pedestrian, is that you've built a winning culture at Jordan High School. Clearly, what you did at Corner Canyon High School is unbelievable. Now that you've had a little bit of time at Weber State, what do you think is a common denominator about building a winning culture that you found translates directly to the college level?
I think a lot of it is like how your day-to-day interactions with your team, from a staff, but also them with each other too. And what that looks like as far as, pushing each other, holding each other accountable, but also loving each other up in all the different facets of, football. Weight room wise, that happens quite a bit out on the field, but also just in general, like when we get opportunities to learn more about each other and kind of learn about each other's backgrounds, and then also, show that we care about each other besides just as football players or coaches. I think that's kind of what you are looking for. And we try to have a lot of fun too. I think a lot of time you got to enjoy this process. Gets pretty tough and long, and there's a lot of grind into it. As you guys know, you have to enjoy it, and you got to create an environment where they like showing up to work hard and be a part of that grind.
How do you blend? I think you got like almost 70 new players on the roster from even you got I don't know how many you would know from where you were to spring to now. How do you get everybody to come together like that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a lot of it, just trying to be around them as much as we can. I think we've done a good job of really participating and being around our players as much as you can, through like some of the strength conditioning stuff and being able to generate some commonality there with them. But also it's kind of nice that they are all new. It's kind of a blank slate. You kind of get to introduce your culture, what you're like, who you are, and what you expect of them. And they're all kind of headed in the same direction versus maybe, habits that they've had previously. It's kind of, they've came in with a blank slate, and same with us, and, trying to just really get everybody moving in the same direction with the similar plans. Been a little bit easier, I think, because of that.
As you're moving into your first season with Weber State, obviously you brought in Devin Brown, and he's one of the long line of Corner Canyon quarterbacks that you coached at Corner Canyon. He's probably the one I know the least about, and that I've heard the least about. Obviously, Jackson Dart, Zach Wilson. There's been a lot of really good quarterbacks there. Tell us what helps him to stand out. Tell him what you tell our listeners a little bit about him. Like, what is he like? What does he bring to the table?
He does a good job of like taking a business-like approach to that position, and he has a lot of fun. Like he's messing with our guys. Like he told Tate, one of our receivers, who's my son, that he looks like a Pez dispenser with his helmet on yesterday, which was pretty funny.
I know you like that one.
And his helmet's all big. It was funny. I was dying. But just stuff like, he's good with that stuff too, like just being one of the guys also and blending in with them. But also when he goes into meetings and all that kind of stuff, he's all business and he's a high achiever. He holds himself to a high standard, as most quarterbacks do, and sometimes that can be his own worst enemy. It's a good thing too, but sometimes just getting him to relax and play and not be too tough on himself with some of the things that we're doing. He's extremely gifted, especially arm talent wise. He's got a super strong arm. can make all the throws, and has played at a high level at different places. So he brings that experience into it as well.
Weber State coach Eric Kerr.
Around.
Weber State coach Eric Kerr joining us. So he's a fifth-year senior, I believe, if I remember correctly, just doing the math. And then you got somebody like on the back end, on defense, Trevian Tribble, who's also a fifth-year senior. Are those some of the guys that you're looking forward to develop leadership? Because we know how important team-led leadership teams are.
Yeah, for sure. Trib's done a great job this offseason. Being a part of our leadership council, but then also, just setting the example and working hard and encouraging guys and doing even just little things, cleaning up, after we eat team meals, if someone gets overlooked or pushing in chairs and thanking people that help us, like, he's just special that way, and he's done a great job. And the way he's handled it and conducts himself around our guys has been really special and really what leadership's about. And he continues to emerge there, which has been great by Trib.
You said that he's really good with the guys. He's making fun of Tate. Did Tate and Noah make fun of him for wearing number 33? I mean, what's going on in the state of Utah? We got a number 47 quarterback. We got a number 33 quarterback. Do they tease him about that at least?
So they do. I mean, and some other stuff that I can't even talk about on here. It gets because Tate's known him for a long time. Noah doesn't know him as good, but Tate played with him when he was at corner, so it's funny.
Yeah, no.
But the 33 comes from I think he was a linebacker before he ever played quarterback. These
guys are killing me. These guys are killing me.
I can't remember. Was it Sammy Baugh? It's an old school.
I think Sammy Baugh might have been 33.
Yeah, and I think that's why he just kind of Sammy Baugh was a quarterback too. I'll just hang on to it. So, because his dad's pretty well versed in history of just football in general, and I'm sure he knew that. So Devin's I'll just keep it. Yeah,
Sammy Baugh, just looked it up, number 33.
Oh, nice, nice call.
Yep.
Yeah.
When you were at the high school level, a lot of the teams you played, and you played them repeatedly, and you knew a lot of the personnel and all that. Now you got a new coaching staff, and, I mean, you've never played Northern Colorado, Southern Utah, and then in Colorado, your first 3 games on the road, by the way, in Greeley. You make 2 trips to Colorado right off the bat, Greeley on the 28th of August, then down to Cedar the next week, and then over to Boulder to play the Buffaloes. How have you been able to try to get up to speed with your opponents? Is that something you'll get to when the games start?
Yeah, and a lot of that we did in the summer too. We spent some time just prepping in general, not getting down to it, but doing some film study and some tagging, clips and plays, and just getting a good understanding of kind of what's coming up ahead of us. It's pretty easy to get film on about anybody today. That's why I always laugh that everybody thinks there's a bunch of secrets in football. But yeah. I mean, we've started that process, in general already, and I think that's going to be something that'll continue to help us just being around and us, this staff, knowing opponents a little better and better as we go along over the years. But I think football, for the most part, is pretty consistent in different schemes that everybody likes to try to run. Now, obviously, some of them run them a lot better, and then, you look at the talent, the physicality, and some of the things, and calling plays in certain situations that make them a little bit more effective factors into that. I think that's going to be something that we'll have to get more of a feel for, but it's exciting. That part's kind of the fun part of football, I think, too. I would say Riley would kind of say the same thing, too, the game planning prior to and going into stuff and get an idea of what you're going to do and how you're going to attack is a really fun part of football.
Well, I think that's what separates you from all the other good coaches that I know is just the play calling. And I don't think people understand what an art it is and how good you were at the timeliness of your calls. It's not always about what plays you have. It's when you call them. If you could outline just one thing that was the most surprising about coaching college football so far, and then the one thing that surprised you the most about Weber State.
Oh man, that's a good one. Probably the biggest surprise so far has been the the recruiting aspect and like just how it's a challenge in general. And I think it's gotten obviously a little bit tougher over the years now with some NIL and rev share and that kind of stuff, and really kind of what kids are about, what's important to them, and trying to find that and find guys that's going to match up with what you want in your program. I would say that's probably been the biggest thing so far. And then what was the other one? I'm trying to remember.
The biggest surprise about Weber. About Weber State itself.
Yeah, the thing I love about Weber is just, I think the community up here in general, not only just on campus with the, professors and administrators and staff, they're just awesome and welcoming and super kind. And that's maybe because I haven't, coached any games yet and lost games or anything yet. So maybe that's a little bit why they're kind of nice. But even the community up here in Ogden has been great, super welcoming and just all about trying to help and get things going in the right direction. It's been pretty amazing and great support up here all the way across the board. So that's been really, really, refreshing to come in and have that environment.
Weber State coach Eric Hare joining us for a few more minutes. I sat in the stands for so many of your games over the last decade. And
you were like yelling stuff out. I've heard some of those before. They're like, you should have heard what PK was saying up in the stands about
this
you
guy,
while you were coaching.
Unhinged.
It's unbelievable. Star's a good nickname for him.
I'd always try to guess your play calls, particularly in the second half, and Riley spoke to that. I can remember a game at Rice Eccles, I think it was against Lone Peak, and I was on the sidelines, and I was creeping towards you in the first half because you were bugging me. But then you went into the halftime, and you made a bunch of adjustments, and you won the game, so I let you go. And I always enjoyed trying to guess what you were going to do as the game progressed. And, I got like 1/1,000,000th of the knowledge that you guys have. I'm not going to kid anybody here. But it was always fun to try to see especially at Rice Eccles, where sometimes I'd go up in a press box where you can see even better, and to see try to get in your mind to see what you were thinking. And there was one time you guys were, I don't want to name the school because I don't want to embarrass them, but you're kicking the crap out of them with this halftime hadn't even evolved, and you got the ball like with 2+ minutes to go, and it was clear and it was early in the season too, and you were trying to work a 2-minute offense. And one of your guys, you threw a pass wherever on the side, and instead of going out, he cuts in. And you call timeout, and you lay into the guys that...
Eric did?
Oh, yeah.
I've never seen that.
That's rare. That's rare.
You lay into the guys. We're running a 2-minute drill, and those 3 yards, they're not as important as you getting out of bounds and preserving the timeouts, right? And so you tell them that, and then I think it was maybe the next play, maybe it was a play or two after. Another kid does the exact same thing. And you call a timeout again, and I thought your head was going to explode at that point, man. Your face got red. I was worried. I had my finger on the phone. I had already dialed 9-1, and I hadn't hit the third one yet.
Especially as I get in age, that's dangerous. That's dangerous.
And so you lit into the guys, and they all responded. They look at you like the ultimate figure, right? Because you're that much older than these high school kids, and you had them completely captivated. And generally speaking, from talking to assistants and administrators, I've been around the program a little bit from a distance because of the family situation. Yeah. I'm wondering, how is that going to be now at the college level? Because these guys are older. They've been around a little bit. How are you going to be able to treat them and coach them up in a manner that you did? Would it we have to use some finesse? Just take us through that, how you intend to do that.
I think a lot of it is just being yourself sometimes too. And I think, handling that, and I've been told by players that I've gotten softer as I've gotten older. I don't see it quite as much that I have, but I'll have former players come back and they're like, man, if I would have done that, they're just like, and that's not even up here. That was at Corner Canyon. But I think there always is a standard that you want to approach of what you expect with your players. And sometimes I think holding them to that can look a little bit differently, for one situation versus another, and I'm not saying even the player, but like, having them understanding that and making sure you reinforce that, continually without missing those opportunities, I think is really what matters. And we'll continue to do that here. I don't know that I'll always be quite as animated as I have been in the past, but I'm sure, emotions, who knows, I'll probably get there a few times, definitely. And our players have kind of had a few of those moments where they've seen me like that a little bit. And I think that's kind of been good for them a little too, because, they've even spoken about, just the importance of how they've appreciated being held accountable more, and having a standard that, I expect them to play at, and they've appreciated that. So I think sometimes being authentic really is maybe more important than trying to be too calculated with especially that part of it.
All right. Well, hey, we appreciate you giving us time this morning. I know you got to get out to the practice field. 4 weeks to go, man. Greeley, Colorado.
Excited. Heck yeah.
Yeah, we'll be following it. Good luck, Coach.
Riley, keep an eye on him, man.
Dude.
Good luck.
Dude, I'm so glad I'm done this week. I'm done.
Oh, my. Man, DJ's leaving you hanging.
I'll see you next week. I'll see you next week, Eric.
Thanks, Riley.
All right,
appreciate you.
All right. That's Coach Eric Kerr coming up from Corner Canyon, literally going north to Weber State. And it's exciting to see what's going to happen with the Weber State Wildcats. We appreciate him jumping on the phone lines before he has to get out to practice.
I think Greeley is a great recruiting tool for Weber State. Because you go to Greeley and you play, and all the players are like, man, this place sucks. I'm staying at Weber.
Okay.
Have you ever been to Greeley?
I've been by it.
It's terrible.
Off I-25.
People tell you that Colorado is so awesome. It's freaking Nebraska. It's Nebraska, except for like way over where the mountains are 2 hours away. Everything else is flat.
If you look the one way, it is.
It is. Like the whole state is freaking Nebraska.
Well, if you're going to compare it to Utah, you got me there.
I mean,
Utah's 1,000 times more beautiful and more scenic.
That place sucks.
I mean, Boulder was okay. I've been to Boulder many times.
Boulder.
And I like Fort Collins.
I'm not saying there aren't some good places, but like you go out towards Greeley and then you start going east.
Oh, go east. Yeah.
Oh my
east.
goodness,
it is
it's
Nebraska.
terrible.
The terrain and whatever topography, whatever those words are.
Well, they got the little oil drills going up and down. It's the same thing. Kansas, Nebraska, Oklahoma, Colorado. Dude, it's all the same.
Logan.
No. Why did you even go there at all?
Because I know Logan is dear and dear to
That
my
is
heart.
not even like, that was like.
Well, you look one way in Logan. I mean, my gosh. I mean, what's Logan?
You look any way in Logan, and it's incredible.
The only thing Logan is known for is dairy, and it's close to Napoleon Dynamite.
Okay.
Preston is part of Cache Valley.
It is part of Cache Valley. That's a true statement.
All right, we got some stuff. I think Yak, next segment, it's time for us to just gloat a little bit. What do you say?
We can do that.
We'll get to
Am
that
I involved
next.
in this, or is it just you and Yak?
No, you can be involved.
You inspired us.
Yeah. Your psychology. Stay with us. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Have a crash North Temple in 1950 West. North Temple is closed right now due to that accident. I-15 is starting to see some slowing as you head into Salt Lake City between Midvale and Murray currently, and a little of action near I-80 as well. If you're heading through Parley's Canyon, it's slow and go from Kimball Junction all the way over to Highway 40 in that merge. At UTA, we move your early mornings, your long days, your big plans. We move purpose, we move you. Plan your trip today at rideuta.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
They've been doing it for a while.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I think the Jazz want to make the playoffs this year, and they really have no motivation for not making the playoffs this year because their draft pick goes to the Memphis Grizzlies in the Jaren Jackson Jr. trade. How motivated are the Jazz actually going to feel to maximize the win total of this roster using all the assets available to them to get there? My guess is it's actually not as high as fans would think because they don't have to do anything exactly right.
The truth is they are dedicated to it. But that doesn't mean they have to do anything about it right now.
Sure.
But no, not one person in that building, if you went up to them and said, hey, is the Bosnian Beak your answer at center? Not one of them is going to say yes.
Right. Or Jackson Hayes.
Or any of that. No, they're not.
Yeah.
So, yes, they do need to address the problem, for sure. Do they need to address it right now?
I don't think so.
Absolutely not. No, why would they?
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days, steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup, shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try barwbeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Hey, Doug, what is it that you do? 'Cause everybody's buying a car from you. Hey, Doug.
Doug Smith Kia is a proud recipient of the 2025 Global Best Dealer Award. Come see why at our Linden location.
Hey, Doug.
Mama, what does the chicken say?
Chicken. Oh, okay.
When the wolf?
Oh, a wolf. Ooh!
What about the tiny dog? Cat? Owl? Dolphin? What does the turkey say? Whale?
Yeah, whale sound.
Do the giraffe.
Giraffe, really? Okay. Giraffe.
You're not going to get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff, like making sure your kids are buckled correctly in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right.
Visit NHTSA.gov/the right seat.
Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Visit Serenoni's Summer Warehouse Sale, Saturday, August 8th, 11 a.m. until 6 p.m. at Bountiful High School. Save up to 70% off luxury blankets, baby gifts, and more. Celebrate 20 years of comfort with Serenoni.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Oh, let's just bask for a few minutes.
I don't want to be
We're
here.
basking.
I don't want to be here.
You inspired us.
Yeah, we went out and played in the BYU golf tournament yesterday. It was my wife participated. It was me, Tim Lacombe. Tim had to leave to go do a show with Scotty. Jake Hatch came in and substituted, I think, after like 7 or 8 holes or so.
7 or 8, yeah.
Yeah,
In there.
and played the rest of the way. And they added up the scores. Yeah, and guess who had the lowest? That was a scramble.
Yuck.
So you're taking the best player.
I heard you have a
shot.
stick.
He can bomb it. He can.
I
bomb
heard
it.
you can rack.
We have a formula for winning. You have to have a formula to win, don't you?
Oh, don't worry. The conversation. So we won they call it the BYU Media Golf Classic by 3 strokes. We shot 15 under as a team overall, and we won by 3 strokes.
Wow, so nobody was actually cheating, because every time I go to one of those things, it's like,
we don't know.
we were
didn't
minus.
cheat.
We didn't cheat.
No, I know, but you won.
Yeah.
And minus 15 is not a huge score. Like when I usually play, it's like,
20
he was minus 38. I'm like, oh, bull, they're cheating.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. But after the round, because you had to go, you guys went and played another round of golf, which props to you because it was hot yesterday.
Right.
But people were like, how did you guys do that? I'm like, you got to have a formula. We have a very, very good formula here at the KSL Sports Zone.
And it's him bombing it off the tee, swinging hard, a big lefty dude, and he gets it out there as far as he can.
Just swinging out of your shoes.
Not swinging out of my shoes.
No, it's actually a natural swing, really.
Honed over years.
Lefty.
He's got good club speed.
Yeah.
He's
Ken
flexible.
Griffey Jr.-esque, just nice and smooth.
That was my inspiration right there.
Hammer. He's got a hammer.
Yeah, he could get it out there 3+.
Wow.
And then I can't come anywhere near that. I never could, even when I was younger. It's not my game.
Right.
And then I try to hone in on 150 in. And I knew we were going to win. I think it was the next to last hole, hole 11 or something, because we started on 12, I think, or 10. And it was a par 5. And so he bombs one, and we were 180 out. And so I took my 7 wood and cleared it, and what was about a 20-footer.
Yeah, and then what does homeboy do?
Yeah.
Steps up, sinks it. Eagle.
Once we made
Talking about
that
you
eagle,
or him?
PK was putting well yesterday.
Once we got
Okay,
that
this is
eagle,
getting out of control. Are we done with this? I don't want to hear.
I knew we had it.
You know, I knew.
No.
With 2 holes to go, when I sunk a 20-footer, that we were going to win.
You do realize we talked about your mental performance.
Yeah, my wife was saying, I'm just doing what Riley. We were talking about this on the air.
I was texting
she was
Jackie
listening,
all day.
driving down.
I like Jackie way better than I like Patrick.
You sound like my mother-in-law.
We were talking about neutral thoughts, Riley.
She's so much cooler.
You
guys.
helped drive us.
You played a part. We're giving you some flowers, and you don't want to accept them. What's wrong with you?
I think your wife is fantastic.
You just want all the glory.
I don't like you.
And we're giving you some of the glory.
I don't.
And you want all of it.
I don't like you.
I heard you. Once I sunk that 20-footer for eagle, I knew we
I loved how
would
you
win.
set it up. I knew we were going to win. What happened again, Yak? I can't remember what happened. Well, you sunk a 20-footer.
Because
he
put
that's
us in
what happened.
position off
That's
the tee.
what happened.
And let's talk about 2 holes before that where I stuck a tap-in birdie to
Oh,
a
yeah.
foot.
Did PK talk about
the
that?
par
No.
4, it was
he
all
set
him.
it up
It was
to give
drive,
himself the glory.
And then,
he
I don't
didn't
know,
talk
small
about
iron,
that, did he, Yak?
wedge or something.
Was it
I
9
forget.
iron in?
9, and he stuck maybe 2 feet.
Oh,
3.
now you're talking about it. But before it was all about
see,
PK.
on that hole,
it was all about PK.
I pulled an iron, and I was probably another 20 feet away. And, I made that putt anyway.
Oh, my gosh.
This is a true story. He just walks up, taps it, and it's in the bottom of the cup.
Dude.
Yeah. But I let him have the glory, being a team guy. I wanted him to experience it.
If you don't think PK's humble, just ask him if he is. He'll tell you.
Humility is one of my best traits. I've said that often.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That and looks. And there's one other thing. Yeah. I got those.
One other thing.
Yeah. Right. So I got that going on, and those are my things there. What did they do, Yak, when they announced the winner? We get any boos or whatever?
There were some people who, because I was the only person that was, because Tim was downstairs
Tim was
on
downstairs
there.
working.
You and Jackie had
We had to
taken
leave.
off.
Yeah.
So all of a sudden, everybody kind of cast their eyes over at me, and I'm like, hi, champion. I do have your prize in here, by the way.
Yeah,
I'm
so
surprised I even fit into this room today, the way you guys are talking about this.
Next year,
Your neutral thoughts conversation
we'll
helps
go
us.
to it. Yeah, neutral thoughts. Right now, I'm not having neutral thoughts. They're very slanted negatively toward you.
3 things you can see, 2 things you can hear, 1 thing you can feel.
See, here's the thing, Riley. If it wasn't for former BYU players in the pros, the KSL Sports Zone would be 2-time champions of this event.
Really?
Yeah.
We finished second a couple years back. Same formula.
The only 2 times he and I have played together.
Yeah, we finished second, 1 stroke back in that one. And then
You want me to give him props? Okay, I'll tell you. Let's see, the thing was Thursday at 8:00. At 10:00 on Wednesday, he wasn't supposed to go. I went and talked to management. I want him there because I knew he was our most valuable guy. You can get people to make putts, but you can't get very many amateurs to hit the ball 300 yards. So I had to go downstairs, pull some strings to allow him to get there because I wanted him, because I wanted to win. I play golf to win golf tournaments.
You play to win the game.
In this case, you play to win the Media Golf Classic.
Yeah.
Wow.
And we will go for a whole year. We are the champions. Yes, my friends. All right. Rivalries. Can they be lovable? Can you reduce the hate? We got the boss, Kyle Whittingham, talking about that yesterday. We'll get to that next. Stay with us, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You people out there realize we are going into the final month of summer already? Yeah, June is gone, and today's the last day of July. My gosh, we come back here on Monday. It'll be August. It'll be August tomorrow, actually, too. With that in mind, time's getting away. And, man, it's going to creep up on you fast. You got to be prepared for it in all aspects, particularly the financial aspect. Let me tell you about my folks at Trajan Wealth. Whatever timeline you're on, it's never too early, nor is it too late to get your financial life in order. And with Trajan Wealth, that's exactly what they'll do because they did it with me. They're going to sit down and talk with you, see what your goals are. What's your timeline? What is your life? What are your expectations? Trajan Wealth will help you craft a plan that is around all of it. You got your investments. You also got to worry about your taxes because you don't want all the money that you're making through your investments to get eaten up by taxes, right? Then you got estate planning. You don't want, when you leave stuff, to all that, for whoever it might be, your children or whoever, to get taken away. You want to be able to understand all the laws and rules and regulations. That's what the fiduciary advisors at Trajan will do. And it could be all under one roof because they can get your financial life coordinated. The fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth will help you build that one plan. And if it's just a second opinion, suppose you want to review, well, Trajan Wealth is there for you. And it's not going to cost you anything. First meeting, consultation, the initial consultation will be for free. Let them review it. Or let them change it. Whatever you want, man. Set it up. See what they have to say because they're going to see what you have to say and go from there. That first meeting, give them an opportunity. The phone number is 1-855-TRAJAN-1. 1-855-TRAJAN-1, and you spell Trajan, Trajan. I met with them at their offices in Draper. They also have offices up north in Farmington, and the website has a lot of information available immediately. TrajanWealth.com is the website. Check that out at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client, paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
The energy, the roar, moments you'll always remember. Next season, Jaren Jackson Jr. is hunting blocks. Laurie Markkinen is getting buckets. And Ace is just getting started. Don't just watch Jazz basketball. Experience every moment. 2026-27 season tickets are on sale now. Full and half-season packages available. Plus exclusive benefits like arena discounts and player events. Are you in? Join the climb today. UtahJazz.com or call 801-355-DUNK.
This is Wick with Greenify Energy Savers. If your home feels like it's overheating the moment the sun comes up, your windows could be a major reason why. In the summer months, inefficient windows let in heat and force your AC to work overtime, driving up your energy bills and making your home less comfortable. The problem is, most homeowners know they need new windows, but put it off because they assume it's going to be too expensive. At Greenify Energy Savers, we install high-performance AMSCO energy-efficient windows manufactured right here in Salt Lake City. So install times are typically just a few weeks, not several months. And most homeowners are surprised to learn that we can often save them thousands of dollars compared to other window companies while still offering premium windows with a lifetime warranty and flexible finance options. Don't spend another summer fighting the heat inside your home. Give Greenify Energy Savers a call today for a free no-obligation quote at 801-948-4464. Again, that's 801-948-4464. Or check us out online at greenifyenergysavers.com. Let us save you literally thousands of dollars and greenify your windows today.
Win big this Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This week, win tickets to see the Black Crows with special guest Whiskey Meyer at Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater Thursday, August 13th. Get tickets at LiveNation.com and listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Help maintain fun at Lagoon. Join their maintenance and construction team. Now hiring full-time year-round ride maintenance technicians and HVAC technicians. Great benefits and career opportunities. Apply at lagoonpark.com/jobs. Must be 18 or older.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah. My favorite. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer that you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest, and then listen every Thursday afternoon to Jake and Ben for the winner. It is the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week. All right, Big 12 had their media days the first of the month, and here we are at the last of the month, and today, I think, or maybe it was yesterday, they wrapped up Big 10 media days. And then we had the usual measuring, we're better than you, that goes on between the Big 10 and the SEC, whose conference is better and blah, blah, blah. So I guess probably wherever your allegiance is where you're going to come down on that. But our guy put on a suit. Did you look this up? Kyle Whittingham. He put on a suit. And he was faced with questions yesterday. He made a statement, and then they gave him questions he had out there. And one of them was about him understanding the rivalry between Ohio State and Michigan. Do you think, and Riley joining us, DJ will be back on Monday, do you think you have to be in a rivalry to understand it? Now, before you answer that, I will say that I had no idea about the level of intensity that the BYU-Utah rivalry has. And really no idea. I mean, I didn't live here. I didn't go to school here, all that stuff. I mean, when I was growing up in Arizona and then when I moved to California, you knew a little bit about BYU because their football program was on TV a lot. Seems like I saw Ty Detmer play a bunch. and didn't know a lot about Utah because they hadn't really come of age as a football program. And then I get up here and I see, whoa, man, this is pretty intense. But how about a Ohio State, Michigan? Does Kyle need to be in it for him to understand it?
That's a really interesting question. I don't think you have to be in it per se to understand how important it is to people. And certainly I think Kyle's had a huge experience with a very big rivalry. Now, whether people consider the Utah BYU rivalry on a national scale as big as, the Ohio State Michigan, that doesn't really matter to me because I think all the elements of a rivalry are there.
Yeah.
So I don't think he needs to be in the Ohio State Michigan rivalry to understand that it's important to people. I mean, we talked to Jay Hill. He already talked about how this summer he studied their first opponent. He studied Iowa, which is their first
conference game,
and they've studied who else?
Ohio State.
Yeah, because he knows that they need to win that game. I mean, they understand. They understand what it is.
So he said that you can have a rivalry that's just as intense and just as emotional without the hatred. Here's his quote. I just think a rivalry can be intense and emotional without the hatred factor. I don't think there's any place for that personally.
I mean, I think that's true. No? Is that softening it up too much? Like, are they going to hate that at Michigan and Ohio State?
I wonder how that's going to be perceived in Michigan. Really, I do. And I wonder if people are thinking, he doesn't get the rivalry. We hate them.
Right.
We used to kid DJ, soccer boy, that when RSL, we'll have Pablo coming up at the bottom of the hour, when they played Kansas City. Now, I think when they won the MLS was in 2009, I think they beat Kansas City, right?
No, they lost to Kansas City in 2013. They beat the LA Galaxy for the championship.
Okay. Oh, yeah, so the one they lost to was in 13
in
with
Kansas
that goalkeeper
City.
Who looked like 150 years old.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In
right.
Kansas City against Sporting Kansas City.
Okay. And so that developed a rivalry. And so the in-house people for RSL or whoever decided it, they would pump up when they'd play them here, and it would start out and we would joke, we hate them, they hate us, right? And it's soccer and they're trying to build it up. I think they're in a true rivalry, there has to be a level of hatred. Now, that doesn't mean that you carry out actions against your fellow man that would dictate hatred. But I think there has to be a sports hate.
So are we maybe wordsmithing a little bit? Like, is he maybe saying exactly what you're saying, but they're not going to perceive it that way?
I'm wondering how it's perceived in Ann Arbor and throughout the state of Michigan right now.
Because I don't think Kyle's afraid to hate a rival, but I don't think he's going to encourage violence.
No, I mean, at no circumstance under any do you do anything along those lines. Are you whether it's through your mouth, your fists, you cut down trees or poison trees or any of that nonsense.
I didn't feel a lot of love between Bronco and Kyle.
Because there wasn't any.
Right. I think the hate was there. I don't think he was going to punch him. I don't think there was going to be violence.
There almost was violence with Suspenders Boy and Bronco. Remember that one?
Oh, yeah. But
Jake Scott and I were right there. We saw it.
Suspenders Boy was in his face. I've never seen Bronco actually
the look.
I feel like
I can see Bronco's eyes right now.
Bronco's fists look like they were welled up.
He took a step toward him, so he's coming down, and Jake Scott and I are standing right there. We're not more than 10 feet away, and you can see it on the video. I've got a bright yellow shirt on, and you can see us. And so he's got 3 cops. He's got one on each side, one behind. And here comes that doof coming from the east side to the hash mark as Bronco's walking down that south end zone to go into their locker room. And he's just giving them all sorts of crap. And Bronco looks over, and the look in his eyes, and he took a step. And I thought, oh my gosh. But the cops, the one who was to his left, got over in the way. And
Suspenders Boy also melted.
Yeah, he was Wicked
on the
Witch
spot.
of the East.
Yeah, he was gone.
Melted.
He did. He just like
Bronco
went to the
stepped
ground,
towards
man.
him.
He disappeared. He was
did.
like, oh.
He shut up and just started backing away.
It's the Homer Simpson meme where he disappears into the bush.
Yeah. He knew he'd overstepped his boundaries. And there was a guy who used to work for Utah as one of their video guys, a guy named Skip Whitman, who was there, and he's filming it too. And he's an employee of Utah. He's since left, gone back east where he's from. And he sort of pushes the Suspenders Boy out of the way and says, "Get out of here." Because, I mean, he's a Utah employee, but he's filming stuff. And so he says, get lost, man. You're over the line. You should never do that. But I'm wondering how the people of Michigan felt when he said that. Like, was it too soft? And no one is ever going to use the word soft with Kyle, ever.
I mean, maybe. Time's going to handle that. Like, they're going to know how competitive he is, how much he wants to win.
We know it here.
I know, and the only reason we know it is because the way that he acts and the way that he talks and the way that he presents himself. We know that he's tough.
Yeah.
We know that he cares, and they're going to see that too. So I think that's just something that, like, okay, so they perceive it as soft now. He beats Ohio State. Nobody cares.
That's true, but if he doesn't, and Ohio State is supposed to have all that in a bag of chips this year, is what they're saying.
Everybody wins the freaking preseason.
And Michigan, are they in a little bit of a rebuild? They're in a bit of a reestablishment, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, they didn't win 9 games.
Don't you think
last
at these blue bloods, though, that you're not, like, you don't really have to rebuild?
No, you don't rebuild in the manner that other
like
teams rebuild, but at a Michigan level rebuild. It's not the same as most of the teams in the Big 12 or now the new Pac-12. I understand that. But I just thought my wife's family is from there, and I've been back there. I've talked to those people, her cousins and all that. I mean, it means everything. It's so big deal. I know, and I'm a Sun Devil, right? And when we play the U of A, I hate those guys. I hate them. But I hate them during the game.
Yeah.
I don't hate them today.
But you kind of hate him today.
When I watch the game,
you're bugged.
I gotta have that win. I gotta have that.
Gotta
win.
have it.
Yeah, I gotta have that win. Yeah, that's what's great about that rivalry. They've had plenty of seasons when both teams go in there 3-8, and the winner is dancing. Like
I can't remember. I felt like there was a run there for a minute in that rivalry where like one team would be 8-3, the other would be 3-8, and the 3-8 team won like 3 years in a row.
Well,
where like the team that was not supposed to win won it like 3 years in a row.
The classic when the Devils first went to the Rose Bowl, which was the 86 season, so 87, January 1, they clinched like 2 weeks early. They were...
So they'd already won the Pac-10.
Yeah, they were like, they were 8-0-1 back when you had ties, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they clinched. Yeah.
But then they still had 2 games left.
And they played the U of A. They lost 1 game that year. Guess who it was?
Oh, man. Of course it was Arizona.
Yeah.
So Arizona gets to go, yeah, you might have got
Yeah.
Oh, man, that's the worst.
Yeah. It's what happened to Utah. Now, they lost more than 1 game, but the year they went to the Rose Bowl.
They lost to BYU.
Yeah.
It's no fun.
The first year they went to the Rose Bowl, I should say.
Right.
Yeah. So I think there has to be a level of hatred in the rivalry. I don't want hatred manifest in any form of violence.
It's not like he has to manufacture it.
Well, and so you go up to Utah, and They had BYU stickers in the urinals, and they had the countdown in the weight room on the clock to when the BYU game was.
I bet he has the same thing going on at Michigan.
I think he better. And the word better get out to the fans.
So you think it was a mistake the way you talked about it?
For me, no. But I'm wondering how the people of Michigan perceived it. Because he's new kid on the block. He didn't grow up in the Michigan way, obviously. He was 2,000 miles away, all that stuff. Yeah, I wonder how they perceive it. Yeah, for me, I get what he's saying because I know the man. I've seen him compete on the golf course with me. I've seen it. So I know. I don't question his intensity. I don't question his emotion in the least. But they don't know him the way we know him. So I'm wondering when I heard that, I just thought, I wonder how they perceive that. But, I mean, I get what he's saying. Can he come on? He hasn't even coached a game. Oh, I hate them suckers. I mean, and his buddy's Urban over here, who's Joe Ohio State. So it's going to be interesting to see. Yeah. I mean, at that point, I think when I don't have any I have no doubt when they get there, because I think they go into Columbus this year, that he's going to be able to work them in terms of getting his kids all fired up and ready to go. And they already understand it to begin with because there's new players, obviously, the kids he came
most
from
of them have already gone through.
Yeah. And especially if they're local or regional, as you know, college football is just gigantic in that area. I mean, it becomes, for many folks, life or death. Yeah. And I hate Ohio. I hate Ohio State. I want him to kick the crap out of them.
I think the Big 10 days are funny because they take lots of shots at the SEC.
Right, they got to go back and forth.
Signetti was going after him.
I know, right? And I saw some SEC people saying he needs to get humbled so bad. Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, bring it.
They want to they go back and forth about who's better, who's the best conference, blah blah blah. And now the SEC saying, well, it's not just who wins the national title. That's not the only thing. When for years that was the thing. And you got Saban up there. Oh, there's other ways to measure it. Yeah, because you guys have lost. You haven't won.
Reframing expectations.
Yeah. It's all a big mental gymnastics game, and away you go. I'm not sure who's better. I don't know who's better.
Why does my gut tell me SEC's better?
Well, I think if you go by pros and then the amount of draft picks, but we'll see if that changes because
I don't know that I'm right. I'm just saying my gut tells me SEC's
I had
better.
People in the business when the NIL was going to start happening, before it happened, they literally called their shots. Coaches, multiple coaches at both places said, this is going to be a knock to the SEC because now everybody can do it. And they're going to lose their stature as far and away the most dominant. And sure enough, that's what happened. That's what is in the process of happening. All right, Pablo coming up next. Stay with us, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
We have a crash on the 201 freeway on the eastbound right side of things around 45th West. There's a left lane closed and delays are stretching back to between Mountain View Corridor and Bangor Highway at this moment. I-15 still moving at great speeds from Ogden all the way down to Provo and points in between. So that's the good news if you're out and about this morning. Looking for a new ride? Doug Smith offers great savings on new and used vehicles, big selection, great prices, and great people. Visit them in American Fork, Spanish Fork, Linden, or at heydoug.net. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
They've been doing it for a while.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I think the Jazz want to make the playoffs this year, and they really have no motivation for not making the playoffs this year because their draft pick goes to the Memphis Grizzlies in the Jaren Jackson Jr. trade. How motivated are the Jazz actually going to feel to maximize the win total of this roster using all the assets available to them to get there? My guess is it's actually not as high as fans would think because they don't have to do anything exactly right.
The truth is they are dedicated to it, but that doesn't mean they have to do anything about it right now.
Sure.
But no, not one person in that building, if you went up to them and said, hey, is the Bosnian Beak your answer at center? Not one of them is going to say yes.
Right. Or Jackson Hayes.
Or any of that. No, they're not.
Yeah.
So, yes, they do need to address the problem, for sure. Do they need to address it right now?
I don't think so.
Absolutely not. No, why would they?
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing. Hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
It's DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, everybody wants a deal. Everybody wants to save some money. Guess what? It's time for a sale at J. Brooks Jewelers, isn't it?
Thanks, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh, our annual sample sale means everything in stock is 15 to 60% off. From engagement rings and wedding bands to diamond earrings, necklaces, bracelets, estate treasures, and more, you'll find incredible savings throughout our entire in-stock collection. So whether you're celebrating a special occasion or shopping for an upcoming proposal, or simply treating yourself, we'll help you find a piece that you'll love at exceptional value. With one-of-a-kind styles, timeless classics, and limited inventory, this is the best opportunity of the year to shop before your favorite pieces are gone. So visit J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh starting Saturday, July 11th for the annual sample sale and discover your next favorite piece while savings last.
J. Brooks Jewelers in Lehigh, Murray, and online at jbrooksjewelers.com.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
As America celebrates its 250th anniversary, celebrate the values that make our communities strong by shopping local at Mountain Land Supply. They're proud to be a local employee-owned company that celebrates their customers every day. Whether you're building, remodeling, or tackling your next project, Mountain Land moves mountains for you with their expert service and trusted products. Visit your locally owned and operated Mountain Land Supply store and experience the difference shopping close to home makes. Learn more at mountainland.com.
Love sports? Love winning? KSL's looking for a senior sports partnership sales executive to lead the charge in growing sports advertising across Utah's sports media leader. You'll sell powerful partnerships across KSL Sports, including the KSL Sports Zone, KSL TV, KSLSports.com, podcasts, and social media, working directly with top decision makers and sports organizations across the region. If you're a proven sales hunter who thrives on building relationships, closing deals, and creating integrated marketing solutions, this is your opportunity. Apply today at KSL.com/careers. That's KSL.com/careers.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back in 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. RSL tomorrow, St. Louis. DJ, I assume, will be back. He'll be doing the game. He'll be back on the show on Monday. Joining us now is the coach, the manager of RSL, and that's Pablo Mastrona. Good morning, Pablo.
Morning, PK. How you doing, bud?
I am doing great. You know, I have to laugh as I hear my neighbors and everybody else whine about how hot it is. Pablo, man, do they really know how hot it is?
Oh, man. Phoenix is melting right now, PK. I'm talking to my family, and they're like, man, it's a blow dryer sitting outside.
Yeah. And see, here, when you talk about being in the teens, that means it's really cold. There, when you talk about being in the teens, that means it's really hot.
Yeah. And the 20s and all that other stuff. It's bananas.
Yeah. And you guys are going to St. Louis, and so it's going to be cooler, obviously, than it is here, 72. But what about the humidity? And you've played soccer your whole life. You rather play in high temps and low humidity, or vice versa? What is it?
No, I'd rather play in the dry heat and high temps versus humidity. And obviously it's because you're just losing a lot of electrolytes, a lot of water. And I was always a bit of a cramp-prone athlete, and that just exacerbated the effects of that. So where dry, it's just the sun's just beating you up, but it's not as bad. But the humidity is and that lends itself to, you know, the tactical application that we have to apply is we just can't be we got to be really efficient with our movement as a collective in order to make sure that we have energy to endure, you know, that type of climate. And whereas like the teams in Houston, teams in, you know, St. Louis, they've adapted, they understand these things, and they've adjusted. I think when you go from dry to that type of, you know, humid conditions, it hits you in the face. And so those are some of the things that we've been working on tactically to deal with the weather that we're going to face.
Right. And you hear, like in other sports, or maybe even in yours, if you're going to go in, the place is going to be loud. Like you go to football practices, whatnot, they'll pump in music because the quarterback's got to make the calls and so forth, and a crowd is loud, so they may have some silent counts or what have you. So they practice for the environment. And I understand you from almost like a science perspective, you can try to mitigate it, but you can't really practice in the actual humidity, though, right?
Right. No, that's right. And some of the things that we've applied, and again, we have a fantastic performance staff, and we do hydration testing 2 days before the game. So yesterday, the guys would have given a urine sample just to make sure their electrolyte levels are good. You know, they have enough water in the system, and if anything is off, we have 2 days to adjust for that. So going in from a science perspective to again, make sure that the body's in the best possible condition without really knowing what it's like once you get there.
Will you actually have a practice there?
No. We trained this morning here, and we fly out this afternoon. So we'll get in and eat dinner, go to bed, and play the game tomorrow evening.
St. Louis, looking at them, you know, a little bit of a slow start, but they haven't lost in a good long while. They've got, 7 games unbeaten and 19 out of 21 points. Seems like they got it going on. Tell us about what they're up to.
Yeah, no, they've done a really good job. They're a hardworking team. They're very dynamic and really in transition, right? So they're a high pressing team. And some things that we've been working on is how to bypass the press and really flip them. You know, they take a lot of risks defensively, and it's paid off where they're scoring a lot of goals from those moments where they win the ball higher up the field. So tactically for us, it's really understanding what they're trying to do and trying to flip their script and be dangerous as well. And then also, like I alluded to, is, you know, they're a team that is also good in possession, and they like to break teams down. And so as far as, you know, being more efficient with your energy, how can we be in a good block to minimize the energy spend, but also be aggressive, because we've been really good in transition this year. And so it's kind of a chess game tomorrow. And, you know, I think, you know, we've played some good games in the last couple of games, and unfortunately the results haven't gone our way. And there's been some different scenarios that affected those. But I feel like we're playing some good stuff, and it's a good opportunity to play against a team that's in great form, to get a bounce back and really start the second part of the campaign in a great way.
Yeah, you referenced those 2 losses, but it seems like you're coming out of it and listening to your post games and all that type of stuff, that you're taking the positive approach as far as maybe you're not that far away from doing what you need to be doing. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I think so. Just going to the LAFC game, they have this expected goal stat, which basically means where you take your shots in reference to the goalkeeper and how many players in front of the goal. And typically, a 1 XG game can get you usually, maybe 1 to 3 goals, depending on, if on the day you had a sharpshooter shooting from a distance and hitting a beautiful shot, that's a low XG, but you still scored the goal. We had probably one of our highest XG games, which was like 2.6, I believe. And we only scored 1 goal, and we had like 3 goals, that were tap-ins that on any other day we score those goals. We had 20 something shots, and we're playing as a visiting team. And so, what LAFC did is they had very few chances, but they took them.
Yeah.
And I think that was the difference. And Bouanga and Son, who've has caused havoc, not just us, but to all teams in the league, really stood out in the day. And then in Portland, we go away from home. We start the first 20 minutes so bright, score the first goal, and then 10 minutes later we get a red card. And so then, so it's hard to see at times the positivity of play when the results don't go your way. But I'm steadfast in the way I see the game and the way the guys played when we had 11 players on that field. It looked like it was going to be a runaway game for us. And so, every moment dictates the result. But for me, it's just really important to be clear with the guys and say, listen, for these 20 minutes or 30 minutes when we were 11-11, this is who we are. And then after that, you're hanging on. You're playing a man down away from home. For the next 60 minutes, it's always going to be a tough ask. But then again, the set pieces that we conceded are areas where we need to continue to get better, whether we're playing with 10 or 11 players. And so that's been an area of focus. And so again, I think every game is a barometer of where you're at. You're never going to be as bad as it says, and you're never going to be as good as the result is. You're going to be somewhere in the middle. And so it's really important for me and the coaching staff to have a real process-oriented mindset, because, again, the more emotional you get after results, the harder it is to kind of be consistent in performance. And for us, consistency in performance is what we believe will lead us to great results.
Paulo Mastroianni of RSL joining us here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You talk about that red card, so Morgan's out, whether it's Saba or whoever it might be. I realize he's new to the team. Do you slide him in there? What do you do?
Yeah, so we're looking at a couple different things. Gozo came back from the MLS game. He's a little bit nicked up from that game, so there's a question mark there. So we're literally waiting to get on the field today to see what happens, because then it's dominoes, right? If Gozo can go, then Gozo might move into an advanced position, and maybe bring in a player like Zach Booth in the wide areas to give us some, because Gozo against a team that wants to press, his speed in behind back lines where they want to play 1v1 in the back line would definitely favor us. But if Gozo can't go, then we have to look at a couple different options, given that Morgan's also out. So it's going to be, we're literally waiting until the start of training to see how Gozo goes, and then from there we'll decide the best way to go. So we have some options. And again, I think the important thing too is, the guys have been training great and have a fantastic mindset. So, whoever we put out there, I think is going to do a great job.
The trend across all sports seems to be expanding playoffs, whether it be college football and in the pro ranks, they let more teams in, whatever the sports are. What do you think about expanding World Cup to 64?
Yeah, it's really interesting. I think the one thing I would say is, I didn't know how this is going to work out, expanding it to 48. And what you saw was a lot of unbelievable games and a lot of the underdogs performing at a really high level. So there's a lot of Cinderella stories with the more teams that you put in there, and it didn't drop the level of the tournament. And I think that was my biggest concern with adding more teams. And so the only negative would be is if you start to get these 6-0, 7-0 games, and people, and it loses its excitement. But there's a lot of teams here in the region. Panama's a great team, but Costa Rica is another really good team. There's various teams in each region that, but I think maybe expanding it to 64 might be a stretch. But the other part is, PK, where, after the World Cup ended, everyone's like, that's it. My son's going, that's it, Dad? There's no more? Why don't we do this every year? So it might just prolong the tournament long enough to where it was fun to go home every day and watch a couple more games in the afternoon and at night, and so that might be the positive. But I think these guys, do their homework and make sure that it's going to be a good product on the TV, on the field. So, I'll trust that they'll do a good job if they do extend it.
Yeah, I think, too, you have to answer to the fans because ultimately sports at the college level and certainly at the pro level is just an entertainment product. And folks want to go and have a good time. I mean, obviously they want their team to win, but ultimately I view sports as I do going to a movie. You view it differently because it's your job and occupation. But for me, I just want to have a good time. I want to be entertained. And if the public has, you don't want to just do things just simply because they say so, but if the public has a thirst for it, why not?
Yeah, I agree. And it's interesting that you say that because I think when I first got into coaching, it was really about the profession and me and my coaching and how, growing and learning as to, how do we win games? And, this year with the group that we have, it's been entertainment, and, I watched the broadcast back and, the commentators saying this is an exciting team to watch. And at the end of the day, you're absolutely right. You go to the field to watch an exciting game. And the way we play, our game model is such that we're high energy on defense to have a lot of turnovers. We want to get the goal quick to try to create as many goal scoring opportunities as possible. And you realize that, if you want that 12th man to be the best 12th man, you've got to put a product on the field where there's always action, right? So it's an action movie versus a drama, right? Or, one of these type of things. So as I've gotten older, I've understood that this is an entertainment industry. And obviously our jobs as coaches is to win, and that makes everyone happy. So when you can marry both of those, you've got a great product. So I'm cognizant of that. And at the moment, we're looking to get back and bounce back and get the results that, put a smile on everyone's face as well.
When you speak of Mary, I know I have laid down the law, and I don't do this very often, but what you spoke about drama versus action movie. My wife knows if there's a romantic comedy out, ask one of her friends. Don't ask me.
Right. I'm the same way. It almost feels like a chore to watch one of those romantic comedies, but we got to put in the time, PK. We got to put in the time. Sometimes we got to suffer through those things to make sure that our relationships stay nice and tight.
Yeah. So I went and saw Toy Story 5 for her. I did that. I don't know that
You're a good man.
I would have gone on my own. I may have dozed a scene or two, but I just make sure that I act like I catch enough so I can talk to her about it afterward. But give me Tom Cruise and give me blowing up buildings, jumping out of planes, motorcycle chases, all the way. I'm okay with that. But the rom-coms, I got to draw the line.
Yeah, it's so funny. That's great stuff.
All right, well, good luck tomorrow. We'll talk to you again down the road.
Thanks, PK. Sounds great, bud. Thank you.
Okay, that's Pablo Mastrioni, RSL coach, head coach. He and I, Riley Jensen joining us. I don't know if I told you, Riley, but he and I went to the same high school in Arizona.
You guys went to the same high school?
Yes. Yeah, we did.
I've never heard you say that before.
That gets under your skin, doesn't it?
I mean, it's just like the only thing you got. We went to the same high school.
Yeah, we did. We grew up about a mile apart. Now I'm a little older, obviously, but we walked the same areas. We at Thunderbird, down the street a little bit. Students on Friday nights, whatever, hung out at the Jack in the Box. And when I talk to him about the Jack in the Box, he knows exactly what I'm talking about.
God, that's amazing. That's just compelling radio.
Where did they hang out at Cottonwood?
Training table.
Wasn't the seminary building?
No.
Training table?
No, training table after games. Every the old training table right there across from the old Cottonwood Mall. It's all gone now. Everything's gone.
Oh, the Cottonwood Mall. I know. It's been.
I know, but training table's gone. Everything's gone.
Yeah.
Well, my high school memories, they're trying to erase everything.
And on Thunderbird Road, which is why the school's named there, at about 20th Avenue or so, the Jack in the Box is still there.
Yeah, see, I mean, they got the high school, they got the Jack in the Box where everybody hung out.
Yeah, and they probably still hang out there. Some traditions remain.
Right.
They're
I mean, Thunderbird.
Forever.
If you went to Thunderbird High School, you were somebody.
Got to go to break. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got an accident on the 201 freeway causing big slowdowns for drivers between Mountain View Corridor and Bangerter Highway. This one was crashes near 45th West, and the left lane is blocked, so obviously had some extra time for going through that area this morning. I-15 otherwise looking great as you head into downtown Salt Lake City from Provo or from Ogden, either north or south at this moment. Attention property managers. Customers judge your property the time it takes to park. Don't fail that test. Call GoPave Utah. Seal coating, crack sealing, striping, and patching all along the Wasatch Front. Visit them at gopavutah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LaCombe.
SEC Commissioner Greg Sankey, as he kicked off and the SEC kicked off their football media day, said that he is not happy whatsoever with what's going on in terms of the Protect College Sports Act. He has had conversations. The conversations about them tearing away from the rest of college athletics is real.
You know, college football, it's ironic that they're against the Save College Football Act. They don't want to be governed. I mean, that's what I keep hearing. The SEC, the Big Ten, they're the ones that keep dragging their feet. Everybody else wants to get this done, but because they feel like they are better than everybody else, they should get a better deal.
I really can't stand this guy. I really, there are certain people out there that are just hell-bent on wrecking things that don't need to be wrecked.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Technology never stands still. And neither does Les Olson IT. For 70 years and counting, we've helped businesses adapt, grow, and stay secure through every change. With experienced people and smart technology solutions, we make work easier, more productive, and more secure. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Let Les be here for you.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, and a state attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1. 1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
Tim Daly Mazda Southtown has as low as 0% financing on almost our full lineup of 2026 models, including 2026 Mazda CX-50s, Mazda 3 hatchbacks, and even our PHEV models. That's right, as low as 0% on your favorite new Mazda during the More to Move You sales event, happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. 0% excludes Mazda Miata and Mazda CX-5 models. APR for well-qualified buyers. OAC, 72 months at $13.89 per month per 1,000 financed with 0 down. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Every day, we fight to preserve magnificent places and wildlife. We are Earth Justice, a national legal nonprofit fighting for your right to a healthy environment. Every day, we fight to advance clean energy. We are Earth Justice, 135 plus lawyers representing clients free of charge. Every day, we fight to combat climate change. We're Earth Justice, and we're here because, now more than ever, the Earth needs a good lawyer. Earth Justice uses the power of law to ensure our planet and its inhabitants have a future. No one fights more cases on the environment than Earth Justice. And we win almost every time, because when we win, the air and water are cleaner, food systems are safer, and public lands are preserved. And we win because these are fights we cannot lose. Want to join us in this fight? The time is now. Go to earthjustice.org today. That's earthjustice.org.
Help maintain fun at Lagoon. Join their maintenance and construction team. Now hiring full-time year-round ride maintenance technicians and HVAC technicians. Great benefits and career opportunities. Apply at lagoonpark.com/jobs. Must be 18 or older.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Riley Jensen joining us. DJ will be back on Monday.
Who?
Riley Jensen.
DJ?
What's your favorite rom-com?
Oh.
Because I know you're a big rom-com guy.
I am actually.
Like, I know you are.
No,
you're soft.
You sound like my wife. My wife wants to watch Die Hard at Christmas, and I'm like, what are we watching?
Borderline Christmas movie.
What are we doing here? I want to watch some old Miracle on 34th Street. Just like, dude,
A Wonderful Life.
You're so soft. Rom-com. I'm the only one in our family that will actually even entertain a rom-com.
I like your family.
She loves shoot 'em up, bang 'em up, stressful. I don't want the stress. I have enough stress in my life. I don't need to come home and watch a movie that stresses me out more. It stresses me out.
You baby.
Stresses me out.
It's fake.
They stole a 5-year-old kid and they're holding them ransom by doing what? She's like, oh my gosh. Get over it. It's a great movie.
That's why I love The Sopranos, man.
Oh, dude. She's watched them all. It's so dark.
and the way they fight constantly.
You love Breaking Bad, too?
Not bad.
Oh, my gosh, dude. I tried. I actually gave that one a really, and then there was some episode where they killed a 5-year-old kid, just shot a 5, and I was like, I'm out, Jordan. Okay. I'm so out. I can't do that.
She liked The Sopranos?
Oh yeah.
A lot of swearing. They could have toned that down.
I don't even think she noticed. Rom-com. What's a good rom-com that I like?
My wife watches probably 20 times. She's seen While You Were Sleeping with Sandra Bullock.
Sandra's a good rom-com. I don't know. I seem to have liked. I don't know. I can't even name them. But I'm the guy. I am that. I will admit that I'm soft in the sense that if I see one, I'm willing to turn it on and start watching.
Oh.
Yeah.
What are you thinking?
You know what though? You know what has ruined me though in some ways, like where I don't watch that as much is my attention span is way smaller now than it used to be. Like I can't like sitting through a movie feels like a long time to me now.
Well, I judge a movie by the time. She knows she wants to go to movies.
It can't be over 2 hours.
Cannot.
Yeah.
Cannot. I mean,
and I
just the way I am in life, I got to go to the bathroom 3 times.
I blame smartphones for that. I mean, I think everybody's attention span has gone down over the years. But like, man, in my family, if I say, hey, why don't we all watch a movie tonight, like on a Sunday night? And we did that as a family like hundreds of times when I was growing up. No, don't force us to watch a movie. No. Like, what the heck?
So they didn't like it.
What happened? Now, for some reason, if we go to the movie theater, there's not as much resistance. So that makes me happy that there's at least, a part there where they still like to go out.
It's an activity.
I tell my kids all the time, I'm like, if I hung out with you and I was a kid and you were a kid, I would have thought you were the rich kid. And they're like, what are you talking about? We're not rich. I'm like, you're a rich kid. And they're like, we are? You know what I mean? I guess if we went to the movie theater when I was a kid, I was like, this is the coolest thing that's happened to me maybe this year.
Really?
Yeah. McDonald's was like a once in a 6-month thing.
Okay.
And it was like the nice dinner that we got to go out to. My kids have McDonald's like 3 times a week.
That's healthy.
Not healthy. But we're on the run. We're on the run, baby. We go from sporting event to sporting event to sporting event. There is no time for dinner. It is, do you want a cheeseburger from Wendy's or do you want a cheeseburger from McDonald's? Because we're on the run. That's it.
Okay, I had one last night at Shake Shack.
Oh, snotty.
Did you go smoke?
You like 17? Yeah, your burger cost $17.
It wasn't my choice.
Shake Shack is delicious, but yeah, you do pay for it.
God,
I went to the one on Foothill.
I have 3 kids. I can't go $17 for each burger, and then you add on the shake and you add on the fries a la carte, and all of a sudden I'm at a $90 thing.
I'm obviously behind the glass, but I was just shouting amen at you when you were talking about hey, we're going to McDonald's or Wendy's.
Dude,
trust me, the Hatch household right now, dude, that's what we exist on.
My wife is like, I ain't cooking tonight. Don't even freaking look at me like we're cooking. All right.
Pants, Riley, pants.
I got none.
But he has opinions on the local college football teams. That's all that matters. We will get to the Riley Jensen's predictions coming up next. 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Thinking about replacing your windows? Choose a company that builds and installs them right here in Utah. Advanced Window Products is Utah's local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to homeowners. Nate Orchard here. At Advanced Window Products, there are no dealer fees, no middleman markups, and no extra costs to cover someone else's profit. From manufacturing to installation, every step is handled by Advanced Window Products' local team. Every window is custom built in Salt Lake City for Utah's homes and backed by one of the strongest warranties in the industry. A lifetime warranty covering labor, glass, and parts. Even better, it's fully transferable to the next homeowner. Right now, get $2,000 off when you purchase 10 or more windows. Financing is available, and Dominion Energy rebates may help you save even more. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. Or visit us at advancedwindows.com. That's 801-850-9100 or advancedwindows.com.
We wouldn't be celebrating America 250 if it wasn't for a strong foundation set by the framers. Hamilton built America's financial foundation on sound money, later embodied by the gold standard. But we abandoned that discipline in 1971 and have seen inflation erode the dollar's value. What's the foundation of your savings? Is it gold or something that can be devalued? Hi, it's Dr. Ron Paul, and I encourage you to speak with my friends at Birch Gold Group about diversifying an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. Learn more by requesting a free info kit on gold IRAs. Just text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Let Birch Gold help you build your foundation with gold. Text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Text SECURE to 989898.
It's DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, everybody wants a deal. Everybody wants to save some money. Guess what? It's time for a sale at J. Brooks Jewelers, isn't it?
Thanks, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh, our annual sample sale means everything in stock is 15 to 60% off. From engagement rings and wedding bands to diamond earrings, necklaces, bracelets, estate treasures, and more, you'll find incredible savings throughout our entire in-stock collection. So whether you're celebrating a special occasion or shopping for an upcoming proposal, or simply treating yourself, we'll help you find a piece that you'll love at exceptional value. With one-of-a-kind styles, timeless classics, and limited inventory, this is the best opportunity of the year to shop before your favorite pieces are gone. So visit J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh starting Saturday, July 11th for the annual sample sale and discover your next favorite piece while savings last.
J. Brooks Jewelers in Lehigh, Murray, and online at jbrooksjewelers.com.
The energy, the roar. Moments you'll always remember. Next season, Jaren Jackson Jr. is hunting blocks. Laurie Markkinen is getting buckets. And Ace is just getting started. Don't just watch Jazz basketball. Experience every moment. 2026-27 season tickets are on sale now. Full and half-season packages available. Plus exclusive benefits like arena discounts and player events. Are you in? Join the climb today. UtahJazz.com or call 801-355-DUNK.
Visit Serenoni's Summer Warehouse Sale, Saturday, August 8th, 11 a.m. until 6 p.m. at Bountiful High School. Save up to 70% off luxury blankets, baby gifts, and more. Celebrate 20 years of comfort with Serenoni.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Drop in for one of our delicious gourmet burgers made with 100% choice Grand Chuck. We're in Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah. My favorite. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, man, wrapping up. So got another hour to go. Stay with us here. Riley's sitting in. I want to talk about what you think are the expectations for Utah State, BYU, and Utah. We'll start with your Aggies. Do the Aggies have any first-team All-Packers?
He's a first-team All-Whacker. Oh, really? Did you guys set that up?
Maybe.
I think you did.
Never.
Do they have any first-team All-Packers?
I think you set that up. I think there's been conversations. There's been conversations.
Come on, who's going to be a first-team
All-Packer? Who is that
All-Packer?
guy that keeps saying that garbage? Who is that guy?
He's a first-team All-Whacker.
Ow.
That's going to go on your tombstone.
Truer words have never been spoken.
So with that in mind, what type of talent do they have to compete in the Pac-12 this year?
Well, here's the good news. With Bronco there, love Bronco or hate Bronco, he has always established really clear expectations as to what he wants from his players. And that's one of the things that I really admire about Bronco. Even when he was the defensive coordinator at Snow College in 1992, when I was playing at Snow College, he was the D coordinator.
Mm-hmm.
The expectations were always clear. It's just been part of the magic of his coaching is there's never a question of what he expects out of you. So in your second year, you start to really, really like hone that in with the players, and they start to embrace it.
Uh-huh.
Now, you may not like the way he presents it. You may not like the way it goes, but it comes back. And did you notice that Eric Kerr this morning talked about authenticity again?
It caught my ear. Yes.
Right?
It did.
Like, this is what I like, because you can be authentic and be Eric Kerr. You can be authentic and be Bronco Mendenhall. Or you can be authentic and be Kyle Whittingham. Or you can be authentic and be Morgan Scally. And Kalani is very authentic. That's why they're good coaches. Because they coach hard, but they're also true to who they are. So that's what I love about Bronco. I think McKay Hillstead, I think he's a great talent, and I think he fits in with the mentality of Utah State. A little bit of a chip on your shoulder. He transferred down to BYU. He's now back at Utah State. It's a chip on your shoulder mentality. He's also very talented. He's a very good quarterback. And I like the pieces that they're starting to put together. I mean, you know Jan Jorgensen. He's always been a friend of the program and a friend of us.
Good dude.
I've talked to him quite a bit. He's much more excited about this season than last season because it takes a minute. You can't just turn a program around in a year. There are going to be consistently good football teams at Utah State for years to come.
Cool.
And you know what my best indicator of that is?
What?
Is that Bronco moved all of his horses and all of that stuff from his ranch in Montana
down
to Wellsville. He doesn't have plans on leaving.
Said the people at New Mexico.
I don't think he's leaving. He didn't bring all his horses down to New Mexico.
No. Well, I don't think New Mexico has horses though.
They don't? What do they have? Chupacabras? What's the name of that little raccoon that's like deformed?
Jimothy.
Jimothy's from New Mexico, isn't he?
Have you seen the Jimothy thing, PK?
Have you seen it?
No.
Dude, there's this raccoon. There's a raccoon that, like, for some reason...
It looks like an alien.
He's born with a deformity. He has these huge, long legs and this really short, compact body.
Completely opposite of what an actual raccoon looks like.
And then he's got this big face. I mean, they even have videos of, like, when he was a baby and the mom's being all, like, helping him out because he's, like... Just he has like a deformity, and he does like the first time I saw it, I thought he was a chupacabra.
No, everybody was like, "What is that?"
It's crazy.
So you're making fun of physically deformed creatures,
just animals.
Okay, I just want to see where you guys are coming from.
We don't make fun of you.
I just want to see. Well, some people. Well, no, I'll just leave that alone.
I see where you're going there. I see what you did there. So anyway, so there's no horses in New Mexico. We've established.
Just he moved his horses. Oh, well, he's over 60 now, so you'd have to think that this would be it. And Logan suits him. That's the kind of town you'd think he would.
I think it really does suit him. I mean, when he coached, he always had this stern. When he was the defense coordinator at Snow College when I was there, he always had this stern, like, kind of look to him.
Serious.
And feel. Like, I wouldn't have messed with him. Like, that guy that was up talking in his face, like, I was like, well, that was a career. That was just a bad career choice from the very beginning because I don't think anybody wants to fight Bronco. I mean, that dude is named Bronco for a reason. Uh-huh. Like, you don't want to fight Bronco. But he fits into the Utah State persona better than anywhere to me that he's been.
I can see that. Knowing what I know of him. I was a beat writer, covered him all those years.
He's just hard-nosed, very, very disciplined, a very pragmatic approach to everything that he does. Mm-hmm. So I love the fit. I love the fit, and I think Bronco's a fantastic coach.
Are they bowling this year?
Yes.
Okay, there it is. Utah State in a bowl game. And
No question.
hopefully for them, it's not the New Mexico game because he couldn't ride his horses on the off day.
Well, you don't want to go to New Mexico if you're Bronco at all. He might not ever go there again in his life.
I wouldn't be surprised. They don't like him down there.
Yeah.
All right. Utah.
But New Mexico just wants an excuse to hate Utah State anyway. There's a healthy little rivalry there.
Yeah, and it's going to be done because they're staying behind, right?
Yep.
2 words. Bowl eligible.
Better not use that in Michigan.
I'm just saying this for Utah State. You can.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, well, once they get to 6, we got to play that on that following Monday. Utah, quietly thinking maybe not quietly, that playoff is a possibility.
You think that? The people think that?
I think they think that. I would say probably not.
I feel like that's just a little bit of a stretch. But I don't know why I'm chomping at the bit for the Morgan Scally tenure at the University of Utah. I think it's going to be very good, and I think it's going to have a different feel than it's had under Kyle, which is not a bad thing. It's just different. Like, different doesn't always have to be bad. It's just different. It will be different. There will be a different fingerprint on this program. Not from the standpoint of, like, toughness and playing hard-nosed football, but Morgan just has a personality that's willing to get out there and get ahead of things, and I think it's going to be a little bit more fun. I think you're going to feel the fun come back to the Utah program.
Yeah.
It's always fun to win.
As Majerus would say, fun is winning.
Well, and I think Morgan is going to win. I do think they're a year away from competing for the Big 12 championship and playoff spots. They just lost too much.
Yeah,
they lost a lot of coaches too. Like
they did, yeah.
And Morgan is well connected. He knows a lot of coaches. I trust him implicitly to be able to hire the coaches that he needs. They also lost some key players that went to Michigan. He's got a plug, and he's got to play with some guys, but he's going to rebuild that depth and rebuild that program. And I shouldn't even say reload that program, but I think it's a year away from what everybody is expecting.
But still, minimum 8.
Yeah. I would say 9 wins.
Yeah. I can see that.
Like, I don't know how the under-over works, but you set it at 8.5?
Yeah.
Would you take the over or the under?
I'm inclined to say over.
Yeah, I am too. I think they can win 9 games.
If Dampier stays upright.
Fair enough.
If he's healthy.
Yeah, but Ficklen's pretty good too.
Yeah, I'm not so sold on him. I mean, as a runner and a dynamic athlete, yeah, I want to see him lead a team in the pocket, getting the ball downfield, because that's the way you have to do it.
Well, I think there's also a real big difference between coming in a couple of games and making a couple of big runs and making a couple nice throws,
right.
and then having a defensive coordinator plan for you all week.
Yes.
There's a
I
big
haven't
difference.
seen it. It's nothing against him.
No,
it's just that I haven't seen it.
Exactly. And it's like Kerr said, like this new, I can't even remember what it's called, that they all have access to. Like, you can get every game for like the last 3 years from every single team from like Division II through the NFL on the program that they have. There's no hiding.
Right.
And everybody has access to it. So it's not like so if and when Ficklen gets a chance to play, like, they're going to have so much film on him. It's different to have a defense coordinator actually planning for you than coming in and like making a couple plays because you fit a little bit different in that offense. And like you said, I'm not being critical of Ficklen, but I don't think we've seen enough to say he's really, really, really good.
He's a dynamic athlete. We know
I
that.
will tell you that Dampier is a really, really good quarterback, and especially, we were all critical of like his arm strength and there are a couple of limitations there, but he's overcome them very well, and he knows how to lead a football team.
Oh, yeah, he's a great leader. He's charismatic.
I think part of the reason why Ficklin stayed is because they're buddies, believe it or not.
I think he's the best leader at quarterback that they've had since Brian Johnson.
You don't think Cam Rising was a good leader?
Yes, I do.
And you think he's better than Cam Rising?
Now, that's biased because I think he's a better interview, but Rising was very good. Rising was a baller.
Yeah, and
he gave you everything he had.
When we talk about leadership, we're talking about like getting the most out of the guys around you, to me. I mean, I put him up there with Rising. I think Rising is probably
I'm fine with that.
The best. But you know what, though? I'll say this. Dampier might overtake him this year if he has another season like he did last year.
He's just a smaller dude. He's got to stay healthy. Of course, Cam was bigger and was hurt all the time, unfortunately.
Right.
Cam had the best, great, tragic football career in Utah history.
And without that late interception at Florida, I think his senior year? Well, we don't know what his senior year was like, but that tragic interception at the very end, like I think he would have gone down as one of the all-time greats if they get that win.
He was a winner.
Yep.
I loved the way he balled and laid it out there at all times.
I think it was Kyle's favorite quarterback.
Might be. Run through a wall.
He just loved his leadership.
Yeah.
It's the only quarterback that I've seen that Kyle kind of let him be a little bit of a gunslinger. All the other quarterbacks, he didn't really let them.
Yeah, but that's all in context. He only had 2 300-yard passing games. I think it was only 2, and both of them were against a crappy USC defense.
It's just fun to beat USC.
It is. But when we say cut loose, that's Kyle's version of cut loose.
Right. Fair enough.
Yeah. And so
but
Morgan
just
has
felt like
promised
they threw more.
He's intimated that we will see more. He's led us to the water, and now we'll see if we can drink it. He's told us that we're going to see more.
I think that you will naturally see more because I don't think that I think that Morgan is a little bit more collaborative in approach. Like, hey, he may every once in a while get on the phone and go, hey, Kevin, why are we doing this? What is your thought process? Let me know your thought process on what we're doing right now. And, and if
Kyle didn't do that?
No. Run the ball.
What did he say one time to Troy Taylor up in the press box?
I don't know. I don't know what the words were.
That is what they call NSFW, sir.
Which button do I push here if we say that out loud?
No. There's this thing right here. You see this big red button?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I don't want to push that today.
I'm just saying, if we say what was said, that button will be
Do you know what was said? You do.
No, I don't.
You were told.
Here's what I'll say.
You told me.
Here's what I'll say. I understand the meaning of what was said.
A safe way to.
I just, and look, I think early in Kyle's career, I was a little bit critical of that. That made me really, really frustrated because I love offense and I love seeing good offense. And then it's been really weird because I've come around to Kyle. One of the things that I really respect about Kyle is he knows enough about the history of college football and the history of coaches getting fired and all that kind of stuff that he knew that if the ship ever went down, he wanted to know that it was because of the decisions that he made, not the decisions that somebody else made.
Yeah.
It was his ship. And if the ship went down, he was okay with the ship going down because it was his decision. Mm-hmm. And if the ship was sailing and doing some amazing things, that was also because of his decisions.
Yeah, the winningest coach in Utah.
You can't argue with that. And although he thinks all quarterbacks are prima donnas, and he thinks that even me, and even though he thinks that passing the ball, what's the old phrase, like three things can happen when you throw the ball, and 2 out of 3 are bad.
Yeah,
I feel like that's kind of his attitude. Mm-hmm. That's his prerogative as the head coach. I feel like that's his prerogative. And so I've come around as a defender of him rather than a critic of the way he ran his program.
BYU, do they make the playoff or not? Yes. Yes.
I don't know.
No, he backed off in 2 seconds. Must be something about being in that chair.
No. BYU is very good. I'm concerned about the wide receiver room.
Fair.
They gotta have a dynamic person there. Obviously, LJ is good. Obviously, there's continuity on the offense. People go, well, all they did was like really run the ball last year anyway, but that was because I felt like there were some limitations with Bear. But he also had two really, really good receivers that like made clutch plays that made.
Kingston had 950 yards receiving, didn't he?
Yeah, and then Chase was just clutch on making big catches, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So if they
Carson Ryan had 600. They threw the ball.
If they use that same formula, who's Carson Ryan, who is Parker Kingston, and who is Chase Roberts in that offense?
I think they got the Carson Ryan opportunities there, but we're unknown on the receivers. I mean, they have to acknowledge that, and it's up to the individuals.
And I'm not saying
step up.
I'm not saying that some of those guys can't step up. Yeah, I'm just looking at it going, which one does?
I mean, it's like
I don't know
Ficklin.
which
We
one
haven't
does.
seen it, so we have a little apprehension. Receiver-wise, they got some size. Who's it going to be? The coaches can only put him in the position, but the individual has to go do it.
Right.
Who's it going to be?
I don't think the coaches necessarily thought Parker Kingston was going to be what Parker Kingston was.
Right.
But he just kept making plays, and then they build confidence, and then all of a sudden you're off and running. So it doesn't mean that it can't. It doesn't mean that it can't happen with this group. I just have no idea. And I'll tell you who would have a better idea is the players in the locker room. They're like, hey, dude, this guy is freaking legit, and he's going to make plays for us. And this guy's legit. But I don't know that I'm hearing a lot of that. At least not enough smoke to make me think there's a fire there. And then now flipping to BYU defensively, I am a huge Poppinga fan. I really like him. I do think there is some nuance to calling defense, and I do think that there's a little bit of a step back defensively before it gets really good. And so, as we're thinking out loud,
man, they got Arizona week 2.
And we're thinking out loud. I mean, he's going to be tested, and people are going to be a little bit more brazen in their approach than they were with Jay, because I think people had a real healthy respect for Jay.
Oh yeah.
So
Long track record.
people are going to test Poppinga early and often. Oh, you think you can do that? Do you know what the adjustment is to that? Can you actually adjust to, if you're going to bring the heat, that I've got this little smoke screen that's going to hurt you? Can you really adjust to that? Do you know how to like mix it up on me enough that I have to worry and be on my toes a little bit? So I think Poppinga is capable of doing that? Yes. But to be a really nuanced and great defensive coordinator, I think it takes a little bit of refinement. And Jay had that luxury while he was at Weber State University to kind of refine like what he thought.
Which he tells you.
Right. He told us in our interview.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And so Brady's going to be learning on the run. There's going to be something. There's going to be some
Kelly,
heart.
but yeah.
Sorry, Kelly. Yeah. There's going to be some heartburn for BYU fans every once in a while defensively.
Well, they got Arizona week 2, man.
It's not going to be perfect.
And you got a great passer.
It's not going to be perfect. You're going to feel some heartburn, but I do think he's up to the task. Okay. And I do think they have the athletes there. And give credit to BYU. Some of their best recruiting last year took place when Jay left on keeping the majority of their players.
No question.
That was a huge deal. That they didn't lose a bunch of those guys.
Right. Yeah.
Because a bunch of those guys could have gone with Jay.
Like they did at Utah.
Right.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
So I'm excited to see what happens. Coach Poppinga is going to have an opportunity to really, really show what he's learned in his 20-year tenure as a coach.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that he can't do it. I'm just saying that it's nuanced. Like being the play caller is a little bit nuanced.
Understood. Until you've done it. Okay, there you go. That's a recap of the 3 teams in the state of Utah. From Riley Jensen, our first team all-performer.
He's a first-team all-whacker. Yes, he is.
Stay with us. We'll recap what we've been talking about this morning at 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
3, 2, 1.
This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LaCombe.
SEC Commissioner Greg Sankey, as he kicked off and the SEC kicked off their football media day, said that he is not happy whatsoever with what's going on in terms of the Protect College Sports Act. He has had conversations. The conversations about them tearing away from the rest of college athletics is real.
You know, college football, it's ironic that they're against the Save College Football Act. They don't want to be governed. I mean, that's what I keep hearing. The SEC, the Big Ten, they're the ones that keep dragging their feet. Everybody else wants to get this done, but because they feel like they are better than everybody else, they should get a better deal.
I really can't stand this guy. I really, there are certain people out there that are just hell-bent on wrecking things that don't need to be wrecked.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, this is Aaron with Greenify Energy Savers, and I want to extend the incredible offer exclusively for KSL Sports Zone listeners that I recently introduced live on air with DJ and PK. For a limited time, when you purchase a new solar system for your home or business, Greenify will give you a Tesla Powerwall 3 backup battery free. That's right, you'll receive the battery at no cost. You simply pay for the installation. Already have solar but don't have a backup battery? Give us a call. We're also offering unbeatable pricing on battery add-on installations. And here's even more good news. Thanks to the partnerships we've built over the past 14 years in business, we can offer a 25% upfront discount on your entire project. Call us for the details. Every homeowner can qualify. Call Greenify Energy Savers today for your free no-obligation solar and battery quote at 801-948-4464. That's 801-948-4464. Or visit greenifyenergysavers.com to claim your free Tesla Powerwall 3 with your qualifying solar installation. That's greenifyenergysavers.com.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Your coffee would never get cold. Your flight would always be on time. And your mattress would always respond to you and your unique sleep needs. Sleep Number mattresses are designed to respond to your body and shift with your changing life, helping you fall asleep faster and stay asleep longer. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number. To a good life's sleep.
Hey, Doug. What is it that you do? 'Cause everybody's buying a car from you. Hey, Doug.
For over 20 years, Doug Smith is Utah's Kia leader for sales, parts, and service. Come see why today at our new location in Linden, Utah.
Hey, Doug.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tonight, the Salt Lake Bees are in Texas to play Sugarland. Tony Park's on the call at 6:30. Listen on 97.5 The Zone. Saturday night, the Bees and Sugarland will be on 1280 The Zone. With Tony Park's on the call at 6:30 because Real Salt Lake will be in action Saturday night in St. Louis. The match gets underway at 6:30, pregame at 5:30 on 97.5 The Zone. And Sunday, the Utah Royals are back in action hosting Portland at 5 o'clock on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
If you've tried Beehive meals, you know how easy they make dinner with their classic slow cooker meals. Now they're bringing that same convenience and flavor to summer with their flat top meals. Perfect for barbecue season. Heading to the pool, the park, or the lake? Before you go, put a slow cooker meal like Bang Bang chicken or barbecue pork in before you leave. And come home to dinner done. Or fire up the griddle with favorites like carne asada, chicken fajitas, and pineapple barbecue chicken. Order today at beehivemeals.com.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Craving something sweet? We do ice cream right. Come in and try one of our shakes, freezes, or an ice cream cone, and you'll see why we say JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Slacker Radio headlines are brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary. Call them at 1-855-Trajan1. 1-855-Trajan1. You spell Trajan, Trajan. Or you can visit them at their website, TrajanWealth.com. All right, talked a lot of college football today. Weber starting their season 4 weeks from today. It seems like it gets you here fast, but as a player, Riley, how long is the month of August?
Dude, it's so long. And I think it's actually, it probably feels longer to the players. My son was asking me about the 1900s when I played football.
The 1900s. Sounds a long time ago.
He gives me so much gas. He's like, dude, what do you know about football, Dad? You played in the 1900s.
The 1900s.
Anyway, we were talking about how long, like how many, with John L. Smith, this is kind of a funny story. John L. Smith, fall of 1997, we went 22 days in a row of two-a-days. 22 days in a row. We didn't take one day off. And after the first Sunday, Wonga Damuni works up at Utah State right now. He went in with a couple other guys to coach. He's like, Coach, can we maybe just take Sundays off? Maybe some of us could go to church. And John L. Smith goes, hey, God loves football too. That was his answer. So we went 22 days in a row of two-a-days. So we were, practicing 8 to 10 in the morning. And then, they didn't have a lot of appreciation for water and breaks and all that kind of stuff.
Especially back then.
And then it'd be like 3 to 5 in the afternoon, like in the full heat.
Oh, yeah.
Like the full heat. And then John L. always had it. He always had it in his mind that we should condition in the middle of practice instead of the end because then it teaches you how to play tired. Yeah. So we would go through half a practice and he's like, all right, line it up. 10, 18 100s. That's what we're running today. And then he always got some guy counting down. Only 17 more to go, guys. We got this. I'm like, shut up. I'm just running. I'm not even counting. I'm just running. But I do think that, it's only 4 weeks away, and I think it's a little bit longer for the modern-day player because I can't tell you how boring meetings get when you can only go once a day. Because they do keep them there and go through film and meetings all day, and all that kind of stuff. So it's like, I almost think that would be longer.
As opposed to out there practicing.
Yeah, I'd rather be out there
looking at your watch.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and probably for these guys, getting away from their phone for
I was going to say
3 hours.
Yeah, the phone is right there. You pick it up and away you go.
So it's a long time. It'll feel like nothing for us because I don't know how you feel about it as a 60-year-old, but man, the older I get, time just speeds by. Like a summer when I was in high school felt like it was a year and a half long. And now it feels like it goes in 2 weeks. Oh, the summer's over?
Mm-hmm.
Why does that happen?
August 1st tomorrow.
I don't understand that.
When I was a beat writer here locally and at other places, the first 10 days of August were fun. And in those days, you can go the entire time, the practice.
Just sit in the practice.
Yeah, and you can get a feel for what's going on, and you hear stuff. You got to know, you had to know what was acceptable to report on. And I understand things are closed these days because you got all this other media that didn't exist back then, and it's just easier rather than trying to keep a hold of it and track of it, just to shut it down. And then when you find 5 programs shut it down, well, the 6th is, we got to shut it down too. And so away you go. So I would think now as a beat writer, that's got to be torturous. I thought that I enjoyed it in the beginning because there was a lot of stories. But then when you got 2 weeks in, it's like, can we get to a game? Right. I mean, you've seen everything that you need to see.
The players feel the same way, though.
Right. And the positions, they talk about a quarterback battle. They know. After 2 weeks, they know.
Oh, totally no.
Yeah.
And it doesn't. I don't even think it takes 2 weeks.
Right. I'm going to
I
extreme.
think it takes a week.
Yeah.
And that's if you really if you go into the quarterback competition and you really don't have an idea. Like you're like,
Which
man,
I think
these
that
guys
is
are
rare anyway.
I do too. That's what I'm saying. So, but even when you're like, oh man, these guys are pretty. I gotta find out. After a week. I think you know after a week.
Right.
Now, when you go into it and it's like, I think this one's a little bit better, you'll confirm that within 3 days. Now, you might not tell you might tell the media like, oh, we don't know,
right.
And you want to keep the second. Nowadays, you got to keep the second string quarterback happy so he doesn't leave.
Yeah, understood. Right, and I think also too, you want the team to see it. Because then it becomes an easy decision once you announce it.
That might be the most observant thing that you've said the whole week.
I would say my whole life.
Maybe.
Outside of you're an idiot.
I'm not kidding you. Like there is some real truth to I don't want to use that analogy. But
go to another one.
Well, I'm trying to think of another one. But you don't. If you give a team long enough, they know. They know, and actually, the second string guy knows.
Well, he's part of the team, yeah.
Well, yeah, it makes it pretty obvious to him, even I didn't win that.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
I do. I know exactly what. So
I think that's totally true because that can give you some credibility as a coach too. Like, yeah, we're doing this, but you need to see what we see.
Yeah. Right. And then
now the coaches may pick it up faster than the team.
I think they usually do.
But the team is also pretty quick and astute at picking out who the best quarterback is.
Yeah.
You know what used to happen to me? This is how I knew I was in the running. Receivers would start trading places. The good receivers were like, "No, get back."
Oh, so they jump in. Yeah.
I want to be with Riley because I don't want to waste a rep on.
Somebody's not going to play.
Third string guy, fourth string guy.
Yeah.
Then that's almost how I knew every time I was going to win the job. It's like the main guys would start subbing in ahead. I'm like, oh, okay, things are going well.
I think they knew going into camp last year that it was going to be Bear. And they anticipated that it was going. Maybe they didn't know, but they anticipated. And as long as they threw stuff at him and he picked it up, he was going to be the guy.
I don't think it took long for them to know.
Right.
Unfortunately, I think BYU was hoping that battle would have been closer, and it wasn't close.
Well, it turned out okay.
No, I mean as far as the battle between McKay and Bear.
Right, but it still turned out okay.
No, it turned out fine. I think they wanted it to be more close. I think they were hoping that maybe they could call it even and start McKay for 3-4 games and let Bear learn and then move Bear into the starting. But it turned out just fine. But I think they were surprised when it wasn't close.
Okay. But yeah, that gives you confidence for Hillstead in Logan.
Yeah, I think, dude, he's a competitor. He's a competitor, and he's put a lot of work into his craft. I don't know exactly what happened at BYU. I liked him when he played at Utah State before. I thought he came in and did some good things. Now, the problem with McKay, and it's always going to be the criticism, he's probably sick and tired of hearing it. It's the same thing that you said about Dampier earlier. It's got to stay healthy.
Mm-hmm.
It's got to stay healthy.
Yeah.
And he didn't at Utah State. He had a bad wheel. He had a bad ankle. He had a bad ankle in high school.
Uh-huh.
You know?
Yeah.
So he's got to stay healthy. But he's a competitor. I mean, if I were to compare him to former quarterbacks in the past, he reminds me a lot.
Nelson?
Yeah. A lot like him.
Tough guy.
Yeah. Wants to win you can't believe.
Maybe not the highest skilled guy, but whatever he's got, he's giving you.
Yes.
You got no worries about that.
That's the exact comp to me.
Yeah. Okay. I can see that. Yeah.
Riley, I'll tell you this. Anybody can judge Riley for what he was. He's the best high school quarterback I've ever seen.
Ooh.
The most polished, The only guy that might have taken that over recently is Jackson Dart. I mean, Jackson Dart's like statistics were video game numbers. It was like 67 touchdowns and 3 picks. I mean, it was. But Riley Nelson, I think the hard part about recruiting a guy like Riley Nelson nowadays is like, okay, so has he already reached his ceiling? Like, is that as good as he can get? Whereas maybe there's other quarterbacks that weren't nearly as good as him in high school that you can see a lot of upside on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I think that was. I honestly think Riley had the best touch, the most unbelievable high school career I'd ever seen. He was unbelievable in high school. With Coach Favero, they just named the field at Logan High off of after Coach Favero, who also had the Washington State quarterback. What's his name? Out of Logan High.
Oh, Falk?
Yeah, Luke Falk.
Yeah.
I mean, he coached so many good quarterbacks up there. But Riley, man, when I watched, I was like, dude, this guy has command of the game. He knows where the ball's going. He gets it out on time. He was the best. In high school, he was the best athlete on the field. But he knew when to use his feet and when he really had to do like a 3-step drop and just drill it in there. I mean, he was phenomenal in high school.
As they tend to be.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to play Division I football and you're a quarterback, when the college coach shows up to the field and he sees 4 plays, he needs to know you're the best player on the field right now.
And I think you usually do that.
Yeah, no, I mean, if you want, that's what I'm saying. If you're a true Division I quarterback, when you show up and you watch a player and you're watching a quarterback, you're like, oh yeah, this guy has the swagger. He has the chutzpah. He had, like, you can just tell that he can play Division I
So Dart
football.
going to blow up this year?
I think he is. I think he is. He's got to stay healthy, though. And I don't think it's his mentality. I don't think he can stop himself from running. He's got a little bit of Baker Mayfield in him that way, where he just tries to run people over a little bit, and it's just too much. And Gruden warned him about it when he did that little like quarterback. He's like, dude, you gotta protect yourself. And everybody's telling him that, and I just don't. I think
he can.
I don't think it's in his DNA.
But it will be.
If you knew his dad, Brandon, like it's just not in their DNA.
Yeah.
They are full bore all the time.
Right, but he didn't play NFL football where guys on the other side are trying to take your head off.
Brandon would have if he hadn't got hurt 6 times at the University of Utah.
Sure, but he wouldn't have been a quarterback. And he wouldn't have had 11 guys trying to knock him out.
Right.
And so I think Dart will have enough sense to know this is in my best interest. It goes against...
He's a stubborn sucker, dude, and that's what makes him so great.
But he'd have to be dumb. And I don't think he is. It's in his best interest. It's not in his inclination and first preference, but sometimes you have to do things that aren't what you want to do, but it's the right thing to do. And I think that's where he's going to come to his senses and see, this is what I have to do in order for the team to win. And I don't think that he's going to look at it any other way. He's going to realize this must be done. Now, if the situation calls for it, so be it.
Right.
But if there's a way out...
He's got to be smart enough to do that. He just has to. I heard Phil Simms talking about him the other day, and they were asking, like, do you think he's going to... And he goes, everything that I said about Jackson Dart coming out of college, I was wrong.
In what way?
Because he was real critical.
Really?
He didn't think he had a big arm. He didn't think he was that great of a runner. And then he went through all the reasons why he was wrong. He goes, way more accurate than I thought he was going to be. He goes, he is a super accurate quarterback. And he goes, interestingly, he's a way better runner in the pros than he was at Ole Miss, right? And he went through all these reasons, and I'm like, well, Phil, it's because in the NFL they play man-to-man. If you get through the first rung of defensive line, there's nobody there. You're going to run better.
Okay.
You're going to run better. But he was very complimentary. If you talk to Eric Kerr, if you talk to Casey Sotera, who's the defense coordinator at Corner Canyon when Jackson was there,
now the head coach,
to the person, they think he's the best leader they've ever been around.
Cool.
Which bodes well for him.
Well, it does.
Because players will play hard for him.
That's the very reason why you have to play smarter. You cannot be reckless.
Yeah.
And he'll understand that. If it's his team, you must be smart and judicious and pick your spots and all that other stuff.
Can I tell?
And I believe he will.
Just a quick Jackson Dart story.
Please do.
So when he was in college, I'm on the phone with him. We're talking. I can't remember what game that he did. I can't remember the game before. He had really pulled one groin on one side earlier in the season, and he was playing with it and like really kind of just like toughing it out because he's a tough guy.
Uh-huh.
The week before Alabama, I can't remember what team they played, but he's playing against this team, and he pulls the other groin just as bad. In fact, there's tears in it, right? So when I'm talking to him, I'm like, well, where are you at? What are you doing? He's like, I'm in the cold tub. I can't even walk. I'm like, you guys have Alabama this week. What are you going to do? And he goes, what do you mean, what am I going to do? And I go, how are you going to play this week? And he goes, I'm going to do what I always do. I'm going to thug it out.
Mm-hmm.
And then he played in that game, and they were within, like, they got to fourth down. They had 4 shots at the end zone at the end to win, and they didn't win it. But I was just like, and you wouldn't have known that he had these 2 groin problems like he had. I was just like, that was really tough. He's one of the tougher people that I know, and that's why when people tell me that he's going to back it down, I'm like, man, I hope he does. I hope he does. I hope you're right. I hope he's smart enough to do it. I hope all the things that you're saying.
He will.
Man, part of me just says, dude,
that's what a leader does.
He's stubborn
yeah,
about
but that was
running.
then. This is now. His eyes will be opened, and I believe they already are opened. I just hope he wins a title, wins a Super Bowl in the next 2 years so he can go to the White House.
He'd be criticized for that.
I want him right there.
Imagine, yeah.
Front and center.
Yeah. I'm sure you do. Mostly because you'll be able to talk about it for a week of sports radio.
He would be our second Utah high school player to win a Super Bowl.
Who's the first?
Jim McMahon.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there you go. All right. We'll get you some feedback, get you set up for the next show with the coach and Scotty. Stay with us, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And it's all over almost here.
Don't go nowhere.
They've been doing it for a while.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I think the Jazz want to make the playoffs this year, and they really have no motivation for not making the playoffs this year because their draft pick goes to the Memphis Grizzlies in the Jaren Jackson Jr. trade. How motivated are the Jazz actually going to feel to maximize the win total of this roster using all the assets available to them to get there? My guess is it's actually not as high as fans would think because they don't have to do anything exactly right.
The truth is they are dedicated to it, but that doesn't mean they have to do anything about it right now.
Sure.
But no, not one person in that building, if you went up to him and said, hey, is the Bosnian Beak your answer at center? Not one of them is going to say yes.
Right. Or Jackson Hayes.
Or any of that. No, they're not.
Yeah.
So, yes, they do need to address the problem, for sure. Do they need to address it right now?
I don't think so.
Absolutely not. No, why would they?
Catch Jake and Ben, afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Thinking about replacing your windows? Choose the company that builds and installs them right here in Utah. Advanced Window Products is Utah's local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to homeowners. Nate Orchard here. At Advanced Window Products, there are no dealer fees, no middleman markups, and no extra costs to cover someone else's profit. From manufacturing to installation, every step is handled by Advanced Window Products' local team. Every window is custom built in Salt Lake City for Utah's homes and backed by one of the strongest warranties in the industry. A lifetime warranty covering labor, glass, and parts. Even better, it's fully transferable to the next homeowner. Right now, get $2,000 off when you purchase 10 or more windows. Financing is available, and Dominion Energy rebates may help you save even more. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. Or visit us at advancedwindows.com. That's 801-850-9100 or advancedwindows.com.
I'm Alonzo Mourning. At the height of my basketball career, I was diagnosed with kidney disease that was later discovered to be APOL1-mediated kidney disease, or AMKD. I am teaming up with the American Kidney Fund to share an important message with you about AMKD, which is a serious and progressive form of genetic kidney disease that may eventually lead to kidney failure.
I'm LaVarn Burton, President and CEO of the American Kidney Fund. You may not know that kidney disease can have a genetic cause. AMKD occurs in people of African ancestry, and it's important to detect it early.
I encourage you to take charge of your health. Learn about your personal risks of developing kidney disease and talk to your doctor about getting tested.
To learn more about AMKD and how to be APOL1 aware, visit kidneyfund.org/AMKD.
A message from the American Kidney Fund.
Help maintain fun at Lagoon. Join their maintenance and construction team. Now hiring full-time year-round ride maintenance technicians and HVAC technicians. Great benefits and career opportunities. Apply at lagoonpark.com/jobs. Must be 18 or older.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Ooh, oh, I was there. It's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Can you read my thoughts? I'm not sure what I said. I feel dumb and long night coming.
Okay, boys and girls, we were in for a treat just about the whole week. Now, this is true. Ryan and I go at it a lot, and we have fun. But when DJ's out, I make one call, and that's all. One call only. And actually, it's just a text, and it is to Riley because I want him in because, Riley, you are an awesome human being. I cherish our friendship. I am dead serious.
Why am I feeling uncomfortable right now?
Well, this is true. This is bro love, one who I've known you many years.
All right.
And I want you in here. You're the only guy I want in. And I always go to you first because you do great radio, and it is a blast to have you in here. I appreciate you came in for 4 days this week. DJ doesn't take a lot of time off, but when he does, I'm
here for you.
It's like Dos Equis. I'm not. I don't drink a lot, but when I do, or whatever that commercial is.
Yeah.
But
Tim Lacomb's feeling a little jilted over here, by the way.
Well, Lacombe has his own show now. I'm not going to be calling him. Hey, I got Lacombe the job. He owns me, man. I had to pull some strings on that puppy. So he was a long shot. He ends up winning it. Yeah. So with that in mind, thanks for coming in this week. It has been an absolute blast. And the very next time that DJ is out, I will hit you up again because it's always fun. And plus, too, you're so dang knowledgeable about, at this time of year, most especially with football. And you can articulate it. And you've been there. And you know how to speak it. You know how to speak the language that people can understand.
You're speaking my language right now. Stop it some more. Stop it some more.
You give me another 15 minutes to stop.
If you'll stop talking like this a half an hour from now, that'll be just enough.
So it has been a lot of fun this week. And we'll have you on. Obviously, we have you on when the season gets started, and we are just about 4 weeks away from actual game competition. And you talk about how the summer goes fast. The fastest time of year for me is the college football season. I mean, it just blows by, man. Before you know it, it's like you're halfway through, and then it's into November. And I think we're going to have a great college football season here locally. I think the teams are going to be decent. There's going to be storylines. And with Care being up at Weber, we're going to pay attention to that a little bit more.
It's like we talked yesterday. This is a football state, man. People love football in the state of Utah.
And that's exciting for me to see the advancements that these other programs have been able to make. You know, as I said, before I moved to the state, I knew about BYU because they're on television. and guys were winning awards and whatnot, and they're having big games. But to see Utah come around, and then I got to learn about Utah State and Bronco, having all these guys. I feel like I have relationships with Bronco, Kerr, Morgan, and Kalani.
Yeah?
Yeah. And, I've been in this business for a long time, obviously, and I want them all to succeed. Every one of them, all 4 of them.
It's better when
it's great for business when they win, yeah.
And I feel the same way. Like, I love it when there's more good high school football team. Like, the more good teams, the better.
Yeah.
It's just better for everyone.
Yeah. Are you going to do a high school football this year?
As far as like
some commentating?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna be doing some with DJ.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
because I know he's jumping into that now that he's over here full time.
Yeah, I'm gonna be doing some of that, and then I think my gig with you guys has always been Wednesday mornings, so I think we're doing that again.
Yeah,
and then lots of fun talking about football all year.
Yeah. All right. Well, thanks for coming in.
Okay,
appreciate it. All right, coming up next, we got Scotty and the coach Tim McComb. Stay with us, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Party time!
You have a great weekend, okay, buddy?
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter. Win big this Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This week, win tickets to see a Black Crows with special guest Whiskey Myers at Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater Thursday, August 13th. Get tickets at LiveNation.com and listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win.
Hey, this is Wick with Greenify Energy Savers. We've had some of the hottest summer temperatures on record, and our phones have been ringing off the hook with people complaining about how hot their home is. Well, the biggest culprit for this is the attic. Recently, I was in an attic that was 172 degrees. This is why your house is so hot and your AC is always running and can't keep up. At Greenify, we have a solution that really works. It's called Radiant Barrier Attic Foil. Radiant Barrier is a highly reflective foil that is stapled to the rafters in the attic. It reflects the sun's heat, which will make the attic and your home much, much cooler. Give Greenify a call today and we will brave the heat and go up in your attic and tell you how to get the cool comfort back in your home. We will also check out your insulation levels and attic ventilation, which will also help tremendously in making your home more energy efficient. And Greenify will make sure you get all the utility rebates that you're entitled to. Call us today and I won't even charge you for the visit. 801-948-4464. That's 801-948-4464, or check us out online at greenifyenergysavers.com.
Hi, this is Doug Wright, and as we move into August, I can't help but look back into July. That's where we celebrated Dee's birthday, which, by the way, is a month-long celebration. We call it the Dee Fest. We had every adult in the family there at Ruth's Chris in downtown Salt Lake City at 275 Southwest Temple, and it was just a delight. The atmosphere, the service, and of course the food. Incredible. Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. You can always count on Ruth's Chris. And then, of course, Hotel Park City is a wonderful place, especially at this time of year when it's so hot down in the valley, to head up into the mountains and enjoy that perfect meal. Let everybody else do the work. And you and your family, you and your friends, just kick back and enjoy the perfect meal. Ruth's Chris Steakhouse, 275 Southwest Temple in the heart of downtown Salt Lake City, or up in our beautiful Utah mountains at Hotel Park City. It's Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
Hey guys, 13-year NFL veteran and Super Bowl champion Jason McCourty here, and I'm an innovation ambassador at FAIR, Food Allergy and Research Education. I would say the most challenging thing as a parent of a kid who has a food allergy is probably the ignorance that I myself had in the beginning. I didn't know what anaphylactic shock was. I didn't know the dangers, let alone the things that she needed to be able to have a normal life. When you go to drop your kid off, and every single time in the beginning, we'd have to go through everything she was allergic to. Preparation is everything. And me, for playing football for 13 years, it was all throughout the course of the week. It's getting ready for game day. When you're on the field, you're playing for your fans. At home, you're playing for your family. My playbook, read labels, keep it allergy friendly, and have an epinephrine nasal spray as a backup plan. Because when my family's safe from food allergens, that's the real victory. Visit foodallergy.org to learn more.
They've been doing it for a while.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I think the Jazz want to make the playoffs this year, and they really have no motivation for not making the playoffs this year because their draft pick goes to the Memphis Grizzlies in the Jaren Jackson Jr. trade. How motivated are the Jazz actually going to feel to maximize the win total of this roster using all the assets available to them to get there? My guess is it's actually not as high as fans would think because they don't have to do anything exactly right.
The truth is they are dedicated to it, but that doesn't mean they have to do anything about it right now.
Sure.
But no, not one person in that building, if you went up to them and said, hey, is the Bosnian Beak your answer at center? Not one of them is going to say yes.
Right. Or Jackson Hayes.
Or any of that. No, they're not.
Yeah.
So, yes, they do need to address the problem, for sure. Do they need to address it right now?
I don't think so.
Absolutely not. No, why would they?
Catch Jake and Ben, afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, it's 10 a.m. and this is Utah's best sports radio.
Say my name.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LeCaux, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, folks, let's get it. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard, Tim LeCaux. Happy Friday. We have made it. The week is nearly over. I'm going to tell you what I tell a lot of people on Friday. Do what our salespeople do. Just take the day off. No, I'm just joking. I'm joking. I like our guys. But no, look, if you're out and about today, it's a Friday. You know what? You had a short weekend long weekend last weekend, so maybe you're a little down a little bit. This is what you do. You go to your boss and say, hey, look, I got a couple sales calls I got to make in Utah County today. I'm going to be down there. So I'm going to be down there most of the day. He's like, all right, go get them. You're like, all right. And then you go get in your car, you drive a little bit, find a theater that isn't necessarily the most popular theater out there, maybe one a little under the radar. And then you go grab yourself a big popcorn, grab yourself a soda, go watch a movie by yourself. Maybe go grab a little lunch, maybe go to the driving range a little you time, and have me and Coach on in the background. That's all we're asking.
And if you want to take, that's like the local option. If you want to take a little bit more of an extended trip today, there is a incredible ribbon of road that heads due west. And if you hit that thing, you are in for a great time. There's a little town called Wendover.
Yes,
if you're lucky, there's a fun bus that maybe can get you back at the end of the workday.
That's awesome. I had so whenever we were working for the Jazz, this is an infamous Jazz story. If our good friend Jeremy Castro's out there listening, he'll remember this. So when we were working for the Jazz, and of course it was with the Millers, and then the Millers had the Megaplex theaters under their umbrella. Well, part of the sales guys would have a budget to go sell the pre-roll, the ads that ran before the previews or during the previews and things like that. So they had a big client that was there with them that wanted to go, and they wanted to go take them to an early movie, not necessarily watch the movie, but to show what their ads look like before the movie. So they get there. It's probably like 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And this is a big time client. I can't remember who it was, but guy spending tons of money with the Miller family. And they walk in the theater and to see. And so all the bosses are there. You got Jeremy Castro, Chris Baum. I think Randy Rigby was there. Like we had the elite of the elite at the time. And they all walk in to the theater. With this client to be able to show them what their ad looks like. And they get in, they settle in, and all of a sudden, one of the other sales guys walks in with his popcorn and drink, walking in like he was, going to go watch a movie in the middle of the day. Bosses aren't around, and he starts walking in, and they're all like, oh, hey, Bob, what are you doing here? It's like, well, I was just doing what you guys are doing, making sure my clients' spots. You don't have any Yeah, it was pretty awkward.
Got nailed right in the midst of popcorn.
Yes.
That's awkward.
It's a bad story.
Because you can't, what do you walk out with your drink and popcorn into the parking lot?
You look like that Abe Simpson GIF where you walk in and then you turn around and walk right back out.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a story that I've not shared on air. We got a bunch of these. I'm gonna work through a lot of these stories throughout the next few years.
You know what? That guy's very unlucky, because if you think of the number of theaters.
Oh yeah.
Like even in that building.
Oh yeah.
I mean, just to choose the very movie, the very theater at the very time.
That's dying, man.
That dude needs to rework his chakras.
Well, that's the thing. Like, if you're working for the LHM family, you probably, if you're going to skip work, it's probably not a good idea. Like, you want to support your businesses, but you may not want to go to a megaplex
theater. He probably had a freebie.
I guarantee that. Yeah. Oh, I guarantee that.
Why go spend money on the company when you can get paid on the company and use their money to see the movie?
You got big weekends plans? You got stuff going on?
You know what? I thought about it today. There's something about Friday. Every single day of the week, you try to live that day, but you're very aware of those days stacked up behind. And, this week it was Thursday. Got to be in Provo for the golf thing at 8 o'clock. And so that's in the back of my mind. But as I was driving down 4th West today, that's kind of my little way. I roll state. Roll state from Murray to 9th, and then over down to 4th, and then 4th to the parking garage. But as I was rolling down 4th today and kind of approaching Delta Center, I thought, there is no feeling like the weekend. Because, you may have some plans, but they're all good plans.
Yes.
So the things stacked up behind you, unless there's like a family gathering or something, which is fine. But I don't know. I just like the freedom of knowing it's open.
Yes.
And I can kind of make some choices.
Yeah.
I was thinking of coming downtown tonight and having dinner maybe or something.
There you go. Grab a bite. Bring the wife down.
Yard work tomorrow. You've got me in that vein. Saturday morning yard work. The first thing I do.
I don't think you appreciate it as much as I do.
No, I don't. But I don't know. Maybe it's reps, right? It's
like anything. Get those reps in.
Get the reps. So I'm just working on reps. So I'll be in the yard tomorrow, and I'm sure we'll spend a bunch of time with kids and family.
See, that's what it's all about. All right, let's get to it. Starting lineup, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's time to kick off the show with the biggest headlines of the day. This is your starting lineup on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Well, it didn't take long. I thought you'd enjoy this. As a man that was knee deep on both sides of the BYU-Utah rivalry, it did not take long for Kyle Whittingham to get step in it a little bit with Michigan and Ohio State fans. Both fans getting after him a little bit. So Kyle Whittingham at Big Ten Media Days was asked about the rivalry between Michigan and Ohio State, and was asked, hey, look, what are your thoughts on being in this storied rivalry where people hate each other? It gets really ugly. And he says, quote, I just think a rivalry can be intense and emotional without the hatred factor. I don't think there's any place for that personally. I think Buckeyes coach Ryan Day is a good person. To sit here and say I hate Ryan Day, I'd be making crap up because that's not true. So that's what he said on paper. Here's his actual voice saying this.
I don't know what that dynamic was. I know that I thought Ryan was a pretty good guy when I met with him, or not met with him, but interacted with him in the Rose Bowl. And based on what, again, Urban has told me about him, I just think that a rivalry can be intense and emotional without the hatred factor of it. I don't think there's any place for that personally. I think Ryan Day's a good person, and to sit here and say I hate Ryan Day, I'd be making crap up, because that's not true.
So, yeah, Kyle Whittingham says that, and then all Michigan fans lose their mind and say, oh, this is why we hire Michigan people. This is why we hire Michigan guys, because they don't understand. They just don't understand what it's like. In fact, I'm just looking at some of the responses on Twitter. and these are just fanboys out there. This is a high-key, fireable offense. I didn't like this hire to begin with. And then you go through, y'all picked the wrong guy. This coming from an Ohio State fan. Then he goes, everything this guy recently cuts into his legacy. This is ridiculous. And then he said, and then another one goes, bleep this guy. Come on now. You need to get what you need to get with what it's about being here at Michigan. So that's just a,
just a sampling of the feedback.
Here's another one. He goes, that's cute. Also helps explain why he was a good coach at Utah, not a great one. He's only there to stabilize the program, not win titles. He doesn't have it in him. So he's doing a couple things here. First off, he's saying, look, Ryan Day's a good guy. I like Ryan Day. And then he keeps pulling the Urban card. You got to pull back on the Urban card, Kyle. Urban is not liked in Ann Arbor. I know you guys are tight. I know you're BFFs. You can't go around saying to Michigan fans when you haven't coached a game yet, hey, look, if you win 11 games next year, you can probably talk about how much you like Urban and how much you guys are tight. Right now, before you've coached a game yet, you probably ought to keep your mouth shut.
So I'm going to take the other side of this one, not argumentative, but I kind of see, in my mind, if Kyle, his legacy here and what he did, it was different. It was a different feel than when Mac was there. And I think because Kyle played in the rivalry, Kyle played in the blue, and I can speak to that. When you are a fan of one school growing up or something, you end up in that other color. That's where some of that toxic stuff comes from. And, Kyle, in my mind, did he handle the rivalry all that great? Probably not.
No.
Over the years here, to get to the point where you don't even say the other school's name. There is some questions about that. But in my mind, Kyle's at Michigan, and he doesn't need it, right? He got a very nice check to leave Utah.
Yes.
He got paid great while he's been here. And in my mind, if this is Kyle trying to correct something in the past, which maybe that's what it is. Maybe it was that thing got way too heated with me involved in it, and maybe I played a part in it. But what's hard is everybody else is still on the inside of that rivalry. He's coming from the outside. And so that's raising the antennas of all these people. It is probably the biggest rivalry in college football.
I'd say so.
I mean, historically, through the years, that's a very, very big one. Obviously, Auburn, Alabama, Texas, Oklahoma. But I think Michigan, Ohio State's probably the biggest. And so coming into that from the outside, I'm with you. You got to probably temper your words. I did hear him say that Urban would be invited to any practice all year long except for during 1 week.
Yes.
So he's certainly not he's kind of flying with Urban out there a little bit. And I guess at the end of the day, he has so much confidence in what he does. This is his swan song, so more power to him in doing it the way he wants to do it.
Just you know what? You guys can run me out. That's fine. I still got my money. I don't have to have this job.
Because I think all these people, the minute they see this team play, the physicality they play with, I don't know how great they're going to be this year because their personnel. We talk about it how do you forecast college football with transfer portal anyway?
You can't. Honestly, you can't.
Because what the talent is. You kind of have an idea from what they've done. But coming into a new team, the timing, the execution, the chemistry, the cohesion, all of those things that nobody talks about are pretty important. So if Kyle's got that culture the way he wants it or close to it, he'll win people over when they get out there on the field.
Oh, yeah. I'm not worried about that. I just think it's funny that, and I do think there's a certain level of recompense here because I don't know if Kyle truly, I think he understands that he threw a little gasoline on the fire.
I do too.
And he did. He absolutely did. He took that thing very, very seriously. And in fact, we had Norm Chow on once, and Norm mentioned the only time Kyle got after him when he was the OC. That 1 year he was at the OC at Utah. The only time Kyle got after him is when he called off the Dogs when they were up 52-3, or that one where they went to Provo and really roughed up BYU.
Jake Heap's game.
Yeah. And Norm tried to pull back the reins, and Kyle goes, "No." He's like that Star guy from Star Wars, like more. Like, yeah. So
if I remember right, that game started with a bad snap touchdown and then a fumble recovery touchdown.
Yeah.
It was like 14-0 in the first couple minutes.
Yeah, it was an ugly one.
Bunch of recruits there. That was
oh, yeah?
Yeah. That was rough. We had to find something to do in the second half. Go bowling or something, because this isn't exactly the way we want to show. See that score up 42-3? Yeah, that's not us.
So honestly, that's, Kyle probably gets that, and he goes, okay, that probably wasn't great for business, so I'm going to come in and I'm going to take a different approach on this thing. The problem is that you think Utah and BYU fans hate each other, Ohio State and Michigan fans, it's another level of hatred.
Like Urban's a Satan to those people.
Yes.
Right? He's like a devil figure. And the irony, I guess, in all of it is this all, I would say the person that actually started the fire was Urban.
Oh, yeah.
Because when Urban got here, yes, it went from, what it was, to Team Down South, BYU logo in the urinals, countdown clock to that game, all those things that he basically brought from that rivalry over there to here. And then Kyle just kind of played along, took over, kept the team down south, would not acknowledge them very much at all, or their players or anything. So, yeah, in my mind, maybe it's a little bit of a, like you said, it's an acknowledgement to, I'm at least not going to be the one that's throwing gas on this thing.
Well, and there was a little bit of a weird vibe between he and Bronco. Like that wasn't a cohesive combination there.
Those are two Utah County kids with a ton of pride.
Yes. And so that didn't go over particularly well. And then when Kalani took over at BYU, I think it kind of dropped back down a little bit, but because it had already been ramped up so far, you can't actually walk back a rivalry. Now I think it's getting walked back a little bit, and I think BYU and Utah fans both aren't overly thrilled about how Kalani and Morgan are extremely close and tight as friends and family members. I think these guys are probably hanging out, for dinner every now and then during the summer, during the off season. So I know that that's something that probably isn't overly enjoyed, but it is. It's the reality, and I think you'll see when this game gets played under Morgan Scally and Kalani Sitake that you will see much less fuel getting thrown on the fire from the teams. Now, the fans will always have it. There's nothing you can do to calm that down. But from the players and from the coaches, I think you're going to see it get tampered down. And I don't know. I mean, I think it's probably good. I think it's gotten a little toxic. I don't want to complain too much because, frankly, that's how I've made my living over the last 20 years. Is a lot of that is based on that BYU-Utah rivalry.
Yeah, and,
So God bless all of you. Thank you.
Yeah, keep it up. No, I think the most important thing that needs to reside in both rivalry spots, if it's going to have some semblance of health, is respect. I mean, you want to beat these guys. I mean, Kalani knows what it means when you play Utah. Morgan, he knows it, but he's going to know it more. That it basically is just a crater in the middle of the whatever season you're in. That it's just sitting there waiting for you, and you got to deal with it at a certain point. But when Morgan gets in that game, like those two guys will go at each other. But I don't think it will be a situation if one team's up big that they'll be pouring it on. I really don't. You've got to keep scoring. You got to keep playing because of the way things are set up. But that respect will be the difference.
Okay. You don't have to tell me a team. You don't have to tell me if it was Utah or New Mexico or anybody. But were there ever a point in a game where the team had gotten on your nerves a little bit and you start putting it on them a little bit and you're like, hey, Dave, let's keep the foot on the gas? Again, don't need to tell me name, don't need to tell me year, any of that. But did that ever happen where you as a coaching staff were like, you know what, it'd be really fun just to go
lay it on them? Yeah, you know what? I think more than anything, we got to that point, and I think calmer heads took over because the last thing you want to do is be that guy.
Yeah, I mean, you're a big don't burn bridges guy.
Right, but it's also you got Tyler Haws, who's leading your team in scoring. You basically have him show up every night and it's 20, easy 20. He's going to get to the line. He was so efficient. So, if you leave him out there in those minutes and he's pouring it on and comes down and wrecks his knee or an ankle, you'll never, like everybody else may forgive you at a certain point, you never will. So in my mind, at the end of games when we had a lead, I was always the guy saying, let's get him out. Let's get him out. Let's get him out. Because I'm always thinking, hey, we got to play San Diego State tomorrow.
Yeah.
Or, in 2 days or whoever. First of all, let's make sure we're healthy. Second of all, they're a thing in basketball.
Yeah.
So as much as I probably would want to do that to certain teams, the risk is not, worth the reward of walking off and saying, boy, we really laid it on them tonight. Okay, let's get ready for the next, a win's a win, a loss is a loss. And if you play well, bury your guys on the bench and get your guys out there and let's get this thing over with.
You're a better man than I am too, because I would be like, and I've seen coaches do it. Like I've seen, look, and that's a great thing about all these coaches at Utah State. I can reference in general terms, and people will never guess who it is because I've worked with like 8 different coaches down there. But I've seen a coach where he got ticked off and he's like, we're going. I want to beat you by 40. I want to beat you by 50. I want to put a 50 burger between you and I. Like I've seen it. I don't necessarily agree with it, but I can also understand the petty and vindictiveness to it too.
I will say, I guess if there was one instance, it probably had to do with a team down in Vegas, because we had a hard time beating those guys in Vegas.
Yeah.
In fact, I'm trying to think about it. I think I personally at BYU in Vegas as part of the Mountain West, I think we won 1 game down there. I mean, it was brutal for us for whatever reason, but we would come up here and we would roll those guys.
Yeah.
So I do remember one of the first, I think it was the first year I was there. I think we beat them like 90-something to 50-something, And Dave Rice was on our staff, and he wasn't a huge fan of what UNLV decided to do with things.
Oh, I'm sure.
Kind of departure from the family stuff. So we laid it on lawn pretty good a couple times up here.
Yeah.
But never to the point where I was too worried about guys getting, hurt in those minutes.
1025, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Coming up a little bit later on in the program, we continue to get you ready for the start of the college football season. Also, we got, is it Mitch joining us a little bit later on in the show? So we'll chat with Mitch Harper coming up at 11:05. And we got a little bit more planned for you coming down the pipeline as well. We're working on a usual Friday guest who we kind of give him a little bit of a break during the summer, but we might try to catch up with our guy Bowler, see if he'll hop on with us. It's all straight ahead, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
They've been doing it for a while.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I think the Jazz want to make the playoffs this year, and they really have no motivation for not making the playoffs this year because their draft pick goes to the Memphis Grizzlies in the Jaren Jackson Jr. trade. How motivated are the Jazz actually going to feel to maximize the win total of this roster using all the assets available to them to get there? My guess is it's actually not as high as fans would think because they don't have to do anything exactly right.
The truth is they are dedicated to it. But that doesn't mean they have to do anything about it right now.
Sure.
But no, not one person in that building, if you went up to them and said, hey, is the Bosnian Beak your answer at center? Not one of them is going to say yes.
Right. Or Jackson Hayes.
Or any of that. No, they're not.
Yeah.
So, yes, they do need to address the problem, for sure. Do they need to address it right now?
I don't think so.
Absolutely not. No, why would they?
Catch Jake and Ben, afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 25% upfront bonus? And are they promising you up to 9% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They aren't. That's up to $25,000 upfront or up to $9,000 per year on $100,000, guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. DBA in most states has Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
If you've tried Beehive meals, you know how easy they make dinner with their classic slow cooker meals. Now they're bringing that same convenience and flavor to summer with their flat top meals. Perfect for barbecue season. Heading to the pool, the park, or the lake? Before you go, put a slow cooker meal like Bang Bang chicken or barbecue pork in before you leave. And come home to dinner done. Or fire up the griddle with favorites like carne asada, chicken fajitas, and pineapple barbecue chicken. Order today at beehivemeals.com.
Thinking about replacing your windows? Choose the company that builds and installs them right here in Utah. Advanced Window Products is Utah's local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to homeowners. Nate Orchard here. At Advanced Window Products, there are no dealer fees, no middleman markups, and no extra costs to cover someone else's profit. From manufacturing to installation, every step is handled by Advanced Window Products' local team. Every window is custom built in Salt Lake City for Utah's homes and backed by one of the strongest warranties in the industry, a lifetime warranty covering labor, glass, and parts. Even better, it's fully transferable to the next homeowner. Right now, get $2,000 off when you purchase 10 or more windows. Financing is available, and Dominion Energy rebates may help you save even more. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100, or visit us at advancedwindows.com. That's 801-850-9100 or advancedwindows.com.
It's been a real journey since 2014 when I first had my injury. I realized that my home was just not working for me and that it was time to ask for help. Homes for Our Troops is really giving me my life back. The shower allows me to go in and turn around with my chair, pull down storage racks, automated door systems, hours of my morning given back to me. Adaptive sports are a huge part of my life, a huge part of my healing journey as well. Homes for Our Troops helped with making sure that I had a home gym so that I can continue to train. This past year, I was able to host Thanksgiving in my home. And it was the first time I was able to have my whole family in one place and I was able to contribute to the meal. There are a lot more veterans in need, and Homes for Our Troops is going to be there to help them too.
Homes for Our Troops builds and donates specially adapted custom homes nationwide for severely injured post 9/11 veterans and enables them to rebuild their lives. Join our mission at hfotusa.org.
Visit Serenoni's Summer Warehouse Sale, Saturday, August 8th, 11 a.m. until 6 p.m. at Bountiful High School. Save up to 70% off luxury blankets, baby gifts, and more. Celebrate 20 years of comfort with Serenoni.
The Jazz, the Mammoth, and the Utes, Cougars, and Aggies. When it comes to sports in Utah, we've got you covered. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LeCaux, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Used to be silent, I feel hollow.
By the way, we just got word. Craig Bullerjack, 12:05. That's right. The man, the myth, the legend, Craig Bullerjack.
I was a highwayman.
God, man, I love Buller.
Me
Buller's
too.
good. And Buller, we were ever so close to getting Buller to the barbecue, and he just couldn't quite make it work.
It was his loss.
It was his loss.
Because the company, the people there were incredible. The atmosphere, I mean, you typically pay to go into gardens like that.
Stop it.
And then the food. You wanted the trifecta? That's what we had that night.
Yeah, that was solid. That was solid.
Only thing that was bad about it is you looked like a zombie. Because you'd been working for 30 hours straight.
Oh, man. There was a lot.
You took the day off here to work over there.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Then I said to you, I walked up, I was like, dude, why are you wearing a hoodie? And he's like, I put it on last night and I haven't changed. And I'm like, what? Are you pulling an all-nighter?
That was 1,000% the truth. Because I was barbecuing all night and then getting the yard ready. And, I've always been like, this is, by the way, a really horrible thing to say and a really horrible way to think. And I got to shut this off a little bit. But, like, my dad always had this adage, like, people are going to judge you by how your yard looks. And I'm like, obviously
Wisdom from Richard.
Obviously that's not true. That's nobody should be judging you by based how your yard looks.
Do you?
What's that? No, I don't.
That's why I'm worried about having you come to my house.
Because I know how hard it is. And especially, when you move into a place like we moved into a place in Tooele that was just a train wreck. And the place that I moved into in Bountiful, there's a lot of work that needed to be done. And so we're still, trying to rein that yard back in. And so I know how hard it is, especially when you come into it, you don't have a chance to sod it and do it the way you want. But man, sometimes when people come over to my place, I hear Big Richard in my head going, they're going to judge you by how your yard looks.
Well, if that's the case, then man, we judged you as quite a yard guy.
Yeah. We need to do round number 2, maybe a little bit smaller.
Smaller?
Yeah.
But invite the one guy we forgot.
Bowler.
No, the other dude in the back. Remember, one guy didn't get the invite?
Oh yeah. I felt bad about that
No,
one.
we'll double down and give him double the amount.
No, that's for sure.
I'm just glad I wasn't forgotten.
Well, no, it wasn't like I thought I had my list and I put out a massive email. And yes, there was one guy that we didn't get on the invite list. And I feel sick about that. So, sorry.
Well, I was just glad there was more food for me.
There you go.
I saw Al. Al had his plate was heaped that night.
As it should be.
He went to
work. I
work.
sent Al home with a lot of food, too.
Oh, it was so great. It was such great food.
Oh, it's good stuff. All right, as we get ready for college football, BYU, Utah, we had the BYU golf media extravaganza tournament yesterday, which, by the way, was won. Now, this is great because you got to take some credit. I, for some reason, got to take some credit because the foursome that was supposed to play was from the zone was Patrick Kinahan, Tim Lacombe, Scott Gerard, Jake Scott. Well, Jake wasn't able to make it down there. I wasn't able to make it down in the morning. I got there at 10 a.m. or a little bit before to do the show. And you went out but were only able to play 7 holes before the round started. So PK was the only one to play all 18, but he did have Jackie.
Jackie, yeah.
And Jackie was there, his wife, who is a absolute crazy good golfer. And so PK and Jackie, and then you, and then when you got done, Jake Hatch hopped on with him. And sure enough, the combination of all those people won the BYU Media Golf Tournament. But the great thing was, apparently at lunch, when they announced the winning team, they announced Patrick Kinahan, Scott Gerard, Tim Lacombe, Jake Scott, winners.
All right, and there were some angry people. Like, there was some friendly fire even amongst KSL folks, I'll say.
Oh, really?
Saying, hey, I'm sure I said, hey, what I can attest to, boys, okay, is I came off the hole after 7, and we were 5 under. That's what I can tell you, legit. And the good thing about a 3-person scramble,
you get the extra shot.
You get that extra shot. And if I was the one taking them, that would be a problem. But you mentioned it, between PK and Jackie, we've got proficient golfers, people that play all the time. I will say I knocked it to 3 feet on a pretty difficult par 3, and of course couldn't make the putt, but PK rolled it in. It was a little bender, and so I was a part of it. Yeah, it was fun. I won a blanket, a Minky blanket, our friends at Minky, and that will be in my man cave.
There you go. And I tried to come away with some of the prizes, but I didn't feel quite comfortable taking them since I didn't actually swing a club yesterday.
What I saw you as was the captain, much like the Ryder Cup. You put us in a position to win. You assembled the crew. When Jake couldn't come, you deftly called PK and said, I think is Jackie ready? I mean, could she handle the rigor? Yes, she can. We actually are playing 9 holes after with Gordon Monson, but we could do that. because PK and Jackie played 27 yesterday.
27 holes.
And PK had an ice pack. I don't know if you noticed.
I did.
On his back when he was sitting here.
I thought maybe he'd like packed a breakfast or something, but no, that was for his back.
And I said, "Why is your back hurt?" And I was the one that carried you.
Ew. For 7 holes.
But so when Jake Hatch took over, I do understand. I mean, he drives the ball.
Yeah, dude can bomb it.
He can bomb it. And so they played the old bomb and pitch game, and they were actually eagled 2 par 5s.
Woo!
So, I mean, that's how you do it. You got to eagle those par 5s. So I think came in at 57, and it makes me so happy. We beat Dave McCann and Blaine Fowler and those guys. They were 60.
Because those guys golf a lot, too.
And talk about it.
A lot. All right, so there you go. So there was something in the air, but now we got camp starting next week. You and I are going to be in Logan on Tuesday for Utah State's Media Day. BYU's going to kick things off next week. Utah's going to kick things off next week. And expectations are high for Utah and BYU. I mean, I look at and we talked about the BYU expectations. I think if you're a Utah fan right now, there's a lot of like what ifs or yeah buts if you are about University of Utah. It's like, well, they've got Devin Dampier, yeah, but what about the offensive line? Or yeah, but what about the defensive line? Or yeah, but what about the coaching staff? Like there's all these yeah buts with the University of Utah. I think you take those and you throw them away because I think you've got a good offensive line. I think you've got good coaching. And the reason I like the coaching, and I've talked about this all summer long, not only do you have an NFL incredible Hall of Fame worthy offensive lineman in Jordan Gross as your coach, but even if he isn't quite up to speed on how to coach the collegiate level, you have Alex Gerke. And if nobody knows who Alex Gerke is, he's been around the state forever. He's part of that Ron McBride tree. He's been with Gary Anderson. That dude knows offensive line play inside and out. So while Jordan Gross gets up to speed, you've got one of the best out there in Alex Gerke coaching him up on how to be a coach as well as coaching up this young offensive line. Is there going to be some hiccups? Sure. Are they going to be as good as they were last year? Probably not right out of the gate, but I think they have a chance to be just as good. And I think they've got some experience along that offensive line. They were able to plug in a little bit last year. I think they'll be okay offensive line. And when you've got a quarterback like Devin Dampier, you've got running backs in place, I think that Utah will be okay. I love the wide receiver core at Utah.
Thanks for not saying room.
I know, right?
Appreciate that.
I got you. I only do that during interviews.
I hear him all the time now.
When I try to slip him in
I know
there.
you give me the side eye.
Yeah, you can tell I do it on purpose.
Oh, you give me side eye.
But Braden Pagan is going to be a great addition to that offensive line. They are sneaky good, sneaky athletic along that or against that wide receiver group. I think Devin Dampier will. This is the best group of receivers he's ever thrown to in his career.
Yeah, I mean, if you could actually just take a couple of those receivers and give them to BYU, it would kind of even things out because they are loaded in that spot. Simmons, Merriweather. I've heard great things about Pagan. Hunter Andrews at tight end, somebody you trust, you can throw the ball to. He's a caveman. I mean, come on. So easy a caveman can do it. And then you mentioned their ability to run the ball, whether it be from the quarterback spot or, Wayshawn Parker coming off a great year. And I would say there's got to be a different feeling. Witt he loved big yards, but if you fumbled the football, you were sitting. And if you had ball security issues or dropped it, there were trust things. And I just think from a confidence standpoint, I think going in with a new OC, a new head coach who has a little bit different view of things, not different in the fact that physicality will reign supreme, but the way you use physicality is one of the first questions I asked Morgan at Big 12. Are you, in my mind, even Mac, when Mac was here last week, he talked about Kevin McGibbon. What did he say about him? Brilliant, but what does he like to do?
Oh, he likes to, he loves to throw the ball.
He loves to throw the ball.
Yeah.
So, again, I feel like just liking to throw the ball a little bit could have probably aided Utah through the last number of years in certain games, big games. And so if they have a more healthy mix and keep the defense off balance, not walk up to the line and the line load up because It's Utah, and on first down, they're going to give that thing right up the gut. I mean, think about the numbers of series you've watched Utah play over the last 20 years and how they've started. And I do believe there'll be a little bit more leaning into a semblance of let's keep them off, the defense off of us, and use misdirection. And we've already talked about Bird Ficklin coming in, and defensive coordinators having to scout him in different packages they've shown, and then speculate. Like, what if he's in the wide receiver spot and emotions? And so all the different things they can do with him. I just think that it all comes down to me to that offensive line on the offensive side. And I'm hearing good things, but until you get out there, you don't know. The schedule definitely helps them because you start a bunch of guys you can road grade, and you, A, get confidence, B, it's not, it's a conducive learning environment where you're having success while you're doing it. And if you screw something up, it's easy to rectify. You're not playing in one of those just crazy games right out of the gate. And really, we've talked about it. In my mind, if that offensive line's up to snuff, they'll be 6-0 to start the season.
I think that's the expectation, too. I actually think Utah may get off to a better start than BYU, just based on the schedule. BYU may end up having the better year, but I think we might hit the midway point of the football season and start thinking to ourselves, like, is Utah the better team here? Because, look, they're 5-0 and BYU's 4-1 or whatever the case might be. And I think the schedules will even out and Utah will come back down to earth. But I think it's absolutely vital for Utah to be 6-0 to start the season, because then you can carry that momentum into the second half. You got to stack wins as much as you can, because that schedule catches up with you with the back end of that schedule.
No, it does. And we've talked about it. Those two games for BYU that sit there, one, they get at home with Arizona, but it's going to be a fight. And Fafita's he's the real deal.
Yep.
And he can beat you. That guy can beat you. So they're going to go through that. And then obviously we've talked a bunch about TCU and the fact that they're probably going to throw the ball a bunch this year. And so those two tests kind of stand in BYU's road of being also 6-0, going into that big game against the Golden Domers.
Can't wait. Let's get it going, folks. The season is nearly here. It's Utah and BYU set to kick things off. All right. Coming up next, what you may have missed, and then Mitch Harper will join us coming up at 11:05. It's all right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Should BYU and Notre Dame be playing football every single year? An annual matchup.
Yeah, if they have this opportunity, build something new and see if it sticks. So if you have a chance to get Notre Dame, sign on.
I would assume that Brett Yormark would be in Santiago's ears and do it. How can I help you do it? It's just going to elevate the league's profile.
I don't think we appreciate the level of improvement and status BYU football program is right now. This is a team that has won double digits here 2 years in a row at the Power 4 level. It's something that has never been done. And you can argue that this is the best that the program's ever been.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We talked a little bit about how to spend your weekend, and if you want to get away a little bit, well, how about you just head south? And you drive past Provo, you drive past Spanish Fork, you go to Nephi, you take exit 222, and you're going to see this beautiful barn-looking building. It's massive. It's beautiful. You walk in, and you're going to have a grill to your left, the Bar Dub Grill. To your right is the Bar W Steakhouse. Get there now, folks, and enjoy some of the best beef on the planet.
We just got done talking about Utah and BYU, and bottom line in football, you want to figure out who your best players are, put them on the team. In your kitchen, the same rule applies. Quality. You want the best beef on the grill, and that's Bar W Beef. Quality beef raised right here in Utah, which is a big piece. They love the traceability. When you eat this beef, you know it came right here from our state, and it's the kind of stuff you put on the table when you're tired of settling for average. BarWBeef.com.
BarWBeef.com. Get there now. You can have it shipped to your house. Remember, the same steak that they're going to serve to you in their incredible steakhouse is the same that they will ship to you. If you want that ribeye at the steakhouse, great. If you want to cook that same ribeye at your house, you can do that as well. BarWBeef.com. Any order over $150 gets shipped to your house for free. Bar Dub Grill, Bar W Steakhouse, and BarWBeef.com.
Right now, JCW's has 15 bus and billboards depicting our delicious, mouthwatering hamburgers across I-15. We've also just learned that I-15 averages 15 fender benders a day. Probably a coincidence, but just in case, keep your eyes on the road. Here's what our burgers sound like. Now with your hands at 10 and 2, safely turn into one of our 5 locations in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it.
Tim Daly Mazda Southtown has as low as 0% financing on almost our full lineup of 2026 models, including 2026 Mazda CX-50s, Mazda 3 hatchbacks, and even our PHEV models. That's right, as low as 0% on your favorite new Mazda during the More to Move You sales event, happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. 0% excludes Mazda Miata and Mazda CX-5 models. APR for well-qualified buyers. OAC, 72 months at $13.89 per month per 1,000 financed with 0 down. Not available with any other offer. See dealer for complete details.
I don't think anybody ever expects to hear that their child has cancer. It's always one of those things that happens to somebody else. But it definitely feels like your soul is sucked out of your body when they tell you that it's your baby. I knew that St. Jude was a children's hospital. I knew that no one ever received a bill from St. Jude, but I in no way understood how amazingly and completely they take care of their patients and their families. When we first got here, Hunter was in an incredible amount of pain, and St. Jude gave him the most superb care. Childhood cancer is devastating, but childhood cancer is beatable with St. Jude. To any of the donors, I would say bless you and thank you, because without the donors, St. Jude wouldn't be here.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
Your favorite road trip snack, but make it spicy. New fiery cheese curds from the Creamery are here. Stop in or order online. $1 from every bag will be donated to support wildfire relief efforts.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaComb. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard alongside the coach, Tim LaComb. Hey, I said last week the SEC Media Day was kind of the gift that keeps on giving. The Big Ten has not been far behind. Kurt Cignetti flexing a little bit, and for good reason. His team just won a national championship, and whoever thought in our lifetime, Coach, we'd say Indiana is the college football national champion.
If you would have told me that, not in our lifetime, but you told me that 6 years ago,
yeah,
I'd have laughed you off the friggin' dais.
I remember going to calling a game. Utah State, it was in the middle of COVID, and it was that NCAA tournament when everybody was in Indianapolis or areas around it. And Utah State was playing Mac McClung and Texas Tech in Bloomington. And I remember driving up to the arena, Assembly Hall, one of the, hallmarks of college basketball in the United States. And here's this beautiful arena. And then I walk out and I see this football stadium. I'm like, man, what a dump that place is. No wonder they sunk all their money into basketball. That thing looks like it's about to be condemned. Well, guess what? They shift their money. They put a lot of money into football, and now they're national champions. As Kurt Cignetti, well, let's just say after all this SEC versus Big Ten talk, he's got some thoughts.
The Big Ten is the best league in football, and a lot of really good football teams. It's hard to win on the road. Very physical football teams, very well coached. It definitely prepares you for the playoffs. There's no doubt about it. The numbers speak for themselves. I mean, we don't run a hype machine up here in the Midwest. We believe everything's earned, not given. And when we fall short, we say we fell short. We don't cry a river, whine, and complain. All right? And that's why we're the best.
That is why you're the best. I love that. I'm actually more of a Big Ten guy than an SEC guy.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, I'm with you on that.
We don't hype things in the Midwest. Signetti, in 3 years at Indiana, has won 27 games. And I'm just looking like Tom Allen was there for 7 years. He won 33 games.
Yeah.
Kevin Wilson was there 6 years, won 26. Bill Lynch, 4 years, 19 wins. And then 2005, 2006, Terry Hopner was there for 2 years. He won 9 games. So one of these things is not like the other. The winning percentage, 32, 22, 39, 38, 36, 40. And now, Mr. Signetti, 93% win percentage.
I called a game that when he was at James Madison, and they came into Logan, played Utah State. Crazy game. In fact, I highly suggest if anybody at Utah State wants to get a vibe for what they're getting with McKay Hillstead, watch that game because you see every part of McKay Hillstead's game in that one. But in that game, James I'm watching and I see just how fundamentally sound they are, and I'm like, this guy can flat out coach. This dude can get it done, and. When everybody knew he was going somewhere. Like, he's not staying put. That dude's going to go get himself a Power 5 job or a Power 4 job. And when it ends up being Indiana, I'm like, dude, you can do better than this. Hold out for something better. What are you doing? You're going to the Siberia of college football. Why would you go to Indiana? And but he said, I'm going to go here. We're going to win. He had the infamous Google me line in his press conference. And sure enough, dude has brought a national championship to Bloomington, Indiana in college football because, yes, that makes sense. But again, as much as we bag on the current landscape of college football, that's what this can bring
given
you.
us, right. And I do like the aspect that it's livened up a lot of places. I mean, Texas Tech had never been a champion of any league. So there is some good stuff to it, and that's why if we could just get the guardrails, and I don't think we're going to get them. I think that thing's going to go by the wayside. I think the stakes are too high, and those two conferences have way too much say at this point, and so I think it's going to go by the wayside. But you have to go back, to your point, to make, when Indiana might have been relevant. You have to go back to 1896. And the illustrious Madison G. Gonterman was the head coach.
Okay.
The Gonterman era just followed the Osgood era.
Okay, yeah.
But in his 2 years, they won 78% of his games. And that is the best they have ever done until now. So this guy has basically come in and he's Urban Meyered Indiana.
Oh, yeah. No, and by the way, there's a lot of similarities between him and Urban. Very meticulous, detail-oriented, little prickly on the outside, certainly ego-driven. That dude is not hurting for ego one bit. But I also think you kind of have to. I had a conversation with Mike Sanford Jr. He's does radio in Denver. He's the head coach of Valor Christian, the football team down there. He's been around college football forever. And he talked about how hard it is. And you coached for one of the very, very few people that can win and also be a good guy. Like it's not as common as you'd like. And like either you're going to be a good guy and be a mediocre coach, or you're going to be a bad guy and win. But very rarely do those two things come together in terms of good guy and winning. And Dave Rose was one of those guys. There are some out there. Kalani Sitake's that guy. Kyle Whittingham's that guy. Bronco Mendenhall is that guy. But there's a lot of guys that Nick Saban, not a good guy. He's not a good dude. Kurt Signetti, not a good dude. Like, you go down the list. There's a lot of good coaches that aren't particularly, and when I say not a good dude, I don't mean like breaking the law or
breaking the law.
Or, I'm just talking about like not the most personable, loving person out there. And honestly, Curt Cignetti, not a good dude.
Think of the bosses you've had. And it's those guys, like the Cignetti guy, they're the type that when you go to sleep at night, you wake up in the middle of the night to check your phone to make sure that they haven't sent you some inane request in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
I mean, the lengths that these guys go to basically make your life miserable so their life isn't. You could write books about it. But I think if you look at, there's a video out there on YouTube about, if you've ever seen it, it's the XY axis graph of, a woman's personality and her looks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it's basically, that you want, that somebody that's really, you can appreciate their looks, but at the same time, they're not going to A, cost you a fortune, and B, drive you to the funny farm. And there's a real scale there. It's the hot crazy scale, they call it. And in coaching, it's the same type of thing. You want to be able to get the best coach you can to work for that's going places, but at the same time, you don't want to deal with all that stuff.
Yeah.
It was interesting talking down at the event. A perfect example of this. I talked to the SID for basketball at BYU, and we just started talking. And I'm like, "Hey, how's KY?" And without even, oh man, it's like night and day from Pope. Pope's one of those guys. He's not comfortable if everybody's comfortable. He has to dictate your comfortability. So there may be a practice or a staff meeting called in 1 a.m. That happens with Mark. And he just says Kevin just focuses on ball. He's not into all that other stuff, not into drama, not trying to put slogans out there. He's just coaching ball. And when I go to bed at night, I don't have to worry about my phone beeping in the middle of the night and have to have a 40-page thing ready for him the next morning. Because that's the type of guy you're getting into. And it's personality. Not saying one's good, one's bad. It goes to control, right? Which is something I think we all battle.
Yeah.
But when you're in that spot, you don't know how you're going to react. I could never tell you how it would be as a head coach because I never moved down to the end of the bench. But I can tell you a little bit about it, and those guys carry a lot of weight. And so part of it, for some of those guys who are very detailed, very controlled, yeah, they can make life miserable for everybody around them.
Hey, win big this Wednesday. It is another Win Ticket Wednesday coming up next Wednesday. We got 2 tickets to the Black Crows with special guest Whiskey Myers at Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater Thursday, August 13th. Tickets on sale now at livenation.com. Get your tickets there. You can also listen all day on Wednesday for your chance to win. Mitch Harper, Cougar Insider, KSLSports.com, joins us next right here on The Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use, now what?
I had a friend that went to My Computer Career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Need your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Hey, Doug, what is it that you do? 'Cause everybody's buying a car from you. Hey, Doug.
Doug Smith Subaru is a proud recipient of the 2026 Subaru Love Promise Heart Award. Come find out why at Doug Smith Subaru in American Fork.
Hey, Doug.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
When you need them, your local volunteer fire department routinely answers the call. Whether it be a fire, traffic accident, or a cat stuck in a tree, there is always someone there for you. However, because of declines in memberships, departments are becoming understaffed and struggling. Here's how you can help your neighbors and your community. No matter what skills you may possess, you can make a difference. Your local volunteer fire department desperately needs your help. Can you direct traffic, install a smoke alarm, help at fundraisers? Your community needs you. You don't have to fight fire to be a volunteer. Will you make that difference? Will you answer the call? Brought to you by the National Volunteer Firefighter Recruitment Center, a program service of the Volunteer Firefighter Alliance. For more information on how you can help and make a difference, visit www.nvfrc.org. That's www.nvfrc.org.
Visit Serenoni's Summer Warehouse Sale, Saturday, August 8th, 11 a.m. until 6 p.m. at Bountiful High School. Save up to 70% off luxury blankets, baby gifts, and more. Celebrate 20 years of comfort with Serenoni.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The best sports radio in Utah is right here, right here. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCombe, on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
In the dark, I like to read his mind.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard, the coach, Tim LaCombe. Hey, hope you're having a great Friday. Hopefully, maybe you're able to sneak out to the golf course a little bit. Mitch, I saw you in the, by the way, Mitch Harper, KSLSports.com, joining us now, Cougar Insider. So, Mitch, I saw you in a golf cart, but it looked like you were packing around a camera, not necessarily clubs. Were you able to play a little bit?
Oh, yeah. Played the full round.
Okay, good.
And our foursome did pretty good. So we were finished third, 12 under, and PK's group got the top honors. But yeah, it was a good time on the course. It was a lot of fun.
So I know a lot of people are looking at PK and wondering, okay, you guys kind of, because there's a little bit of moral flexibility when it comes to scrambles sometimes. If I were on that team, there would be some questions about that score. I fully admit that. You know, I'll fudge some numbers here and there. PK is actually a stickler for the rules. So that 15 under, that's legit.
And his wife was the good ad. She was the value ad. I was out there for 7 holes. We were 5 under. Jake Hatch went out, started bombing drives. They eagled 2 holes. But, I walked away with a blanket, Mitch. You can't beat that.
Yeah, that's awesome. And I think in this scramble, it was nice to have the 2-putt rule, because that kind of helped us on those par 5s. If you get it on, right away, and then you take care of business with an eagle, that's what helped us too. We had 2 eagles, but yeah, it was fun. I'm glad it wasn't a scramble where everyone in the foursomes tee shots at some point had to be accounted for, because a lot of my tee shots weren't the best, but hit and miss there. But all of my group, it was good. So we had a lot of fun, and it was a good day to get ready for the upcoming BYU football season.
Yeah, and it was fun talking to some coaches a little bit, because you can tell they were smiling, having a good time. But there's also, when you're working in the corporate world and everybody calls the Sunday scaries, because you're like, oh, I got to go to work tomorrow. I got to do this, and these TPS reports are due. I'm not saying that the football coaching staff have the Sunday scaries, but you can tell it's like, all right, this is fun, and guess what? Our lives are about to get turned upside down starting here in the next couple of days. It's in the air. There is that anticipation, is there not?
No question. I think years past, when they had this golf media day event at the end of June, there was a little bit more excitement, because that marked the turn to a vacation time for the coaches, where this was the end of vacationing and getting back to work. And I mean, they've already been at work, but now it's really full systems go, and they're going to be off and running. So, and this is a season with a lot of expectations, and I think these coaches are not shying away from those high expectations, and rightfully so. It's a really talented roster, and can they get a few bounces to go their way as they've had the past few years, and continue to operate at a high level defensively, and take that next step with Bear Bachmeier and this offense? A lot of questions still, but it's a really good football team that should be, one that's in the national conversation for a lot of this season if they stay healthy.
What day does camp start, Mitch?
Wednesday. So
Wednesday of next week.
Wednesday's the first day of camp.
Perfect. So you've been doing this for a long time, and there's nothing like, getting going again. But from your assessment, I know you probably know this as well as anybody, what's the one thing about this BYU team that you're most curious to see?
I do want to see how the defense, how it's maybe structured, how it's operating. I think they say things like multiple defense, and they can be that. They can have an odd front. They can have an even front. They got the personnel. They feel confident they can throw a lot of different looks at these teams, but maybe get some little bit of a glimpse of what this is going to look like defensively and how it operates, and see kind of the key personnel in those spots. But this is a really talented defense. I think the strength of it is definitely that linebacker position, with first-year defensive coordinator Kelly Papinga. Just kind of seeing how he operates. Will he be up on the balcony at the student-athlete building, forecasting maybe being in the box potentially? What's his approach to that? Jay Hill, the last 2 years, was in the box before he was on the field. K-Pop's been up there in that box. Is he going to be there too? Things like that, maybe just kind of how this is all going to operate, and maybe how Kelly Papinga is going to put his own flair on this defense. I think that's a big question that I have going into next week.
So the one thing that I know a lot of people are curious about is the wide receivers. But I want to talk a little bit more. We love LJ Martin. Certainly, he's going to be a hell of a player this year. Big 10 or Big 12 offensive player of the year caliber again. But work me through a little bit of the depth behind him at running back.
Yeah, right now it's another question, and RB2 would be assumed Sione Moa, and Sione Moa the last 2 years has dealt with injuries. Last year he had compartment syndrome, and he even told me that he probably, when he came back for the Big 12 championship game, it was a little bit too soon. But he did go through spring ball, and he's expected to be ready to go this season. He looks like the Sione Moa that we remembered in that Kansas State game a couple years ago when he had his breakout performance as a true freshman. So he would be the assumed RB2. A top contender that I think is a really interesting player is true freshman Devon Eka from Lehigh High School. 5'11", 190 pounds. Physically, he looks like he could compete at the collegiate level right away. How much of the playbook and is that going to be a whirlwind for him? Whereas his high school teammate at the wide receiver position, Legend Glasgow, he noted that, or Bear Bachmeier noted that Legend Glasgow knows this playbook. And it seems like that's a big thing when it comes to these freshmen, especially on a team that, they got high expectations. It's a veteran group. Everyone at the top end of the roster knows their assignments. They know the schemes. They're not going to be slowing down for a freshman to derail their potential goals, which are pretty lofty this year. But I think Devon Eka is a really interesting player. And then you've also got, Logan Payne from Weber High School, Preston Rex as well. But it's thin. And that's a big question after LJ Martin, because if he goes down, I just think that alters the season quite a bit and the outlook of what this team can be. And LJ has dealt with injuries in each of his 3 seasons at BYU. Last year, he played in all the games except for the bowl, but he was kind of gut checking it at the end there with that shoulder and playing through some pain. But if he can stay healthy, I think he'll be excellent. But that running back depth, it's a question. They need some players to emerge coming out of camp.
So I've been watching BYU pretty closely since like 1978. I think it's one of my first memories of going to games down there. So it's been a long time. And BYU is BYU when they have a quarterback. You know what I mean? When they've got a guy out there who everybody kind of has faith in, believes in. For years, the backup quarterback for BYU was the most popular guy on campus. Yeah. But I think Bear's got this thing pretty locked down. Tell me what you're looking for him to take the next step in his progression this year.
I'm curious to see more of his arm strength. Zach Wilson and Jaron Hall were so good under Aaron Roderick at, getting those chunk yardage plays. BYU was an excellent offense last year at kind of methodical drives. They could have, double-digit plays and kill the clock, and that was a great skill, and I think it's still going to be something that's part of the identity of BYU's offense, so they can run the football and wear you down for a methodical drive, but get some more chunk yardage through the air. And they've got some tight ends that can make that happen as well. I know there's questions at wide receiver. Roger Saliapaga, he could be like a wide receiver with how athletic he is coming over from the University of Oregon. But, seeing more Bears arm strength, because I think he's done a lot of good things when it comes to the off the field, the leadership qualities. Sometimes you'd maybe see, a quarterback after a big year, maybe it gets to their head and they kind of lose themselves and their personality changes. I think Bears still remained the same, even though he's, occasionally doing some concerts now. Maybe that's a little bit more of a star profile, but he's still kind of the same guy that kind of quiet guy that is remained the same. And I think this locker room's really bought into Bear Bachmeier. So I think that the off the field intangibles, he's done a really good job. It's now just kind of continuing to progress as, a passer. And can he maybe turn himself into maybe a guy that looks like an NFL prospect potentially? Because the stats were great last year, but it was an offense that was at times limited. Now the offense, as he put it, it's been unleashed. And what does that do for him and the autonomy that he gets at the line of scrimmage? I think I'm really curious to see that jump he makes, but with that arm strength in particular, I think that's going to be something I'm watching for quite a bit.
So you always hate to talk about stories like this, but just kind of work me through the process with Ephraim Asiata and what he'll have to go through and what he'll need to do to get back out on the field, if at all.
Yeah, Ephraim Asiata with his DUI arrest this month, it's in the hands of the university. I asked Kalani Sitake yesterday at the golf event, and Kalani didn't really give much of an answer. That's kind of out of his hands. So, and the statement that BYU gave was the university side. Kalani did kind of mention like a road to getting back. He kind of hinted at that. I'd look at, in the past, in the Kalani era, when former other players that have had, arrest or DUI, it was a year suspension And so I look at that as being kind of the thought that that's where it would be. But could he come back? Absolutely. I mean, I think that's in the cards. And, but the portal and everything, and with 5-5, eligibility doesn't slow down now. You can't just look at this as a redshirt year. This absorbs a year of eligibility if that was the case. So, but to expect him to be playing, even before this, he was probably viewed as a guy that was maybe in that third unit, maybe second string at best. But hopefully, it can be a positive ending. But yeah, it's a difficult situation to, have a DUI and just to have to deal with that. And because again, those are difficult stories. But in the past, Kalani has created opportunities and the school to get that player back if they want to do that.
So assuming that he won't be a part of the team, at least for the foreseeable future, you mentioned running in that second, third group. How does that alter the two deep?
I don't think it alters much, really. You look at that linebacker unit, Kedu Luave and Isaiah Glasker are going to lead the way with that group. But they've got a talented freshman in Braxton Lindsay from the state of Arkansas, who was a star in spring ball. He's going to be one to watch this year. There's a lot of excitement about him and being that outside backer, edge rusher type. He'll be someone to keep an eye on. Jake Clifton, an inside backer from Kansas State. And then Sialia Sarah returns too at linebacker. He's been dealing with injuries. He's fully healthy now, good to go this season. Then you still got Ace Kafusi. It is a talented linebacker unit. I think it's the strength of this BYU team, particularly on the defensive side. I don't think they skip a beat, to be quite honest, because Ephraim only played 3 games last year. Most of it was at the early part of the year. He was dealing with an injury last season. They've kind of already experienced life without Ephraim in the mix. But it's unfortunate because he was last year at this time in fall camp. Kelly Papinga, who was the defensive ends coach at the time, and Asiata was in that defensive end room. K-Pop even noted he was one of the most productive defensive ends at the time. So the talent's always been there. There's been some physical, like adding weight's been a problem for Ephraim Asiata on the field. And he just hasn't played much. And then injuries, and now this. It's just another hurdle in his path to, one day maybe playing football actually on the field for BYU or wherever it may be in the future.
One of the things we talked to a bunch of national people, and they really, most of them have BYU 1 or 2 in the Big 12. But I think one of the big questions is the receiving core and what what is available there. I know when you look at last year and Bears' year, he had Chase Roberts, Carson Ryan, Cody Hagan, Landon Kingston, all those guys gone. So one guy that I saw in high school that I'm a big fan of is Legend Glasker. Just the types of catches he made makes me kind of think he'll be ready. But give me some other names to look for on the receiving core outside of, we know about JoJo, but some other guys that may register here.
Yeah, I think Glasker's going to play. I would say he's going to start. He has to because, he was really good in spring, even when Cody Hagan was in spring ball, and Hagan was still recovering from the injury with his right knee. He had a knee brace on in spring. But Glasker was running with the ones at times and looking really good. I would be kind of surprised if he doesn't start. He's got the opportunity in front of him, and sometimes you hit a freshman wall and maybe you don't, reach that early potential, and maybe at some point it gets tough. But I think Glasker, to your point, he's a playmaker, and I think that's going to show itself this season. I think some other guys, Kyler Casper from Oregon, 6'6" wide receiver. He's interesting. He's just dealt with multiple injuries that, I'm curious to see if that athleticism that made him once a top 100 recruit, 4-star prospect, if that's still there. Just hasn't had any production at all at the collegiate level, but he was a highly productive player in spring ball and getting rave reviews from coaches. I think the wild cards in this wide receiver room that have the potential to really climb the depth chart is true freshman Jaron Pula and then third-year redshirt sophomore Tay Nakua. Those 2 guys, I think, have the ability to really be game changers for this wide receiver unit and really change the outlook of this group. Or they could be guys that just don't make a dent at all in the rotation. So those are the 2 names that I'm really curious to see that could really change maybe the ceiling and the outlook of this team, and maybe give them some real difference makers at receiver. But, there's going to be a lot of expectation on JoJo Phillips. I think he's going to be the assumed wide receiver 1 going into camp. That was where it stood going out of spring ball. I would expect nothing's changed on that front. He's been getting some high praise from his teammates and coaches heading into this season. But I think Pula and Naku are two guys that I want to see maybe take a big leap to really kind of alter maybe the depth and just the entire outlook of this group.
So I was talking to somebody on the defensive coaching staff a few days ago, and he mentioned, look, there's a lot of guys on the defensive side getting some love. He goes, Olave is going to be a superstar. He could not stop talking about what this guy means to this defense and how, you play at Cal, sometimes you get, you get swept under the rug a little bit. You don't get the attention. He thinks he's going to be phenomenal next year at BYU.
I agree. I mean, preseason, first team all Big 12, I think he's going to be the best player on this defense. Uluwave was special in spring ball, even with a club on his hand when he was dealing with a thumb injury. He's fully healed, ready to go now. Uluwave is going to be really good, and he just plays with the speed and the violence that you just love from a linebacker. And what's exciting for BYU now with this 5-5 deal, he could have an extra year if he wanted to run it back again next year. I mean, obviously, he probably has his eyes set on the NFL, and that's his mindset, but he's got those options if in fact, this all 5-5 thing does, in fact, formally go through. So Uluwave is going to be huge for this BYU team. And again, I think he's going to be the best player on this defense this year. He is a special All-American type caliber of player. And I think the way that, Kelly Papinga being once an inside backer, now coaching those backers as well, along with his defensive coordinator responsibilities, I think he's going to do a world of good. And you think about what K-Pop's done in the past with guys like Fred Warner and Kyle Van Noy, I think, he's going to unlock something more in Kedu Uluwave this season. He's going to be a really good player for the Cougars.
So I think everybody, we've tossed around the idea of that if this team doesn't go to the college football playoff, the year's kind of a bummer. But we all know how hard that is too, and how, in some ways, sneaky stacked the Big 12 looks to be. But what if BYU were to take that next step, and they have never been in any iteration outside 84 where it was voted for? They've not made or qualified for a playoff spot in the BCS or any of that stuff. So my question to you is, how do they break through? What's going to be the difference maker for them this year if they're able to not just be a good or a great Big 12 team, but a legitimate college football playoff contender?
They have to be elite along the offensive and defensive lines. And I think the offensive line has that potential. I think the defensive line's got potential too, but I think it's still a little bit of wait and see. I think the offensive line's going to be better this year. Talking with Andrew Gentry yesterday, I think there's a lot of excitement about this group, and they noted that the summer conditioning was really taxing because they know they got high goals, even more than what they had last year, to try and aspire and reach for this team. But they got to be a lead along the lines. That's where Texas Tech really took a big step, with their program. Texas Tech always, 8-4, great at the skill positions, but pretty weak along the lines. They evaluated, and yes, they pay a lot of money, but they evaluated correctly, and they hit it out of the park. And they had, a bunch of NFL draft picks, including David Bailey, and they got even more production out of those guys than what they were before they arrived in Lubbock. So being elite in those areas is going to be huge. I think BYU's defensive line, I think back to a conversation I had with Kelly Papinga last December, again, when he was the D-ends coach and special teams coordinator. He noted that they had no interest in the portal for the 2026 season at the defensive end position because they loved the depth and the talent they had at that spot. And you see some of those young names, like a young promising guy who just came back from his mission back in April. Devoe Tuataga was a 4-star guy. He's young, but there's young promising talents like Hunter Clegg, who's an outside edge rusher, Nusi Taumoi-Peau, who was excellent in the Pop-Tarts Bowl. Guys like that, that BYU type of talent they haven't really had since they became, back in the day, an independent program for the last 15 or so years. They feel like they've got that top level of talent that can be, perennial NFL guys maybe one day if they hit their potential. So I just think if they can be elite and stay healthy on those spots on the offensive and defensive line, they're going to have a chance to break through. And I think that's what gives them the best opportunity to possibly get there. And we saw that, last season with Texas Tech, how good they were in those particular spots. And then it kind of spread throughout the rest of the teams.
If this team doesn't make the playoff, is it a disappointing season? I mean, I know injuries and there's a lot of storylines that could alter that. But if this team stays healthy, is this playoff or bust this year?
I think they've got to at least get the Big 12 championship game. I think anything less than that would be a definite disappointment. Playoff, it's just tough because, you go 11-1 in the regular season, and you would think that's going to be a home run in a Power 4 league, and you still couldn't crack that thing. And that's where you get into, you look at the strength of schedule with ESPN, that they're already putting out all 16 of the SEC teams are in the top 20 of strength of schedule for 2026. And Toe hasn't even met Leather, and they're already, the metrics love them already.
Yeah.
And so that's an uphill battle that teams like BYU and the Big 12 will have to overcome. And that's where I think back to what Bear said at Big 12 Media Days, like, we just got to be perfect. We got to be undefeated. And BYU hasn't done that since 84. So I think if they get to the Big 12 championship game and get 60 minutes away, let's see how it all plays out. But anything less than Arlington, that to me would be a disappointment for this team. But, things like the turnover margin, like BYU's been very good there last year. They were top 20 nationally. Can they continue to do that? Even though the talent is better, do they get those bounces to go their way, like against an Arizona or an Iowa State that they were fortunate to have last season that could have really swung the outlook of what last year ended up being? And can they also put the hammer down on teams too? I think it's so unreasonable to expect that from Power 4 teams to just, because that'll be the narrative. Hey, go blow them out, beat them by 14, 21 points. I don't think there's enough stock nationally given to, no matter what the conference is, beating your conference opponents, whether on the road or home, is just difficult. So if you just get a win, that's huge. But I think if BYU has opportunities to put the hammer down, they got to do it because they need a little bit of style points. We saw that last year with Utah. Even though they had 2 losses, they were a metrics darling because they were hammering teams. And if BYU can do that, I think that could help their cause to maybe create some wiggle room paired up with Notre Dame being on the schedule. That could be the margin for error maybe to get them into the playoff. But just to say playoff or bust, I just don't think BYU still with a roster resource fight dollar amount. I don't think they're in that playoff or bust conversation. Like they're not throwing down $40 million for the roster like we're hearing with many of these SEC and Big Ten teams and Texas Tech reportedly. So I don't put them in that playoff or bust conversation. But Arlington or bust, I think that's where I kind of say BYU's got to get back there.
Not bad food yesterday too. That was a good spread. You can't go wrong with that.
It's the fixture, the BYU pregame Tucano's meal, and it felt like he was mid-season form, enjoying some Tucanos and getting ready for another season of Cougar football.
I don't think BYU people realize when you go across the Big 12 and you go across, even the country, honestly, a good pregame meal for the media is a dying art, and BYU still does a very, very good job with that.
That they do. I would say BYU and Texas Tech are probably the 2 best, even in the pregame meal department. So they're leading the way in a couple areas right now in the league. But yeah, BYU does a good job, and I, it's BYU is, I think, kind of come a long way in their just whole game day environment. I think it's always interesting to me how people on the outside just say the atmosphere at BYU games is incredible. And it right now it is. It's been really good, but it wasn't always like this. I mean, Tim noted he's been following BYU football since 78. It's like, I'm sure he could point to times where it's the Skittles, no one's wearing blue, there's not much aura, there's not much environment, and now they've really made it a spectacle. And I think when you're in this era of revenue and trying to generate as much money as possible and put a sponsor on every little thing you can, BYU's finding ways and getting creative and doing a lot to really kind of change the views, the perceptions of the stadium and the program. And it even ties into the press box and the pregame meal as well. So it's always a good time covering those games.
You're probably too young to remember this, Mitch. In fact, you weren't born. But where the north end zone was, it was a grass hill. And so
a grassy knoll, if you will.
It was like a grassy knoll, yeah. And the field had a track around it. There was a fence, we couldn't go onto the field. But if you were a kid and you went to a BYU game, some big-time football games would break out over there on that hill. And that's typically where I took my games in as a kid until I, learned a little bit more about the game. So I'm sure there were Skittles, but I didn't care, man. I was out there playing ball.
No, it's come a long ways. And I think the entire state, of just football in this state has really grown a lot. I mean, you just think about the talent from the high school ranks and 2 Power 4 programs and the Pac-12 and just all these different elements of football. This is a great football state. And I think that more people nationally should, hopefully they see that more and more. And I think BYU's been a good indicator of that in recent years. But I think the ultimate showcase of the growth of the program has to come with the playoff. And if they could get those bounces to go their way, that would be quite the accomplishment for the program just to even get into that field as before it potentially expands. If they could get in that 12-team field, that would be quite impressive.
Did it crack you up, and do you think it cracks people up at BYU to see Kyle Whittingham try to tamp down a rivalry?
Yeah, that was pretty good. I mean, I just instantly thought back to last year of he wouldn't even address Bear Bachmeier, and that was the thing, and just all the stories, the lore of what you hear behind the scenes of what that BYU game meant to him. I mean, honestly, for him, he should have played up the hatred angle between Michigan and Ohio State. I can't imagine Michigan fans like that commentary. They want to get bought into the hate. They want to keep the reign over Ohio State. I know they lost last year, but they want to keep that dominance up over the Buckeyes.
Yeah, he ticked off both fan bases yesterday, his own and Ohio State's.
Unpredictable.
Yeah.
At least.
Hey, Mitch, we kept you way too long, man. Appreciate it as always. Thanks for hanging out, and we'll talk again soon.
Hey, you bet, guys. Anytime.
There he is, Mitch Harper, the best BYU Cougar insider on KSLSports.com, and you hear him all the time right here on The Zone. All right, coming up, a little good, the bad, the ugly on a Friday edition of Scotty G and the Coach, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Auburn announced a $320 million stadium renovation. Nebraska announced $600 million, and they're bonding for $350, but they raised $250 million. That is just a pile of cash.
I just wonder, in 10 years, are we going to hear, oh my gosh, this is crazy. This is the wild, wild west. This is unsustainable. It can fly now because it's relatively brand new. But as each year goes by, guys like me, they're going to say, this is a joke. What we can't keep saying is keep saying that it's unsustainable. At some point, it's going to be sustainable, and the only thing is we're going to keep saying it's unsustainable. But right now, the facts and the metrics show, as crazy as it is, it's sustainable. It's crazily sustainable.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, and a state attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN 1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
Right now, JCW's has 15 bus and billboards depicting our delicious, mouthwatering hamburgers across I-15. We've also just learned that I-15 averages 15 fender benders a day. Probably a coincidence, but just in case, keep your eyes on the road. Here's what our burgers sound like. Now with your hands at 10 and 2, safely turn into one of our 5 locations in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it.
It's DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, everybody wants a deal. Everybody wants to save some money. Guess what? It's time for a sale at J. Brooks Jewelers, isn't it?
Thanks, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh, our annual sample sale means everything in stock is 15 to 60% off. From engagement rings and wedding bands to diamond earrings, necklaces, bracelets, estate treasures, and more, you'll find incredible savings throughout our entire in-stock collection. So whether you're celebrating a special occasion or shopping for an upcoming proposal, or simply treating yourself, we'll help you find a piece that you'll love at exceptional value. With one-of-a-kind styles, timeless classics, and limited inventory, this is the best opportunity of the year to shop before your favorite pieces are gone. So visit J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh starting Saturday, July 11th for the annual sample sale and discover your next favorite piece while savings last.
J. Brooks Jewelers in Lehigh, Murray, and online at jbrooksjewelers.com.
Hey, Doug. What is it that you do? 'Cause everybody's buying a car from you. Hey, Doug.
Doug Smith Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram has been serving Utah County at 2 locations for years. Explore our wide selection of beautiful new vehicles in Spanish or American Fork.
Hey, Doug.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tonight, the Salt Lake Bees are in Texas to play Sugarland. Tony Park's on the call at 6:30. Listen on 97.5 The Zone. Saturday night, the Bees in Sugarland will be on 1280 The Zone with Tony Park's on the call at 6:30 because Real Salt Lake will be in action Saturday night in St. Louis. The match gets underway at 6:30, pregame at 5:30 on 97.5 The Zone. And Sunday, the Utah Royals are back in action hosting Portland at 5 o'clock on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
It's time to saddle up and talk about the winners and the losers. This is the good, the bad, and the ugly. Now, here's the good.
Hey, it's your good, it's your bad, it's your ugly right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Debo! Back with the 49ers. Ricky Purcell's injured right knee. Still concerned about him. So, what do the 49ers do? Well, they bring back Debo. A 1-year contract could be worth up to $7 million. So, hey, there you go. By the way, the 49ers might be the most cursed team in all of football when it comes to injuries. And now it's all extending to their head coach. I mean, he can't even stay healthy.
No. Saw a recent photograph of him in the hospital, though.
I was dying when you sent me that.
Could you guys believe that actually that got run in a newspaper?
It's unbelievable.
In the Bay Area. And if you don't know the story, there was all this stuff with politics. There was a meme of a politician who has been missing in action. And
yeah.
So there was a hospital photo taken. And so people just basically photoshopped our guy Shanahan into the picture, and I think it was the Mercury, one of the papers,
San Jose Mercury News
or the East Bay News, whatever.
Yeah.
They went ahead and pulled that picture and ran it. So you can, even they can get fooled by this AI stuff.
Man, I mean, that's what happens when, you rely. Look, I use AI a lot in my game prep and show prep and stuff like that, but AI can kick your butt sometimes. And you get a, 22-year-old, and they're like, oh, we can replace guys that have been around the business forever with this computer and this 22-year-old and pay him in white monsters, and off you go. And, yeah, sometimes you get what you pay for. And that is...
Oh, wow, we just got a picture of the coach, and his face isn't cut.
He doesn't look like he's got 40 stitches. He looks just fine.
They must be under the hairline.
Honest, and so Debo's going back to the 49ers. Victor. not only does he get his rookie max, but he also gets his contract with Nike extended too.
Absolutely. I mean,
I'm trying to find the details.
Very, very, very important to Nike to get this guy because he's the best player and will be for a while. So no surprise there. I wondered if maybe he'd go with one of these off-brand shoes, but he's sticking with the Nike brand.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, don't mess around with that. Just go with a sure thing.
Yeah, I mean, if you get to pick, I'd go with that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. With me, it'd probably. Well, I don't know. Like New Balance is no longer an old man shoe like the kids. Alex, you guys are wearing like New Balance now. When did that happen?
I don't know. It is making a comeback, and I've also noticed a lot of Skechers. Like Skechers is also making a comeback, which I thought was crazy.
I want my shoe deal with Nike, and I will promote your Air Monarchs. I can wear the Air Monarchs, and I will rock those with the best of them. The consummate lawnmower yard work shoe, the Nike Air Monarchs. I will give my own personal endorsement for those.
They have a little green tint to them.
Oh, I have a little green tint with the grass stains on them.
Yeah.
A lot of comfort.
I've got my mowing shoes that are green tint.
Those guys that have, for us that have the collapsed arches, it's great support. Come on. What dude in their 40s that doesn't love their Air Monarchs? I know Christian's a dad. He'll know soon enough. Come to the side of the Air Monarchs. You'll love them.
At least he's not, Jimmer Fredette made a choice coming out and still one that haunts him to this day. He went with Spalding.
Was it front-loaded or what?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
Okay. I know that guys used Spalding clubs and golf stuff back in the 70s, but that's about my extent of knowledge. But they made him a personal shoe. Yeah.
Okay.
But I'd probably have gone with a bigger shoe company.
Yeah, I'm sure at the height of Jimmer, he had everybody knocking down the door.
When he told me that, I did want to get up and walk out of the room. You're doing what? That's a character in Caddyshack. It's the son of Ted Knight. I want a hot dog. I want a Spalding. You'll get nothing unlike it. Well, Jimmer got nothing, and I don't know how he liked it.
All right. There's your good. Let's get to the bad.
Now the bad.
Hey, here's a shocker. We have come to Friday afternoon. Friday almost noon. It's 1 o'clock Eastern time, and that's Washington, D.C. time. And it appears that Congress is wrapping up their work this weekend and will do so without getting a bill proposed with the Save College Sports Act. Both the SEC and the Big Ten said thanks, but no thanks. We don't like what you've put in front of us. And so try again, and maybe we can do something early next week. But honestly, the clock's ticking. Nothing's going to get done here, folks.
And, we kind of called that. I think there was some excitement maybe midweek. It was kind of like a horse race. Down that stretch they come.
Yeah.
But, I think the SEC and Big Ten pulled ahead, and they won by several furlongs.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're just putting the clamps down on this bad boy and saying it's not going to happen. I'm sure they'll continue to negotiate over the weekend. I'm sure that Ted Cruz and Betsy Cantwell will continue to throw everything they can at this thing, but it just doesn't seem like it's going to happen. And if they can't get it done next week, I thought John Wilner did a good job of lining out the timeline. Then there's the month-long break, so these guys will go home for the month of August. And then at that point, it's really too late because people are in midterm mode, and college athletics is not on their radar at that point. They're about saving their jobs and saving other people's jobs and saving majorities.
So they have a schedule similar to Lloyd Cole. I mean, they work for a period of time, and then there's a good hole, and they go get their rest and relaxation. And I think that is vital. And I'm actually going to pitch it to Lloyd when he gets back.
Well, you only have a short amount of time to pitch it to Lloyd.
Well, but I can file an injunction with your power. And you know the right people.
I know you and I both had a chance to catch up with our guy Hans yesterday.
Yes.
And had a long conversation.
It's his birthday today.
Happy birthday, happy birthday, Hans. And he said, he was asking, well, what's Lloyd up to? And I'm like, this is going to shock you. he's on vacation. He's like, oh, okay. All right. It's good to know things haven't changed around there. I'm like, yep, same old, same old. We just keep ticking, and Lloyd keeps taking days.
Like, speaking of him, I can't wait just driving around in the fall listening to Rubes and Hance on the call, or then I flip over and I get Scotty, my guys, calling games all over the world.
Love it.
It's great.
It's awesome. All right, there's your bad. Finally, let's get to the ugly.
And, of course, the ugly.
Hey, could we, I said I thought that Tony Romo would be fine in the booth, but I don't know. He might be in trouble. He's been placed on leave by CBS. As of right now, J.J. Watt is expected to take his place in the short run.
Yeah, I think it's the right thing. I would imagine it'll be akin to like a two-gamer, the guy who got the illegal airline ticket from his agent that we saw this week. That was another story that came through. I think it'll probably be a couple game thing, and they'll obviously put him through some training about the seriousness of it. And I don't believe we will see Tony Romo go through something like this again. He seems like one of those guys that will learn from this.
I think he'll learn from it, but I can also see, look, J.J. Watt, these dudes are like the ultimate competitors. And once he gets his foot in the door and he's able to call some games, that dude's going to work his butt off. And that dude is going to be uber prepared. He's got good personality. And if Romo, let's just say this, if J.J. Watt comes in and just blows it up, they're not going to kick Romo to the curb, but maybe they keep J.J. Watt with Jim Nance, and then Romo goes down the food chain a little bit to the number 2 team.
I guess that's the risk you take.
Yeah.
That's why I don't ever miss. Because I know, somebody comes in here, has one great day, I could be out on my keister.
Because as Alex Napolis knows, there is a baseball player by the name of
Wally Pipp.
There you go.
He was in Shawshank Redemption. Oh, wait, you haven't seen that yet.
No, I have. I've seen Shawshank.
Okay.
Yes, I've seen Shawshank.
Have you seen Caddyshack yet?
No. I was confusing it with minor league or major league.
But have you seen Major League?
I've seen Major League. Yeah.
Okay, what do you think?
It was pretty good. It was pretty good. There were some funny scenes in there.
Oh, jeez. Oh, it's like one of my top 5 sports movies, if not top 3.
It is funny though when you go back to watch because I
is
had
it
Hank
not held
over.
up?
A lot of things. Like I'm trying to remember the movie Hank and I watched this last week. It was one of those early Disney ones, but there are a lot of. They don't keep you kind of moving like they do now.
Yeah.
And ADD is a thing. I think we are all used to instant gratification. I mean, you walk into a movie and the very first scene grabs you and then dumps you out when you're done. There's some holes in old movies. There's some lapses. There's some bathroom time.
Yeah.
There's conversations that don't necessarily mean anything.
Well, and you got a generation now, like it or not. I mean, we can get off your lawn guy, but these kids are on, Instagram. They're watching reels. Like their attention span, if you don't catch them in, 15 seconds, they're out. They're done. So, I mean, that's where you have to be now. Like you got to deliver the goods immediately, or else you're in trouble. And they're moving on to something else.
Jim, look, there's going to be a slant, Jim.
Holy cow, Jim.
The way the defender's feet are, Jim, he's going to be able to slant right here.
You look at this. The Mac. Okay, all right, I got you. All right, coming up at 12:05, 15 minutes from right now, the great Craig Bullerjack will join us. We'll chat with Buller straight ahead. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
They've been doing it for a while.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I think the Jazz want to make the playoffs this year, and they really have no motivation for not making the playoffs this year because their draft pick goes to the Memphis Grizzlies in the Jaren Jackson Jr. trade. How motivated are the Jazz actually going to feel to maximize the win total of this roster using all the assets available to them to get there? My guess is it's actually not as high as fans would think because they don't have to do anything exactly right.
The truth is they are dedicated to it. But that doesn't mean they have to do anything about it right now.
Sure.
But no, not one person in that building, if you went up to them and said, hey, is the Bosnian Beak your answer at center? Not one of them is going to say yes.
Right. Or Jackson Hayes.
Or any of that. No, they're not.
Yeah.
So, yes, they do need to address the problem, for sure. Do they need to address it right now?
I don't think so.
Absolutely not. No, why would they?
Catch Jake and Ben, afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard, the coach, Tim Lacombe. Look, the heat's still here, man. And I just got a notice on my phone that it's going to continue to get hot over the weekend. We're going to break triple digits on Saturday. And you're thinking to yourself, my AC is just cooked. Well, guess what? It's running overtime because you have bad windows. Get those windows fixed and give your AC a break.
If your house feels like it's 90 degrees in the summer and you're going to be fixing to freeze in the wintertime, your windows might be the problem. Advanced Windows just installed 20. Count them, 20 windows for me. And the difference is incredible. Better efficiency, quieter rooms, and they look fantastic. If your windows are old, drafty, or just driving you crazy, call Advanced Windows and tell them Coach sent you.
There you go. Advanced Windows, you're going to get $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. That's $2,500 off. Just call Advanced Windows. Go to advancedwindows.com.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 25% upfront bonus? And are they promising you up to 9% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They aren't. That's up to $25,000 upfront or up to $9,000 per year on $100,000, guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. DBA in most states has Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Wow, this is the time of year when the temperatures are off the chart, and it's not the time for us to go into our backyards where it is so warm, fire up the hot grill, and then slap on a steak, and then stand there and try to make it taste as good as Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. First of all, it's impossible. So why not just go to Ruth's Chris Steakhouse for the best meal you have had all summer long? The steaks cooked to perfection, other wonderful entrees as well, from seafood to poultry, you name it, the side dishes, the desserts. You don't have to do the cleanup. You don't have to stand there over the hot grill. You just sit back in that air-conditioned comfort with the people you love, and you have a dining experience that you're going to remember. Hotel Park City up in Summit County, there's a Ruth's Chris there, and downtown Salt Lake City, 275 Southwest Temple.
Every year, the America First Charitable Foundation Backpack Bonanza provides kids with the school supplies they need to learn and thrive. You can help by dropping off supplies at any America First branch or by securely contributing funds online. Together, we can make sure kids have everything they need to succeed. So please visit AmericaFirst.com to see the items we're collecting or to donate today. The America First Charitable Foundation is a 501c3 nonprofit corporation. Federal tax ID number 84-256886. Donations are tax deductible to the extent allowed by law.
Visit Serenoni's Summer Warehouse Sale, Saturday, August 8th, 11 a.m. until 6 p.m. at Bountiful High School. Save up to 70% off luxury blankets, baby gifts, and more. Celebrate 20 years of comfort with Serenoni.
Ladies and gentlemen, the biggest name.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Anyone who ever loved could look at me and know that I love you. What a heart and what a deed. Remembering.
What are we listening to here?
This is Saw You Stand by Greta Van Fleet.
Okay.
Colton, listener.
All right.
Wanted this. Colton, your wish. And we met Colton at.
Yeah.
We met Colton at the barbecue spot.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah, this is. You know what we ought
Kenny
to,
J.
On Friday we do a little, maybe a little requests and dedications. The little Casey.
Ooh, that would be kind of cool. I like that. Sports requests. to Fernando. Find a way to get to that starting spot. You know, kid, time's tough, and being a rookie, it only comes once. But just lean into your knowledge, and by week 2, you'll be the starter.
Today's long-distance dedication
goes out to...
kids don't know what it was like to listen on Sunday afternoons to Casey Kasem's Countdown.
I had him. I had Kid Craddock.
Oh, yeah?
Who did the top 100.
Shadow Stevens. Man, we're old. We're old.
And we're both now talking on the radio. Who would have thought?
Who would have thought?
Especially me.
Have you heard, Jake's got it somewhere, where the Casey Kasem meltdown, where he was doing a long-distance dedication. Somebody was talking about their dog dying, and then he was supposed to go to some pop song, and he's recording it, and they keep rolling, and he's losing his mind about how awful it is. I don't know where it's at in the system, but, Jake, it's one of Jake Scott loves playing that thing.
One of my favorite studio mishaps like that was Beano Cook.
Oh, yeah.
When he's sitting at the desk, and I can hear him! Tell him I can hear him! He's just screaming.
That's one thing I always try to be like, during the middle of a game. Alex knows this, he's produced some Utah State games. I don't know if Christian's in there, but some things get sideways. Ajay hits a wrong button, something's going wrong.
Nobody cares, Ajay.
And I'm like, okay, you know what? I'm not going to crash out here because these guys are rolling and they're going to play it back on the air. So I don't think I've had any real crash outs off the air, have I?
No.
I've never seen a crash out. But what's funny? We were talking about coaches and that crazy scale.
Yeah.
As good, as good a coach as you are, you have to be that much more crazy. In some ways.
Yeah.
I have noticed that the mindset of media members is not that far off. Like there are a lot of wacky media members.
Oh yeah. There's a lot of people wired really weird.
Really strange.
Yeah. And people that you would think are normal sometimes are very much not normal.
I mean, Alex, it floored me. He looked normal to me in the very beginning, but he is a nut. Oh, sorry, buddy.
Yeah, that's. It's an interesting situation. Like, there's people out there that'd be like, oh, I bet. Like, I always had people come up like, what's it like working with PK? I bet he's a grade A jacket. And honestly, I'm like, you know what? PK is like actually
the man,
a genuinely good human being, like a good dude. And Jackie is absolutely incredible. Like, honestly, I only say this because one of them's on vacation. If you want to know who the real problem starter is on that show, it isn't PK. Nope. I'm joking.
PK, yeah, I think it would surprise people how approachable.
Yes.
Kind.
Yep.
I talked to him a bunch during my 6-year saga of trying to get this job. And, he didn't ever tell me anything that was not true. He actually kind of kept me abreast of everything as things went along. And, man, I'm just glad it worked out for me.
Let's go. All right, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The great Craig Bowlerjack joins us next right here on The Zone.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter. Win big this Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This week, win tickets to see a Black Crows with special guest Whiskey Myers at Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater Thursday, August 13th. Get tickets at LiveNation.com and listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win.
Tim Daly Mazda Southtown has as low as 0% financing on almost our full lineup of 2026 models, including 2026 Mazda CX-50s, Mazda 3 hatchbacks, and even our PHEV models. That's right, as low as 0% on your favorite new Mazda during the More to Move You sales event, happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. 0% excludes Mazda Miata and Mazda CX-5 models. APR for well-qualified buyers. OAC, 72 months at $13.89 per month per 1,000 financed with 0 down. Not available with any other offer. See dealer for complete details.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person, facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Technology never stands still. And neither does Les Olson IT. For 70 years and counting, we've helped businesses adapt, grow, and stay secure through every change. With experienced people and smart technology solutions, we make work easier, more productive, and more secure. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Let Les be here for you.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hundreds of children are experiencing homelessness, living in a family shelter with just the bare essentials. And back-to-school shopping is a luxury they can't afford. But you can help. The Road Home Apple Tree program provides a brand new outfit, shoes that fit just right, and a backpack. Giving is easy. Donate online or shop for a child in need. Visit theroadhomeappletree.com today, because every child deserves to start school feeling like they belong.
You know what hope is? Hope is action. Carving a path forward, even when it's hard.
And kids who still know how to dream. They're the best pathfinders of all.
So at Child Fund, hope means helping millions of children living in poverty worldwide to grow up healthy, educated, skilled, and so all those good things can come true for them. Safe.
And that means safe at home, safe at school, and safe online.
Hope means walking this path together. All of us. Because when we work together, we can do so much more.
That's right. Hope includes you.
Child Fund, because we need each other.
To learn how Child Fund works with children in 23 countries to help them achieve their full potential, visit childfund.org. That's childfund.org.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The Jazz, the Mammoth, and the Utes, Cougars, and Aggies. When it comes to sports in Utah, we've got you covered. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCoe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Always going somewhere, yeah, I'm living fast, 90 miles an hour. No brakes, all gas. If I die tomorrow, don't be dressed in black. Need a couple favors instead of feeling sad. Tell my
Kicking off the 12 o'clock hour. Let's have a little lunch with Bowler, shall we? The great Craig Bowler-Jack joining us, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Bowler, how are you?
I'm good. Scotty, what do you got on the menu, guys? I mean, I'm ready to go. Let's eat.
You know, it's Friday, so you know what? Good burger, a little bacon on that burger.
Yeah.
You know, a little medium rare. I know that's not your thing, but I'll cook it a little extra for you.
Okay, just a little bit more, man. Yeah. Throw a little cheese on there and maybe a slice of avocado. That's the healthy way.
Yes. Oh, yeah, for calories, for sure.
Yeah.
And then lettuce instead of bread.
Right.
Okay, well, let's not get crazy here. Hey,
a lettuce wrap, a lettuce burger. Yeah, there we go.
You ketchup, mustard. What are you putting
You know
on that
what?
burger?
I tell you, I've always just been a mustard guy with burgers. I'm not a ketchup for fries, but not on the burger. I don't know why. Maybe again, that's the Midwest in me. I think I had a mayo overload when I was a kid. You know, I remember vividly. My mom says, "Come to lunch," and it's a mayo sandwich, man.
A mayo
sandwich?
Mayo sandwich.
Yikes.
And,
Times
maybe
were tough.
times are tough.
Yeah. I mean,
And so
I had
just would
my
say,
share.
okay, yeah, let's sit down and have a mayo sandwich with some chips. And that was it for the day. So, everybody's got a story. But mayo sandwich. I like mayo on some sandwiches, but just by itself on bread, I got to have a little turkey there,
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah.
But that's just a story that just popped up out of nowhere right there.
Hey, by the way, we missed you at the barbecue. I wish you were there.
Yeah, I love the photos, man. I tell you guys did it right, which I expected totally. In the Scotty G. Timmy, man, do you see that yard? Man, oh, man, that's a castle.
It's. I told them that if you're going to go to a place like that, most time they charge admission to walk the grounds.
Oh, yeah.
I've been to many a aviary or garden, and you won't find many nicer than the G Yard.
No. Was there security there by chance? I just was curious.
No. We gave the guards the night off.
If there was, they blended in. I didn't. They weren't. They definitely weren't standing out.
I like it. Blend in. Way to go, Scotty.
How about this though? 14 racks of ribs.
Wow.
I did 4 pork butts and 2 briskets.
Wow.
I know, right? It was impressive.
Oh man, the brisket.
Brisket
you missed out, bro.
Brisket turned out really good. I was really happy with the brisket.
I bet it did. Yeah, you are a what do you call like you're a connoisseur of smoking, barbecuing, but what is that called? You're a master?
Pitmaster.
Yeah.
Yeah. We did it
you
upright.
wear a hat and all that stuff, or a handkerchief around the neck and all?
No, but it was funny because Coach, I was wearing a hoodie, and it was 7:00 at night, and it's still 95 degrees outside, and Coach goes like, "Why are you wearing a hoodie?" And I'm like, "Because I put it on last night to start barbecue at midnight, and I've been up ever since. So I just haven't had a chance to go a different direction because, that was an all-nighter with that barbecue.
Wow.
I was fired up for it, though. You know what, though?
Man.
It's like fishing for me. It's not necessarily about the food. It's the process that's fun.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Anyway.
No, I get it. My uncle was the same way. He was a master of loved to fish, but the way that he filleted, and then he always carried, I know this sounds crazy, every time I saw him in the back of his trailer, he had a deep fryer. And so if we went fishing, then he would definitely just say, "Let's eat."
Wow.
And so he deep fried everything, but lightly. It wasn't like a cracker, but in Missouri it's crappie, bass, some bluegill, all that stuff. And he was a master and had a knife that scared the hell out of me because it was razor sharp, and it's like, wow, Uncle Carl, look at him go. But yeah, he was a master. Yeah, he was something.
He wasn't a greenskeeper, was he?
No.
Different Carl?
Different Carl.
Yeah. Okay. We made a bunch of those references today. Hey, Summer League's in the rearview mirror. I wanted to get your thoughts a little bit on what you saw because I think that there's some excitement brewing for that young man that's rocking number 22 for the Jazz.
Yeah, Darren, I thought handled the pressure, the expectations really, really well, better than I thought. At the introductory presser, then there was another one at the ZBBC. I think both you guys, were you guys there? But Big T interviewed him, and I thought, this guy is, 1 year at Kansas, obviously he was overrun with, cameras and microphones and draft night, but just thought he was just calm, cool, collected. I think, the talk about, this goes back to a year ago with Ace Bailey, the conversations of does he want to be here, but again, you have to always remember a lot of time the mouthpiece is not the player, it's representatives or an agent. And, Ace made a change. Darren Peterson, I think, cleared the air of who he is, what he wants to be, which was good for Jazz fans. And I think the Jazz obviously knew that, interviewing him before the process, the draft night. But, I tell you, that first night at the Huntsman Center, look, fans it was riled up. And it's the highest pick the Jazz have had since Griff, in 80. I mean, think about that. That's 46 years. And, he drops 28, then he comes back with 25. And I think that second night he had 10 assists. I may be wrong. I'm just thinking back of all the names I had to go through that 4-day period. But I was impressed with his ability to see the floor, adapt, and also get his teammates involved in a very short period of time. I mean, he's playing off, the cuff, right?
Yeah.
It's called the ad lib. Go out and show me your talents with not really knowing the system. With Wojciechowski, the coach at the time, and obviously he had a real quick discussion with Will on what they want to try to do, how they run the pace. And there's no Keontae playing alongside of him as well. But, I just was impressed. I like to have seen him, kind of get a few more reps in down the road. But, everyone's careful now. And the same with Ace Bailey. I like to have seen Ace be totally healthy and get some more reps as Filipowski did the year prior down in Vegas. But I get it. And I think fans understand now more than ever. It's all about the investment.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Let's just hope that this group of players that Jazz have assembled, got 75 games in them, if you know what I mean, in the sense of being consistent enough to see who they are, what they can become. If you get 70, that's 12 games out. Maybe you've got an ankle here. You're going to have that issue, but it's going to be the depth. And I think that's what the Jazz built the last 2 years, was to really decide what pieces miss, what pieces hit, and what Filipowski and Collier and Sensabaugh and Ace, how that's all going to come into play with the new additions they have. And I'm anxious to see how Jaren Jackson Jr. and Markkanen team up on that front line. The big hole to fill, I mean, Nurkic's back, but, maybe a little surprised to see Walker go on to Los Angeles. But, again, those are those are monies that are above my pay grade. But, you got the aprons and you've got draft picks that came back to the Jazz. And so the cupboard continues to be filled with options. I think that's what I've learned about the Angels, Danny and Austin, is that they don't want to be caught without any assets. And if you're going to run this a long time, those are such important things to have. Now, the Lakers with Pelinka, that's a bold move to let those picks go, but they can reload quicker because of the market they're in, right? And because of the Lakers. And they can jump over the apron if they have to. I'm not sure how new ownership may feel about that down the road, but this is a pretty big year for what the Lakers are trying to do with Luka without LeBron. But I tell you, there's a lot of storylines. I'm excited to get it going. We should get a schedule in the next couple of weeks, first 10, 12 days of August. Preseason ought to be out real soon before that.
You still there, Bowler? Uh-oh. Hello, Bowler. I think Bowler got out of his car or something like that. That sounded like a switchover.
Yes, it sounded like the Bluetooth dropped.
Yeah.
Because I could hear things shifting.
Yep.
I bet we get him back pretty quick.
Yeah. Craig Bowler, Jack, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. One of our favorite dudes on the planet, kind enough to hang out with us. And, when you look at this Jazz team and what they're capable of, and the thing with Walker Kessler is it hurts. Like, make no mistake, it hurts. But I think you bring up a really good point. It hurts next year. But is it going to, I don't know if this is something that, if you were to lock up Kessler on a 4 or 5 year contract that's paying him anywhere from $38 to $39 million, which I think the Jazz would have had to come up with to keep him, year 3, year 4, year 5 of that's going to be a problem. But yeah, I mean, Buller is back with us. Buller, the Kessler thing, I mean, it's going to hurt next year. Make no mistake. But still, I like the fact that Jazz gave themselves some flexibility and they had a walk-away number because if you get tied down on a 4 or 5 year contract at him and with an average of, 37, 38 million, that's really going to hamstring you down the line.
Yeah, and I forgot to put a quarter in the phone.
Yeah,
guys,
it's all right.
way.
Yeah, happens to the best of us.
I always like the arcade. You got to have the next one ready up there on top of it. Like, stake your claim.
Stake your claim. I tell you, I like to know behind the scenes really the decision that went down because Walker, I think it was clear that he wanted to be here, but at the same time, it is about protecting a career with length of contract, money. I think by the time you break it down, it was an extra $2.5 million. Take the taxes out and pay your agent. I mean, it's not that much, but you do what you have to do, and it is Los Angeles. And if they think there's more potential out there for endorsements, but again, he had the tough sophomore season. He had 5 games that he played prior to the shoulder surgery, so he's kind of coming off. Hasn't played in a long time, by the way, but. The what you see is we all know what he is. He's got a great left hand in the sense of blocking shots, can rebound. He was trying to impress, the Jazz in the league with his 3-point shot. Could he actually step out and be a threat? He has to improve at the free throw line, but I love the guy. He's got a great personality, great work ethic, and I wish him well. It was a big decision, as you said, Scotty, just now. How much do you think the investment is worth over that period of time? What's the longevity of marketing and Triple J together? And then how do you move on if you're saddled with $37, $35 million deals? And, those are big decisions the front office makes.
Oh, yeah.
Some make, around the league, it happens every year. Look at OKC. They're champions and runner-ups in the West this past year, but I was stunned to go Dort's gone because he was such a big part of the whole process there in Oklahoma City and just a high-level defender. But, they traded Giddey, remember, to Chicago to get Caruso. You're always tweaking, and you're never safe. I mean, I think Will Hardy's made that clear, is that to make a roster is difficult enough, but to stay on one is even more difficult. Tim, in the world of basketball, minutes, sometimes you say, okay, well, this guy can play this, and then all of a sudden those minutes are cut, and then they become disgruntled. And, players, what the Jazz want to do is make this a smooth transition into winning. They've gone through hell and back, and now it's time. Can you actually say, let's go play and be competitive and actually knock on the door of a postseason appearance, right? Because on paper, it's impressive. The one thing I still am curious about is Will Hardy's 5th year, now coaches with one mission, win.
Yeah.
And what's that rotation is going to be like? That, to me, Scotty and Tim, are the most intriguing parts about camp is how's he going to run this thing? How deep is he going to take it with players? Is it 8? Is it 9? Could it be 10? And can he run different offensive looks with speed, half court, full court, key, on the ball, off the ball with Darren Peterson? Man, it's crazy. I mean, he has so many options that the front office has given him. That, to me, is some of the most intriguing storylines for the Jazz.
So Vegas has the win total set at 35.5 for the Jazz. Last year, the win total was 24.5. Do you think the Jazz can go over that number? And if we're knocking on the playoff door, we better, I guess.
Yeah, no, I think, look, all of us try to look at it. I think we know the team very well. Fans do too. Again, on paper is dangerous because there's some pretty impressive names on that roster. But again, you've got a few new pieces, new faces. How do they adjust? Are they going to play center, the 5 spot by committee, Tim? That to me is intriguing too, right?
I think they have to, right?
Yeah. Now, I mean, it's going to have to be on given nights, and Will's going to have to make some tough decisions on who finishes, who's hot, who's not, what their opponent's size will be. Do they go small? Do they try to go big and tough and clog the paint? So again, those are all things that, come into play. But I still think they've got potential to be in on a playoff situation, whether that's a play-in. That would be a success. 17 wins 2 years ago, 22 last year. If you could jump into the early 40s, you may have a shot at the 7 spot or 8, or drop down into the play-ins. But look, I think the Jazz will probably play it safe and say, hey, it's a process, and it is. But there's a lot of players on that roster that want to win because they've all experienced the last 2 or 3 years. In fact, since COVID and the trade of Gobert and Donovan, that's a 6-year. Gosh, man, 2020.
Oh yeah,
hard to believe.
Yeah,
hard to believe. Here we are 6 years later, and the Jazz have been through a lot. They've drafted, they've developed, and now they say let's roll. And it's going to be interesting again in a very difficult Western Conference. As you know, OKC is going nowhere. San Antonio is going nowhere. You still got to deal with Jokic in Denver, and how does Houston bounce back? What are the Lakers all about post LeBron era? I mean, it's going to be, and Dallas, they're retooling. Kyrie's healthy, I guess, as far as I know, and they got a new coach. Kid's out, and so transition happens in this league all the time. How do the Jazz fit in, and what does Will Hardy do as a head coach to help them push it along a little faster?
So football's on the air, or in the air. What's your confidence level that you're going to have a quarterback that 15 is going to be throwing passes come that season opener?
5 years ago, I'd say no way, but with technology and surgical techniques, maybe. I just, again, anyone like Tua, he's setting out camp, to be safe. And, Mahomes is a competitor. All these guys are. But someone's got to help him help himself. Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I mean, they're looking at him daily. They're going through, my experience, man, they go through strength tests, quads, hams. What percentage are you back in the sense of trying to protect the knee and, give it the strength it needs to perform? Mahomes is a scrambler, man. So he's got to go outside the tackles, and that's a dangerous thing to think of. Or does he change his game some? But if he does, it takes away the threat of Patrick Mahomes. I don't know, Scotty. I would probably shy away from the preseason and then, buy him time another month, right?
Yeah.
And see where it goes. But
just sit out that first game. That's all I ask. Just take that first game out.
The first game against Denver.
Yeah, that's all.
Just make sure. That will be a Stidham game too. So we'll see how the backups.
No. Bo.
I go after the Broncos a little.
I was just reading about Bo. Bo's had himself a tremendous practice today. He's killing it. So yeah, everything's good.
Come on, Scotty. They already practiced this. They got the first practice done.
Yeah, they got. It's camp's been going on for a couple of weeks now, or not a couple days. Sorry.
They're like the Army. They get more done before 8 o'clock than most people.
Yeah. Those guys stroll in. They go through just shells and whatever and running through. Yeah, what they may do. Are they doing 2-a-days still in the NFL?
I think the Players Association won't let them do it. I think it's like you only have 15 minutes of field time, and then that's it. And you can tell by the ability of these guys to tackle now, because tackling is a lost art because you can't spend a lot of time on practice on it anymore.
Well, and again, why? Injury.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Have you decided to use what side of the pad to put, to take your opponent down? Everyone's got a front bumper now on the helmet, which is good. But, you still have to learn how to tackle, and that's, you said it, that's a lost art. And it's a fast, physical game. And if you can last 5 years in that league, you won the battle. That's for sure. Quarterbacks obviously have a chance to go longer, but they always said, man, they rotate running backs in there every 3 to 5 years, and that's pretty much on course. Yeah.
If I were to go back in time and tell your high school coach that Craig has to sit out a couple practices because of load management.
Oh my gosh, Coach Johns, by the way, is still with us. He played for the Chiefs, by the way, for 1 year as an offensive lineman. He came into our high school, a young buck, and man, he was fired up. And most of our coaches were really young. And but Coach Johns is still with us. He was at the high school 50th reunion, if you can believe it, and he looked good. I talked to him via phone, Zoom, and we went 3 a days in KC, man. 8 a.m., 4 o'clock in the dead of the summer heat and humidity, and then we had film and some weights at 7. And we spent the night the first week there. I mean, it was insane. I mean, he ran it like, a college or a pro camp. And, we had a lot of expectations on it. So we were in the 6A group, but, I wouldn't trade it. I mean,
made you who you are today.
Yeah. I mean, anybody who played back in those days, and again, I know that everyone rolls their eyes those days, but no one believed in water, by the way.
Nope.
Are you kidding me?
You had to earn water. Yeah.
You had to earn it. We got an ice cube. They gave us an ice cube on a knee with a salt tablet. That is a true story.
Oh, I mean, and you're better for it. You're better for it.
I'm searching for water. All of us, we drank the water fountains dry in that school. And yeah, I don't know what it was. They all said you're going to cramp, and I thought, what are you doing? Now you can get water anytime you want, which is the best thing we could have ever changed in high school and college football.
Yeah, that one needed to change. That
had to.
There's some things that I want brought back. That one was a little iffy for sure. Hey, Bowler, you're the best, man. We appreciate it. Look forward to chatting with you again soon. Let's get this season going. Can't wait.
Yeah, I can't wait, man. August, tomorrow?
Yes.
Hard to believe.
Yes, sir.
But summer is starting to it's so hot as Hades. But, as September rolls around, everything turns real again. And football, the Hall of Fame game?
Yeah.
That's a blink of an eye, or is that tonight?
I'm not sure. On Thursday. Alex is saying coming up on Thursday.
We're 41 days from kick for the NFL and 28 days college football.
Well, I'll tell you, it's the Morgan Scalley era, and we know what Kalani's all about in Provo, and, the excitement and the Big 12. Kansas State's kind of regrouping with a new coach, so I'm just kind of laying low on that. But, I can't wait. Football's here, and I know that's and then basketball quickly follows. Camp will open before you know it, and we'll be doing preseason games. I think this year for the Jazz fan base, maybe the most exciting we've had since maybe, Mitchell was drafted, and the Gobert factor became a factor. It's been a while, but I'm excited to see how this young guy plays and how Keontae, combine, the combo guards in the backcourt and how they run it. There's a lot of speed, a lot of talent, a lot of strength. It's going to be fun.
Let's go. Hey, Bowler, thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
All right, guys. Take care. Talk soon.
There he is, Craig Bowlerjack, the man, the myth, the legend. You're not going to find anybody better than that guy. Right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, coming up at 1 o'clock, we'll continue our tour around some of the college football teams. You'll see some of the in-state teams going up against. We'll take a look at, I believe, Washington State coming up at 1:05. It's all right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
They've been doing it for a while.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I think the Jazz want to make the playoffs this year. And they really have no motivation for not making the playoffs this year because their draft pick goes to the Memphis Grizzlies in the Jaren Jackson Jr. trade. How motivated are the Jazz actually going to feel to maximize the win total of this roster using all the assets available to them to get there? My guess is it's actually not as high as fans would think because they don't have to do anything exactly right.
The truth is they are dedicated to it, but that doesn't mean they have to do anything about it right now.
Sure.
But no, not one person in that building, if you went up to them and said, hey, is the Bosnian Beak your answer at center? Not one of them is going to say yes.
Right. Or Jackson Hayes.
Or any of that. No, they're not.
Yeah.
So, yes, they do need to address the problem, for sure. Do they need to address it right now?
I don't think so.
Absolutely not. No, why would they?
Catch Jake and Ben, afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americaFirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Hey, Doug, what is it that you do? 'Cause everybody's buying a car from you. Hey, Doug.
Doug Smith Chevy has earned the GM Mark of Excellence Award. Great service, great vehicles. Together, let's drive. Visit us in Spanish Fork today.
Hey, Doug.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from big wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
As America celebrates its 250th anniversary, celebrate the values that make our communities strong by shopping local at Mountain Land Supply. They're proud to be a local employee-owned company that celebrates their customers every day. Whether you're building, remodeling, or tackling your next project, Mountain Land moves mountains for you with their expert service and trusted products. Visit your locally owned and operated Mountain Land Supply store and experience the difference shopping close to home makes. Learn more at mountainland.com.
This is Wick with Greenify Energy Savers. If your home feels like it's overheating the moment the sun comes up, your windows could be a major reason why. In the summer months, inefficient windows let in heat and force your AC to work overtime, driving up your energy bills and making your home less comfortable. The problem is, most homeowners know they need new windows, but put it off because they assume it's going to be too expensive. At Greenify Energy Savers, we install high-performance AMSCO energy-efficient windows manufactured right here in Salt Lake City. So install times are typically just a few weeks, not several months. And most homeowners are surprised to learn that we can often save them thousands of dollars compared to other window companies while still offering premium windows with a lifetime warranty and flexible finance options. Don't spend another summer fighting the heat inside your home. Give Greenify Energy Savers a call today for a free no-obligation quote at 801-948-4464. Again, that's 801-948-4464. Or check us out online at greenifyenergysavers.com. Let us save you literally thousands of dollars and greenify your windows today.
Visit Serenoni's Summer Warehouse Sale, Saturday, August 8th, 11 a.m. until 6 p.m. at Bountiful High School. Save up to 70% off luxury blankets, baby gifts, and more. Celebrate 20 years of comfort with Serenoni.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate a youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
Accessing the best radio in Utah is right here. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe, on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome on back. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard, Tim Lacombe. Happy Friday. Hope you're all having a good one. You know what? There's not going to be a lot of these Fridays, these kind of chill Fridays going
This is
forward.
very chill. I'm freezing.
Well,
It's
yeah,
like
it is.
67 degrees
It
in
is. Yeah, it is 67, almost 66 degrees in here.
here. Holy cow. And I don't dare touch it because then Jake will bark. Nice and hot in here.
Which is funny because Hans and I, back at the old place, we were running a little warmer back then. And so we would turn on the AC like crazy. And then, because that's how we liked it. And then all of a sudden, Jake would show up and complain because it was so cold.
Well, it's cold today. But it's keeping me, on my toes.
Keeping you awake.
Yes.
For sure. All right, so we've talked about college football. We talked a little Utah Jazz. I think the opportunities for the Jazz to have that kind of year that I think a lot of people are expecting, pretty high. But, it's the Walker Kessler thing I think is super fascinating because you lose short-term gain, but I think you help yourself long-term. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, if they would have paid him that money, and even if it would have gone well. I mean, that is it's just at a number that it limits what you can do. It kind of bores a hole through one of the walls in your plan. And so really it's better the way they did it to say, hey, we're not even going to go down that road because every step we make along the way it's got to make sense. It's got to fit, or else we're going to be in trouble later. So, yeah, I'm with you. I think we've talked about the Jazz being in a position to just make the playoffs, forget play-in altogether.
Yeah.
And we talked about it. I think Oklahoma City and San Antonio certainly the class of the West. But from there's talent, but there's question marks. I mean, you start with Denver, who finished third last year. And, I do not see anything they did this offseason that will help them to kind of enter that contender chat. Jokic is still there. He's great. But I think their biggest issues, come on the defensive side, and there's nothing that they did that really fixed that. The Lakers have made a ton of moves. They finished fourth, and namely the biggest one, LeBron's headed to Philly. So their whole thing's reworked.
Yeah.
And I was talking to Locke last night on the phone. We're talking about how we think the thing will go for Walker. And my biggest fear is he's going to play with a complete Jack-A in Luka. Now, Luka's talented, but, we use the word petulant for Draymond Green. I think it fits here, too. I can promise you if things aren't going right, it's not going to be Luka's fault.
No.
And Walker, being a guy who's pretty sensitive, had a hard time at times with criticism. Like, he's opened Pandora's box to that. So I'm not saying he's going to succeed or fail. I'm just saying while the Lakers on paper look really talented, there's going to be things to sort through. You go down to Houston at 5, and again, some moves here and there, but nothing major that would say, oh, man, now they're in the mix. Minnesota just continues to drop, and I think the LaMelo Ball will be a bad experiment. That's just me. And then it went Portland, Phoenix, LA, and Golden State. I mean, those are your playoff teams last year. Golden State ain't making the playoffs this year. The Clippers, who knows if it sounds like this deal may actually not happen. This trade.
Kawhi might be part of that team next year.
Yep, he may go back. And so, the Clippers something to look at. But again, Clippers' biggest issue is they're old. They're so old. I mean, it's almost like a reunion team you're rolling out there. So while things are uncertain with the Jazz, I would say that's pretty part and parcel to the West. And while Oklahoma City is about as close to they and San Antonio are about as close to complete teams as you can be, the rest of these teams have holes. So it's just a matter of the Jazz being able to identify the things they're going to be great at. And one of those things they have to figure out how to move up defensively. And so even without a center, I think that's going to be number one aim. And if defense, I have no issue with the Jazz offensively. I think they'll score.
Oh, yeah.
I think they'll be efficient. I think the ball will move. I think it'll be beautiful to watch. And one of the things about Nurk being there as in that starting position, he's a great facilitator and did a great job last year acclimating quickly to Will Hardy's system. So, a lot of ifs and buts, candy, nuts. Christmas isn't until December. But I think there is a lot of reasons for the Jazz fans around here, if you're looking at the last 4 years, to be really, really excited about a team that's going to win.
If you are a player, or let's say you're an agent of a player that's going to go play for Will Hardy, what do you tell your player? You need to do this, this, and this, the intangibles, the stuff that you can control.
I think every coach, if you're trying to make a team, you are, or acclimate to a team, your whole aim has to be, how can I help this team?
Yeah.
It's not, you have to flip it. It's almost like, the famous quote from JFK, what can I do for this team as opposed to what can this team do for me? And it's a mindset thing, but I think that unlocks the door to be a great screener, be a great, be great in transition, running the floor. If you're a wing, it's bouncing off those corners. It's getting all the way to the corners, bouncing off them. I think it's just being attentive to the things that make everything work and be a plus in those areas as opposed to a minus.
And I think that's the right thing, that the one thing that Will Hardy is, for lack of a better term, no respecter of persons. So meaning it doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter where you came from. It doesn't matter where you were drafted. If, number one, you have talent, number two, you work hard, number three, you do the little things, and number four, you defend and pass the ball, all those things that he talks about, you got a chance. And I think if I'm a big man looking at this opportunity in Utah, you got a chance. There's going to be some opportunities for you.
Well, they're going to be hard to stop. They're going to be hard to guard. In years past, they haven't had, another ball handler that's as good at reading situations in ball screen and also attacking just in, say, open side or beating one defender in Darren Peterson. So they'll have that luxury of Keontae and Darren out there on the floor. And I'm one of those people that think Darren won't start the year. I mean, I think Will's shown that through the years that you're going to earn that at a certain point. It won't take him long. But I'm fully prepared, to your point, because Svi Mihailuk is somebody that, people joke that he must have pictures of Will or something. No, watch how he plays. He takes good shots. He's in the right place. He's a plus in all those areas of detail and not a minus. And I think that for a coach, you have confidence. And then the fact that was unbelievable from three last year. So I expect him to start, but I think the pressure they can put on teams on the offensive side, and then again, this defense, it doesn't have to go into the top 10 this year. But I would love to see some momentum moving up, which means everybody's starting to understand how they need to do their job.
So you're not hitting the panic button at all. You're calling it right now. If Darren Peterson doesn't start the season.
No, that doesn't. Majerus used to talk about it, startings for high school. It's you don't go into to camp basically auditioning for that spot. You just go into camp and play really hard because every coach is wired different. It wouldn't necessarily surprise me, because I think Darren's that good, but I would bet it will be. I mean, Keontae didn't start right away.
No,
he came off the bench and then, he figured a way in, aced the same. So I think that will be a fun thing to watch, but I am bullish on Darren Peterson, period. I think he's got the right stuff in his head. I think team is more important to him than his individual stuff. And I think he's one of those guys that understands if you win, everybody in that locker room benefits.
Yeah.
If you're bad, it's no good for anybody. Coach gets fired, they start moving pieces around. But if you win and you can figure out how to win together, there's nothing better.
All right, coming up at just about 20 minutes from right now, we'll take a closer look at the Washington State Cougars as Utah State has them on their schedule this year. Throughout the next couple of weeks, we'll continue to take a closer look at some of the opponents that you'll see Utah, BYU, and Utah State play this upcoming year. It's all straight ahead, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
David Pagnotta joins us, NHL insider, for the fourth period.
Perception-wise, what is the rep of the Mammoth as an organization in the league to players?
With respect to the rep of the Mammoth, it is on an incline and has been since the end of last season when, player stock, family stock, wife stock, girlfriend stock, that has spread over the course of the last 12 to 18 months here. And the reputation of the organization is immaculate based on a number of players and other hockey personalities that I've talked to. So I think without question, it's becoming, and I say becoming because it's just in its second season here, but becoming a very desirable destination for a lot of players. That's certainly going to be impactful come free agency, but at the same time, when players are putting together their no trade lists, I can't imagine that too many are going to be looking negatively with respect to the Mammoth.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, and Beehive Meals. Let me tell you something. I've reached the age where I don't want to cook anymore. It's serious. I just want to eat, and there's a big, big difference. I get home, I'm hungry, and the last thing I want to do is start pulling out pans, chopping vegetables, and pretending that I know what I'm doing in the kitchen. That's where Beehive Meals comes in. These things are already made. You pull it out, you heat it up, boom, and they're actually incredibly good. The flavor will stand out, which is important because I've had plenty of healthy meals that tasted like somebody seasoned a cardboard box. Beehive Meals gives you real food, plenty of protein, and a whole lot less work. The decision has already been made for you. As a coach, I love that. Less thinking, more eating. So if you're busy trying to eat better or just tired of standing in front of the refrigerator at 7:30, or like I do, just eating Doritos out of the cupboard, well, I guess check Beehive Meals. Again, beehivemeals.com. They do the cooking. You take the credit.
Right now, JCW's has 15 bus and billboards depicting our delicious, mouthwatering hamburgers across I-15. We've also just learned that I-15 averages 15 fender benders a day. Probably a coincidence, but just in case, keep your eyes on the road. Here's what our burgers sound like. Now, with your hands at 10 and 2, safely turn into one of our 5 locations in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it.
Love sports? Love winning? KSL's looking for a senior sports partnership sales executive to lead the charge in growing sports advertising across Utah's sports media leader. You'll sell powerful partnerships across KSL Sports, including the KSL Sports Zone, KSL TV, KSLSports.com, podcasts, and social media, working directly with top decision makers and sports organizations across the region. If you're a proven sales hunter who thrives on building relationships, closing deals, and creating integrated marketing solutions, this is your opportunity. Apply today at KSL.com/careers. That's KSL.com/careers.
When I was diagnosed with Hodgkin lymphoma, I had so many questions. I didn't even know that it was cancer. Now I do. It is cancer. Blood cancer. It's actually one of more than 100 different types, and they're all treated differently. Now, unlike some other forms of cancer, usually there's no tumor. You can't screen for it to prevent it, and the symptoms can look like other things, so it could be hard to diagnose. I had a fever for weeks. I was so tired all the time. I didn't feel like eating or doing anything else for that matter. And I know that this can feel scary. But if you know what to look out for, you'll know what to tell your doctor. And you'll feel more empowered to take the next steps. Like getting in touch with the people who know the ins and outs and can help with everything blood cancer related. Blood Cancer United. They work one-on-one with each person who reaches out to answer questions and offer resources. Blood Cancer United was there for me, and they can be there for you.
Go to bloodcancerunited.org to learn more.
Visiting the Wasatch Back with your family? Make a stop at Dairy King in Heber Valley, featuring Utah's favorite fast food and specialty menu and legendary best of state shakes. Dairy King, a hometown favorite celebrating 80 years on Main Street.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe.
Now I know y'all are tripping.
Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
.97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard, Tim Lacombe. Interesting story brewing out of New York here. As New York, the state, is now suing Kalashi. Am I pronouncing that
Kalshi.
right? Kalshi.
Or Kalshi. It's Kalshi, right? Kalshi.
An illegal gambling operation in the state, and is seeking severe financial penalties against the prediction market company. I have not dabbled in this at all. It just seems that there is so many ways to manipulate this thing.
Inside that thing. I was just telling you off air, I mean, if you were close with LeBron, the odds were crazy for Philly. I think they were third or fourth on the list. But, if he just makes a couple offhand comments, don't tell anybody, but this is where I'm going.
Yeah. Boom.
They cash in.
It just seems like, and they're under the, well, hey, we're not a gambling thing. We're a commodities, and they've had the Trump administration has defended that, arguing that the regulation of prediction markets falls under the jurisdiction of the Commodity Future Trading Commissions. But no, this is, it's gambling. Come on, we know what it is.
So you mentioned heavy penalties. These are rather heavy. The New York filing requests heavy monetary penalties for Kalshi with a minimum estimate of $36 billion pending a full accounting. It would include full restitution to its customers, 3 times the amount the companies gained from illegal activities, and $100,000 for each attempt to offer unlicensed sports wagering in the state. $36 billion. That's a penalty.
That gets your attention pretty quick.
You say what?
I don't care who you are. I don't care how rich you are. You get a penalty of $36 billion. That's going to rattle the cage a little bit. I don't know if any of this is actually doable. Kalshi just said they issued a statement calling it political theater. Said states just can't shut down a federally licensed exchange. This would also hurt New Yorkers. It would drive them offshore. We love New York. We love New Yorkers. New Yorkers love our product. You love New York because you're stealing money there, essentially.
Lighten it up. If what they said 3 times what they made, they did pretty well. If the penalty's $36 billion, by my count. It's going on in a lot of different states. There's lots of conversation about this. Nevada actually announced an agreement with Kalshi, but it would force the company to implement geolocation technology to block trades from people inside the state.
Yeah.
So, as you said, kind of a messy territory all around, but it seems to be something that people enjoy.
Yeah, I've kind of done a 180 on this a little bit because I've enjoyed going to Vegas or going to Wendover and sitting back and watching a game and dropping a few coins on it and kind of the adrenaline rush you get out of watching a game. But I also see how it's really starting to wreck some lives. And I thought most people, you're going to have a few outliers, but there's a lot of people that I've met and I've gotten to know that I would have thought would never get themselves knee deep in something, and they get themselves into trouble. And when you get it's one thing if you take a team, look, it's Utah, BYU. BYU's a 6.5 point favorite, but it's another thing when you're like, okay, it's like prop bets. You don't do prop bets. You stay away from prop bets, but people are getting like, okay, this person, like they mentioned, the LeBron James thing. People are looking to just throw money down on anything, and it's getting people in a world of trouble.
Did you see the show Rare Gems? Or was it called Rare Gems?
Oh, the one with Adam Sandler?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, you want to talk about it. I mean, that kind of shows when a game's going on. I think he needed Kevin Garnett to get X amount of rebounds.
Yep.
And, he's living and dying with every tip and everything else. There's better ways to enjoy the game.
Yeah.
And probably less costly. Because I don't know if you know this or not, but nobody really wins.
Nope.
Everybody will tell you, hey, man, I was all over the Packers, but they won't tell you that they also doubled down on the Bears and lost that one.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, when people talk about how much they won, that's awesome. But, when you'll see who's the boxer, Mayweather, that likes to show his gambling stubs when he hits back, he's never showing it when he loses.
The L. And I'm sure he's lost it
Oh,
a time or two.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
I mean, you go to Phil Mickelson, his whole, he couldn't play a hole without having money on it. It just becomes something that, I don't know, is like a noose around your neck. And that show's called Uncut Gems. If you haven't seen it out there, highly recommend that one. It's a great show.
Yeah, it takes a little bit of a turn there at the end.
And Adam Sandler's actually, not some goofy guy.
Oh, no.
Like, hey, what are you doing over here?
Sandler kills it.
No, he's amazing in that show. So a different way to see him. A little more serious.
Oh, very, very serious.
Life or death.
If I'm, by the way, if I'm, who'd you say was in it? I forgot. Kevin Garnett.
Yeah.
If I'm Kevin Garnett, I don't necessarily like the role that I'm portrayed in that movie. And he plays himself. But when he comes in there, it's like, I'm going to want that. I'm going to take that. Like, no, let's not do that.
But you can kind of see that, right?
Oh, totally.
And you see these young guys like A.J. DeBonsa. He's coming into the league, and he's not even worried about winning game 1 or scoring 20. He wants to be a top 100 player.
Yeah.
When that roster comes out. I mean, these kids nowadays, man, there are not a lot of things that they can't dream about.
I remember talking to an NBA coach and said, you know what? When you get a guy, a high-level rookie, winning is not going to be important to them at first. And that's, by the way, he's painting with a broad brush. Not everybody. But he says there's a good chunk of rookies that will come in and they want to put up their numbers and they want to get to that max contract. And then once they get that max contract, then all of a sudden they're like, oh, geesh, I need to win. I need to get a title, or I need to cement my legacy somehow. It's not enough just to get the money. I got that. Now I want people to remember me a little bit.
And the way you do that is you lock your rear end in a gym.
Yes.
And you work, and you work, and you work. And you don't let people come in and film it, and you don't fly to China just for the hay of it, 2 weeks before the season. You work on your craft.
Yeah. And, you don't send it out on Instagram. You just do your job, do it quietly, keep your mouth shut.
And one thing, there was so much said about Darren Peterson's year. And, there was a period of time where even I, as an old coach, sitting there watching him sit there going, what in the world is going on? There are zero character doubts in my mind about this kid. Zero. And talking to the people around him, the vibe is awesome. And he does. He has unbelievable talent. It's like Bowler said, the highest draft pick since Griff. But this guy will figure out how to fit in.
Let's do it.
We're going to love the dude, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, Scott Gerard, and the coach, Tim Lacombe. 1 o'clock straight up right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Thinking about replacing your windows? Choose the company that builds and installs them right here in Utah. Advanced Window Products is Utah's local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to homeowners. Nate Orchard here. At Advanced Window Products, there are no dealer fees, no middleman markups, and no extra costs to cover someone else's profit. From manufacturing to installation, every step is handled by Advanced Window Products' local team. Every window is custom built in Salt Lake City for Utah's homes and backed by one of the strongest warranties in the industry, a lifetime warranty covering labor, glass, and parts. Even better, it's fully transferable to the next homeowner. Right now, get $2,000 off when you purchase 10 or more windows. Financing is available, and Dominion Energy rebates may help you save even more. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. Or visit us at advancedwindows.com. That's 801-850-9100 or advancedwindows.com.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, an estate attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
Tim Daly Mazda Southtown has as low as 0% financing on almost our full lineup of 2026 models, including 2026 Mazda CX-50s, Mazda 3 hatchbacks, and even our PHEV models. That's right, as low as 0% on your favorite new Mazda during the More to Move You sales event, happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. 0% excludes Mazda Miata and Mazda CX-5 models. APR for well-qualified buyers. OAC, 72 months at $13.89 per month per $1,000 financed with 0 down. Not available with any other offer. See dealer for complete details.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, changing conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Hey, Doug, what is it that you do? 'Cause everybody's buying a car from you. Hey, Doug.
Doug Smith Kia is a proud recipient of the 2025 Global Best Dealer Award. Come see why at our Linden location.
Hey, Doug.
Visit Serenoni's Summer Warehouse Sale, Saturday, August 8th, 11 a.m. until 6 p.m. at Bountiful High School. Save up to 70% off luxury blankets, baby gifts, and more. Celebrate 20 years of comfort with Serenoni.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The Jazz, the Mammoth, and the Utes, Cougars, and Aggies. When it comes to sports in Utah, we've got you covered. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCombe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Life ain't easy. Ain't no freebie. It's just life. You've got problems. So do I. Don't let them keep you up at night. 'Cause if you wake up each morning with somebody you love, life ain't easy, but it's sweet.
Enough.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard, the coach, Tim LaCombe. Final hour of the program. Let's head to Washington State, shall we? Beat writer at the Spokesman Review for Washington State, Greg Woods, joining us as we take a look at some of the upcoming opponents for Utah, BYU, and Utah State. Greg, how you doing, my friend?
I'm doing great, man. How are you?
Good. Where's the level of optimism for Washington State this year after a huge turnover?
Yeah, I mean, I think it depends on who you ask. I think the Coug fans are super excited just because, the Pac-12 is finally rebuilt. There's more, stability and continuity that way. New head coach, too, and Kirby Moore, who came over from being the USC in Missouri. So there's a ton of optimism, and we'll just have to see kind of how that all kind of plays out.
New coach and a young guy. Kirby Moore is about to coach his first game. What surprised you most about the way that he's come in and done things?
I think just kind of the change in kind of just positive energy that we've seen. I mean, he's, kind of a younger guy that's super excited about being here. I mean, he's from, I think, 2 hours west in a town called Prosser, and grew up going to Washington State games here. So I think he's just super excited, chomping at the bit. I just think there's a lot of new to the way he's going to do things. I mean, there's still kind of the open, kind of pass-heavy offense, but he's doing it kind of in a way that's, incorporates more of the run at the same time. So it's still a lot of new that he's kind of bringing to the program, but he is super excited. It's going to be a lot of fun to cover him for sure.
All right, so I do the play-by-play for Utah State, so we'll see Washington State on the schedule, but certainly it's Pac-12 by name, but it's essentially the Mountain West 2.0. With some of the better teams making that jump up to that conference. What's the vibe with Washington State fans? Obviously, this isn't where they really want to be, but is this the best of a situation that hasn't gone particularly their way?
Yeah, I think it depends on who you ask. Again, I think there's definitely, I know it's been a few years since the Pac-12, as we all know, it kind of imploded. And there's certainly a certain subsect of fans that, in one way or another are still kind of slow to move on from that. And, understandably so. I mean, that was the Pac-12 for a million years, and a lot of these fans, grew up, being a member of the Power Five and being, playing the big boys, whether it was USC or UCLA or having game day come here to play Oregon in 2018. So there's definitely a group of fans that are still kind of, being a little slower to move on from that, and I certainly understand why that would be the case. But I think overall there's a lot of optimism for just having, a version of the Pac-12 back in store. I mean, I think there's been a lot of kind of weird the last couple of years, where they're going out to play, James Madison and Virginia or Ole Miss and Mississippi. And as far as those games were, I think there was kind of a sense of like, well, this is like kind of a weird, time for us, just not having a conference and not knowing what's going to happen with the conference. So I think just kind of having more stability, having a coach that's from the area, come in and take over at this time is kind of led a lot of fans to, kind of get back on the horse and kind of get back excited for what this program could be.
So with the uncertainty of the last couple of years league-wise, Washington State able to go to bowl games, and I'm just looking at the schedule this year. The first two are tough on the road at Washington, at Kansas State, and then home to host Duquesne. Your thoughts on the schedule and how you feel like this team can fare with the schedule?
Yeah, I think there's two big things, at least for the first kind of half or three-fourths of the schedule. One is kind of like you said, the first two being true road games at Power 4 opponents between Washington and K-State, which is actually where I grew up and I went to school at Kansas State. That's cool. That's going to be a fun game to go to, yeah. But then it's that on top of their first bye isn't until like week 8 or week 9. So they're going to be playing 8 or 9 straight games before they get a break. And I think the one bye week is after Halloween. So it's going to be a really grueling, I would say opening stretch, but that's, the majority of the season, honestly. So they have a long way to go before they get a break. But I think that, the home games that they have, I think are games that they would want to have at home. They have Boise State at home, which will be a crazy environment. They last came to Washington in 2017, which is when the late Tyler Hilinski came off the bench and led them to a win in like triple overtime. So I think the games that they have at home are ones that they would want to have at home. They have a road game at Texas State, which is going to be a pretty long trip for them going down to southern Texas. So a few kind of longer road trips, but it'll be nothing compared to last year when they went on the road to, like I said, Ole Miss or Virginia and, James Madison. So a little less travel this time around, which they'll, should be grateful for.
Is there still any kind of hope of a Big 12 invite, or is there anybody thinking that there might be an opportunity for Washington State and Oregon State to make a jump up?
I think a lot of the fans would like to believe so, and understandably so. I mean, they're, outside of the Power League for the first time in ever, obviously. So there's certainly, I think the same group of fans that is slow to move on from the Pac-12 situation is also the same group of people that wants to stick to the idea of getting a Big 12 invite. I don't think it's on the cards, though. I mean, unless they, go on to win the Pac-12 the next 2 or 3 years and make the playoffs, something like that, I just don't really see it unfolding. I think if they were going to get that invite, it would have happened in 2023 when the conference first collapsed. So I think there's some optimism for sure, but if you ask me, I think it's probably not on the cards for them.
Have they decided on a quarterback yet? I guess know it's been a battle during the offseason between Pinnock and Duggar and Eshelman, but has anybody stood out from that group?
They have not decided on one. I think they will tell us that it's between Eshelman, Duggar, and Pinnock, but I think realistically it'll come down to Eshelman and Pinnock just because those guys look the best. They got more opportunities during spring ball and presumably fall camp. Duggar is just still trying to come along as a passer. Incredible athlete, awesome with his legs, but he's a lefty and hasn't gotten as many chances to actually throw the ball in his career. So I think it'll come down to Pinnock and Eshelman once we get kind of in the meat and, toward the end of fall camp. If you ask me, I think it'll end up being Pinnock in the long run just because of the experience he has at UC Davis last year. But it'll be a lot of fun seeing it come down between him and Eshelman, for sure.
How are they looking on the defensive side of the ball?
You said offensive?
Defensive,
sorry. Yeah, I think they look pretty good. The thing with their defense is kind of the same thing with the team as a whole, is that there's just a lot of, question marks and guys that could be awesome or guys that could not be awesome. I mean, the defense is full of guys that came from the Power 4 ranks, whether it was Cal or Arizona or places like that, guys that could have gone anywhere they wanted and, out of high school. But it's been a few years, and now they're trying to kind of reclaim their careers coming to WSU. So I think if they end up hitting on the important spots, like a linebacker or safety, cornerback, then their defense could be incredible. But if those guys end up not panning out the way they had in mind, it could go south at the same time. So it's hard to say. They have a lot of guys that look solid, but obviously playing in spring ball and fall camp is a lot different than playing at Washington week 1.
So is it safe to say your biggest concern is just the newness of everything?
For sure, yeah. I think the same thing that I said about defense goes with their offense, where a lot of guys that could be incredible but could be not incredible. I mean, I think their biggest strength is probably a running back, when they have 3 guys that are going to be awesome between Maxwell Woods and Leo Pulilassi and Kirby Voorhees, all of whom played pretty meaningful roles last year. And then Pinnock at quarterback, and then tight end. I mean, they have a guy named Jack Peterson who played at UCLA. Didn't play that meaningful of a role. So again, another guy that could be, that could be great or could not pan out. So I think there's just it's just so hard to predict how the team is going to play in this season, just because they have guys that they could hit on or guys that could end up not panning out as much.
John Harlow ends up getting the athletic director job. What ended up giving, because I know he sat in as the interim for a bit, what ultimately led to him getting that job?
I think it was just the combination of his experience as being at WSU. He had been there in other front office roles the last few years, and also his experience with fundraising and kind of being on the financial side of things, which, I mean, if you know anything about WSU, that's kind of their main focus right now is just kind of getting, rallying donors for NIL, for other kinds of donations, and, for facilities and their locker room, which actually just opened. They got that redone and unveiled that the other day. So I think it was his familiarity with just what WSU needs at the current point, and kind of his experience with being on the financial side and being pretty well acquainted with, where they're at with regards to NIL, with regards to facilities and kind of positioning themselves. I mean, he helped negotiate a jersey patch deal with the Colville tribes, which is a native tribe out here in central Washington. So his ability to kind of negotiate things like that, I think, is kind of what helped bring him into that role.
The obviously, when you go from the Pac-12, the original Pac-12 to what it is now, the TV revenue has dropped off considerably. How difficult has it been to make the budget adjustments necessary there when life was pretty good a few years ago, now not so much in terms of TV money?
Yeah, I mean, that's the entire story of where WC was at today as opposed to where it was 3 or 4 years ago. I mean, you're going from Pac-12 media payouts that were probably $20, $25 million a year to, I mean, they haven't even released the number, which is why I don't think it's as impressive as it wouldn't lead us to believe it is. And the guess is probably around $7 to $10 billion. So you're looking at a deficit of $15 million a year. So that's obviously that's a chunk of change. So I think that the big thing is they got, for this year alone, they got an influx of like $200 million from the state. So that'll help them kind of pull it over for this year alone. But long term, I mean, it's just a different world. I mean, there's no real way to make up $50 million a year. So it's just kind of operating in a different way, operating with less NIL and operating with, just fewer dollars, obviously. So there's no real solution to that, obviously. It's more just kind of adapting. And for them, it's trying to make the most out of where they're at right now.
So how do you see the conference playing out this year? It's new, all sorts of new faces in schools, but what's your thought on who's at the top with the trophy at the end of the year?
Mm-hmm. Well, one of the guys that covers, I think, the Colorado schools from the paper in Denver sent out a little email doing like a preseason media poll I guess will come out soon. And on there, I believe I had Boise State winning the conference because of the guys that are bringing back, the talent they are coming back. I mean, between Dylan Riley, a running back, and an edge rusher whose name is eluding me right now. And then I don't know. They have the tools. I think Fresno State. I think it's surprising people just kind of being a name that you might not think of to challenge for the title. I think they'll be in there. San Diego State for sure. Some of the talent they have coming back. So. I think those three, will be in the mix to win the title come, November.
Well, we certainly appreciate your time. Thanks for chatting with us, and look forward to seeing you down the line when you make the trip down to Logan. Make sure to stop by and say hi.
Yes, for sure. Thanks, guys.
There he is. Good conversation as we continue to get you ready for the start of the college football season. Washington State in the Pac-12 with Utah State, San Diego State, all of those programs making the jump. By the way, that's Greg Woods. And again, thank him. Big thanks to him for jumping on.
Yeah, it's cool. I love that those, we have these conversations and then that dude will find you at the game and shake you up a little bit. And then you compete against those Washington State Cougars.
Yes. You make a trip up to Pullman?
I've never been to Pullman. I've been to Spokane a million times.
Oh, I bet, yeah.
But never really moved around from there.
Pullman is
the Laramie of the Northwest.
Kind of. I mean, it's a nice town. Like it's got that college town feel to it. It feels a little bit like Logan, but Logan much bigger than Pullman.
And beautiful, right? Like in terms of the grandeur of Logan is way different.
Yeah. And so it's just
the Palouse.
I remember when Utah State went there a few years ago. It was my first time, and this was before the Pac-12, blew up. We're driving around. I'm like, this is a Pac-12 town? Like, what? This doesn't look right at all. But you know what? They got in and stayed in forever, but the problem is that small market worked against them when it was time to separate and go their different ways. Nobody really wanted them because that town is tiny. They're not in a media market. Same with Corvallis and Oregon State. I mean, they were just a victim of geography, if you will, more than anything.
Absolutely. And, the thing about their football up there is it actually has had some teeth from time to time.
Oh, yeah.
Right? And you think of the kind of the unorthodox offenses and, you think scoring, you think points, you think throwing the football when I think Washington State. First time I ever heard their name uttered was 1981, the Holiday Bowl, when BYU played Washington State. And It was the first time I ever heard that name, but it'll be interesting to see how all these teams have had some good history and form in this Pac-12, how that all works. And, with the ever-changing landscape and that big move on the horizon, everybody's kind of auditioning right now. So put your best foot forward.
Yeah, I mean, that's everybody is trying to get some level of an audition. And the only thing you can do, because as good as Boise State is, they don't bring a lot of TV sets. They don't bring a media market. And so what you have to do, and this is why I think UNLV decided to stay put in the Mountain West, because they can win that conference a lot easier than they can in the Pac-12. And if you can win that thing, then you'll have an opportunity to go to the college football playoff, and you'll have an opportunity to get on the national scene. Honestly, that's all you can really do if you're Boise State, San Diego State, Utah State, UNLV, is you got to win. And you got to win at a high level. You got to get to the college football playoff. You have to pull an upset in the college football playoff, maybe win a first-round game. That's what you can do to get on the scene, because Boise State was nothing until they beat Oklahoma in a Fiesta Bowl. And that's when Boise State became Boise State. You have to have some of those. Right? Yeah, you have to have some of those moments, because you can't overcome anything otherwise. You can't overcome your market. You can't overcome the television sets. But if you're a national name, because of your ability to win, then that can change some things for you.
Oh, I'm excited. I'm just excited that they do have a place. They have a conference. It's been a little tenuous, but we will kind of watch between now and I guess the early 2030s is when everything's supposed to kind of move, and it will behoove teams to be very good in this little pocket of time.
Got to go win some games. This Mountain West schedule is going to be interesting. I think it's cool. This Pac-12 schedule. I know it is kind of the Mountain West 2.0, but honestly, I think with the branding attached to it, it gives it a little bit more cachet. And I think it's important for Utah State to go out there and really try to flex. You got some opportunities here for Bronco. Got to go get it done, man.
Well, I love the fact, and we said this when we were up there, but like in terms of your two main sports at Utah State, I don't know that you could have they have the deans of those conferences in those spots.
Yeah,
there's no doubt who you look through the football roster and look what Bronco's done, the different places he's been. I mean, to go to Mexico and win like he did was absolutely insane. So to have him, to have Jake, I mean, they're going into this new league in a really good spot.
All right, take a break. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard, Tim Lacombe. We're going to spin the wheel. A little sports roulette next, right here on the Zone.
They've been doing it for a while.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I think the Jazz want to make the playoffs this year, and they really have no motivation for not making the playoffs this year because their draft pick goes to the Memphis Grizzlies in the Jaren Jackson Jr. trade. How motivated are the Jazz actually going to feel to maximize the win total of this roster using all the assets available to them to get there? My guess is it's actually not as high as fans would think because they don't have to do anything exactly right.
The truth is they are dedicated to it, but that doesn't mean they have to do anything about it right now.
Sure.
But no, not one person in that building, if you went up to him and said, hey, is the Bosnian Beak your answer at center? Not one of them is going to say yes.
Right. Or Jackson Hayes.
Or any of that. No, they're not. Yeah. So, yes, they do need to address the problem, for sure. Do they need to address it right now?
I don't think so.
Absolutely not. No, why would they?
Catch Jake and Ben, afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Here's the deal. The government is over $38 trillion in debt, which means the IRS isn't slowing down. And the tax code is complex and unforgiving. So it's not surprising if you're one of the millions of Americans that owe back taxes to the IRS. Unfortunately, they're the world's most powerful collection agency, with the ability to garnish your wages, seize your bank accounts, and even take your home or business. But don't be stressed or worried any longer. We're Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. We have resolved solved over $3 billion in tax debt for our clients. Our award-winning professionals deal with the IRS every single day, protecting our clients and preparing them for the best possible resolution. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, give Optima a call today.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
We wouldn't be celebrating America 250 if it wasn't for a strong foundation set by the framers. Hamilton built America's financial foundation on sound money, later embodied by the gold standard. But we abandoned that discipline in 1971 and have seen inflation erode the dollar's value. What's the foundation of your savings? Is it gold or something that can be devalued? Hi, it's Dr. Ron Paul, and I encourage you to speak with my friends at Birch Gold Group about diversifying an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. Learn more by requesting a free info kit on gold IRAs. Just text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Let Birch Gold help you build your foundation with gold. Text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Text SECURE to 989898.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Turn it up. Let's go. It's a new era for sports radio in Utah. This is the all-new KSL Sports Zone. As always, DJ and PK kick off your mornings from 6 to 10. Then introducing the newest addition to the KSL Sports Zone. The coach, Tim Lacombe, joins Scotty G every day from 10 to 2. And as you wrap up your day, Jake Scott and Ben Anderson are there with the best sports talk in Utah from 2 to 6. Live and local, all day, every day. Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is live, on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
It's time to spin the wheel and talk some sports. This is Sports Roulette on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Just reading some of the headlines on the roulette wheel. It is 1:30. It is Sports Roulette right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard, Tim Lacombe. Hope you're all having a great Friday out there. It's always good to just cut loose. Have a good time, man.
Why not?
Let's just have some fun.
I mean, especially on a Friday. If you're going to cut loose, today's the day. Casual Friday.
Are you like a movie guy?
No.
Going to a theater guy?
Mm-mm.
I can see you not wanting to be tied down for 2 hours
Yep,
in a chair. Yeah.
You know, the number of times I got to get up and stretch and walk around. It's tough being me, dude.
Yeah. Me and Brody, we like doing movies. Like we'll go to a bunch of movies, and he's like, hey, what about Spider-Man? And I'm like, I don't know.
How many have there been?
There's been like 20 of them. And they're all good. They're all fine. It's just, you see one, you see them all. I don't know if I want to fight the crowds.
You're going. Just go.
What do you think, Alex? Yay or nay?
I'm going to go yay. I actually do want to go catch it hopefully this weekend. See how good it is.
Okay. Is it still the young kid that...
Yeah, it's still Tom Holland.
Okay,
yeah.
Tom Holland. All right. By the way, have you seen The Odyssey?
Yes, I saw The Odyssey.
What did you think?
Oh, I actually really enjoyed it. I loved it.
It's long.
It was long. Didn't have to do any potty breaks in the middle of it, so that was I made it through.
Youth is on your side on that one because I think I was 2 or 3 in that one.
I think the name of that should give it away. It's going to be long. It's not the short. The short story.
The dude was away from his family for 27 years, and it felt like you lived every day of those 27 years in that movie.
Like, day number 22.
Yeah, it's like, ooh.
Year number 16.
It was bad, but really well done. I really enjoyed it. All right, let's get to it. Fire up that wheel.
Red Sox tie another franchise record. Don't wreck this one, dog.
I'm talking to you.
Who?
Dog.
Not me.
2 G's for Gerard. Yeah, the Red Sox are 25-5 in their last 30 games. It ties the best 30-game stretch in Red Sox history.
Wow.
At the end of June, like the last week of June, the Red Sox trailed the Yankees by 15 games. You want to know what that number is today?
What's
3.5, my friend. 3.5. Start a big series tonight in L.A. against the Dodgers.
The Dodgers. I'm not saying anything, man. Like I think that I
spin it.
No. I'm just saying. I'm very much looking forward to that series.
Okay.
Like
good.
I don't watch a lot of regular season baseball. I'll watch some, but it's got to be the right matchup. That is a matchup I'm looking forward to, and it's at Chavez.
Yes, it is in L.A. this weekend, so it should be fun. I actually went to the World Series when the Dodgers played the Red Sox and was at the monumental 17-inning game that the Red Sox ended up losing.
Yeah.
But I had a seat. My seat was 2 rows behind Larry King.
No kidding.
Yeah.
You have a way of getting really good seats.
I know people. I have a lot of European friends.
Hey, look, the tickets you got, look, you're hanging out with Mike Shanahan at a Super Bowl. You and Larry King rubbing elbows at a World Series game. My dude's got stories, man.
It's fun. It's fun being me.
All right, spin it.
Travis Hunter, quicker and heavier.
Well, this guy is a phenom. We know that. But one of the things that when he came to the league was talked about is he needed to gain some weight to be able to handle some of the rigors of it. And, he kind of laughed about it. His quote is, everybody gain weight, gain weight. Coach was like, hey, play at whatever weight you're happy at. So me just coming in and putting on them pounds, I was scared at first. I'm like, oh, dang, I've never played at this weight. I'm going to feel heavy. I'm not going to be able to do it. But training and being able to put those months in, not just on the grass, but in the weight room too, putting in the work, it made me feel lighter on my feet when I finally touched the grass.
Are we going to get a big year out of him? If you're, I really am a big fan of his.
I am too.
Like seems like a genuinely good dude. The amount of energy that he puts forward in that last year at Colorado with how many snaps he was playing, and then doing a little bit of both sides of the ball at Jacksonville. Like, I love the way he plays. I love his enthusiasm in the game. I love the fact he lays it all out on the line. I genuinely want that guy to be successful.
So last year played 7 games, 28 receptions. He, they can give him the football. He's kind of one of those slash type guys, and as you mentioned, a bunch of defensive stats as well. So exciting to see him, feeling like he's faster and a little bit heavier.
That's probably the biggest adjustment guys make is not necessarily the speed, but the physicality of the game. at that level because, you feel like, okay, I'm playing big-time college football. That's physical. I don't think people really truly appreciate what it's like to make that next jump.
Well, because all we can really do in our minds is process the physicality we've encountered by like people. And when you go to Big 12 Media Day and you watch guys walking around there that are 6'7", 320, and you look at some of those guys that on tape, like Noah Fafita, for instance. I wouldn't want to try to tackle that dude.
No.
First of all, he's very quick, but he's put together. So, yeah, the physicality is something in every sport. At a certain point, you're going to have to figure out how to deal with. You see it in the NBA all the time. Walker Kessler got shoved around. Year one, really struggled to rebound the ball, put on a bunch of bulk, went and became a better rebounder. So that physical, trying to become more physical, more aggressive, just kind of the development of, figuring out a way to compete in this league.
All right, let's spin it.
Ladies move to unionize.
So this is a story written by Dan Murphy earlier today, but over 100 college women's basketball players have joined a unionization campaign with the United College Athletes Association, making them the largest group of college athletes to formally push to collectively bargain with schools. I actually like this.
Yeah.
Because ladies are going to get left out.
Oh, yeah.
You know how this works.
Yep.
And it's all going to be monetary revenue. And if we're saving college sports, we're saving college sports, and it's both sides.
And frankly, the only thing, and I think it was John Wilner who mentioned this yesterday, you asked a couple of our guests, if there's one thing that you could fix right now, what would it be? And he said, look, you got to let collective bargaining come into play. You just have to, because if you collectively bargain, that means that you've essentially signed off on everything, which means that there's no lawsuits and you can't sue anymore. So the only way to avoid lawsuit after lawsuit after lawsuit is to collectively bargain, which means players have to unionize. And that's pretty much the only way you can go forward now. So I'm all about unionization for these athletes. If just for the sole purpose we can get all the lawsuits behind and move on. Because I just saw another one today with 22 athletes in a court case in North Carolina trying to get the 5 for 5 because or trying to get that extra year of eligibility. Because remember, that was only the only ones that got that opportunity for another year of eligibility were the ones that were part of that lawsuit that got the injunction. So now these other players are hoping to get the same thing so that they can make a little extra money in training camp or in the next year. So we'll see.
Injunction, junction, what's your function?
Oh, boy,
the slow down legislation.
Nice. Well done by you.
Thank you.
I've
learned that in my, I've always heard the word injunction. Now I know what it means because of this stuff.
I'm just a bill. That's the only way I knew about legislation.
And I'm sitting here on Capitol Hill.
Yep. Nice.
He was looking glum.
He was all sad.
Until his bill was passed. You're law now.
You have no idea what we're talking about, do you?
I do not know.
Yeah.
Schoolhouse Rock.
Schoolhouse Rock. You had to watch it in class. That's how you learned how a bill became a law. All right, spin it.
Need a loan? Call Chris Olave.
So Olave featured many times on my fantasy club. Very, very solid. But the New York Saints are signing wide receiver Chris Olave to a 4-year extension worth up to $132 million, including $90 million guaranteed.
Worth it?
Yes. Yeah, he's a game changer.
Yeah.
He is a guy that he'll make the hard catch. He'll make the big play. I'm an Olave guy.
He's saved your fantasy team a couple times.
Yeah, in a pinch. Not necessarily a guy that was going to maybe a buy or something, throw him in there, whack. He was good for me.
Yeah. Look at you, man.
I swear by Olave.
Look, 2-time champion.
Which just shows you that the people that win those things don't know a whole heck of a lot about football.
Oh, boy. I really think we're going to have to do it. Alex, we're going to have to do this, aren't we? A station fantasy football league.
We post our standings every week?
I think so, yeah.
On the socials?
Let's do it. I think we should do it. Let's get some people involved.
Maybe we could even auction off few spots to listeners, or something.
I wouldn't hate that. If you were
not auction, of course, but pick them. I mean, nobody's making any money on that.
No.
We're not into payola.
I did you just went through the onboarding on that, didn't you?
No payola, baby.
So when I was doing the show with, I was producing, and it was Bowler and Gordon, and we were giving away Jazz tickets, and Bowler's like, how are we going to give these away? And I'm like, you know what? I'm tired of us just giving away tickets all the time. So we did a thing called What's in it for us? And it was essentially, what are you willing to give us in exchange for the tickets?
Did you get in trouble?
Very quickly, we got in trouble. Yeah, that didn't fly very well. We did not have our FCC onboarding. We just were just flying by the seat of our pants. That's not what you do here at KSL in Bonneville. We're dialed in on that stuff. Over there, different place, different time. It was a free for all. But until you do something like that, and that gets the attention of your lawyers real quick, because we were like, we had vacations all set up. We had everything ready to go. For these, I think they were playoff tickets, and we got a phone call from upstairs real quick.
Now, if you could only have somebody offer you a shed, then you might pull the trigger. No, I got to tell you guys one story, really funny, because Lloyd, since I got here, has just basically given me a rash. Even from the very first day, I walked into his office, I moved his backpack out of his chair to sit in it.
First day,
and it was an issue. So when I say that. All in good fun, of course, but nonetheless, it's been something I've dealt with. So I told you about the parade. I had to go down to do the parade.
Yeah.
And I called Lloyd at 7:40, and I'm like, hey, where am I supposed to meet? You woke me up. I'm tired. Where? And then, of course, I get down there, and Lloyd's there. Yeah. And it was there the whole time. So I had the hat. I'm known to wear sponsor hats. And
today, rocking the Bar W.
Yeah, one of my faves.
Oh, yeah.
And I was wearing the Beehive hat. And so I thought I'd get under our boy Lloyd's skin, and I said, I was up on the float, and we're getting ready to take off. And he was like, all right, have fun, coach. And I was like, hey, I haven't cleared this with you, but Beehive Meals called me last night. And they said, hey, we know you're going to be in the parade. We'll give you $1,000 to wear that hat in the parade. I said, are you good with that? Because I told him I'd do it. And his eyes... You can't. What?
Oh, man, I can't believe you sat on that story. That's an awesome story.
I said, Lloyd, I'm just joking. I know better. I took the course. You don't need to freak out. But I did. I felt like for that 2 seconds that he was really fuming, I got him.
You owed him one. So, and that would be the way to get to him, too.
No money changed hands. Just a parade. And one of my favorite hats, but I thought it was fodder for messing with Lloyd.
Oh, that's good. That's really good. All right, one more. Let's spin it.
Load management in camp?
Well, if you're Tua, apparently that's a thing. Tua Tagovailoa felt like his back was tightening up. And so he decided to sit out the early part of full practices in training camp. But he says, don't worry, I'll be ready when it's time. He said, if it was a game week, I'd be ready to go. But the issue is a flare-up, and it's something that I'm wanting to keep an eye on. He says, I just think right now it's a precaution thing early on in camp, and then we'll work through that. But I feel great right now. And like I said, it feels good to be out there with the guys, be able to throw, continue to hear the plays, be in the huddle with the guys. But he has not participated in individual drills with the quarterbacks. He did not participate on 7-on-7 or 11-on-11. So he is taking his sweet time to take over that team, which I don't know, man. If I'm Tua and I got a little bit of a reputation following me around, and I'm on a new team and I'm trying to win over teammates, I think I might be trying to fight through that back flare up.
And Penix is right there too, right?
Oh yeah.
So he certainly has not paid dividends yet, but I like his talent level, and you just never know when it's going to click for a quarterback. So that's a whole nother reason to not get Wally pipped. We mentioned the other day, and I want to make sure I clear this up. Tua his salary this year is just a 1-year, $1.2 million deal because the Miami released him. They still owe him $54 million.
$54 million, yeah.
but it's basically a dead cap hit, and they'll split $99 million over 2 seasons on that dead cap hit. So while it looks like he's getting 55 or so from Falcons, he's just getting 1, and then the Dolphins are basically trying to remove that memory from existence.
Well, it's what the Broncos had to do with Russell Wilson. You just eat that dead cap, but you're hoping that
that's rusty to you.
Yeah, rusty. Oh man, that was a bad era of Broncos football right there. And that I remember doing the show when they found out that when it was announced that they had traded for him, and we were down at RGS. Tim's a big Broncos fan. We were celebrating. We were high-fiving. It's like, all right, we got our quarterback. Boy.
Yes, you did.
We got a quarterback. He wasn't much of a quarterback.
And he wasn't yours.
And no, he was not.
Never a Bronco.
That was a bad deal. By the way, Tua says, I don't personally have a timetable, but that's a conversation I'll have with the head coach and our training staff.
I want to get into a situation where I get $54 million in guarantees.
Yeah. And then,
can you help me do that since you're my sensei?
Yeah. If you give me 3, if you give me 5%.
What's in it for me?
Yeah. What's in it for me?
Hey, dude, you would get more than that. I'd tithe you.
I get the full 10? Nice.
First time I do that in a while.
147, take a break. Wrap this bad boy up next on a Friday edition of the show, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Joined once again by Matt Larkin, managing editor and senior writer at Daily Faceoff. Could the Mammoth be a 100-point team? 92 this year. There are only 300-point teams in the West. I mean, if you get there, it seems like you're right there at the top shelf.
If I'm making a prediction right now for next season, I'm going to say yes, 100 points. Probably right around there. Even if you just look at Logan Cooley alone and the improvements you're seeing from him, and let's say we get a full season in which he doesn't get banged up and miss a chunk of games, that alone could give you that extra cluster of wins. Plus, you have a full season of Mackenzie Weegar now playing your top 4 on D. So I think they're already a 100-point team. I think the question is, do you make the trade now to become a 110-point team? With the right move, you can join the top contenders.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, this is Aaron with Greenify Energy Savers, and I want to extend the incredible offer exclusively for KSL Sports Zone listeners that I recently introduced live on air with DJ and PK. For a limited time, when you purchase a new solar system for your home or business, Greenify will give you a Tesla Powerwall 3 backup battery free. That's right, you'll receive the battery at no cost. You simply pay for the installation. Already have solar but don't have a backup battery? Give us a call. We're also offering unbeatable pricing on battery add-on installations. And here's even more good news. Thanks to the partnerships we've built over the past 14 years in business, we can offer a 25% upfront discount on your entire project. Call us for the details. Every homeowner can qualify. Call Greenify Energy Savers today for your free no-obligation solar and battery quote at 801-948-4464. That's 801-948-4464. Or visit greenifyenergysavers.com to claim your free Tesla Powerwall 3 with your qualifying solar installation. That's greenifyenergysavers.com.
Build your career where the fun never stops. Join the Lagoon Maintenance and Construction team and play a key role in keeping the park running strong. Now hiring ride maintenance technicians and HVAC technicians for full-time year-round positions. If you enjoy hands-on work, problem solving, and being part of a team that values safety and skill, this is the place for you. Plus, you'll get great benefits and real career growth. Apply today at lagoonpark.com/jobs. Must be 18 years or older to apply.
As a fitness coach, my active psoriatic arthritis can slow me down. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, I'm treating my skin and joint symptoms so I can keep moving. Skyrizi, a prescription-only injection for adults, helps me move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. And for those who have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible. With Skyrizi, there's no daily dosing. It's just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Love sports? Love winning? KSL is looking for a senior sports partnership sales executive to lead the charge in growing sports advertising across Utah's sports media leader. You'll sell powerful partnerships across KSL Sports, including the KSL Sports Zone, KSL TV, KSLSports.com, podcasts, and social media, working directly with top decision makers and sports organizations across the region. If you're a proven sales hunter who thrives on building relationships, closing deals, and creating integrated marketing solutions, this is your opportunity. Apply today at KSL.com/careers. That's KSL.com/careers.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to AmericaFirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, changing conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Visit Serenoni's Summer Warehouse Sale, Saturday, August 8th, 11 a.m. until 6 p.m. at Bountiful High School. Save up to 70% off luxury blankets, baby gifts, and more. Celebrate 20 years of comfort with Serenoni.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCote. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right. I know that you get into the cards a little bit. A guy in Florida.
I saw this.
Went to his local card store in Boca Raton, Florida. Boca Sports Cards. Bought a box of 2026 Topps Chrome baseball cards, and he pulled a 1-of-1 Shohei Ohtani dual gold logo man autograph card, and he turned around and flipped that for $11 million. The third highest figure for a sports card, behind behind a couple cards there, obviously, but yeah, $11 million.
That's not a bad afternoon at the card shop.
Yes.
I think the best I've ever done when I first got going, again, it was, I wanted to buy a bunch of Wemby stuff when he was a rookie.
Yeah.
And so I bought the very first, blaster pack that came out. It was a draft picks pack. So they weren't with their teams yet, but they had the rookie mark, and it was the first card made. And I pulled of 25, so 25 made, a rookie of his. So it was nowhere near the $10 million range, but it was a good trip.
You did all right.
And it just seems to be getting better. That's one of the nice things. If they have a career, the value goes up.
Just keep hanging in there. It's an investment in not just in the player.
Make sure Brody gets that card.
I will, for sure.
All right.
Can't thank you enough on that one. Wow. That is that's a good day
What
at
do you
the
do
office.
for a living? Nothing. I just made, $10, $11 million on a card transaction.
So probably gives about half of that back to Uncle Sam. So he's probably, for pulling a card, he's probably walking away with about $6 million. Straight cash. And Boca Raton, that doesn't go very far, though.
You're going to go to the card shop, aren't you?
Nah. I don't know what, honestly, I know who I like.
You wouldn't know what to buy.
I wouldn't even know what to look for, honestly.
Well, when you're ready, just, you're going to give me a crash course in yard work. I'll give you the card. Lay you land on the card world.
All right. Hope you have a great weekend, by the way.
You too, man.
The little yard work, chilling out with the grandkids.
Just a nice open weekend in the summer.
I'm thinking I'm going to go home and thaw out some Bar W steaks. Get the steaks thawed out. Maybe do that tomorrow afternoon. Alex, you got big plans? You're going to go see a little Spider-Man, right?
Yeah. I think I'm just going to go watch Spider-Man and then probably hang out with family.
Are you you feeling a little drag with no soccer, with no World Cup to watch?
It is. I do miss it. I do miss the soccer. I do miss the World Cup of it. But there's still Major League Soccer. There's RSL to watch and the locals to watch. So that'll do it for now.
That'll get your fix. All right. Well, I tell you what, if I see Spider-Man tonight, I will text you and give you a thumbs up or a thumbs down on it.
Sounds like a plan. As soon as I watch it, too, I'll do the same.
All right. Sounds good. I know we won't get Coach there, but that's okay.
That's okay. We don't. We do the things we do, and that's one of the things that works for us, right? Like we were out in Dallas. I know you don't want to go corral.
I am, yeah.
So I left you alone.
I am so close to buying a bunch of lumber right now. I could have myself a big weekend project ahead of me. I don't know, though. Stuff's expensive, man. Lumber. I don't know if it's because we ticked off the Canadians or what's going on, but, man.
Everything right now is stupid expensive. When you're paying $20 drive through for a sandwich and a drink, forget about it.
I know. I just, in fact, I was talking to this guy who was trying to sell me a shed. And because I'm putting a shed in my backyard, and I want like a nice one. So I'm thinking about building it, which would go against having a nice one because anything I build is not going to go well. But this guy's like, I'm like, hey, you got to come down on the price. And he's like, the best I can do is $50. Like, $50? That's on a shed? That's a drop in the bucket there, big fella.
20's the new 5.
Yeah, I guess so. All right. Jake and Ben coming up next. Have a great weekend, everybody. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Win big this Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This week, win tickets to see the Black Crows with special guest Whiskey Meyer at Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater Thursday, August 13th. Get tickets at LiveNation.com and listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win. Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 25% upfront bonus? And are they promising you up to 9% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They aren't. That's up to $25,000 upfront or up to $9,000 per year on $100,000, guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. DBA in most states has Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing. Hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
When I found out my son was using marijuana, I thought it was just part of adolescence.
Lots of teens and young people get high.
But then I found out how powerful today's concentrates are.
I couldn't believe it.
It's far more powerful than weed from the 70s, 80s, and 90s.
When teens use vapes or dabs, the potency can be 80 to 100% THC.
THC can cause addiction, hallucinations, paranoia, anxiety, and cannabis-induced psychosis in youth.
For teens and young adults, marijuana use comes with increased risks
of suicidal thoughts, planning, and attempts.
And these high THC products can be bought almost anywhere.
From gas stations to dispensaries, I had no idea.
Talk to your children well before they experiment with today's potent THC products.
Get educated.
Help them understand the dangers are real.
Just Say No, KNOW. Go to justsayno.org today for the facts.
A public service message from Johnny's Ambassadors.
The Utah Jazz select
Darren Peterson.
The Utah Jazz have found their future face of the franchise as Darren Peterson is on his way to Salt Lake City.
The BYU at Kansas game, he had 18 points in the first half. He was 6 of 8, had 3 steals. There was no question who the best player on the floor was.
Winning basketball is back in Utah, and the KSL Sports Zone will be with the new look Jazz every step of the way. Your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We're all locked in now.
Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to kick off your afternoon drive with Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Allow me to introduce the best of the best.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Do you have the time to listen to me whine about nothing and everything all at once? I am one of those melodramatic fools, neurotic to the bone, no doubt about it. Sometimes I give myself the creeps. Sometimes my mind plays tricks on me. It all keeps adding up. I think I'm cracking up. Am I just paranoid? Am I just sad? I went to a shrink to analyze my dreams. She said
That's not funny. I apologize.
97.5 DKSL Sports Zone. No, it's going to be an Angry Friday.
Okay.
No, I'm now angry.
Oh, no.
And I wasn't angry before, and I'll explain why actually here in a second. But now I'm angry. So can we bring up, like, can we have an Angry Friday and just talk about nothing but topics that anger...
Complain Friday?
That anger me? No, not complain. I want it less whiny and more outrage.
Okay. Sure.
That's a little bit Casey Kasem and Dead Dog.
Yeah, but that vibe. Yeah, right.
But you want to do that.
Less cursing, more anger. Yeah. No, I'm all right. Can I tell you why I was having a good day before real quick? I'll keep it brief, although it's not like there's a million things going on today.
Let's hear it.
My daughter is in a soccer tournament, as you know, and her team unfortunately lost today, but they played really well. But before the game, I was talking to her about the game, and I don't even remember what I was saying, but I said, we are going to have a tough matchup today.
Mm-hmm.
And my daughter said, "We, Dad? We, Dad?
Who's we?"
I mean this. I don't think I've ever been prouder in my life. One, that she, is willing to bust Dad's chops a little bit,
sure.
which I absolutely love.
Mm-hmm.
But two, that is, I can't believe I said we, because that is, as you know, one of my biggest pet peeves on earth.
In this business.
Certainly in the business, but even kind of with fans. Too.
Okay.
We
as the team.
We as the team.
Uh-huh.
We play the Rockets tonight.
Uh-huh.
It drives me bananas. So the fact that I did it, I'm kind of annoyed with.
Okay.
But the fact that she was like, "We, Dad?"
She called you on it.
She called me on it.
You felt better about that.
Oh, I was so proud. I was so proud. I mean, are you on the team, Dad?
Correct. Are you playing goalie today?
Are you playing
Did
today?
you get the shutout?
Are you going to be running around in the hot sun today? No? You don't get we? She's absolutely right. 100%. I will never make that mistake again.
Well,
but
good for her.
I'm so proud of her.
And good for you. That's funny.
Yeah. But then I come in here and, the people around here just stir me up with all the
Debbie
news.
Downers.
And then I just angry.
Yeah.
How are you?
I'm doing fine. I'm doing okay.
Not nearly as angry. So Angry Friday is only going to be a one-way street then.
So, as I've told you with my recent medical diagnosis, I've been on a lot of pills and injections and all kinds of stuff. And I have to take this anti-seizure medication called Keppra. And there's a thing called Keppra rage, which just like makes you really short-tempered. And I've had to fight it. And I have recognized it. I've definitely felt it. And I've tried to like not be cold about it. And honestly, like over the last 3 days, even though I had kind of a setback health-wise, nothing serious, but like some of the antibiotics are causing other issues, the Keppra rage went away.
Okay.
So while I had one loss, and it's a minor step back, it's not going to cause any problems.
Okay.
I had a major step forward, which was like I kind of felt like myself again.
Okay. So, and forgive me for making jokes about this. So, rage is out, constipation's in.
No. Thankfully, no constipation.
No? Okay.
No. The truth is, not that anyone cares, because it actually doesn't mean it's. I don't notice it other than I had some back pain and some nausea.
You don't need to.
The enzyme count in my liver is through the roof.
Oh, okay.
No one can really say what it means. It's not terminal. Generally, it just goes away when you stop taking the antibiotics.
Oh.
So they're just trying to figure out when is it actually safe for me to stop taking antibiotics. But that's kind of out of my control.
Uh-huh.
The Keppra, which has been driving me nuts and making me, again, very short-tempered. You've probably noticed on this show I've maybe been a little bit more argumentative.
A lot of rage.
I've been a little, like, quicker to, like, fight back on things. I've felt that dissipate over the last couple of days, the last week or so, and then it really felt like it was totally gone yesterday. And then there was more setbacks today. But now you want to bring Rage Friday?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's lean in, dude.
I'm trying to get rage out of my life.
No, I think you got to exercise it.
Okay.
Right? I mean, you've got to get through it. I mean, it's what the Scarlet Letter was all about at heart. You got to go through it.
Sure.
You know? And then you come out better on the other side.
Better on the other side.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, just something to chew on.
All right. If you have more things you want to rage about, what's making you angriest in sports right now?
I don't know.
Is there one thing you could point to?
No, I mean there's something that's in the headlines today, like the prediction markets kind of make me angry.
Okay.
And what New York is suing somebody, Kalshi, for running an illegal gambling operation.
Who'd have thought?
And their argument is it's a market. It's not gambling. It's
correct.
Like commodity futures. Like if you've ever seen the movie Trading Places, that movie is a great way to learn what we're talking about here, because that's what is it? Futures isn't right. Future commodities. That's why the crop report is so important, because they're trading orange juice future commodity. Okay. So how the juice market is going to go. So finding out if there was a strong crop report, and then knowing that information before it becomes public is how they try to corner the market.
Okay.
That's the whole.
Yeah.
So it's actually very applicable. Christian Trading Places?
Is this Eddie Murphy, Dan Aykroyd?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've heard of that one. I haven't seen it.
I'll put it on the list, pal. That's a really good one. Really funny. And you can learn a nice financial lesson while you're at it. But Kalshi is saying we are that.
Correct.
And New York now is saying, no, dude, this is
gambling.
This is gambling. This is prop bets.
Yeah.
And just because the take is different doesn't mean that it's any less gambling.
Am I right that Kalshi, people are betting against each other?
Right.
There's no house. There's no FanDuel. There's no like business at the center, though they take a cut of all the different contracts. But that's what you're doing. You're basically saying, I'm going to find another fan, and Kalshi connects you with another fan. And it's not even that personal. That sounds like you had to go out and email somebody, a pen pal, to create this. But basically you say, I think the Jazz are going to win 41 games, and someone says, I think the Jazz are going to win less than 41 games. And basically you bet your money against each other. I think that's how it works.
Right. Yes, like a commodities market.
Okay.
I mean, very, very similar. You buy into the market.
Yes.
You're not, but it is still, because at its heart, honestly, the stock market, which this is a little different, but at its heart, it is gambling. You know, it's different than going to Vegas and playing blackjack, but it is gambling. And I'm not anti-stock market by any means.
You're not anti-gambling either.
I'm certainly cheering for my 401k. And I'm not anti-gambling. But this seems like it's getting out of hand. Does it not? I mean, honestly, this is the outrageous part, but what was the scandal that somebody in the military knew that Nicolas Maduro was going to get arrested and tipped that info on, basically, I don't know if it was Kalshi or what's the other one, Polymarket. That's the big one. But I mean, there's that's national security stuff. You know what I mean?
Enormously. Right.
That person I think is going to jail.
They are going to jail.
And rightfully so. But we're way too vulnerable to that sort of thing.
Yes, the argument against that is, well, if we can track it, don't you think foreign governments can track that? Can see what these weird numbers are being bet on of this war is going to start, or yes, this foreign leader is going to be arrested or kidnapped or whatever. So it's a matter of national security actually there.
And so they're talking about, money laundering and things and other fraud and other situations that go along with it. But I'm a pretty live and let live kind of guy for the most part. But I do have empathy for people who are vulnerable to this compulsive behavior. And I don't know where the balance is, but I do think things are getting out of hand. And in sports in particular. But at least sports doesn't have anything to do with national security. You know what I mean?
I'd hope not, yeah.
If Michael Porter Jr.'s kid brother is fixing certain prop bets, that's not going to endanger me personally.
Right.
So I guess, if somebody, I'd take opinions on the voicemail from people maybe that know a lot more about this sort of thing. But I do feel like it's getting out of hand. I do feel like the gambling in sports, or at least us finding out about it, whenever it started, whenever the infiltration of gambling into the sports that we love, it's out of hand. Or at least I think something should be done, because I actually like legitimate sports in this country. I feel like we're going a different direction.
Not trying to be overly puritanical, but I talk about this example a lot. A few years ago, maybe 10 now, the Knicks thought, wouldn't it be fun if we did a game like they used to in the 50s, and we'll not have any music at halftime, and we'll not have any entertainment, and we're not going to be any sound inside the games. It's just going to be quiet the way they used to play it. And they tried to show it like it was going to be this great, cool throwback, and they were like, this is the worst product I've ever seen. And you realize, there's a reason they've added all this stuff. It got better. This made it better. I feel the same way about gambling. The reason they put all these restrictions on it in the first place, they were like, this is really, really dangerous. This really makes things like sports or anything in the world less enjoyable. Makes it harder. Makes it potential to be rigged, potential to be corrupt. So they put all these laws in place to make it really hard to gamble. Illegal in a lot of places to gamble. And then, you rip the Band-Aid off and suddenly you realize, some of those restrictions were probably not a bad idea. So I'm with you. Yeah, I've not been happy at all with anything we've seen come from the gambling.
The counter argument, I think, though, is compelling.
Which is?
It was always there, but instead of Kalshi making billions, it was John Gotti. Or whoever. And when that happens and it's under the table, then fixing happens and we don't know about it. And so life kind of goes on, But now that it's legal and they can follow the patterns and all this sort of thing, it gets rooted out more. That it's actually good for it because we're now knowing about it. But then you're into this kind of ignorance is bliss kind of thing. So I don't know. Because if you're telling me that in between the Arizona State College basketball scandal and Michael Porter Jr.'s little brother, that it never happened.
Yeah. The Chicago Black Sox and Pete Rose, that was the only two examples in baseball
ever.
For over 60 years, probably naive. Probably have your head in the sand.
So the question is, do we just now know about it?
I'm sure there is some of that.
Because, you can look at, some people say that about the rising autism rates, and not to wade into those waters, but a lot of people say, we now know about it.
Correct.
That's why the steep curve is because it's actually being diagnosed.
Looked for.
So I don't know, but I think the accessibility of it all is ultimately a negative for society. And again, not to be a prude because I'm really not, but I don't think it helps matters that it's right here in our hands. I think maybe part of the reason that I don't have a gambling addiction because I'm not a gambler. But you never know. If I were 15 and it was in my hand, or let's even say legal. If I was 21, and it was in my hand,
and you needed money that night,
I have no idea where my life could have ended up. But when I was 21, you know what I had to do to gamble? Now there was some offshore stuff that I had some buddies doing, but that felt like a new world to me. I had to get in the car and I had to drive, 90 minutes west. Due west across the worst badlands that America has to offer.
Correct.
Literally the most desolate place on earth. The Salt Flats.
To get to Wendover.
To even place a sports bet. And then Wendover is such a lovely place. I was never in a hurry really to go back when I left. You know what I mean? But if it were in my hand, how easy would it have been to fall in that trap? So I don't know. It is a complicated issue. I grant you. But it does feel like things are getting out of hand. Do you have anybody in your orbit that's ruined their life with gambling?
I would say outer orbit.
Outer orbit, I do.
But yes, I knew a girl whose husband took everything they had. It was her money that she had gotten from another thing growing up. And he took it and went and was secretly gambling it all away. And it truly ruined their life. I mean, it ruined her, it ruined him, it ruined their marriage, and everything fell apart as a result.
Scotty and Tim today were talking about that terrible Adam Sandler movie that you recommended to me for a date afternoon when we had a newborn.
Uncut Gems.
I honestly, that was the wrong time to watch that movie, and I don't like movies like that. Watching people truly like a true tragedy, a true cell phone, not cell phone.
Warbird.
Through addiction and the compulsive nature of it that they can't stop. I don't know. Maybe I see something in potential in my personality. I'm not kidding, but I get so much anxiety watching that. I've seen the movie Trainspotting once, and I had so much anxiety watching that movie. I
can't watch it.
I thought to myself, I can never watch this movie again. The movie Kids. I had so much anxiety
the movie Kids. I was
watching that movie. These young people who are just ruining their lives.
Christian, you seen Kids?
No.
That's a rough one.
I have seen Uncut Gems.
Yeah, I just can't. The idea of somebody completely ruining their life because of this compulsive behavior that they cannot control gives me so much anxiety I can hardly handle it. And I feel so bad for people who deal with all of these things. But I don't get entertainment from watching it. And I don't know, frankly, how much that we as a society should be policing that sort of behavior with adults. And you know what? To your point about regulations, is this has been a discussion that has gone on since the dawn of time. And is one of those things where maybe we should have looked in the rearview mirror before we legalized it basically everywhere and thought, they were dealing with this in the 1800s too. And they were pretty opposed to it because of its negative effects. Yeah. Or the 1700s or going all the way back. You know what I mean?
Anytime. And, I don't have any problem with it. I don't have any desire to gamble. I can go to Vegas. I can walk through a casino. I have truly zero desire to sit down, put money in a machine, or sit at a table and play cards. It has zero draw to me in the slightest. I've done it, and I just never made me want to stay. It never made me want to go back and do it again. It's not a thing for me. But clearly it's being diagnosed as a truly addictive behavior. People
Oh, yeah.
clearly, I mean, you wouldn't ruin your life the way people ruin their lives if it wasn't addictive. So I think along those lines, it's probably fair, in my opinion, to say if it's that addictive, you should probably regulate it some. Because we do regulate a lot of addictive substances, things in our country, even if we should say, they're adults, they can do whatever they want.
But it seems like now in this country, we are throwing a lot of those regulations out the window and basically saying, yeah, we can handle it.
Mm-hmm.
In the, under the guise of the principle, which, again, I agree with, let people be people. Let adults be adults. But, yeah, if it's affecting national security, let's think about that. Let's crunch through that a little bit and figure out if this is really a good thing.
Again, I think if you want to gamble on sports and you want to go to Vegas or whatever and do it, Atlantic City, cool. I don't mind if there's a few places where you can do some of those things. Honestly, I don't have any problem with that. I don't know if it needs to be everywhere. I just, again, maybe I sound a little bit too puritanical. I'm not trying to, but not everything needs to be everywhere all the time. It's okay that the teachers aren't drinking in elementary schools, even if some people could handle 2 drinks during a school day.
Yeah, 2 martini lunch.
Yeah,
that's
like
probably a bad idea.
The 3rd grade teacher doesn't need to crack a Bud Light at 11:30 and be like, yeah, it's just going to get me to 2:30 easier. Like, legally, you can drink, and you're old enough, but maybe you don't need to do it at school while you're working.
No, that's not necessary.
So maybe you don't need to be gambling everywhere either, or gambling on anything. And again, that's where this Kalshi stuff and New York and the ability to truly place a bet on everything, including like, is the president going to say this in his teleprompter?
Yeah.
And then you realize, the guy writing the speeches or controlling the teleprompter was going to have better insight on that, and that's why he got caught betting on it. Like, yeah, that's an insane thing to be able to gamble on. So that, again, can be regulated. And by the way, I think there's a chance 3 or 4 years from now we look back and say they opened the floodgates and then they re-regulated it, and now we have a better system than we used to have. I think that's very possible that outcome could be in front of us. I'm not trying to rule that out. I'm not sure it's just going to get worse and it's going to be anarchy and the country's going to fall apart because for a few years, gambling got out of hand. I think our country has shown an ability to regulate itself and fix itself and improve. But clearly, there are some holes in the system right now.
Well, I'll tell you, like I can go to Wendover and have a good night or have a good couple of nights, and I do enjoy it. In fact, I will tell you a story. When I was 21, we did this trip, a road trip with my 2 buddies. We were going to drive to Vegas, to Santa Barbara, to LA, back to Vegas, and then back to Salt Lake in like 5 days.
Mm-hmm.
I thought I emptied my bank account and decided like $200 was going to be plenty for the trip.
Mm-hmm.
We get down to Vegas the first night, and I'm like, man, I'm going to turn this 200 into 400.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, I'm going to try out the system Grandpa taught me on the table.
Yeah, right.
You see how this goes.
Yep.
My buddy Morgan leads us into some strip hotel and sits us down at like a $20 table.
A hotel on the strip.
A hotel on the strip. I think it was the Bellagio. I don't even remember. But it was a $20 table.
That's a lot. It's big.
And this is like 2002. You know what I mean?
Yeah, right.
This is a $20 table. My $200 was gone.
Yeah, absolutely.
Was gone in like 25 minutes. And so I angrily went back to the hotel and left my friends. I was like, I'm out of here. I don't have any money anyway, so what am I going to do? So I go back to where we were staying. And I have this impulse while I'm like, I'm going to bed.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm thinking in my brain, well, I think I have like $25 left in my bank account. I could get that. I saw across the street they had a little casino. I could
get it back.
And I don't know. At that moment, I thought to myself, that's why people get in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
I really did. And I went to bed. I just went to sleep. I thought, but that feeling, I will never forget it. Like here, I just got smoked for basically every penny I have in a half an hour. And I'm thinking to myself, but what if?
Right.
You know?
Yeah,
and I totally recognized that at that moment. And I'm pretty proud of myself for it, to be honest with you, because just going to bed that night was a really good decision. It was a really good decision for me. So I get it. Compulsive behavior is crazy. It's tough. A lot of people deal with it in a lot of different ways, but most of them are also adults. I do feel bad.
Most people don't have a problem with it. Honestly, most people don't.
I do feel bad for Christian's generation that they are broke like all 20-sums and have access to make reckless decisions that really do carry heavy long-term consequences.
Long-term financial consequences, yep.
I mean, if I picked up a gambling addiction at 45, shame on me. But honestly, someone picks it up at 22, I get it.
Mm-hmm.
I get how it happens for sure.
I needed money at that age. I mean, everyone needs money at all points of their life. I still need money. Everyone needs money.
If you believe Ishii Marikawa, what's his last name? The Ippei. Thank you, Christian. I've only listened to 3 podcasts about the man, and I can't even get his name right.
The translator.
The translator for Shohei. His version of the story was how he got started with this guy, this illegal bookie, is he was having trouble keeping up with Shohei's lifestyle because he was with him all the time and he was making like 80 grand or something along those lines. And was having trouble. He was broke and he had a young family and all this stuff. And here comes this bookie, meets him playing golf. And the bookie says, hey, I'll give you, 10 grand in credit with my book. And that's how he got started because he viewed it as free money and he needed the money. So if I turn that 10 grand into 20, well, that's 20 grand that I wasn't expecting out of nowhere. And he said he did not cash out once. And we know his debt got up into the millions.
17 million?
Yep. He said he did not cash out once. Again, according to him. So I get it. Christian I need $100. I got a hot date tonight.
Yeah, right. Going out to dinner. Let me try and see if I can turn 20 into 40.
Yeah.
I lost it. Well, let me see if I can turn the next 20 into 60.
But can
get
you
my money back?
But can you protect Christian from being Christian? You know, like that's the question.
That's
why this is a delicate one. But I do think the market, the excuse that this is not gambling because it's a market and not a book is let's not get caught up in those details because that's what they're hiding behind.
I've only seen this through like travel shows, but right, you can gamble in Japan. They have these casinos, but they're not actually casinos because you don't win money from the machine. You win like a ticket from the machine, like you would win a ticket at the arcade here. But if you go around the corner, you can exchange that ticket for cash. So they are gambling, but technically the machine isn't paying you money. It's paying you something that you can then exchange for cash, which, it's some silly loophole. But yeah, people are always trying to find ways around to essentially allow you to gamble. And I've always thought that's what Polymarket and Kalshi are. Yeah, they're just another word for it. And I get there's a different kind of method, a different market, as you would say. There's not a house necessarily. You're betting against somebody else or buying a contract with somebody or against somebody else, but it's gambling.
Man, I love Trading Places. It's a great movie.
I've only seen it once. I should watch it.
Really?
Oh.
By
the way, it was in like the last 5 years. It wasn't that long ago.
No, it's just genius.
Yeah.
It holds up too. I saw it like 5 years ago or whatever, and it's still funny. All right, stay tuned. Top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com coming up next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Should BYU and Notre Dame be playing football every single year? An annual matchup.
Yeah, if they have this opportunity, build something new and see if it sticks. So if you have a chance to get Notre Dame, sign on.
I would assume that Brett Yormark would be in Santiago's ear saying, do it. How can I help you do it? It's just going to elevate the league's profile.
I don't think we appreciate the level of improvement and status BYU football program is right now. This is a team that has won double digits here 2 years in a row at the Power 4 level. It's something that has never been done. And you can argue that this is the best that the program's ever been.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, and a state attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
As America celebrates its 250th anniversary, celebrate the values that make our communities strong by shopping local at Mountain Land Supply. They're proud to be a local employee-owned company that celebrates their customers every day. Whether you're building, remodeling, or tackling your next project, Mountain Land moves mountains for you with their expert service and trusted products. Visit your locally owned and operated Mountain Land Supply Store and experience the difference shopping close to home makes. Learn more at mountainland.com.
Hey, Doug, what is it that you do? 'Cause everybody's buying a car from you. Hey, Doug.
For over 20 years, Doug Smith is Utah's Kia leader for sales, parts, and service. Come see why today at our new location in Linden, Utah.
Hey, Doug.
Don't you wish your life came with a warning app?
Stop. That dog does not want to be petted.
Just a little heads up before something bad happens.
Move your coffee cup away from your computer.
Oh, no. So you can have more control.
Stop. You're texting your boss by mistake.
Uh-oh. Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes like managing your weight, getting active, stopping smoking, and eating healthier, you can stop prediabetes before it leads to type 2 diabetes. It's easy to learn your risk. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Warning. The cap is loose on that ketchup.
Ugh. Don't wait. You have the power to change the outcome. Visit doihaveprediabetes.org today. That's doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its prediabetes awareness partners.
Your favorite road trip snack, but make it spicy. New fiery cheese curds from the Creamery are here. Stop in or order online. $1 from every bag will be donated to support wildfire relief efforts.
It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Now,
Christian, do you live near a library? Do you know where your library is?
I know of one near me, yeah.
Walk in and get your library card. First of all, you can just take DVDs if you want. You can't take them. You got to check them out. We're trying to get Christian to watch all these movies.
No, you'd be
shocked. They're not
shocked.
streaming. It's like, go to the library or use the free services streaming through your library.
Shout out to the county and city libraries for that matter, but you can get a shocking amount of stuff with your library card.
Amazing.
When we went up over the 4th, we went up to Jordanelle. We rented a dang telescope.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it was super cool.
Yeah.
And this, I guess, do you rent things from the library? Borrowed?
Yeah.
A beautiful, awesome telescope. It was super cool.
Very cool.
Yeah. So shout out to the libraries.
Yep.
That don't make me outraged.
I'm with you.
It doesn't really fit into
Outrage Friday?
Anger Friday. Yeah. Time for the top 3 stories of the day. KSLSports.com, brought to you by J. Brooks Jewelers. Cherish your love with J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. J. Brooks Jewelers. All right, Christian, where do you want to start today?
Number 1, still no news on the Protect College Sports Act.
Not good, Ben.
No, it's because it's not going to pass. If you want to know what makes me mad, And I'm not even mad about it because I don't have the time or emotion to be mad about it. I've got too much going on in the world and my own life and things, and all good things. I'm saying, you know what I mean? I truly don't have the bandwidth to like rue the downfall of college athletics that we are seeing happen very dramatically. Now, do I believe 5 years from now college athletics are going to cease to exist? I don't believe that. They're going to find a way to keep this afloat, and when we finally get to an actual deadline where something has to be done, I think people will fix it. Somebody will fix it. I would hope. I don't think we've gotten to that point yet, and that's why there's not been more momentum towards actually getting a bill passed to save what is something that a lot of people, myself included, do love. But one of the things that does frustrate me is just watching this relatively precipitous collapse of this thing that was not that broken. So it is more broken today than it was 10 years ago when people decided it needed to be fixed.
I could not agree. I could not have said that better myself. Let this be a lesson to all of us to not try and fix something that is not broken.
Yeah.
I don't think college sport, I argued it for years, which is why I directly blame Gordon Monson because it was him who I had this argument with the most. Nobody was being exploited. It was actually a really positive thing in a lot of people's lives for a lot of reasons, including the players. I would argue that college sports, and I guess it's even more true now, but college sports has pulled more people out of poverty than many other programs in this great country, where you give people opportunities to better their lives through education is an extraordinarily valuable thing. It was never broken in the first place. Let this be a lesson to not mess with something that doesn't need to be messed with. Nobody was starving. I always hated those arguments like, oh, these people are nobody was starving. Everybody was living. I gave you an example off the air of something in my personal life that, sometimes we need to say blessed.
Yeah.
Blessed.
Right.
This is pretty great. And I've told you this before. There's just a certain point of the population where if you handed them $100, they would complain and say, what, not $250?
Yeah.
I see that Maserati you're driving around in. You can't throw $250 my way. What's the deal?
Yep.
And what a scary impulse.
I will tell you, I was on the players should get paid side. And I was naive to the point of thinking what exactly has happened, which is what the doomsdayers, like you, said would happen. I just didn't believe it. I didn't believe there was going to be that much money from donors or whoever to put money into these programs and then would get out of hand this quickly. And I was completely wrong. I just totally underestimated what people's desires are to have whatever this is.
Well, we should have all realized how evil the universities are and how evil their ecosystem is. In all honesty, and I do value education, and I value my education and the education that I received. But is it a surprise that these greedy universities are eating themselves? Should any of us be shocked?
No.
Where they have, in that system, prioritized money in academics and in athletics for decades, that now all of a sudden these greedy institutions are eating themselves. Should we be shocked? It's just sad that it has to have consequences that are something a lot of us love. And that's college sports, in my opinion.
I'm going to say guys specifically, because the fact of the matter is, for the most part, and there are exceptions, men's football, men's basketball is what drives finances in college athletics, right? That's where the money is made. There are women's basketball programs, women's softball programs, volleyball programs that do make money. But what this is all about is men's football, and men's basketball. Do you think there are, can you name a good guy in all of this? Who are the good guys right now? Because for a minute, it seemed like, is Cody Campbell one of the good guys? Kind of seems like he's fighting for the thing that people want fought for, and pulled back the mask, and he's the worst guy, at least in my opinion. I don't know. Kurt Signetti feels like he should be the good guy. You win in Indiana, that's awesome. There's no way he's one of the good guys. It's just it's not a chance.
Okay, my issue with My issue with that, what you're saying, looking for good guys and bad guys, you're judging people's character. Honestly, I don't care about Cody Campbell's character. What is he trying to do?
Sure, and I think that's what I mean. Do
like,
we feel like anyone's actually trying to accomplish the right thing? Is there like an obvious figure?
Yes, you may hate Cody Campbell, but he's trying to
You
at
think
least.
he is?
I think he's trying to accomplish some sort of regulation and trying to use his clout, his influence to get it over the hump.
Okay.
Do I agree with everything in the bill that he's trying to push? Not really. He probably has some selfish motivations. There's probably a lot of things about it that I do not like. But is it better than the alternative? Is it better than having no rules at all? Probably so. So I don't have to endorse the man's personality or politics.
Sure.
Frankly, I don't care.
Yeah, it doesn't have anything to do with
It's
anything.
how does the sausage get made?
Yeah.
Honestly, what comes out? Is it a beautiful, delicious bratwurst? I don't care what happened. I don't care what the politics of the butcher were.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
The ends can justify the means.
You may hate Tommy Tuberville's politics, and I've heard a particularly disturbing story about his personal life, but he's at least proposing something that would be helpful. 5 to play 5, and only 1 transfer. So whatever's got to be done to get it over the hump. Now, I'm with you. It's not getting over the hump. Neither one is going to make it past the finish line, and so we're stuck with what we've got.
Like, I don't even see a person, a program, even though if I believe in what Ted Cruz and Maria Cantwell are trying to accomplish, or Tommy Tuberville is trying to accomplish, like, I don't even see a glimmer of hope that that's even close to happening.
No, probably not. But I certainly don't care about good guys, bad guys. Okay. I mean, it's all about the result. So, in my opinion.
No, totally fair.
You know, as long as the water comes out of my tap clean, then I'm...
How it gets there doesn't matter.
Yeah, I don't really care.
Totally fair.
All right, what's next?
Number 2, CBS has placed your guy, Tony Romo, on leave after his OWI arrest.
Who your guy are you pointing that at?
If the shoe fits. I think you both like him, right?
I like him. Jake does not like him.
No, he's terrible.
He's the worst.
He is the worst. People have listened to the show long enough to catch on to that game, or at least me on the radio to catch on to that game, that I like saying your guy, assigning that at random to people. People understand that's a joke, right? Because I pick some pretty random people that aren't your guy to say your guy.
Your guy, Windy.
Could be anybody. It could be anybody.
I just think that's a funny joke, and I'm probably the only one on the planet that does. But good job, Christian. I like your use of it there. Man, I do have sympathy for people who make mistakes, you know. But you also have to live with the consequences of your mistakes. And I suppose Tony Romo's probably lucky that he has a job, you know, after making that mistake, I suppose. I don't know.
If he still does. He may not.
He may not. I don't know if is this a fireable offense. I hate going down those roads. I don't know.
We don't need to make that decision.
No,
so
I'm glad I don't have
to. I'm not going to step up to the plate to pretend I need to make it. I have liked Romo. I do feel like he's gotten worse, which is a bad sign. I would hope you would get better in that job until you do the Chris Collinsworth thing, which is like, yeah, you've done it for 25 years now or whoever. At some point, you're going to slow down a little bit. Chris is not as sharp as he was 10 years ago or 15 years ago in his prime. He's still fine. Romo started, I thought, very well and got a little bit less interesting because I think he settled in a little bit to who his character or the character that he became was. But, yeah, man, consequences to your actions. I don't know what to tell you.
My critique for him as an analyst, if you better figure out how to move past gimmick really quick.
Yeah, you should.
Tony Romo was a gimmick because he had the predict the plays thing, which got old in about 10 minutes, and then he had nothing else.
Yeah.
And he's not, he doesn't bring anything necessarily to the broadcast.
He seems actively lazy at times.
Everybody fell in love with him because they're like, wow, this Tony Romo's a genius. He knows what's coming. And it's like, okay, that's not really his job to know what's coming.
It only takes you so far.
Yeah, and then, I don't know, I would guess he's bored.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, you say gotten lazy or whatever, he's probably bored. I think all athletes, from my personal experience, do have a challenge in moving on to the next phase of their life and what exactly that's going to be. And an easy one for some athletes is to move into the broadcast booth because of you were the quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys.
Sure.
It doesn't make it exciting for you necessarily. It doesn't mean that you're good at it. It is an entirely different job. Guys like Chris Collinsworth, or I'll throw our guy Tim Lacombe into this, really enjoy the job and that it keeps their foot in the door with basketball. But they enjoy both those things. You know, Tony probably doesn't hate being around football still, but it's not playing. It is not the same. And you do get attention for it, which I'm sure he enjoys, but it's not, you're not the quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys anymore. So some people want to do the job and some people treat it disrespectfully. And I believe Tony is the latter.
Thurl, Big T, Thurl Bailey, has actively gotten better at the job.
Oh, big time. Yeah.
And I think does the work, clearly does the work, and is better. Reggie Miller has gotten better. Reggie Miller used to be truly unlistenable.
He's really good.
He is better than he used to be. There are guys that get worse, no question.
I would guess if you, and again, when we have these kind of discussions, it sounds like you're clowning people at the beginning, and I'm not trying to do that, but I'm thinking of the longest tenured broadcaster that I know. I bet if you listen to Ron Boone in 1990 and then Ron Boone 10, 15 years later or whatever, he's a million times better because he really likes the job and he's a good broadcaster and he improves at his craft, you know?
Yeah.
I don't think Tony's done that.
Agreed. No, you're
I
exactly
think
right.
Tom Brady is disrespectful to the job. I think it's stupid that they've come up with the excuse that he can't prep for games because he's the owner of the Raiders. Then don't let him do the job.
Correct.
Or don't let him own the Raiders.
Yep.
All right, what's next?
Number 3, speaking of this gambling mess, Terry Rozier could potentially be off the hook, according to ESPN.
There's a text, apparently, that has surfaced that says, quote, "Don't tell Terry." And his lawyer is trying to say that that's evidence that he didn't know about these bets that were being taken place on his games or his over-unders. A lot of people write letters before they commit a crime, specifically laying out what they think their alibi is going to be, or I went into this house with this intention, even though obviously they went in with a different intention. So my guess is this is not going to get Terry off the hook.
I don't know. You know what stinks about this is like the gambling thing, like we talked about, is like the biggest story in sports. But Terry Rozier is such an inconsequential player. So is Michael Porter Jr., his little brother. Not trying, Jonte Porter. I'm not trying to slander Michael Porter Jr. They're so inconsequential, it doesn't make the waves it should. You know, whether he gets convicted or not, it's not going to move the needle at all because nobody, and I mean nobody, cares about Terry Rozier. Pete Rose was the best dang player in baseball for a while. You know, the Black Sox fixed the World Series.
The World Series that they were favored to win.
So that depresses me, honestly, because it should move the needle, and we should care.
In a motion to dismiss 2 charges, I think he's facing 4 charges. In a motion to dismiss 2 charges against Rozier, attorney David Marcus wrote that a text sent by co-conspirator De Niro Laster shows that Rozier did not know about the alleged bets. Laster, a childhood friend of Rozier, is accused of selling inside information about Rozier's plans to leave a March 2023 game early as part of an alleged betting scheme. Quote, "Don't tell Chum about the bet," Laster wrote, according to the filing. Chum is Rozier's nickname.
That's a crappy nickname.
Chum?
Yeah.
It's not a good one.
Wonder how he got it.
I don't know.
You bleed in the water or something?
That's right. That's what it... Because he also has Scary Terry.
Also,
everybody named Terry is Scary Terry.
Scary
That's
Terry.
a lazy one.
Yeah.
Is Terry short for something?
Terrence?
Oh, probably.
Probably Terrence.
Yeah, probably Terrence. All right. Well, good luck to Terrence. Terrence is a strong name. You should just drop the Terry and go with Terrence.
Okay.
Like reinvent himself like a failing company. You indicted Terry. I'm Terrence.
I'm Terrence. Real name Terry.
Meta World Peace.
Real name Terry.
Full name Terry.
Okay.
Yep.
All
The
right.
third.
Well, he can't do that then. Maybe he should. He should anyway.
His Wikipedia page. Terry William Rozier III, nicknamed Scary Terry. That's what it says. That's his first sentence of his wiki. So shout out Scary Terry.
Yeah. Stay tuned. More Jacob Ed next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LaCombe.
SEC Commissioner Greg Sankey, as he kicked off and the SEC kicked off their football media day, said that he is not happy whatsoever with what's going on in terms of the Protect College Sports Act. He has had conversations. The conversations about them tearing away from the rest of college athletics is real.
You know, college football, it's ironic that they're against the Save College Football Act. They don't want to be governed. I mean, that's what I keep hearing. The SEC, the Big Ten, they're the ones that keep dragging their feet. Everybody else wants to get this done, but because they feel like they are better than everybody else, they should get a better deal.
I really can't stand this guy. I really, there are certain people out there that are just hell-bent on wrecking things that don't need to be wrecked.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Doug Wright, and as we move into August, I can't help but look back into July. That's where we celebrated Dee's birthday, which, by the way, is a month-long celebration. We call it the Dee Fest. We had every adult in the family there at Ruth's Chris in downtown Salt Lake City at 275 Southwest Temple, and it was just a delight. The atmosphere, the service, and, of course, the food. Incredible. Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. You can always count on Ruth's Chris. And then, of course, Hotel Park City is a wonderful place, especially at this time of year when it's so hot down in the valley, to head up into the mountains and enjoy that perfect meal. Let everybody else do the work. And you and your family, you and your friends, just kick back and enjoy the perfect meal. Ruth's Chris Steakhouse, 275 Southwest Temple in the heart of downtown Salt Lake City, or up in our beautiful Utah mountains at Hotel Park City. It's Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
As Americans, we love to try and fix our own stuff. It's as American as Paddington Bear. We pride ourselves in going to the hardware store and knowing exactly where to find the tools we'll only use once. But every once in a while, we bite off more than we can chew. When once all the screws are stripped, wires crossed, and hairs grayed, isn't there a certain charm to admitting you need an expert? And don't worry, there are lots of things that need help, but don't like to admit it. Things like self-checkout machines. I feel like I'm doing most of the work there. Autocorrect, again, most of the work. Also, the French. So if you've general custarded yourself into a bad situation, give Shamrock Plumbing a call. We're here to help.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry-aged 14 days. Steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup, shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try barwbeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Not feeling a burger? We've got you covered. Try one of our hot ribeye, turkey, or BLT sandwiches, and you'll understand why we say JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson. Now, every day from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We're teaming up with Beehive Meals, honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week. You can do it at kslsports.com/contest and listen every Thursday afternoon to this show, Jake and Ben. It's the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week.
Had my General Tso's chicken last night and then a few leftovers this morning.
How was it?
Insane. It was so
pretty good.
My kids ate it. Like, if I were to tell my kids we're going to a Chinese restaurant to get food, they would say, have fun. I'm staying home. You're making macaroni and cheese for me or whatever, breadsticks. Just made it, put some rice, put it in front of them. They scarfed it down. That's honestly my favorite thing about Beehive Meals. I love the convenience of it. I love how easy it is. I love having it delivered to my door. But my kids have eaten more variety of food since I've been with Beehive Meals than at any other point in their life. And it will make the rest of their life better. I'm not kidding. Learning how to enjoy food is a major positive.
So my daughter Maggie, my daughter Maggie's funny. She's not necessarily a picky eater. Mm-hmm. She likes stuff. And both my kids like Beehive Meals. But there's only one thing that she wants for dinner. Mm-hmm. There's one menu item that she wants ever. And it's twisty noodles with white sauce.
Okay.
That's what she wants every day for every meal, right? So I used to pick her up from daycare every day because I was available in the afternoons and I could pick her up every day. So I did. Every single day, our routine was, Dad, what's for dinner? And I would tell her, and she'd go, oh. Unless it was twisty noodles with white sauce. It was always, oh. And so I haven't been able to pick her up since we switched times.
Jobs. Yeah.
And so I asked her, or my wife said, I was like yesterday. She was like, every day, she still asks me what we're having for dinner. And every day she goes, oh.
Kids are hilarious, man. Kids are so funny.
So funny. And she'll eat. Sometimes she needs more coaxing than others. But initially, it's, what are we having for dinner? Oh. So funny. Still continues on. Yeah, if the answer is twisty noodles with white sauce, the answer is yay.
Yeah, but otherwise it's disappointment.
But you know what's funny about that? Only time we have twisty noodles with white sauce now, babysitters.
Oh, okay.
Because I even kind of like noodles with white sauce, but I can't have it that much.
Of course.
So now,
nobody can.
Now it's
adults certainly can't.
Oh, the babysitter's coming over. Oh, twisty noodles with white sauce tonight, kids.
Yeah, my daughter would eat ramen for every meal if she could. What I love about Beehive Meals, there's actually protein in every single thing. It's pork or it's chicken or it's beef. There is real food going into the body.
Well, there's nutrition.
There's nutrition.
Yes,
there's
nutrition.
Real food being fed, which is
not just
such
salt
a huge victory.
And flour.
Salt and carbohydrates or whatever. Yeah, whatever it is. So, yeah. Shout out to people at Beehive.
Well, I love ramen too.
Yeah, no, so do I. Yeah, absolutely. You can't have it 22 times a week with one time being like, yeah, we'll go out, get something different. So.
Yeah, variety is good.
Nutrition
is good.
Yeah.
All those things.
100%.
All right, stay tuned. We'll have more coming up next. It's Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the Coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's DJ, PK, and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, everybody wants a deal. Everybody wants to save some money. Guess what? It's time for a sale at J. Brooks Jewelers, isn't it?
Thanks, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh, our annual sample sale means everything in stock is 15 to 60% off. From engagement rings and wedding bands to diamond earrings, necklaces, bracelets, estate treasures, and more, you'll find incredible savings throughout our entire in-stock collection. So whether you're celebrating a special occasion or shopping for an upcoming proposal, or simply treating yourself, we'll help you find a piece that you'll love at exceptional value. With one-of-a-kind styles, timeless classics, and limited inventory, this is the best opportunity of the year to shop before your favorite pieces are gone. So visit J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh starting Saturday, July 11th for the annual sample sale and discover your next favorite piece while savings last.
J. Brooks Jewelers in Lehigh, Murray, and online at jbrooksjewelers.com. Love sports? Love winning? KSL is looking for a senior sports partnership sales executive to lead the charge in growing sports advertising across Utah's sports media leader. You'll sell powerful partnerships across KSL Sports, including the KSL Sports Zone, KSL TV, KSLSports.com, podcasts, and social media, working directly with top decision makers and sports organizations across the region. If you're a proven sales hunter who thrives on building relationships, closing deals, and creating integrated marketing solutions, this is your opportunity. Apply today at KSL.com/careers. That's KSL.com/careers.
Greater Zion, no greater feeling. At Southern Utah's Copper Rock Golf Course, we embrace that feeling. Here, every swing is surrounded by breathtaking landscapes and world-class amenities, providing that perfect pairing of golf and unforgettable outdoor experiences. Come for the golf, stay for the adventure. Copper Rock, born to be played.
As a pedestrian, it can feel like getting home safely is the final boss. Now, here's how to max your stats and take 0 damage. Here's the strat. Try this killer combo move right here. Cross with your phone light and make eye contact with drivers before you go. Upgrade your visibility. Make sure you always use the crosswalk and wear reflective gear. Save stealth mode for video games. Stand out, stay seen, and stay safe. A message from the Utah Department of Public Safety. They're looking out for you.
As America celebrates its 250th anniversary, celebrate the values that make our communities strong by shopping local at Mountain Land Supply. They're proud to be a local employee-owned company that celebrates their customers every day. Whether you're building, remodeling, or tackling your next project, Mountain Land moves mountains for you with their expert service and trusted products. Visit your locally owned and operated Mountain Land Supply store and experience the difference shopping close to home makes. Learn more at mountainland.com.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tonight, the Salt Lake Bees are in Texas to play Sugarland. Tony Park's on the call at 6:30. Listen on 97.5 The Zone. Saturday night, the Bees in Sugarland will be on 1280 The Zone with Tony Park's on the call at 6:30 because Real Salt Lake will be in action Saturday night in St. Louis. The match gets underway at 6:30, pregame at 5:30 on 97.5 The Zone. And Sunday, the Utah Royals are back in action hosting Portland at 5 o'clock on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Visit Serenoni's Summer Warehouse Sale, Saturday, August 8th, 11 a.m. until 6 p.m. at Bountiful High School. Save up to 70% off luxury blankets, baby gifts, and more. Celebrate 20 years of comfort with Serenoni.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Not only do these guys give you the best jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Sure, why not? Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. Real quick, while Christian finds that, and we can talk some NFL football and something that we're going to disagree on. But let me run this by you, since it's a deserty Friday, and we can be all over the place.
I wasn't trying to stop you from being angry, by the way.
Oh yeah, well this kind of makes.
Sorry, I squashed that.
No, well this kind of makes me angry.
Okay.
But so let me ask you this: you remember when Lance Armstrong left his wife, who helped him through cancer, so he could date Shania Twain? Like
Shania rules, yeah.
And I think all of us thought, like, that's not cool, dude.
It's not great.
She got you through cancer.
Yeah.
She stood by you. She did all that stuff. And, you know, you get some celebrity and you're healthy, and all of a sudden you leave her for Shania Twain. Let me ask you this. Brittany Griner has filed for divorce from her wife, I think you pronounce it Shirley. Shirley stood by her while she was in a Russian prison. Advocated on her behalf to get her out, if you remember that whole song and dance. You should have to stay with her,
You
right?
think that's a...
Come on.
This is a Jelly Roll Bunny XO conversation.
Yeah, a little bit of that, right?
1,000%.
Like, you were down and out. You were in a Russian prison. The only thing that was going to get you out of there was sheer, like, political will, sheer pressure on the right people to get her out, correct?
What did you think her wife's name was? It's either Cheryl or Sherelle.
I said Sherelle.
Did you say Sherelle? Okay. All right. You're probably right, Sherelle. All right.
She was the face of that effort. Get this woman's poor wife out of a Russian prison.
What are the odds Brittany came back the same person after the Russian prison?
Probably pretty low.
Does that give her the freedom to change her mind about her life?
Is she in a Russian prison?
No, she's not now.
Yeah, then no.
So you think she needs to bounce back?
Yeah.
She needs to
No. They need to figure out how to keep it together.
Okay. Not to laugh at somebody else's divorce. I'm not trying to do that. I'm just saying, like, I actually see a world where you go to a Russian prison and you become one of the hottest political topics on the planet for a moment. The president has to negotiate to get you out of prison.
Oh, and exchange the arms dealer.
Yeah. With all due respect to one of the better, like not one of the greatest of all time, but one of the better WNBA players that we've had in the last little while, nowhere near as important as this arms dealer apparently was to Russia. This guy was a high up. I am giving Brittany grace. Leave Brittany alone. I'm giving Brittany grace to come back a different person and realize she wants to live a different lifestyle.
But that lifestyle is not in a Russian...
Leave Brittany alone! That's how I feel.
That lifestyle is not in a Russian prison. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, Ben, if you get me out of a Russian prison, if I am rotting in a Russian prison and you get me out, I owe you, bro.
If you get kidnapped and you come back with PTSD, I'm going to give you some space. And if you need to do a different job, I'm not going to let you replace me as your co-host. As long as you're doing this job, I got to be your co-host.
Okay, listen, though.
But if you got to quit your job, I'll let you quit your job.
But listen, that's up to you because I owe you. So if you want to take that attitude, good on you. But I ain't leaving you. You know what I mean?
Sure. Okay.
You picking up what I'm putting down?
I think you're living in a little bit of a dreamland, but okay.
Brittany was living in a Russian prison.
Correct. That's what I'm saying.
She owes her wife a lot because currently she's not in a Russian prison. And by the way, the other famous American who was right there alongside her, and I'm trying to remember, I think he was a journalist for the Washington Post.
Sounds right.
That poor guy's still there.
Is he still there? He's not been released.
No.
Man, Griner's had a hell of a career. Led the league in blocks 8 different times. And twice in scoring.
She should. She's Wilt Chamberlain. She's like 9 feet
she's
tall.
So much bigger than everybody.
Absolutely.
Yeah, she rules. Shout out, Brittany. Leave Brittany alone.
I don't know if she does rule. This
Leave
is
Brittany
a pretty
alone.
this is a pretty cold move. Were you the one defending Lance Armstrong?
I told you as soon as you said this, Shania Twain rules. So I get it. I don't know what Sherelle's deal is, or Cheryl. I don't know what her name is, but I don't know what. Maybe she stinks.
Well, it doesn't matter.
You know what? I'm cool with Jelly Roll leaving Bunny XO too. You're an adult. You get to make that choice. I don't know what Bunny XO was up to. Her name is Bunny XO.
This whole thing lacks gratitude.
You don't think you could be grateful for somebody you get divorced from? I've been divorced. You have not.
No, I have not. Can you be
Me neither, for the record.
Can you be grateful while screwing someone over? Thank you.
You have a very
Thank you for what you did for me.
perspective of a
But
divorce.
now I am going to. It says Brittany's leaving her.
It does. You're right. It does say Brittany is choosing to end the relationship.
Again, if she wants to leave Brittany, knock yourself right out. Brittany's not the one who can make that decision.
You can't leave your wife who was in a Russian gulag.
After she's out, you can. After you got her out.
I think that's pretty tough. I think that'd be a tough.
So you're blaming Sherelle. You'd be mad at Sherelle if she left Brittany.
No,
Is that
I
what
think
you're
that's
saying?
a worse PR. I actually think that's a worse PR perspective of if
incorrect
your spouse was a political prisoner and then you divorced them when they got out of jail. I think that makes you look worse than the other way around.
No, at least you got him out first. Or her in this case.
Lance Armstrong's wife leaves him post-cancer. You think that looks better than him leaving her, though she was with him through cancer?
Yeah.
Okay. I think you and I
No.
flat out disagree on this perspective.
Now, if she would have left him during cancer, that might be a little bit of a different story.
Cheryl. Well, I don't know exactly, again, how to say her name. I've only seen it.
If she would have left Brittany during
the Russian imprisonment,
that's a bad look.
Bad look.
Whatever. After you could say, well, Brittany probably came back with some problems, and she's probably giving Brittany her space.
Our boss Nate's in there. I want Nate's opinion. Can Nate hear us? Christian, can Nate hear us?
Christian can't hear us. Are you kidding? Like that.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Christian is just not paying attention.
Absolutely nothing.
This is crazy.
Not listening for a second.
And I get our boss is in there, but we are talking directly to our producer, and he's not paying attention to us in the slightest.
Doesn't even have it up.
Doesn't even have it
the
up.
volume isn't even on.
So
Christian smells like he lives in a dumpster.
Yeah, he looks like he lives in a dumpster.
Can you?
You can hear?
I heard partially. Nate was telling me some really important stuff.
Is Nate still in there?
No, he's gone now.
I wanted Nate
He wanted Nate to come in here. That's the point.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to
Christian was asking you to have Nate come in here.
You've seen the movie Castaway. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Tom Hanks. Christian, you've seen it?
The satanic little ball, apparently.
Wilson.
Uh-huh.
The volleyball. I don't
Christian
know
was telling me it's satanic.
It's just a bloody handprint. Helen Hunt, his wife, leaves him because she thinks he's dead. So she doesn't leave him. She gets remarried.
Yeah.
Because she thinks Tom Hanks is dead.
Right.
They never found the body. Is that okay?
Yes.
You think that's okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Odds are that
Way different.
Odds are that he
Is it?
was. Yeah, Brittany Griner was most conferably alive when she was in that Russian prison.
I always felt icky about Helen Hunt leaving, remarrying while her husband died. in
How
a
long
fake
was he
plane
gone?
crash.
It was
Couple
years, right?
Yeah, a couple years.
Brittany Griner was in prison for like 6 months?
10 months.
If that?
Yeah, 10 months.
10 months?
No, if you think somebody's deceased, you got to live your own life.
Okay. I mean, I told you, Tuesday, you can unfollow me on social media the second I flatline. Just move on. It's totally fine. I'm not going to, I truly will not be offended.
I'm sure Helen Hunt wrestled with that very conundrum.
You think so?
Yeah, absolutely.
I kind of wonder if she started playing the field pretty quick.
Just called it. All right, it's over. I don't know.
You remember that crash with my husband? Anyways, what have you been up to?
I don't think they were technically married.
Helen Hunt and
Tom Hanks.
Tom Hanks in the movie?
Yeah.
They're definitely married.
I think
I think
were
it's a
just dating.
fiance thing.
Yeah.
Fiance thing. Meaning they had to wrestle with that decision while they were writing the script of that movie.
I'm sure.
Because how cold would it make Helen Hunt look if she left her or remarried with a dead husband versus a dead fiance.
And then
that's a real question.
And then you've got a bigamy problem on your hands you have to
Well, as
wrap
soon as
up
he comes back.
when they come back. Yeah, so I'm sure
Who files the papers in that
Pretty sure
situation?
that's like a storyline in the movie. Like he proposes to her before he leaves. Or something.
Right.
He gives her the ring for Christmas, I think.
And then says, I never should have gone on that plane.
They didn't want that complication when he returned.
Crazy.
I don't blame him, frankly.
Sure.
It's just easier.
Uh-huh.
Just easier to make him engaged.
I bet you she was trying to get him to stop looking. You're wasting your money out there. Stop looking for him on the island. He's gone.
Wow, you've really taken this a dark way. Shout out to Helen Hunt. Best Helen Hunt movie.
Oh man, it's not Twister is the answer.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it's not a great movie. Helen Hunt's not in a lot of good movies.
No, she's in one great
Oh,
movie.
she is. She is. She's in Taxi Driver.
That's not what I was thinking, but sure.
Taxi Driver is great. She's in Taxi Driver.
The one, what's it? Let's see. The guy from One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest is in it. He won an Oscar.
About Schmidt?
He won an Oscar.
As Good as It Gets?
That's the one.
As Good as It Gets.
And
About
she won
Schmidt
an
is
Oscar.
the one he did with, what's her name, from Misery that we were talking about, Kathy Bates.
Who else was in as good? Oh, the other half of Stuck on You was in that movie.
Greg Kinnear?
Nice. As Good as It Gets is good.
Okay, I've only seen it once, so I believe you.
Christian has no idea what that movie is, or who Greg Kinnear is, for that matter. No clue with Greg Kinnear?
I recognized every name in this conversation until that
You've
one.
seen Little Miss Sunshine. The girl's going to do the dance and singing competition.
The
and
pageant.
The family pushes everybody into the little Volkswagen
Okay, yeah.
bus. They
Yeah.
drive across
The
country.
dad.
Yes.
The dad, who's invented some windshield wiper. He's a loser.
No,
Greg Kinnear
he
always
was
plays loser.
a self-help guy. He was he was
that's
trying
right,
to sell his self-help program.
He's a loser. Yeah, he always plays a loser.
Greg Kinnear always plays a loser? Is that his typecast? He's not a loser and as good as it gets. Well, kind of, I guess. He gets beat up. Well, yeah, I guess he is kind of a loser and as good as it gets. Okay.
Uh-huh. Yeah, he always plays a loser. That's his thing.
Don't get typecast as a loser.
That's a tough one.
I'd
but,
rather be typecast as like Tony Soprano than typecast as a loser.
But you know what? You can't spell typecast without cast, and that's the goal for a lot of people.
Yeah.
Keep being in stuff. I've never seen Water Dance with Helen Hunt. Is
Nope.
that any good?
Never seen it. Oh, what's the stupid Tom Hanks movie with Helen Hunt? You Got Mail? No, that's Meg Ryan.
Yeah, it's Meg Ryan.
No, I'm wrong. All right. Man, I haven't seen a lot of Greg Kinnear movies. Shocking.
Yeah.
All right. Do you want to play this Baker Mayfield stuff, or should we play it? We
Let's
could play
do
it
a
on
long middle segment.
We could do it on the other side.
Sorry, I threw us off with Brittany Griner, and then we got into Helen Hunt.
No, dude. Shout out to what's Brittany's wife's name?
Sherelle.
Sherelle?
Or maybe just Cheryl.
Shout out to Sherelle. I feel for you today.
And I'm saying leave Brittany alone.
All right, stay tuned. We'll talk some NFL next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Leave Brittany alone!
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Auburn announced a $320 million stadium renovation. Nebraska announced $600 million, and they're bonding for $350, but they raised $250 million. That is just a pile of cash.
I just wonder, in 10 years, are we going to hear, oh my gosh, this is crazy. This is the wild, wild west. This is unsustainable. It can fly now because it's relatively brand new. But as each year goes by, guys like me, they're going to say, this is a joke. What we can't keep saying is keep saying that it's unsustainable. At some point, it's going to be sustainable, and the only thing is we're going to keep saying it's unsustainable. But right now, the facts and the metrics show, as crazy as it is, it's sustainable. It's crazily sustainable.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honesties with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Greater Zion, no greater feeling. At Southern Utah's Copper Rock Golf Course, we embrace that feeling. Here, every swing is surrounded by breathtaking landscapes and world-class amenities, providing that perfect pairing of golf and unforgettable outdoor experiences. Come for the golf, stay for the adventure. Copper Rock, born to be played.
If you've tried Beehive meals, you know how easy they make dinner with their classic slow cooker meals. Now they're bringing that same convenience and flavor to summer with their flat top meals, perfect for barbecue season. Heading to the pool, the park, or the lake? Before you go, put a slow cooker meal like Bang Bang chicken or barbecue pork in before you leave, and come home to dinner done. Or fire up the griddle with favorites like carne asada, chicken fajitas, and pineapple barbecue chicken. Order today at beehivemeals.com.
Hey, this is Wick with Greenify Energy Savers. We've had some of the hottest summer temperatures on record, and our phones have been ringing off the hook with people complaining about how hot their home is. Well, the biggest culprit for this is the attic. Recently, I was in an attic that was 172 degrees. This is why your house is so hot and your AC is always running and can't keep up. At Greenify, we have a solution that really works. It's called Radiant Barrier Attic Foil. Radiant Barrier is a highly reflective foil that is stapled to the rafters in the attic. It reflects the sun's heat, which will make the attic and your home much, much cooler. Give Greenify a call today and we will brave the heat and go up in your attic and tell you how to get the cool comfort back in your home. We will also check out your insulation levels and attic ventilation, which will also help tremendously in making your home more energy efficient. And Greenify will make sure you get all the utility rebates that you're entitled to. Call us today and I won't even charge you for the visit. 801-948-4464. That's 801-948-4464, or check us out online at greenifyenergysavers.com.
Love sports? Love winning? KSL is looking for a senior sports partnership sales executive to lead the charge in growing sports advertising across Utah's sports media leader. You'll sell powerful partnerships across KSL Sports, including the KSL Sports Zone, KSL TV, KSLSports.com, podcasts, and social media, working directly with top decision makers and sports organizations across the region. If you're a proven sales hunter who thrives on building relationships, closing deals, and creating integrated marketing solutions, this is your opportunity. Apply today at KSL.com/careers. That's KSL.com/careers.
The energy, the roar, moments you'll always remember. Next season, Jaren Jackson Jr. is hunting blocks. Laurie Markkinen is getting buckets. And Ace is just getting started. Don't just watch Jazz basketball. Experience every moment. 2026-27 season tickets are on sale now. Full and half-season packages available. Plus exclusive benefits like arena discounts and player events. Are you in? Join the climb today. UtahJazz.com or call 801-355-DUNK.
Your favorite road trip snack, but make it spicy. New fiery cheese curds from the Creamery are here. Stop in or order online. $1 from every bag will be donated to support wildfire relief efforts.
Not only do these guys give you the best Jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Chase Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. I know I always bring this up when we play this bumper, but definitely an example of a cover that is better than the original.
And I disagree.
And I love Bob Dylan.
I like the Bob version better.
But I do like Guns N' Roses too. And this song always makes me think about John Daly.
Okay.
Because he almost died one night.
Mm-hmm.
And he was back at the bar the next night, and this is the karaoke song he chose.
Okay. Didn't change him at all.
No.
Brittany Griner, 10 months in a Russian jail, might have changed her. John Daly, almost dies, heart stops or whatever probably.
Back to being John Daly.
Karaoke the next night.
Hitting the bar, hitting the town.
So people are wired differently.
Speaking of that, let's play this Baker Mayfield sound because, NFL camps are going on. Baker Mayfield has been trying to negotiate a contract extension with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and was pretty pointed about his feelings about that negotiation. And here's what he said.
Obviously, I've told you guys I've been pretty upfront and honest about my feelings about Tampa. It being home for now our family. We're raising kids here. We love it here. I wanted the deal done and set the deadline and told them it was going to be all ball after that, and I did mean that. And I don't know if they thought I was just going to take some of the offers that they gave, but I really know what I've brought to this franchise, leadership-wise, and even play-wise. It's been some of the best years of my career, and I think it's only going to trend upwards, just being comfortable and feeling that. So disappointing in that regard to not have, to feel disrespected a little bit. And that's really the disappointing part, to feel undervalued after – thinking you've earned it. And this is not a poor me thing. There's a lot of other people that have it way worse off, but I can sit here and look at other quarterbacks and peers and evaluate myself based on that and put myself in certain categories that I deserve to be compensated for that. And I think I'm a franchise quarterback. I've been told I'm a franchise quarterback. It's been said publicly from ownership down here. And so to not have a deal done is very disappointing, but I said the deadline was a deadline, and I addressed the team to let them know I meant that. It's all ball. I'm with these guys. It's disappointing to say the least, but it's all ball here, and I know I'm going to have a good year. I know this team, the things that we went through last year put us in a good spot for this year. Depth-wise, a lot of guys being thrown to the fire to be able to grow and learn fast. And it didn't go the way we wanted, but it's a new season, and it's going to help us in the long run this year. Added some new pieces, and so I'm excited about it. It's all ball from here. After today, I'll answer a few more questions about the contract, but after today, I'm not answering anymore because I'm not negotiating anymore.
He's looking for $55 million per, Ben, and a long-term commitment, as he alluded to there.
Per NBC Sports, Jeremy Fowler from ESPN reported that the Buccaneers ultimately offered Baker Mayfield a 2-year deal worth slightly above $100 million in total. While not mentioned in the ESPN article, this doesn't necessarily mean it was a 2-year extension. Given the manner in which the veteran contracts are analyzed, a 2-year, $100 million deal would have had a new money average of $72 million based on the old money of $27.5 million. It's a big contract, but then again, you look at what quarterbacks make in the NFL now, and because the cap goes up so significantly seemingly every year, this is right in line with, I guess, what kind of the market is for a starting quarterback, but not a star quarterback.
Yeah, okay. I honestly think Baker Mayfield kind of stinks, and why would you want him as your long-term franchise quarterback? I think he's a lot closer to Fitzmagic than he is to Tom Brady. Fitzmagic being the pass-around veteran quarterback that was good enough to win you some games, but not good enough to bet your future on.
Right.
So the worst mistake you can make in the NFL, Ben, is paying the wrong quarterback a crazy amount of money, because that then leaves you stuck with the rest of your roster. So if you're telling me that Tampa is having second thoughts about Baker Mayfield being good enough to pay that much, I would say that's probably for good reason. Now, the problem with this is, though, Ben, is you either have to part ways with Baker Mayfield or you have to give him his money. That's his leverage, is it's an all or nothing game. You either part ways with a serviceable quarterback or you give them that serviceable quarterback too much money. And I will tell you the example that is the danger is the Dallas Cowboys, where they've waffled on Dak Prescott back and forth, and they ended up giving him more money than they would have if they would have just paid him
early on
in the first place, and they ended up doing this franchise dance, and now they're stuck with a quarterback who's not good enough to win the Super Bowl, and they're paying a crazy amount of money for the pleasure. And I would argue they probably would have been better off just tearing off the Band-Aid, letting Dak go somewhere else, and figuring out how to find somebody that's actually good enough to win the Super Bowl for you. But then you run into the danger of, well, what happens if you have Sam Darnold? Do you think that Baker Mayfield is Sam Darnold? I would say no, but that's the risk on the other side, right? All of a sudden you give up on a quarterback, they go somewhere else for a bargain rate because you wouldn't pay them the high market, so they have to go below market somewhere else, and they end up winning the Super Bowl. But then you'd have to assume that Seattle won the Super Bowl because of Sam Darnold.
Which they did not.
I would agree.
Sam Darnold is the perfect player at that price. That's the important part.
See, that's the hard part.
Brock Purdy, what's Brock Purdy's new contract?
And he's terrible. Yeah.
5 years, 260 million, something around there. Yeah, that's $53-ish million a year. He's not that good. And in fact, the reason why the 49ers made the Super Bowl with Brock Purdy in the first place is he was playing for pennies, and the rest of the team was stacked.
Pro Bowl team.
Yeah. It was a bunch of Pro Bowlers and Brock Purdy. And once you pay Brock Purdy, and now I know they've retooled well, and they still have Fred Warner, and they've gone out and got...
We'll see, though.
Yeah, we'll see.
We'll see, because they stunk last year.
We'll see how Mike Evans is and what he fits now. I mean, Mike Evans is one of my favorite players in the NFL, but we'll see how he fits.
Who was the clown that they were saying was better than Brock Purdy last year? Who was his backup that got to play? Oh, yeah, Mac Jones, your guy.
Yep.
Your Bill Belichick's masterful draft pick, Mac Jones.
Yep.
Looking better than Brock Purdy. So they're in a tricky spot with Baker because I don't think he's that good. I don't think he's good enough to pay that kind of dough to get you where you want to go. You need him on a bargain contract so you can pay the rest of the team.
Clearly, this is a thing that's going on. I like Baker more than you do. Believe Baker's a pretty good football player. I'd be fine if Baker's my starting quarterback. But let me present a list to you, also from Jeremy Fowler from ESPN, where he goes out and anonymously gets a bunch of different GMs or people around the NFL, scouts, etc., to vote on the best players at a position.
Okay.
So here's his top 10 players in the NFL.
Okay.
And I think this actually makes a pretty convincing case for Tampa, not for Baker.
Okay.
There's not a lot of surprises here. Number 1, Josh Allen. Number 2, Patrick Mahomes. Number 3, Stafford. Number 4, Joe Burrow. Number 5, Lamar Jackson. Number 6, Dak Prescott. Number 7, Justin Herbert. Number 8, Drake May. Number 9, Jared Goff. Number 10, Caleb Williams. 2 of those players have won the Super Bowl? And you're paying them an absolute fortune, a la more so even than Brock Purdy. But once you pay them, the team around you gets worse, inevitably. Now, the Rams are going to have one of the greatest teams we've ever seen, I think, this year. This is a loaded Rams roster. They are finding a way now to have an opportunity to win. But we saw it happen with Kansas City.
Attrition.
You had to get rid of Tyreek Hill. You had to start losing some of your better players, and they've been relevant. And the reason they've been relevant is Mahomes is so good that he did a lot, and he had some stars around him as well, but Mahomes was so good. But Josh Allen's never been able to get over the hump despite his immense talent. Joe Burrow's got there, his second year? Got to the Super Bowl. Didn't win. Lamar Jackson's never gotten to the Super Bowl. Dak Prescott's never gotten to the Super Bowl. Justin Herbert has largely been a disappointment as a team quarterback, despite the fact he's had good numbers. Drake May has now been to the Super Bowl, but didn't perform particularly well. Jared Goff did get there, did not win. And in fact, a lot of people thought he was the problem. And then your guy, Caleb Williams, J.U. Weiss. Fingernails is now jumping into this top 10 because he had one really good throw last year in the playoffs.
I know.
And actually, I do like Caleb Williams. But again, if I'm Tampa and I'm looking at, I can give an okay player franchise caliber money. to ruin the rest of my roster? Like, the reason actually Baker has looked pretty good with the Rams when he was filling in for an injured Matt Stafford, am I right?
Yeah.
And then looked pretty good for Tampa on a discount deal was that they had decent talent around him. And he could come in at the right price and they could have loaded rosters, and that made him look good. And the second you start to pay Baker, you can't afford everybody else. And then Baker probably looks more like he did early in his career when he was not a great player.
I don't know why we give him so much credit for what he did with the Rams.
He played like 3 games and played well.
He started 4. Guess how? Are you looking at it? Or
I'm not. I haven't pulled it up. I Googled him, but I have not pulled it up.
How many? What do you think his touchdown to interception ratio was?
Over 4 games?
Over 4 games.
6 touchdowns, 5 interceptions.
4 touchdowns, 2 interceptions.
Okay. That's 2-1. That's pretty good.
So you know what he did with the Rams? Nothing.
Nothing important.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Maybe he rehabbed his image a little bit because somebody would actually dare to give him a job. But you know what he did with the Rams?
Not a lot.
Nothing.
Yeah.
And then the next year went to Tampa Bay and played all right. I mean, whatever. Last year, he had 3,600 yards.
By the way, they went 1-3 in those games with the Rams.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yikes.
Yeah, he didn't do anything with the Rams. But he's been okay. I don't know. 3,600 yards last year, 26 touchdowns, 11 interceptions.
He did lead the NFL in interceptions 2 years ago.
With 16.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
But he threw for 4,500 yards. He is a starting caliber quarterback. But he's like the 15th best quarterback. And Tampa is saying, we're not paying you like a top 10 quarterback if you're the 15th best quarterback, or maybe worse. So I don't blame them either.
Maybe they're trying to intentionally anger him to make him play better.
Sure. Or lose him, or chase him out of town and they don't care.
Well, Christian watches the TV show that he's on. What is it, Love Island?
Quarterback?
Yeah, Love Island, good one.
And says he's the best character on that show because he's got a chip on his shoulder, right?
He's a character.
Because he's a character.
Yeah.
So maybe they're intentionally trying to fan the flames. Honestly, Tampa's really, if that's what they're doing, they're kind of in a no-lose situation because they can always franchise him. They've got all the leverage to keep him on the team if he's good enough. So maybe they're saying, well, go out and prove it.
And they don't have another option to win a Super Bowl, and they're not winning a Super Bowl with him. So I actually don't blame them. In all honesty, and again, I like Baker more than you do. But you're not winning a Super Bowl with Baker, so you shouldn't be, I know it's not a max. I know that's not a thing in football, but you're not giving him all the money in all these years. I know he's only talking about 2 years here, but yeah, you can't afford to pay the wrong guy. He's clearly not the right guy. So they're just biding their time until the right guy presents himself, or they draft him, or whatever happens.
If they were smart, they would just cut him and try to lose as many games as they can.
It's a good quarterback draft this coming year. Go get your guy. You could get the next Josh Rosen.
Guess what? Instead of $55 million, we're going to give you Baker. How does 0 sound?
You like 0? We drafted Sorsby in the 7th round of the supplemental draft. That's our guy.
Yeah, you want 110. We're thinking 0.
We're thinking 0.
We're thinking 0. And then lose. And then lose as much as you can.
Well, that becomes actually one of the more interesting stories in the NFL. I think Baker has, in general, been one of the more interesting stories in the NFL over the last few years, just as like a kind of casual, what's Tampa up to? He's in Carolina for a little bit and was not very good. What's Baker up to in Tampa? I think it's fun. He's fun to watch. I think he's a kind of a throwback gunslinger. A la, what did we say, 16 interceptions? He's a little bit of that. He's got a little bit of Favre in him. He's pretty exciting to watch. So I think I've always enjoyed him for that reason. But that will continue now this year because he's mad about his contract, and we'll see. Some guys really crumble with their contracts. Some guys really crumble when they don't have that guaranteed money. I don't blame him for wanting his cash either.
No, well, I mean, everybody wants cash, Ben.
Yeah.
But if you kicked in Nate's door and said, I want $750,000 a year, Nate's going to probably say, love you, Ben. But
how about 0?
I don't love you that much. Yeah. How does 0 sound?
Yeah.
I mean, it's just, and they point at the market for quarterbacks, which is a silly thing too, because the next mediocre quarterback who's up signs a huge deal because that's how it works, because they point at the market or whatever. But at some point, teams have to say, no, we're not going to do that. Like the Kyler Murray situation where they got their arm twisted into signing Kyler Murray to a huge deal. At some point, you got to be like, dude, you're not them.
Right.
So you're either going to settle for something reasonable because you're not that good, or we're going to look for the next thing.
Yep.
You know, because when you get saddled with the ridiculous quarterback,
Deshaun Watson,
you're in big trouble.
You're in jail.
And he even who the Ravens quarterback, Flacco. Flacco wins the Super Bowl.
Yep.
Cashes in big time after the Super Bowl. They have to cut the rest of the team. They did nothing from that point forward. What was that? Is that worth it? You know what I mean?
You don't usually see players speak as candidly as Baker did there publicly. And I like Baker, and I still think Tampa's probably right.
Yeah.
That's where I fall in the situation.
Team building.
Yep.
Tough.
Yep. Yeah, very, very tough.
Tough.
And you can't always just be warm and cuddly because it's an easy story.
But the Bills may never win a Super Bowl with Josh Allen because they paid him too much. But Josh Allen is so good, it doesn't matter. You can't make that decision on somebody like Josh Allen, which maybe is a curse, honestly.
No, absolutely.
But with Baker Mayfield, that's an easier decision.
Yep.
And really, Sam Darnold proves the case.
Yep, absolutely right. And Sam Darnold, right or wrong, will encourage teams to try and go the Sam Darnold route. That will become a thing now. We were just talking about it with Brock Purdy. You get close with a guy who's good but not great because you can pay everybody else. People are going to look for more players a la Sam Darnold.
Where are you, Christian? What should the Bucs do?
I like Bake. It's hard.
Is his nickname Bake?
Baker. Yeah.
Do they call him Bake on the show?
Well, I do. We're friends.
Okay.
Yeah. Everyone
It's
who watches
tough.
the show calls him that.
It feels like $55 million is a lot, right?
It's a lot of money.
You bring up Sam Darnold. You know what he's making with Seattle? $33 million.
Yeah, right.
That's $20 million difference. That's a really good player
That's
you
a
can
great
add to your
player.
team. So
Oh, it's several players in the NFL. You forget that quarterbacks make all the money. Everybody else is making like 8.
Yeah.
I'm with honestly, after they lose Mike Evans, I'm kind of leaning Jake's route where they say, "See you later, Baker," and then tank.
Yep. I don't think that's wrong. Again, I think what Tampa Bay is doing is right.
By slow playing him.
He's more so finishing piece guy, you know, like Sam Darnold in Seattle. The rest of the team's good. You bring him in to be a good enough quarterback, not build around him quarterback.
Yep.
So I'm glad we're all in agreement. Cut Baker Mayfield today and lean into losing.
Find a team that needs a starter that wants to upgrade that can make the playoffs and trade him then.
And just fleece him.
See if you can get something back. See if you can get a second rounder.
Trade him to Arizona.
Okay. They've got Jacoby Brissett,
Shake him down.
right? I think he's their starting quarterback. They just also went through this with Jacoby.
He's great.
But he makes like $16 million. He makes nothing.
Yeah, and they're going nowhere. So
Yeah.
they're actually in the same place Tampa is, you know? So hate on Jacoby Brissett all you want, but he's going to win the same amount of playoff games as Baker is likely.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. We'll have more Jake and Ben coming up next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCombe.
SEC Commissioner Greg Sankey, as he kicked off and the SEC kicked off their football media day, said that he is not happy whatsoever with what's going on in terms of the Protect College Sports Act. He has had conversations. The conversations about them tearing away from the rest of college athletics is real.
You know, college football, it's ironic that they're against the Save College Football Act. They don't want to be governed. I mean, that's what I keep hearing. The SEC, the Big Ten, they're the ones that keep dragging their feet. Everybody else wants to get this done, but because they feel like they are better than everybody else, they should get a better deal.
I really can't stand this guy. I really, there are certain people out there that are just hell-bent on wrecking things that don't need to be wrecked.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louis found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louis has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louis.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
You know, I used to think all money managers were the same until I spoke with Fisher Investments.
Really? How different are they?
Fisher's investment counselors are dedicated to service, not sales, keeping clients up to date on their portfolio.
Well, they probably just invest in a bunch of mutual funds like I do.
Nope. They build a tailored portfolio based on their clients' personal goals, helping them stay on track for a comfortable retirement.
Well, they must make commissions selling products.
Actually, Fisher doesn't sell any commission-based products. They're a fiduciary, and they believe that's a conflict.
Then they have some kind of complex fee structure.
Nope. Fisher has a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of their client's portfolio. So they do better when their clients do better.
It sounds like Fisher really is different.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Fisher Investments. Clearly different wealth management. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
We are Mercy on a mission. Together we bring hope and healing.
Imagine living with a condition that could be cured by a simple surgery. But there's no hospital nearby, no trained surgeon, and no hope for treatment. This is the reality for millions of people across Africa and around the world. Mercy Ships changes that, bringing free, life-changing care to those who need it most.
There's no other ship in the world that has a cargo of hope and healing.
You see tangible change and like futures transformed. We leave people who've been healed, not just physically, but spiritually and emotionally.
Mercy Ships has delivered hope and healing to thousands, and there are so many more who need us. Learn more about our mission at mercyships.org.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson. Now, every day from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You can enter, or want to remind you about Win Ticket Wednesday. Your chance to win big on the Zone every single Wednesday. Coming up next week, 2 tickets to the Black Crows with special guest Whiskey Myers at Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater on Thursday, August 13th. Tickets on sale now at livenation.com. Get your tickets today or listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day on Wednesday for your chance to win.
Great opportunity.
You going to go?
If I can.
The Black Crows? Have you seen them?
I met them. They used to play at Redview Garden when I worked there.
Oh, yeah?
People would just have to come through the visitor center. So I met Black Crows.
Did you get their autograph?
No, I was working. Kind of can't do that.
What is the best autograph that you have had?
That's an interesting question.
Christian, have you ever had any famous autographs?
Carlos Boozer.
Oh,
I saw him at the airport. I was
Okay.
like, I had to have been like 8. My brother said, "That's Carlos Boozer." I said, "No, it's not." And
Pretty
it was.
unique looking
It was,
person.
yeah.
I don't know. It's a very interesting question. I don't know if I have any like musicians or anything. I've got like some guitar picks that I like.
Okay. I've got...
Which is memorabilia. That's kind of the same idea.
I've currently got and have had some really good ones.
Okay.
Mainly because of my mother.
Okay.
So my mom owned and operated a headband company.
Sure.
Like making tennis headbands.
Okay.
She would go to a trade show in Atlanta every year. And at the trade show, the big companies would have all their athletes there, and you could stand in line and get autographs. So the best ones, well, one, I do have a John Stockton autograph.
Okay,
I'm one of the few that, and it says to Jake on it, which
that's fun.
Which is pretty
Personalized.
cool. But I've got Ricky Henderson, Herschel Walker, Boomer Esiason.
I gave you an Andre Agassi signed tennis
You
ball.
did give me, which I have on my dresser. But the coolest one is she got me Arthur Ashe's autograph on the night he died.
Excuse me?
So he was supposed to go to this trade show and go to a party that night, and so he wasn't feeling well, and so he signed a stack of stuff that they handed out at the party.
Oh, because he was like, I'm not
I can't
gonna be able
make
to be
it.
there. And you have one of them.
And
Dang.
yeah,
It's a little grim.
But the best one that comes from my mother, but is not related to this. We found this in the basement, rolled up a giant poster of Steve McQueen.
Oh, very cool.
And it says on it, it's from The Great Escape, the poster from The Great Escape,
One
and
of
it
the better
says,
posters of all
and it
time.
says, to Dari, with love, Steve McQueen.
That's great.
So we got it out of the basement, framed it, it's hanging on
very
the wall.
cool. You know what I have? I have a big poster of the band Devo, Whip It, yada, 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 signed by all the members of the band. And it's hanging in my living room. My wife got it for me for my birthday a couple of years ago from an estate sale locally. And Devo rule. I'm a Devo fan. So
Now, another one I got myself, and you're going to love this. Jeff Malone.
Hey, Jeff.
I don't know where it is,
Okay.
but it was getting onto a Delta flight, and he was on the flight because it was on a pack of Delta cards.
Oh, that's funny.
Because it was the only thing that I could find to have Jeff Malone autograph. But it's a pack of Delta cards signed by Jeff Malone, number 24.
Okay. Well, shout out Jeff.
I told you, he's my guy.
He is your guy. We did our ranking of the 50 greatest jazz players of all time, and you had him at 3, I think.
I had him a lot higher than he ended up. I'll tell you
I think
that
he
right
ended up
now.
at like 19, 18, somewhere in that range. You were furious.
Jeff would be
You
furious.
protested. I bet Jeff would be mad. No one else was.
Jeff Malone was a great basketball player.
Jeff Malone was an okay player.
I can't
and the best
remember.
thing he ever did was get traded for Jeff
I
Lewis.
can't remember. Like I think you had Greg Foster or something ahead of him. I was just outrageous how low we had Jeff Malone.
Jeff Malone came in at number 28, behind OTAG.
Outrageous.
Bojan Bogdanovic.
Oh, now you're just making me mad. We're back to Anger Friday.
Joe Ingles, Jordan Clarkson, Brian Russell, Al Jefferson, Derek Favors. Jeff Malone was literally not better than any of those players, and maybe he was better than OTAG.
He was better than all of those players.
But Greg played 700 games. Jeff Malone played 279 games here.
But
he did average 18.5 points.
Did any of those players ever make an All-Star team?
Jeff Malone didn't make an All-Star team with the
Yes, he
Jazz.
did. It doesn't matter. He made an All-Star. It doesn't matter. I don't care, Jazz or not Jazz. Any of those players make an All-Star game?
No, I don't think so. You know what? You know who was better than Jeff Malone when he was here and is ranked below him? Matt Harpring. Matt was a better player than Jeff Malone.
You are a crazy person. Jeff Malone made two All-Star
With the
teams.
Bullets?
86 and 87.
Is that where he was with the Bullets?
Uh-huh.
Well, he was another one of the many disappointments in Jazz history of trying to find the third guy. And they traded him and actually finally found the third guy in Horning.
I agree. Jeff Malone was not better than Jeff Hornacek. Thank you, Ben.
Mm-hmm.
But he was a lot better than the clowns you just mentioned.
Probably had Truck Robinson too low on this list. Now, he was on some terrible teams.
How many points did Jordan Clarkson average in his best season with the Jazz?
20.5?
There's no way it was 20
Yeah, it was over 20. He had that one season where he averaged 20 points and 5 rebounds, or 20 points and 5 assists. Jordan Clarkson was a better player than Jeff Malone.
Oh, you are crazy. Yeah. You are
He won
a
Sixth Man of the
crazy. You
Year.
are a crazy person. Did he make the All-Star team?
Neither did Jeff Malone with the Utah Jazz.
Did Jordan Clarkson make the All-Star team ever?
Should Danny Manning be high on this list? Danny Manning made the All-Star team. He played for the Jazz.
Danny Manning was a better player than all those players you just listed off,
Not
too.
with the Jazz.
Overall, Danny
Yes,
Manning.
that's not what we're ranking. We're ranking Jazz players. Otherwise, yeah, some of these guys should have been number 4 on the list because they had better careers. Gail Goodrich should have been number 5 on this list. Hall of Famer. But Gail Goodrich is 35 on the list because he wasn't good when he was with the Jazz. In fact, he cost them Magic Johnson. So he should get hurt even further for that. We're going to have to upgrade the
Was
back end of
Jordan
this.
Clarkson ever the third option on a playoff team?
Was he the third leading scorer on the
I didn't
Jazz's
say third.
option?
I didn't say leading scorer.
It's
I
kinda
didn't
where the
say
third option
I
is.
didn't say selfish player off the bench. I said the third best player on a playoff team ever in his career. The answer, no.
No, probably not.
Was Jeff Malone ever the third best player on a playoff team?
Probably.
Absolutely, yes.
Jordan Clarkson was the 7th man on a championship team.
To call him the 7th man on the Knicks is ludicrous. Like the 11th man on a championship team. Bobby Hansen was more important to the Bulls in the 90s than Jordan Clarkson was to this year's New York Knicks.
Jordan Clarkson averaged the 9th most minutes, to your point. But let me look at total minutes played. Jordan Clarkson played the 6th most minutes for the Knicks this year.
That means nothing in the modern NBA.
Kind of important. Played a lot.
Yeah, what were the injuries? Who was hurt? Who was playing? Who was not?
Right, he was on the floor a lot for a team that won the title.
VHT played a ton of regular season minutes.
I think
That
Jordan was
doesn't
even
mean anything
on
to
the
me.
team here when we voted him, and I think Jordan's numbers probably only got better because they went up after we did this ranking because he had those big years late when he's putting up big numbers.
Big numbers?
Yeah, 20 points a game. More than Jeff. More than Big Jeff Malone. So, anyway. Jeff Malone, I get that you have his autograph, was not a good player for the Utah Jazz. Ever.
Scored 20 points a game.
Didn't matter. Didn't help them win enough.
You just do not remember
I do.
Jeff Malone.
Again, the best thing they ever did was trade him. Quite literally, his best move ever was trading him.
Incorrect.
They got Jeff Hornacek back for him.
So, again, Ben, you're back to the point that, wow, Jeff Hornacek was better than Jeff Malone. You don't say.
The best thing they ever did was move off of Jeff Malone, who was largely a disappointment for the Utah Jazz. Let's see. Jordan Clarkson's best year with the Utah Jazz. If we really want to get into this conversation, Jordan averaged with the Jazz 20.8 points. Jeff Malone's best year with the Jazz was 20.2 points.
Jeff Malone in 91-92 had 16 playoff games in that 1 year and averaged 21 points a game in those 16 playoff games. Failure. Give me a break.
I didn't say it was a failure.
Give me a break.
I never said he was a failure. I just said I don't think he's better than Jordan Clarkson. Which is fine.
Well,
We
you
had
would
him
be
top
wrong.
30.
You would be wrong.
We had him top 30, and I think that's right where he belongs. You could be on the Jeff Malone bandwagon.
I have no idea why you're on the Jordan Clarkson bandwagon.
It's just as authentic as the Jeff Malone bandwagon.
Meaning what?
That I'm not sure either of us has a great argument, other than Jordan was here for 7 years? And Jeff Malone was for 3, right?
And?
Well, if you're talking about all-time rankings, which is where the top 50 came up. I think
the longevity is what Jordan Clarkson has?
Yeah, certainly helps. Truck Robinson would be higher, but he only played here for like a year and a half. Truck Robinson averaged like 24 points and 15 rebounds. So yeah, games played absolutely matters when you're talking about longevity when you're talking about someone's legacy or how good they were for an organization. No question.
I'm going to stand here for this Jeff Malone slander again. This is bringing back up all the old anger that I had before.
Apparently.
All right, more next. 4 o'clock hour coming up. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey everyone, Jake here for my friends at Trajan Wealth. That's Trajan, Trajan, Trajan Wealth. And I say my friends because, hey, I talked to you about the process and giving Trajan a call and sitting down with them at 855-TRAJAN-1. And you know what? I've done it. I've gone through it. I've met the great folks at Trajan Wealth. I've seen what they can do for our listeners because I'm right there doing it too. So 855-TRAJAN-1, sit down with them. What they're going to do is they're going to get to know you, get to know what you're all about, get to know things like your risk tolerance, get to know things like what your goals are, help you set those goals if you haven't, like when do you want to retire, what kind of lifestyle do you want to live when you retire, and then they can show you exactly what they can do to get you there. And other good news is that they have Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax now, meaning that all of your financial needs are truly under one roof. So you have a team of people all pulling in the same direction, all in coordination to make sure that you get the help you need to make the right decisions you need to make for you and your family. So call them, 855-TRAJAN-1, or you can go online, TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com. 855-TRAJAN-1 or TrajanWealth.com.
You don't know what you got till it's gone has never been more true than when your water heater goes out and you hop in the shower. Your body first shivers and then you go into survival mode by letting out a shrieklet, which is like a shriek, just smaller, followed by unnecessary running in place and jazz hands. Look, there are really only 2 kinds of people in this world that need cold showers, pioneers and plungers. So unless your name is Laura Ingalls or Joe Rogan, cold showers aren't for you. At Shamrock Plumbing, we know what to do when your ungrateful water heater stops showing up for work. Give us a call and we'll get you back to those scalding temperatures you've grown accustomed to over the years. Shamrock Plumbing.
Hey Doug, what is it that you do? 'Cause everybody's buying a car from you. Hey Doug.
Doug Smith Subaru is a proud recipient of the 2026 Subaru Love Promise Heart Award. Come find out why at Doug Smith Subaru in American Fork.
Hey, Doug.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCoe.
SEC Commissioner Greg Sankey, as he kicked off and the SEC kicked off their football media day, said that he is not happy whatsoever with what's going on in terms of the Protect College Sports Act. He has had conversations. The conversations about them tearing away from the rest of college athletics is real.
You know, college football, it's ironic that they're against the Save College Football Act. They don't want to be governed. I mean, that's what I keep hearing. The SEC, the Big Ten, they're the ones that keep dragging their feet. Everybody else wants to get this done, but because they feel like they are better than everybody else, they should get a better deal.
I really can't stand this guy. I really, there are certain people out there that are just hell-bent on wrecking things that don't need to be wrecked.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days. Steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup. Shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try barwbeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
It's been said that when someone you love has Parkinson's, you have Parkinson's. The Parkinson's Foundation knows that the disease doesn't just affect the diagnosed. It affects everyone who supports and helps care for them.
If you or someone you know is living with Parkinson's, a neurological disease that affects movement, we understand that it can be difficult to know where to find help.
If you have questions, the Parkinson's Foundation has answers. Answers for everyone in the fight.
We can help you understand the disease,
help you find expert care and local support,
give you tips for living a better life,
and share the latest research.
Find your answers and join us in the fight against Parkinson's.
To learn more, please go to parkinson.org
or call 1-800-473-4636.
That's 1-800-473-4636. The Parkinson's Foundation. Better lives together.
Visit Serenoni's Summer Warehouse Sale, Saturday, August 8th, 11 a.m. until 6 p.m. at Bountiful High School. Save up to 70% off luxury blankets, baby gifts, and more. Celebrate 20 years of comfort with Serenoni.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Just doing it big, you know?
Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. Happy Friday to one and all.
Not Jeff Malone.
Oh, let's not talk about that again. I got over it during the break. I'm trying not to be so angry today. I don't want to.
What's it called? Freak Out Friday?
I don't.
Something Rage Friday.
I don't want to talk
Friday.
Jordan Clarkson at all. That topic just makes me angry. No offense to Jordan, the person who I actually think seems to be a pretty stand-up individual. But man, I'm so happy that I don't have to watch him play basketball anymore. It's amazing. You know, the ball is passed from people. Mm-hmm. You know, it's not just dribbling and then throwing up a prayer, which is wonderful. Mm-hmm. So I don't want to. We can move on from that, which is great. Let's talk a little about Whit here.
Okay.
But I do think there's a BYU-Utah conversation to be springboarded into.
Okay.
Using Coach Whit as a vehicle. Coach Whit was at Big Ten Media Days. He was doing some interviews, and he talked about the rivalry with Ohio State. And here's what he had to say.
You know, I don't know what that dynamic was. I know that I thought Ryan was a pretty good guy when I met with him, or not met with him, but interacted with him in the Rose Bowl. And based on what, again, Urban has told me about him, and I just think that a rivalry can be intense and emotional without the hatred factor of it. I don't think there's any place for that personally. I think Ryan Day's a good person, and to sit here and say I hate Ryan Day, I'd be making crap up, because that's not true.
All right, I think there's a number of different directions that we can take this, but let me start here, Ben. Ultimately, I absolutely agree with everything Coach Wood said right now.
Likewise.
I absolutely do. Now, where people are taking this to be a little bit controversial, is I don't know if Witt's actions necessarily back up all of his words when he was here, specifically coaching at Utah. I don't know what he was like as a player at BYU. I'm not sure. But specifically coaching at Utah. Now, I don't know that Witt ever hated anybody. Because hate is such a strong word, and I've always said this for years. I do think that there is a difference between hate, and sports hate.
Of course.
Like, I don't really think BYU fans hate Utah fans. I think they're sports hate.
Sports hate, of course.
I actually don't think that Michigan fans hate Ohio State fans. I think they sports hate. So keep that in mind.
Right.
So I think what Witt's talking about here is sports hate, not hate. I want to preface that because I don't actually think Kyle Whittingham hated Bronco Mendenhall.
Correct.
But I think he sports hated Bronco Mendenhall.
He did not like Bronco.
He did not like Bronco.
Nope.
And I think I don't think it's the coaches' jobs to like each other, but I do think that inspired behavior that led to extreme circumstance.
What was the extreme circumstance?
Does that make any sense? Witt's family getting run over by storming fans down in Provo, I think inspired some ill feelings that inspired some behavior from other fans that made it more intense. Witt would take jabs at BYU, and I thought they were hilarious, and I have no problem with it. And here's my point. I don't think it was ever too toxic, even during the Bronco Witt era. And I think it's unfortunate that Witt's family got harassed by fans at the BYU game. That's never appropriate, and I wouldn't defend that behavior. But I think it's always been sports hate. I think it's always been, I don't want to say friendly, because that's overly excusatory. But I don't think it's been anything other than a healthy sports rivalry. So with Witt, I totally agree with him. I think his behavior at Utah was totally fine, but he did not have come on, people now, smile on your brother, everybody get together, try and love one another right now with BYU ever. And that includes when Kalani was the head coach there. Not that he disliked Kalani, but he never bent over backwards to give any sort of praise or any sort of acknowledgement for BYU ever.
Okay.
So I'm perfectly fine with his behavior. I'm perfectly fine with what he said right there, but I don't think it's quite that simple.
I see a lot of people online who are blaming Kyle Whittingham for the vitriol between Utah and BYU during Witt's tenure here, saying that's purely on Witt's shoulders, which I don't think is accurate.
I don't either.
I don't think that's fair to pin on Witt.
But he didn't mount a PR campaign to fix it either.
Agreed. I don't think that's his job. He did not like Bronco. I don't know if he didn't like Bronco the person, but he did not like whatever the dynamic was with BYU and Bronco, and certainly did not go out of his way to build a relationship there. He was clearly friends with Kalani. They would go to Jazz games together. I saw them sitting courtside at a dozen Jazz games after Kalani got the head coaching job at BYU. Maybe it wasn't quite that many, but it was a bunch. They did a putting contest together at one point while they were coaching the separate teams. Like, they were buddies. One of them would wear Donovan's jersey and one of them would wear Rudy's jersey or whatever it was. Like, there was some playfulness. They were hanging out, and then Witt still hated losing to BYU. And when he did lose to Kalani, he was angry about it and was frustrated about it and didn't feel like his team should have been losing to Kalani. And I actually thought the reason why Witt would come back this year at Utah is because I thought Utah had a decent chance to beat BYU this season at Rice-Eccles, and it would be Witt's final goodbye. I beat you one last time, and that's the last time you're going to see me. I'm actually surprised he left the state having lost back-to-back games to the rival. Honestly, that was one of the reasons why I really thought Witt was going to come back. I think there's a couple things that go on. One, I think a lot of BYU fans, sports hate Kyle Whittingham because he dominated the rivalry, which I think is totally fair. You hate the opposing coach that beat you most years? That's fine. It was, 8 out of 10 or 9 in a row, whatever the number was. You want to hate the opposing coach? I think that's totally reasonable. If you want to find petty reasons to not like him on top of that or stack on top of him beating your team, I think that's totally fine too. It's sports. Again, you get to root however you want to root. I do think that's a lot of it. I think the other part of it that's not fair to hold Witt to, or Bronco to, or even now Morgan and Kalani, even though I suspect they will get along fine, is that the relationship between Lavelle Edwards and Ronnie Mack was unique. It was really unique. Those two were funny. They were naturally funny people. Ronnie Mack is one of the funniest people. I never knew Lavelle. I'm sure you knew Lavelle far better than I do. I did, or did I? I never met Lavelle, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I did a bunch of shows with Lavelle.
I have met Ron McBride, like everybody who's ever lived in the state of Utah, a dozen times, you know, and he's always been wonderful and gracious and kind and, you know, charitable at this time and actually charitable as a person. So everybody loves Ron McBride. They just got along funny. They were funny on the radio here. They were funny when they had to sing each other's fight songs. They were funny at golf tournaments together. They were always funny. The belief that would carry over for whoever the next two head coaches, I don't follow every rivalry in college football, but that was unique.
No, Lavelle and Ron were 100% friends. But let me ask you this.
Like, I don't remember any USC and Notre Dame head coach having that.
But that's also implying that had an effect on fan behavior, which I would argue that it does not and did not. What is the most famous conflict in BYU Utah fan history? Like actual conflict.
Fan history?
Oh, well, in this case, fan and cheerleader history.
Yeah.
It's when the cheerleader dragged the fan out of the stands and beat him up. Who were the head coaches at that time?
McBride and Lavelle. Yeah.
I don't think it has an impact. I don't think it's really any different.
Okay.
If I were giving Kyle advice, I'd probably tell him don't wave around the Urban friendship all that much because Urban is not really that popular with
Michigan
with his current fan base. But should the fan base require Kyle to hate Ryan Day? Or even if Kyle did hate Ryan Day, would it have any impact on the Ohio State-Michigan rivalry? No.
No.
It would not. Nor do I think it does any good for Witt. And not that he's lecturing.
Right now, it really doesn't do any good for Witt.
Well, and I don't think he's necessarily lecturing people, but it kind of comes off that way. Like, I don't get the hate. Love one another. It's just, that seems kind of naive to me. But no, I don't think the friendship or lack thereof of the coaches really has an effect on fan behavior or the rivalry or anything of the sort.
I think that's fair, very fair.
I think BYU fans didn't like Kyle because he would poke fun at BYU, and they probably deep down don't like it that he was a defector. And he never gave love.
And then chose Utah over BYU.
And never gave love to their school ever. Regardless of how many games that he and Kalani saw over at the Delta Center, he never stood up at the podium and gave BYU credit for anything ever. Right. Except for he was more gracious than I expected after the streak was snapped and gave them their due and said that they hadn't been beat up physically on the line of scrimmage like that before and was perfectly appropriate in the loss. So
like that?
I get why BYU fans didn't like him. I get why Michigan fans don't like Urban Meyer. I bet, I don't know, who's Florida's biggest rival now? I bet Tennessee fans didn't like him either.
Right.
You know?
100%.
But I don't think the relationships of coaches have any effect, nor do I think head coaches saying, come on, everybody, well, let's be better. I don't think that has any effect either. And honestly, I don't think there's anything wrong with the rivalry between Michigan and Ohio State. Just like cheerleaders beating people up aside, I don't think there's anything wrong with the rivalry between Utah and BYU. Some morons take it too far occasionally, but for the most part, I've told you this. My mom, in her old job, she's since retired, but they had a very divided office between Utah fans and BYU fans. And you know what they did on during rivalry week? They did little competitions every single day between the Utah fans and the BYU fans. It was one day it was decorating your desk, the next day it was going bowling. And it ended up being this great fun thing for the whole office that everybody looked forward to. That is 99% of the rivalry, in my opinion. And maybe not quite as cutesy as that, but you get what I'm saying. It's wearing ties to church. It's clowning your neighbor. It's all these good things that is actually really healthy for a community, in my opinion.
The only thing Witt did that was bad for the rivalry was dominate it. because generally rivalries are not as lopsided as that one over the final 15 years. And even then, BYU came back and got the last two. And got the last two with a coach who I know played at BYU, but also cut his teeth as a coach at Utah. I mean, that's the rivalry. That's how rivalries work. So, no, if people online are calling Witt a hypocrite now for saying he doesn't hate Ryan Day, thinking that he had some hatred towards BYU, relax. But also, I do think Witt is being smart right now by not trying to lay out that type of vitriol, because it's not going to help him, because Michigan's going to get smoked by Ohio State this year.
Well, he should have just said, I look forward to experiencing it, and probably left it
and
at
you know
that.
What? He did. He said, the best thing that could happen for me is that game being the most important game on our schedule to see who goes to the Big Ten title game. The Big Ten title game. He said the best thing that could happen for Michigan, and I think he said even for Ohio State, is that game is what determines who's going to the conference championship game. And he said, that's what I hope for. So even then, he did kind of say, I hope it's good for us. I hope that game is good for us, and I'm excited to be a part of it. And yes, he mentioned knowing Urban, and he knows Ryan Day a little bit. And a lot of people did want to ask about the Rose Bowl of, hey, do you think you're going to average as many points this year as you guys did when you played Michigan, when you played Ohio State, when you were at Utah? And he tried to be cute about it, and Witt doesn't like that cutesy stuff very often. He would goof around with PK about old music or whatever, you know what I mean? But Witt's not that cutesy and doesn't want to act all that cutesy, and I think people will learn that about him. But no, I didn't ever have a problem with how Witt handled the rivalry when he was here, and I don't have a problem with how he's handling this one.
You know what's funny? When Witt was trying to keep his job and negotiate a contract extension during the first couple of years in the Pac-12, do you know what he threatened to do that swayed support in his favor? Threatened to go to BYU.
Yeah.
Monson wrote a column about it. Said Kyle Whittingham could go to BYU.
Yeah.
And people always called out Gordon for his sourcing. Let me tell you, it was pretty.
It was a good one.
It was a pretty good source.
Yep.
That was a thing he was threatening to do, and so he hated BYU so much he used them as leverage multiple times for new contracts from the University of Utah. His willingness to go to BYU got him multiple contracts at the University of Utah.
Yep.
So, the Utah-BYU rivalry is great. You know, we talked things earlier that don't need fixing or people perceive problems that don't exist. There is no problem with the Utah-BYU rivalry. I don't know Ohio State-Michigan enough to, I guess, definitively say that, but I guess there's no problem with that rivalry either. There's probably not a problem with Auburn, Alabama, except for one wingnut who's poisoning trees. You know, there's always going to be one idiot that takes it too far. You can't throw out the baby with the bathwater. 99.9% of people are perfectly fine wearing a BYU tie to church the next Sunday, you know?
Some fan throws a water bottle and it hits the cheerleading coach or whatever it was at Rice Eccles. Yeah, send that person to jail. That doesn't mean the rivalry's bad. It means there was an idiot that was at the rivalry game.
I don't think those fans should go to jail. I think those fans should be publicly beaten. I think that will be the shame will be part of the motivation. So Gary Croton lost to Utah on his last game. And Gary knew that he was going to be fired. This was it was 2004. It was Alex Smith. And Gary's defensive coordinator at the time was Bronco Mendenhall. Gary did not come out to do his post-game press. Refused to. I guess refused. I don't know. I guess I didn't talk to the man. Yeah. But did not come out. Instead, Bronco Mendenhall came out. Now, at the time, it was the old north end zone where the locker rooms were. And Utah did not provide space for BYU, at least then, to do post-game media. So do you know where he did his post-game media? Right outside of the door of the north end zone locker room. So if you picture the north end zone, we were interviewing Bronco right by a door outside of that old building. While he's talking, fans are kicking snow onto Bronco Mendenhall. Onto me, too, frankly. Look up, just these morons kicking snow. Beat those guys up. I'm fine with that. Drag them out of the stands, rough them up like the cheerleader did to that one fan, take pictures of them, put it everywhere, and then that's the punishment for that. Suspenders, boy, let Bronco beat him up. Everybody just get out of the way and let Bronco beat that guy up.
But there's nothing wrong with the rivalry otherwise.
We'd have way fewer problems. But there's nothing wrong with the rivalry.
Totally with you.
you know?
Yeah.
So, but to your point, and I guess you made this a while ago, but it is not the coach's responsibility to manage the rivalry. I always thought that was unfair. Bronco doesn't have to like Whit. Whit doesn't have to like Bronco. Whit can make jokes about BYU, subtle jokes that are just funny, not offensive. You know, I remember one time he called them a great run team. Mm-hmm. And in BYU language, that's an insult, right? Insult. And he knows that.
Yep.
And so that's why he brings it up. So even when it looks like he's complimenting BYU, it's actually a slight, which is hilarious.
Right.
Hilarious. And perfectly healthy. Is perfectly fine.
Are Utah fans going to be happier if Morgan goes and pals around with Kalani the week of the game and then loses by 3 touchdowns? They're like, well, at least they were friends.
Frankly, it doesn't matter. It
doesn't.
It doesn't matter.
It might make it worse, but it's the rivalry's going to survive it again.
Is.
Back to our point of the sports survive the people involved. They always do, other than, you got to have the fans, but the fans will stick around. Yeah. Any idea that, or any thought that, Witt's doing something wrong now, or I thought did anything wrong during the rivalry here at Utah and BYU when he was the head coach of the Utes is goofy to me.
Don't run over his family, though, when you're charging the field. That's not a good idea.
Be a human being.
You could beat those guys up, too.
Sure.
If you run over the opposing coach's family, then you deserve a beating.
Yeah. I think that's fair.
I don't think it's constitutional, however.
I don't know how football's constitutional, but...
No, that's a good point. All right, we'll have more Jake and Ben coming up next. Stay tuned, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
The southbound I-15 crash earlier between Pioneer Road and the 12th Street exit is making a mess of traffic through the northern part of Ogden right now. Delays southbound start even before the 2700 North exit. Southbound 15 delays in Salt Lake County now stretch from 45th South down to 106 South in Sandy. Want to remind you about our friends at UTA. At UTA, we move your early mornings, your long days, and your big plans. We move purpose, we move you. Plan your trip right now at rideuta.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
As Americans, we love to try and fix our own stuff. It's as American as Paddington Bear. We pride ourselves in going to the hardware store and knowing exactly where to find the tools we'll only use once. But every once in a while, we bite off more than we can chew. When once all the screws are stripped, wires crossed, and hairs grayed, isn't there a certain charm to admitting you need an expert? And don't worry, there are lots of things that need help, but don't like to admit it. Things like self-checkout machines. I feel like I'm doing most of the work there. Autocorrect, again, most of the work. Also, the French. So if you've general custarded yourself into a bad situation, give Shamrock Plumbing a call. We're here to help.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-791-0000. That's 800-791-0000.
Out here, you know the drill. Animals are hungry, dogs are getting muddy, and you just noticed you're low on feed. Stocking up at Tractor Supply is easy on your wallet with our unbeatable prices on select shavings, retriever dog food, and Producer's Pride animal and poultry feed. From backyards to barnyards, we've got everything to keep your pets, animals, and livestock well fed and comfortable with low prices all summer. At Tractor Supply.
If you've tried Beehive meals, you know how easy they make dinner with their classic slow cooker meals. Now they're bringing that same convenience and flavor to summer with their flat top meals. Perfect for barbecue season. Heading to the pool, the park, or the lake? Before you go, put a slow cooker meal like Bang Bang chicken or barbecue pork in before you leave. And come home to dinner done. Or fire up the griddle with favorites like carne asada, chicken fajitas, and pineapple barbecue chicken. Order today at beehivemeals.com.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tonight, the Salt Lake Bees are in Texas to play Sugarland. Tony Park's on the call at 6:30. Listen on 97.5 The Zone. Saturday night, the Bees and Sugarland will be on 1280 The Zone. Tony Park's on the call at 6:30 because Real Salt Lake will be in action Saturday night in St. Louis. The match gets underway at 6:30, pregame at 5:30 on 97.5 The Zone. And Sunday, the Utah Royals are back in action hosting Portland at 5 o'clock on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Visiting the Wasatch Back with your family? Make a stop at Dairy King in Heber Valley, featuring Utah's favorite fast food and specialty menu and legendary best of state shakes. Dairy King, a hometown favorite celebrating 80 years on Main Street.
Not only do these guys give you the best Jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Chase Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. College football right around the corner. Camp's opening up next week. We continue previewing Big 12 opponents. Let's talk some Baylor Bears with our next guest. Covers Baylor for the Waco Tribune Herald. He's Zach Smith with us here on Jake and Ben. Zach, thanks for a few minutes on a Friday. We really appreciate it.
Zach. Not a problem. Happy to do it. I miss Salt Lake City. I miss the Red Iguana. I've been there once, and I miss it out there. It's really nice. I'm sure it's a bit cooler than it is here in Texas.
I don't know if that's the case. We've been in triple digits for a very, very long time. We're finally cooling down, but yes, I know Texas generally.
Oh, we were there. Dallas was swimming in it 2 weeks ago.
Let me get a general, not to use a pun now, temperature of Baylor. Is Baylor a healthy college football program?
Ooh, man, that's a good way to put it. Yes, I would say with a question mark, kind of. I would say yes. I think that they are healthy in the fact that they have a passionate fan base. They have donors who do consistently give, maybe not at the levels of some other teams in the country or the conference even, but they have a path. They have a churn that they can go to for that kind of thing, and they have a fan base that cares passionately, and they have a location that is great for recruiting and all of that fun stuff. So I do think that they're healthy in that regard. But you look at some of the on-field stuff over the last few years, and Dave Aranda, he is kind of, maybe he kind of run his course at Baylor. So from that regard, are they healthy in a coaching kind of mindset? That's a little bit more to be determined because we're about to enter year 7 with Dave Aranda, and it's kind of like, we've kind of seen what he is at this point, and so I don't know how much more they can grow with him in charge. But, so that's a very complicated question because I think in the grand college football scheme of things, I think they're okay. But with Dave Aranda, I don't know.
So it's funny. The longer and we end up doing this, the more college football changes, right? And as I looked at Baylor's depth chart for the upcoming year, you can't help but notice that there are a lot of transfers. Now, if this were 2008, I would say, well, that's a desperate coach trying to keep their job and probably not a very good sign. In 2026, the way everything has changed, I honestly have no idea. So a lot of transfers for Baylor this upcoming season. Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
It's a great thing. Great thing for Baylor. Last year, the defense was so just horrible. It was not a good defense. And they had injury problems, sure, but their biggest problem was depth. And they just did not have the horses that could compete with anyone. And so they brought in a new defensive coordinator, Joe Klanderman from Kansas State, and just kind of reshaped things. And he's kind of got a new scheme and a whole bunch of new players who were brought in specifically because they fit what Joe Klanderman wants to do. And so that's great for the Baylor defense because they were in the basement last year, and so really the only way is up. And so it's great to see so much change on that side of the ball. On offense, I mean, Jake Spavital has been here for now 3 years, calling plays on offense, and now you get DJ Legway, who comes with a ton of potential. He showed some flashes at Florida, had his issues, but showed some flashes, and I really like what I see and hear from DJ Legway and the Jake Spavital combination and kind of what they can do. So I think, there is some sense of all right, you're bringing in a bunch of transfers to try to have Dave Aranda save his job. That's part of it, but it was a great transfer, great offseason in terms of transfers for Baylor. So it's a good thing for Baylor.
Zach, there was a funny thing that happened with the University of Utah when they moved into the Pac-12. They had a string of unbelievable punters. They won 3 Ray Guy Awards, I think, in 4 or 5 years. Tom Hackett and Mitch Wishnowsky were awesome. And I remember thinking, wow, really got the special things locked down. And then I realized the best thing that ever happened to Utah was when you stopped talking about the punters, because that means they were actually moving the football. Baylor has a very good punter. Is that a good sign or is that a bad sign for this team?
Palmer Williams, he's a great punter, and he's a great, I don't know, that's a good sign. That's a very good sign. Okay. I think, the one thing that Dave Aranda and Jake Spavital are not afraid to do is go for it on 4th down. And Palmer Williams, the punter, almost won the Ray Guy last year. I could argue that he should have won the Ray Guy last year when Baylor was also one of the most aggressive teams on 4th down. So I don't know what that says, but I think that they're going to use Palmer Williams, but I don't think
he's not a crutch.
Yeah, I don't think. Correct. It's not. He's a weapon, but he's not. He's not going to be someone that they blame if they lose.
So this is kind of a pet topic for me, but I'm kind of fascinated with the balance between football school and basketball school. And I kind of have this theory that you can't be both at the same time. Now, I think there are some exceptions to the rule. Michigan has been pretty good at both as of late. But the overall theory is that it's hard to support both 100%. So my question to you, of course, Baylor with its great basketball tradition, how well is the football team supported?
Another great question. I would say that Baylor is a football school through and through. This is Texas. I don't think, even it's going to be hard for any team in Texas to be a basketball school. Even Houston, I would argue. I could make the argument that Houston is a football school. They're not, but I could make that argument. Baylor is a football school. I think that Dave Aranda being here for 7 years, I think that has soured some of the fan base because, yes, he won a Big 12 championship and he did all that, but he's had some very low points. And the basketball program, while it won in the national championship during that COVID year, has recently kind of kind of hit a floor a little bit. They missed the tournament last year for the first time in a long time and have really failed to get past that first weekend. And even the women's program, while still really good, has not been what it was. So I think that, yes, Baylor is a football school, and yes, there are supporters, but right now it's kind of a little the supporters for football are a little questioning because Dave Aranda is still here, and I think they're kind of ready for a change on that front. So to answer your question, the football supporters are certainly there, and they are still passionate, just maybe not very happily right now.
How can Dave Aranda keep his job, save his job this year?
I don't think there's a number for it. I think there's a new athletic director at Baylor. He was hired beginning of this year, and one of the quotes that has stuck with me since he was hired, he kind of made these, when I talked to him and all this, he was like, Baylor fans will be optimistic about the future one way or another. Take that as you will. And I think that is very telling. I don't think there's a number. If you win 9 games, I think that probably does it, but that's kind of a pipe dream based on how they looked last year. But DJ Legway has that potential in them to win them a few games, and their schedule kind of sets up pretty well where they could start strong and get some momentum and all those things. So, how does Dave Aranda keep his job? I think you show that what you have and the direction that you have now with Spavital and Clanderman calling plays and Dave Aranda kind of taking a step back for the first time in a couple of years and show that, all right, DJ Legway is our guy. Here's our coordinators. Let's move forward. That's how you do it. That's how you save your job.
Man, looking at the schedule, he's going to have to win a lot of games early because Baylor finishes this year at BYU, home against Texas Tech, and at Houston. Yikes. So with that in mind, I'm guessing a hot start is probably what he needs.
Yeah, and I think that there's I think that they have a bye week and then there's a home game against TCU, and that's the rivalry, that's the rivalry as it's known, and that's a home game. I wouldn't be surprised if that's a night game, and there's a chance that Baylor is maybe 5-1 going into that game, coming off a bye week. And like you mentioned, the end of the schedule is brutal. So if you beat TCU at home to get to a bowl game at least, and then you finish, and maybe you can pick off one of those, I think that's the momentum that Dave Aranda and Baylor really needs. So they absolutely need to start really strong, and they have that opportunity in Atlanta against Auburn. That's going to be a huge game for them. So the opportunity is there. It's just, can you take advantage?
So what does a strong start look like? And I don't mean wins and losses or the teams they're playing. I mean, how does the team play if they're winning these games?
Well, I think that this team really wants to, especially on defense, that's where I'm going to see the most change, I think. I think on defense, their whole thing is going to be getting pressure on the quarterback. And last year they were dead last in the conference in sacks. They didn't have very much chaos on the line of scrimmage, and they've completely reshaped that entire defensive front to kind of do that. And so I think over the first 3 games, including Auburn, you got a couple home games you should win. If they're not doing that up front, that's going to maybe be tough. And then on the offensive side, they just replaced so much production at the receiving position and pass catchers. Michael Trigg was a finalist for the Mackey Award at tight end. And there's just so much so many questions, potential at receiver, but the questions are just there. So I really think, can DJ Legway have the connection with the new receivers, and can that defense get pressure on the quarterback? I know that sounds, shocker, breaking news, get pressure on the quarterback, win games, but it really is that simple for Baylor.
Not going to lie to you, Zach, you've kind of got me hankering for some red iguana at the moment, so appreciate that and appreciate you coming on the show. Thank you, Zach. Thank you very much.
I can't wait to get back to that place. One of the best Mexican meals I've ever had in my life.
Oh, here, brother. It's delicious. Thank you,
Zach.
Thank you very much. All right, there you go. That is Zach Smith, covers Baylor for the Waco Tribune Herald.
It's really interesting, and this is somewhat new. But again, you know college athletics better than I do. You've covered them longer. When you ask somebody, is the program healthy? And they say off the field, the first thing Zach brought up was, yeah, they've got donors.
Yeah.
Not that like the football team can't win. They should have fired Dave Aranda last year. If you feel that way, I have said, if you think you should fire him, or if you've said you have to do X, Y, or Z to not lose your job, you probably should have already lost your job. It's kind of my rule of thumb. And they probably should have moved on from him 2 years ago. And I know they won 8 games. But to ask somebody if a program is healthy and the on-field production is not what you look at first, is like, that's the reality of the world we live in now. Because the flip side, I think most teams that have money and big donors are doing pretty well on the field. You know, generally it does translate to wins. You look at Texas Tech, you look at BYU. We've talked about like how weird Vanderbilt suddenly is like kind of meaningful. Generally money helps you win, but it is weird that even teams that are losing that have a little bit of money, there's like a comfort in that. Even though the only value the money has for you as a fan is ideally it buys your team wins.
Yeah. Now that I didn't think this at the time, but now that we're kind of revisiting him talking about off the field, are they recruiting serial rapists at the moment?
I would hope not.
Are there Baylor players murdering each other?
It doesn't seem like it. So compared to where they've been,
pretty healthy.
Pretty healthy. But this is not exactly RG3 Baylor.
No, it's not. But I mean, I did not think of that when you asked that question. But when it comes to Baylor and the health of their athletic department, they've dealt with some very serious things over the past 20 whatever years.
Well,
so
this is a really funny topic. We've been talking about it all week, and I know people are mad that we've mentioned Kyle Whittingham on the show as much as we have, but like part of the reason Bronco got hired at BYU was to clean up Gary Croton's mess. And part of the reason why Witt is an attractive option for Michigan is because he's a no-nonsense coach after back-to-back nonsense coaches. Yeah. So Baylor and Aranda being no-nonsense is actually, compared to what they have had, not the worst thing.
Honestly, because Art Briles won a lot.
Yes, he did. He was a really good coach.
Speaking of RG3, he was RG3's coach. Art Briles won a lot at Baylor. The way it ended for Art Briles was horrible for the university and for the community, as well as the football team.
Right.
So maybe Dave Aranda gets a little more rope because he's not recruiting serial rapists.
Correct. No, you're absolutely right. A lot of times you hire the guy that's the opposite swing of the pendulum from the guy who was just here.
And you know what? I'm fine with that.
Well, I'm definitely fine with it if the last guy was recruiting rapists.
And it was a couple of guys ago, but yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
What was the whole... Well, there was many incidents. That was the problem. But one of them was they recruited a guy from Boise State, and Boise State actually told them, I think, that... Yeah. And they said, it's all right.
Not a problem here.
We'll recruit him anyway.
Yeah, not a big deal here.
So... that's interesting. If that is the case, that Dave Aranda, and by the way, I didn't know Dave when he coached at Utah State, but you definitely get the reps of these coaches when they're in town. And his was a very positive.
I've never heard anyone say a bad thing about Dave Aranda as a person.
Yeah, he had a very positive reputation.
And was
in
very
his short
successful
time here,
as a D coordinator.
All the things.
Yep. Here and at LSU.
And so if part of the explanation why he's getting patience from the university itself is because of the way he does the job, I'm totally fine with that.
That is an altruistic approach in a sport that is not all that altruistic anymore. So I guess maybe I should celebrate guys like Dave Aranda more than I do.
I would hope that Scott Drew would get totally the benefit of the doubt, even if the basketball program takes a turn temporarily, because Scott Drew saved that program. Again, I mentioned the murders. That was the basketball program. They had players murdering each other over drugs.
Yeah.
And Scott left a perfectly good job at Valpo to go to Baylor at the request of their shared religious community to save the basketball program, which he did, and more.
And more, yeah.
I would hope that he would get all the benefit of the doubt in the world, because
even if he wasn't a great coach, and he does happen to be a very good basketball coach.
Because the issues at Baylor have been so severe, those things should be considered, I think.
Hey, I'm a Bronco Mendenhall fan. I loved BYU Media Day with Bronco Mendenhall. I know people think he's strange. I recognize he is not like every other coach. He is unlike a lot of, or maybe anyone else I've ever talked to in my life. I like Bronco a lot. And I agree, Bronco probably deserves, I think some people almost resent a little bit how staunchly he ran BYU. He was so, not transparent, that's probably the wrong word to use at BYU, but sanitized at BYU and how he ran the program and how strict everything was. Kalani's not as strict as Bronco was, I don't think. Not that Kalani's like,
well, strict on what? They're different, but I don't think Kalani's necessarily skirting the honor code. Maybe
no, that's not what I'm trying to imply either. I think Bronco was so buttoned up that he was afraid to have anything seem even remotely out of line for fear that it would look like he hadn't taken his request or whatever he was hired for seriously enough to clean up what happened while Croton was at BYU. Maybe Bronco deserves more credit than he gets for getting BYU back on the track they did, not just because they won 10 games most years that he was there.
Oh, man, I was there. He deserves all the credit in the world.
And I think some people don't like how mundane BYU almost got because it felt like he crushed a lot of character.
He fixed it in a year.
He did. No, Bronco was an amazing coach. Bronco, I've always thought, was one of the better coaches in college football. Now, I don't know if that's top 3. So I'm saying, but like, I know there were a lot of BYU fans, usually after Utah games, that wanted to move off of Bronco, were frustrated with Bronco, or couldn't get past midfield against Michigan. Michigan. There was a lot of frustration about Bronco as a coach, but he did a lot in addition to winning a lot of games.
The tradition of Michigan.
He probably deserves more credit.
Yeah, I agree. It got a little stale at the end, but I think that has as much to do with independence as it does with Bronco himself.
So to shift this back to Baylor and Dave Aranda, where I have been hard on Dave Aranda for not winning more games because I view Baylor from afar as a team that's clearly capable of, in 2021, winning 12 games.
Winning the league,
Winning the league.
Yeah.
Maybe I should say, you know what? He's been asked to do more than just win double-digit games. And he's done it.
Yeah.
Hence, fewer rapists.
We hope.
We certainly hope so.
Seriously.
Yeah.
We hope.
And good for you. Yeah. Good for Dave.
All right. More Jake and Ben. We've got the audio vault coming up next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got long patches of reduced speeds on southbound I-15 in Salt Lake County from Murray down to Draper. Even slower beyond that for Utah County traffic between Lehigh's Main Street and Pioneer Crossing in American Fork. Hey, if you're looking for a new ride, Doug Smith offers great savings on new and used vehicles. They've got a big selection, great prices, and great people. Visit them in American Fork, Spanish Fork, or Linden, or check them out online at heydoug.net. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCaux.
SEC Commissioner Greg Sankey, as he kicked off and the SEC kicked off their football media day, said that he is not happy whatsoever with what's going on in terms of the Protect College Sports Act. He has had conversations. The conversations about them tearing away from the rest of college athletics is real.
You know, college football, it's ironic that they're against the Save College Football Act. They don't want to be governed. I mean, that's what I keep hearing. The SEC, the Big Ten, they're the ones that keep dragging their feet. Everybody else wants to get this done, but because they feel like they are better than everybody else, they should get a better deal.
I really can't stand this guy. I really, there are certain people out there that are just hell-bent on wrecking things that don't need to be wrecked.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey everyone, Jake and Ben here for our friends at Beehive Meals. Man, we love Beehive Meals. They're so great. They fit seamlessly into a busy lifestyle. Ben, you and I both have children, sometimes picky eaters, but we talked about it earlier in the show. We love the variety of Beehive, the nutrition. We love the crock-pot meals, and we love their brand new flat top meals. Meals designed for your flat top grill, griddle, or even that regular skillet. And because it's Beehive, no chopping, no measuring. Just thaw, cook, and you're ready to go.
Yeah, and the new menu is coming out. That's always exciting. We've talked about the July menu. The August menu is out. We've talked about favorites like chicken Alfredo. You were talking about how your daughter loves
she loves white sauce
with white sauce.
Yeah.
Might be right up her alley, but there's chicken burrito bowls. There's meatball marinara, steak fajitas, jalapeno cheddar smash burgers, some of my favorites. Again, I love putting them in front of the kids, but I had them yesterday, the General Tso's chicken. I had leftovers today. It's wonderful. And they deliver it right to your door. They make it so easy for you.
The jalapeno cheddar smash burgers are back on the menu,
They're
man?
back. Life's good.
Oh, celebrate good times. Come on. All right. If you're ready to make dinner easier and better, order now at beehivemeals.com. That's beehivemeals.com.
All right, guys, today I am streaming my evening commute. You're going to love it. And I'm going to teach you how I'm getting home without taking any damage, like zero. Check that out, chat. I got my helmet strapped on tight to protect my brain. I've got my bike, which is looking sick. Woo! And my front and back lights are shining. I've planned the route home that protects me most as a bike rider. Save stealth mode for video games. Outsmart the system, ride by the rules. It's a message from the Utah Department of Public Safety, because they care about you. Throw a dub for safety, chat.
This is Wick with Greenify Energy Savers. If your home feels like it's overheating the moment the sun comes up, your windows could be a major reason why. In the summer months, inefficient windows let in heat and force your AC to work overtime, driving up your energy bills and making your home less comfortable. The problem is, most homeowners know they need new windows, but put it off because they assume it's going to be too expensive. At Greenify Energy Savers, we install high-performance AMSCO energy-efficient windows manufactured right here in Salt Lake City. So install times are typically just a few weeks, not several months. And most homeowners are surprised to learn that we can often save them thousands of dollars compared to other window companies while still offering premium windows with a lifetime warranty and flexible finance options. Don't spend another summer fighting the heat inside your home. Give Greenify Energy Savers a call today for a free no-obligation quote at 801-948-4464. Again, that's 801-948-4464. Or check us out online at greenifyenergysavers.com. Let us save you literally thousands of dollars and greenify your windows today.
Hundreds of children are experiencing homelessness, living in a family shelter with just the bare essentials. And back-to-school shopping is a luxury they can't afford. But you can help. The Road Home Apple Tree program provides a brand new outfit, shoes that fit just right, and a backpack. Giving is easy. Donate online or shop for a child in need. Visit theroadhomeappletree.com today, because every child deserves to start school feeling like they belong.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tonight, the Salt Lake Bees are in Texas to play Sugarland. Tony Park's on the call at 6:30. Listen on 97.5 The Zone. Saturday night, the Bees and Sugarland will be on 1280 The Zone. With Tony Park's on the call at 6:30, because Real Salt Lake will be in action Saturday night in St. Louis. The match gets underway at 6:30, pregame at 5:30 on 97.5 The Zone. And Sunday, the Utah Royals are back in action hosting Portland at 5 o'clock on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Visit Serenoni's Summer Warehouse Sale, Saturday, August 8th, 11 a.m. until 6 p.m. at Bountiful High School. Save up to 70% off luxury blankets, baby gifts, and more. Celebrate 20 years of comfort with Serenoni.
No crazy soundbite slips past these guys.
I came here for the same reason people go to the zoo.
This is another edition of the Audio Vault with Jake and Ben. On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is time for the Audio Vault, the best sound of the day. Christian discovered today's entry. Christian, you want to set it up?
This one's during a Yanks game. Joe Girardi, the play-by-play guy. No, he's the analyst.
He is, because he used to be their coach.
Yeah. Correct. My bad.
And a catcher.
Before my time. Anyways, he was mad.
He was a good player.
He was mad at the play-by-play, Michael K., because he used his glasses to stir his sugar into his tea.
Okay, let's hear it.
Let's talk about what you did last half inning.
Please.
All right. You asked for tea. Okay.
Hot tea.
Hot tea. Not sure why. I don't know if you're cold.
I thought it's a little sketchy right now.
Oh, okay. And Jennifer was nice enough to give you your tea and your equal. And you steeped.
Right.
And then you added your equal.
Yep.
That dissolves.
Not necessarily,
And
Joe.
you stirred it with your glasses.
Right.
I don't know. Do you call it an arm on your glass?
Yeah.
Your glasses?
Yeah, this part.
Yeah. That
you know
was your
what?
stir.
Because Jennifer, our stage manager, who was nice enough to get me the tea, did not get me a stir.
It dissolves.
It does not. You have to stir it. So I used the eyeglasses. And you were offended by this, Jennifer.
Where did you go to school? You didn't take science classes, did you?
Oh, I did. I went to the Bronx High School of Science. I could see from your face, but it was an important part of the game. You were really upset. You were a little. We have a replay of it.
Yeah. I mean, I wish it would have been honey you were stirring, so it would have stuck to your head when you put it on. I mean, that's the first, and then you wiped it. Now, where did you wipe your hand? On your pants?
No, it dried.
The laws of physics don't exist in your house, do they?
You have to stir, and it was Splenda, not equal.
That's a first for me. I've never seen anyone do that. That's why I was taken
settle in.
aback.
If we work together another 10 years, you're going to see it a lot.
I'm going to see a lot or see that a lot?
See that a lot and see a lot.
Okay. Christian, you're new to glasses. I think I got my first pair of glasses 2 years ago. I only wear them when I read, and I don't know how to read, so I don't wear them very often. You're a big sunglasses guy, but you wear, what is that called, gaiters? What's
Chums.
That? Chums, yeah, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Do we think that's where Terry Rozier got his nickname from?
Oh, maybe you wore chums.
Maybe you wore chums. Yeah. But you wear the attachment, but you also have eyeglasses that you wear sometimes.
Just
Are
not
you
here.
putting the arm in your mouth ever? There are a lot of people who like chew on their glasses.
I've done it before.
When they're reading or doing whatever, chew on pens.
Uh-huh.
I know there's stories in this station about people chewing on pens. Don't chew on pens in a public place. Christian, you put your glasses in your mouth ever?
I'd say so. In this clip, he's more offended by that. I'd say it's more gross to have your hair in your tea.
Well, that's the thing. Do you think the arm on your glasses is gross? Because a lot of people actually chew or whatever, just I think as a tick, put their glasses in their mouth. I don't, but I don't have to wear my glasses, so I don't have them around with me a whole lot. So there's never really ever a reason for me to bite on things.
I chew on other things. I would not chew on my glasses. I think heads and hair are pretty gross.
I think that's totally fair. You say you've chewed on your glasses before.
Yeah. What? Okay, I hate everything about this clip, which is perfect for Angry Friday, and I'll tell you why. I even hate your response.
Okay.
I hate Christian's response. First of all, Joe Girardi, you're a freaking manager and baseball player. Do you know how gross dugouts are?
Yeah.
Do you know how much chew spit and sunflower seeds and sweat and sunscreen and Lord knows what else is all over everything in a Major League Baseball dugout? So for you to get worked up over glasses and some tea is freaking laughable. What did you do when you were in the dugout and somebody spat their Red Man chewing tobacco right onto your shoe?
This is a fair take.
Like, what's the matter with you? The fact that you would even object to that at all is truly beyond me. I mean, how many staff-infected locker rooms do you think that dude has been in?
Nonstop, yeah.
Nonstop.
His whole life, yeah.
So for you to actually object over that is laughable to me, because who cares?
Okay.
Michael K., is that this guy's name?
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely insufferable sociopath prima donna. You're making your production assistant go find you some tea in Yankee Stadium. How hard do you think it is to find tea at a baseball stadium in the middle of summer, you freaking psycho? Because I've got a little ticklish in the throat. So I'm going to make my production assistant drive to Chinatown to get some tea ushered to me in the studio or in the booth. And how dare she not bring a stirring utensil?
There are a lot of...
Absolutely sociopath. Hey, bring your own tea, Michael, you psycho.
There are a lot of... I'm with you. You can just bring your own. You know what I mean? Like, when I worked at a place that didn't have a coffee maker, I like to have coffee.
I brought it in.
I bring it in.
Get
and
a
I have my own
thermos,
coffee.
Michael, you psycho.
And then I don't ask the producer, whoever it has been in our history, to ever go get me coffee. No, that's insane. Now, I get you can't leave some sporting events. You can't leave a soccer game unless it's the halftime, but then do it at halftime. That's totally fair. You know, baseball, there's breaks all the time. There's 9 breaks throughout the game. In fact, there's more than that. There's 18 breaks. There's a top and a bottom of every inning. You get a break. So yes, Michael K., you have time to go and get your own. You don't need to make your intern go and get you coffee.
Horrible
or
person.
Your tea.
Horrible person. And Girardi, get over it, Howard Hughes. What's the matter with you?
I think both of those are fair. I do think it's weird stirring your tea with your
Dude,
glasses.
I've stirred my coffee with pens from my counter. I don't care.
I had this dilemma today. So, I drink black coffee, specifically because I don't like stirring it, but occasionally I'll put a little water in there if it's too acidic. So I was eating a cup of yogurt, and I had 1 spoon, and I had my coffee. And I seriously had to sit and look at my spoon and be like, do I mix my coffee with the spoon I've already been eating yogurt with, or is that going to ruin my coffee? So I actually have a little sympathy for Joe Girardi.
That's different. That's too far.
Now you're mixing foods, though.
But you understand.
Look it off.
I did, and you know what? I actually did end up using the spoon.
But see, here's the problem. You are the problem. That's your peccadillo. That's your being a psycho. There's no right. You stir the stupid thing.
Okay.
There's no good reason out there for you not to stir it.
And I did. I did stir it.
It is your spoon. It's your germs if you really want to get into that. But how do you kiss your spouse?
Correct. That's not right.
Get over it.
Sure.
I'll stir tea with whatever I want. I've stirred drinks with my finger. Who cares?
I think it's less dirty to stir a drink with your finger than it is your own thing behind your ear, your glasses behind your ear. Because you're right, the hair's involved. People don't wash behind your ears. It's an entire saying, make sure to wash behind your ears because it's a notoriously dirty part of your body. So I actually have some sympathy for Joe Girardi, but I'm also with you that
I'll stir my tea with my actual ear.
I think
Who
Michael
cares?
K might be nuts.
Oh, he is. Look out
crazy.
for that guy. That guy could be murderous. I mean, just sociopathic behavior.
But you think it's because he's asking people to get him drinks, not because he stirs his drinks with the glasses.
No, that's because he's sending somebody whose job it is to produce a broadcast on a scavenger hunt throughout a baseball stadium for some tea because he's got a tickle in his throat.
I think that's fair.
Hey, I know you probably make $200,000-$300,000 a year, and you produce some.
Michael K is making more than that.
No. Like the production assistant who's
making that much.
Who's whatever.
Yeah.
Who's producing the Yankees broadcast. That's a big job.
Yeah, it's a good job.
They're not there to go get your tea, Michael, you psycho.
They're not. Nope. In fact, you should be getting them tea. And I mean that seriously. Make sure they're comfortable. Make sure they recognize that people can be human beings in this business, even if you have reached the fame of the great Michael K.
Man, I hate everything about the Yankees. They're soft former managers and catchers who are afraid of a couple of germs. And they're psycho play-by-play guy.
Also, is there anything dirtier than catchers?
Everything.
Pads?
Catchers, everything. Catchers are just dirty people.
And you're constantly sliding the mask up on your head, your sweaty head, and then pulling it back over your face.
And Lord knows what those pitchers are putting on the ball, and you have to touch that ball every single throw.
And again, professional sports, you see it with hockey all the time. I mean, it's got to be the same. I mean, we know it with baseball because you see them always. I know they don't dip anymore. They're not supposed to. But they're spitting sunflower seeds. There's just got to be spit all over
Everywhere.
the batter's box.
All over everything. I played baseball.
Yeah. It's got to be disgusting. So, yeah, Joe Girardi picking that as the one place where how dare you do that is strange.
Very strange.
Yeah, you're right.
Soft.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. That was a good audio bot, though, Christian.
Good
well
job.
done. Fit right into our Angry Friday motif. Stay tuned. More next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Mammoth, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Love sports? Love winning? KSL's looking for a senior sports partnership sales executive to lead the charge in growing sports advertising across Utah's sports media leader. You'll sell powerful partnerships across KSL Sports, including the KSL Sports Zone, KSL TV, KSLSports.com, podcasts, and social media, working directly with top decision makers and sports organizations across the region. If you're a proven sales hunter who thrives on building relationships, closing deals, and creating integrated marketing solutions, this is your opportunity. Apply today at KSL.com/careers. That's KSL.com/careers.
You don't know what you got till it's gone has never been more true than when your water heater goes out and you hop in the shower. Your body first shivers and then you go into survival mode by letting out a shrieklet, which is like a shriek, just smaller, followed by unnecessary running in place and jazz hands. Look, there are really only two kinds of people in this world that need cold showers: pioneers and plungers. So unless your name is Laura Ingalls or Joe Rogan, cold showers aren't for you. At Shamrock Plumbing, we know what to do when your ungrateful water heater stops showing up for work. Give us a call and we'll get you back to those scalding temperatures you've grown accustomed to over the years. Shamrock Plumbing.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-791-0000. That's 800-791-0000.
Out here, you know the drill. Animals are hungry, dogs are getting muddy, and you just noticed you're low on feed. Stocking up at Tractor Supply is easy on your wallet with our unbeatable prices on select shavings, retriever dog food, and Producer's Pride animal and poultry feed. From backyards to barnyards, we've got everything to keep your pets, animals, and livestock well fed and comfortable with low prices all summer. At Tractor Supply.
Hey, Mammoth fans, the 2026-27 season tickets are on sale now. Be there for every goal, every hit, and every moment of the next season. Season ticket members get the best seats, the best value, and exclusive perks all season long. Call or text 801-325-PUCK. That's 801-325-PUCK to reserve your seats today. Don't miss a moment next season. Tusk's up.
Technology never stands still. And neither does Wessels and IT. For 70 years and counting, we've helped businesses adapt, grow, and stay secure through every change. With experienced people and smart technology solutions, we make work easier, more productive, and more secure. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Let less be here for you.
It's the best station, period. Let's be honest. These guys have the best job on the planet.
You come to work in a frickin' bathrobe?
So if you're out there working hard, you should also expect your radio hosts to put in an honest day's work. So of course, Jake and Ben are live at 5. with the biggest headlines and the best analysis in Utah. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Papa was a copper and the mama was a hippie. In Alabama, she was swinging a hammer. Price you gotta pay when you break the panorama. She never knew that there was anything more than gold.
Jacob at 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Time for Live at 5. Brought to you every day by our friends at Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary. 855-TRAJAN1 or visit their website at TrajanWealth.com. I've been working on the Jazz broadcast now, Ben, since 2012.
Okay.
In some way, shape, or form. Well, I did analyst stuff for several years before I full-time took over leading it. But point is, I've heard, witnessed, seen whatever David Locke call, 1,000+ games. Mm-hmm. Certainly hundreds.
He's been there for over 10 years.
No, David's been there longer than that.
Right.
But I never once have seen him send anybody to go get him tea. So shout out to David.
Yeah. Worse yet, go get me a bottle.
Oh, yeah, I love that story.
Ben was an assistant,
It was
right?
a Locke intern. No, he never asked me to get him a drink.
Never sent you off on a scavenger hunt to get tea in the middle of a baseball stadium.
No, in fact, David did like tea for his voice. And he also liked to have a piece of chocolate. And he brought them from home.
Yeah.
So
shout out to David. That's
David.
all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Shout out to David.
Correct.
All right. The big story of the day continues to be college football. I mean, with college football right around the corner, camp's getting started next week. Big Ten media days are wrapping up, and they are the final, obviously, major conference media days. In fact, we've got a live feed right now, and your favorite coach, Ben, Stinkin' Riley, is at the podium to talk about how his Trojans will disappoint once again this year.
Or he's lying to you about how they won't.
That is the funny thing about media days, right?
Yeah.
He's up there saying, oh, gonna be awesome.
This is it. This is the team.
Too scared to play Notre Dame, but probably out there saying, oh, we're going to be great.
Kurt Cignetti became one of the biggest stars in college football, though, over the last 12 months, and rightfully so. I mean, he won a national championship at Indiana. He did have some conversation because the SEC and the Big Ten continue to take shots at one another. The SEC's new pitch is that we play the SEC 9 times. That's why our records aren't very good. We're tired. It's hard. We're playing the best of the best week in, week out. No one else can say that. That's why we don't necessarily want an expanded college football playoff. Our whole season's a playoff. We're lucky to get there. Kurt Cignetti, though, sounds like he took some shots at the SEC, and I actually think this is interesting locally.
The Big Ten is the best league in football, and a lot of really good football teams. It's hard to win on the road. Very physical football teams, very well coached. It definitely prepares you for the playoffs. There's no doubt about it. The numbers speak for themselves. I mean, we don't run a hype machine up here in the Midwest. We believe everything's earned, not given. And when we fall short, we say we fell short. We don't cry a river, whine, and complain, all right? And that's why we're the best.
I hate the growing, and it's been this way, but it's getting further and further, and it's why I have my theory that the Big Ten and the SEC are going to split off from everybody else in college athletics. These two sides taking shots at one another, but they are only worried about each other. They are only concerned about, the SEC is only concerned about the Big Ten is only concerned about the SEC. And locally, I just don't think the Big 12 or the ACC matter. Not that the ACC matters here, but I just don't think they move the needle to those people at the very top. And I don't know how you get back to mattering, in all honesty.
I don't know about not mattering. I mean, if you're saying that there are, tiers, that the Big Ten and the SEC are better currently than the Big 12 and the ACC, I certainly would not push back all that much. But I suppose it also depends on your definition of best. I mean, deepest, best on top, whatever, because the Big Ten is really good, but there's also some just garbage programs at the bottom of the Big Ten that are just a nightmare. But I'm not I'm not here to argue whether or not the Big 12 is better than the Big 10. I do think the Big 12 is more relevant than you're giving it credit. Because there will be likely multiple Big 12 teams in an expanded playoff. And even in the 12-team playoff, the thought of Big 12 getting multiple teams in is not out of the question, not even close. I mean, depending on how the season breaks and how many teams there are that are good in those other leagues. So I don't know if I'm coming along with all of a sudden the Big 12 is the Mountain West Conference. I don't think that is true.
Do you think the Pac-12, and this is going to sound like a cliche argument, I don't mean it this way. Do you think the Pac-12, when Utah was in it, what we most recently saw, would have had more respect for getting more than one team in the current college football playoff than this Big 12 does?
No.
I think it would have. I think we would have had more years where Oregon and Utah, USC and Utah, USC and Oregon, Washington and whatever the combo is.
I mean, maybe because Oregon is so good. But I don't think the Pac-12...
And Washington was great, and Utah was very good, and USC was pretty good.
In the old scheme of things, I don't think the Pac-12 was any more relevant than the Big 12 is now. Because the Pac-12, if you want to look at top tier, second tier, third tier leagues, the Pac-12 was behind the SEC and the Big 10 the whole time.
It was. No
just
question about it.
Just like the Big 12 is now.
Totally. I wonder if that gap is larger now, though, than it was. And that is my fear. Again, as we listen to Kurt Signetti talk, and then we listen to SEC Media Days take shots at the Big 10, I wonder if those two are further away now. And I don't even mean in talent, but how they're paid, compensated, how they view themselves, how they talk about themselves, how the media treats them, if they are further removed from the ACC and the Big 12 than it used to be when there was a true P5.
Maybe, but I don't think it matters as long as they don't kill their access. That's what was different between the Mountain West and the P5 at the time was all access. And you could talk about resources and TV contracts and all that stuff, and that was true and part of the conversation. But in all honesty, those conferences were frozen out and didn't have access. The Big 12 is still respected enough, even though it is the leavings. And here where I will agree with you. The Pac-12 had teams that weren't part of the leavings. The Big 12 is the leavings.
Yes.
Still has access. They still have enough respect that they have access. The G5 has access too, but kinda. The Big 12 has more access and has better teams than the Mountain West, say. So the gap, I don't know if it matters because the access is there. They have to have enough respect that they're not going to get frozen out entirely, which I don't think will happen. I know you think they're going to separate themselves off. I don't necessarily think that. I think those two leagues still need the rest of the country. I do. Now, if you ask them, do they need the rest of the country? They probably would tell you no, at least. But I don't think that that's actually true. But can I tell you what I loved about that clip? Is because the SEC isn't as good as it used to be.
No, it's not.
And all they do is cry. They just cry about it. Think of Alabama crying 2 years ago, and they cry like, oh, respect us, even though the league is not what it was when it was running off national titles each and every year. It's not. It's not as good as it used to be. And all they do is cry like they're still the big dog. I don't like the Big 10 either, but the Big 10 right now is a better league than the SEC. It is.
Mm-hmm.
And all the SEC does is behave like they're still the big dog, and all they do is cry about it. And I find it, I mean, even look at this this legislation and stuff. It's the SEC putting the hold up on because they think they're special, and they're not.
I feel like, and maybe I could be swayed on this. I think we judge the quality of a conference based on who their best team is.
Yes, which I don't think is always the case. That's why I brought up depth earlier. Like, what are we talking about when we say best?
Right. Yes, exactly right. But we give the Big Ten a lot of love right now because the last three champions have been Indiana, Ohio State, Michigan.
Yep.
In that order. And then before that, it was what? Georgia, Alabama, Georgia, whatever. They had the run of what was dominated by the SEC. Now, was the bottom half of the SEC actually any good? I don't know.
No.
I don't know. I know they got a lot of respect because, hell, one of their losses was to Alabama or to Georgia, who was really good. And now we're giving a little bit too much respect probably to the Big Ten because, geez, They got to play Michigan, or they got to play Ohio State, or they got to play Indiana now.
Well, these leagues are too big now to even
Have that.
have that discussion. But listen, the Big Ten. Let's go through the Big Ten. What would qualify as top tier programs right now? Ohio State,
Michigan,
Indiana,
Oregon.
I don't even know if I would say Michigan, but for the sake of this conversation,
Historically,
we can throw them in
easily.
Oregon, Penn State.
Yeah.
And then what? It kind of drops off to the Wisconsins of the world, right? But those are 5.
USC. But USC
they're not in that
for a while.
category.
USC
now.
has not been there for a while.
No, it might even be a stretch to throw Penn State in there, but for the sake of argument, we will.
Okay.
What about the SEC? Top tier, seriously contending programs right now.
Georgia. Alabama? Still buying Alabama?
We can throw them in for fun.
Yeah,
but
I think they should
don't,
probably...
They're not what they used to be, but sure, for the sake of this conversation, why not?
Texas gets a lot of love every year.
They sure do. But okay, let's throw Texas in, even though you and I are both lukewarm about them.
Pretty lukewarm
so now we've got 1 all in and 2 lukewarms.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody else? I mean, Tennessee has been kind of good, but I'm not putting them in.
Florida always has the potential to be good.
Florida hasn't been good in 15 years.
Yeah. LSU belongs in the conversation. Absolutely. LSU has to be there.
Except for LSU wasn't that for the last couple of years, but now maybe the lane train gets them there. I'm not putting Ole Miss in that category, even though they were good last year.
No, that's totally fine. Oklahoma gets a lot of love. I'm not sure I believe in Venables.
Oklahoma wasn't good when Stinkin was there, and they got a lot of love. So I'm not putting Oklahoma in that category either.
Okay, I think that's totally fair. So we have 3 teams that I think really do deserve a lot of respect. Georgia, Alabama, LSU deserve very legitimate respect because I think in any 2-year period, they can get good enough to win a title. And I'm not sure I would say that about anybody else.
So I don't think the SEC is as good as they complain. Or I guess the strength of the league does not match their whininess.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's funny that Signetti is pointing that out because I do think it's true. The pendulum has swung to the Big Ten if we're talking about the hierarchy of conferences. And the SEC still cries a lot, like they're still good, and it bugs me.
I worry that the longer it goes on that we don't see a champion out of the ACC or the Big 12, that for the exact flaw we're talking about, we judge the quality of a conference by what the best team in that conference looks like, not whether or not, you're right, is Texas A&M actually a good program? No. Probably not. Not a great program. I mean, they had a couple of fun years, and then
but they're not what we're talking about.
No, they're not a team that's in danger of winning a title. So,
but tell me, when was the last champion to come from the Pac-12?
I don't know. Who was it?
It never happened.
Okay. Right. Since Utah joined. Yes.
It never happened.
Right. USC had did anyone win it from the Pac-10 other than USC?
Historically, yes.
Yes, but I mean since USC,
in
the 2000s.
In recent times, no, it was USC. Before that, Colorado won one in the 90s.
Mm-hmm.
Washington won one in the 90s. Yeah. In fact, didn't Colorado and Washington share it? And Colorado wasn't even in the...
No, they were in the Big 12.
They weren't even in the league when they won the national title.
Yeah.
So Washington did in the 90s. Before that, outside of USC, I don't know. No one?
No one. Yeah, I don't think so.
What, the Big 12?
I could be missing.
The old Big 12. How many national championships came from the old Big 12? Oklahoma in the early 2000s under Bob Stoops. Texas with Vince Young.
We just talked about Colorado, right?
In 2005, Colorado in the 90s. Outside of that, Bubkas. So it's not like these leagues were winning national titles hand over fist beforehand.
Mm-hmm. No, you're right. You're making a good point. I'm open to be swayed by this.
So I don't know if it is important that they win a national championship.
Maybe I'm just seeing every ripple in the ocean looking like a tidal wave because I'm just too close to it.
What they need is the Big 12 needs its big brands to be good and take the next step. which is what I would say is happening with BYU and Texas Tech. They have both those schools have a lot of resources. They've got good coaches, and their programs are headed in an upward trajectory. BYU was a top 10, top 15 school last year. They should be again. If they take the next step, that's what the Big 12 needs to maintain its access. It needs its teams that have the potential to be good. What they can't have is what happened to the Big 12 or the Pac-12, where their juggernauts sucked for periods of time and couldn't get it done, and then the conference loses value. Again, the mistake the Pac-12 made is they didn't bend over backwards to please USC and favor them to be dominant at all times. Their jealousy ruined that league, as much as I'm not a fan of USC. I mean, that's how you stay relevant as a league. The Big 12 needs its big brands to be good, and they cannot have down years. You cannot give the college sports world room to ignore you, because to your point, they probably want to.
They want to, yes.
They want to.
It was good, actually, for the Big 12 to have Texas Tech win the conference, because then they were the highest rated conference champion, or one of the 4 highest rated, so they had to be the 4 seed or whatever they were last year. Because remember, if you're not that, even if a group of 5 or 6 or whatever it is now wins a conference title and is ranked higher than the highest Big 12 team, they could jump up into the top 4, and then you could conceivably have the best Big 12 team as like the 11 seed. I think there is a world where that could happen. You don't want that.
Right.
Because I believe that the Big 10 and the SEC do not want you there anyways.
The Big East should not exist anymore. They don't do football. They should not exist anymore. Do you know why they do? And why they're super respected? Because their basketball programs are so dang good.
They're very good, yeah.
You can't ignore it because they're so good.
Right.
Like this league has to be good enough specifically on top so that you cannot be ignored. The Mountain West, or now the Pac-12, can be easily ignored if Boise State isn't any good. So that is the important thing for the Big 12 to do, is they're good teams. They're teams with resources. And by the way, I would throw Utah into that department, or into that category. They have to continue to expand their programs and be good. If those programs fall off, the Big 12 is in big trouble, because then they're easy to ignore.
My fear would be, and again, this is me being pessimistic about college athletics, but that's where I am on the sport currently, is that if you get anyone who becomes too good, they are going to get peeled off the same way Texas and Oklahoma did.
I don't know.
Someone will come calling.
Because Utah was pretty good and the Big Ten still passed. You know?
Yeah, absolutely.
So I don't know. Again, that's does being good on the field actually equate value? That's not necessarily true. No. Rutgers is in the Big Ten.
It goes back to our conversation with Zach Smith.
Smith, yeah.
The health of your program, is that on the field or is that off the field, and what matters more?
Yeah. All right, more next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got a couple of problem areas southbound on the 215 West Belt, both just south of I-80 and the airport. First, it's a disabled vehicle blocking a left lane, and not very much farther down the road, a crash is blocking 2 right lanes, so careful over there. Attention property managers, customers, see your parking lot first. If it's cracked, they're already walking away. Call Go Pave Utah. They've got seal coating, crack sealing, striping, and patching across the Wasatch Front. Call or visit right now, gopavutah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Joined once again by Matt Larkin, managing editor and senior writer at Daily Faceoff. Could the Mammoth be a 100-point team? 92 this year. There are only 300-point teams in the West. I mean, if you get there, it seems like you're right there at the top shelf.
If I'm making a prediction right now for next season, I'm going to say yes, 100 points. Probably right around there. Even if you just look at Logan Cooley alone and the improvements you're seeing from him, and let's say we get a full season in which he doesn't get banged up and miss a chunk of games, that alone could give you that extra cluster of wins. Plus, you have a full season of Mackenzie Weegar now playing in your top 4 on D. So I think they're already a 100-point team. I think the question is, do you make the trade now to become a 110-point team? With the right move, you can join the top contenders.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Right now, JCW's has 15 bus and billboards depicting our delicious, mouthwatering hamburgers across I-15. We've also just learned that I-15 averages 15 fender benders a day. Probably a coincidence, but just in case, keep your eyes on the road. Here's what our burgers sound like. Now with your hands at 10 and 2, safely turn into one of our 5 locations in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it.
Hey, Mammoth fans, the 2026-27 season tickets are on sale now. Be there for every goal, every hit, and every moment of the next season. Season ticket members get the best seats, the best value, and exclusive perks all season long. Call or text 801-325-PUCK. That's 801-325-PUCK to reserve your seats today. Don't miss a moment next season. Tusks up.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case? Skyrizi Risankizumab Risa can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tonight, the Salt Lake Bees are in Texas to play Sugarland. Tony Park's on the call at 6:30. Listen on 97.5 The Zone. Saturday night, the Bees in Sugarland will be on 1280 The Zone with Tony Park's on the call at 6:30 because Real Salt Lake will be in action Saturday night in St. Louis. The match gets underway at 6:30, pregame at 5:30 on 97.5 The Zone. And Sunday, the Utah Royals are back in action hosting Portland at 5 o'clock on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, this is Aaron with Greenify Energy Savers, and I want to extend the incredible offer exclusively for KSL Sports Zone listeners that I recently introduced live on air with DJ and PK. For a limited time, when you purchase a new solar system for your home or business, Greenify will give you a Tesla Powerwall 3 backup battery free. That's right, you'll receive the battery at no cost. You simply pay for the installation. Already have solar but don't have a backup battery? Give us a call. We're also offering unbeatable pricing on battery add-on installations. And here's even more good news. Thanks to the partnerships we've built over the past 14 years in business, we can offer a 25% upfront discount on your entire project. Call us for the details. Every homeowner can qualify. Call Greenify Energy Savers today for your free no-obligation solar and battery quote at 801-948-4464. That's 801-948-4464. Or visit greenifyenergysavers.com to claim your free Tesla Powerwall 3 with your qualifying solar installation. That's greenifyenergysavers.com.
Your favorite road trip snack, but make it spicy. New fiery cheese curds from the Creamery are here. Stop in or order online. $1 from every bag will be donated to support wildfire relief efforts.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate a youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest.
Not only do these guys give you the best jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
When I woke up this morning, you were on my mind, and you were on my mind. I got troubles, oh, I got worries, oh, I got...
My question is, down at BYU last year, was that defense Jay Hill or Gary Anderson? And who played the biggest role in the change of the defense from what we'd seen years previously.
What up, Jake and Ben? Luke here, listener from down in Arizona. As a lifelong BYU fan, I am not too upset at Jay Hill leaving. Obviously, it sucks, but hope he does well. Hope Michigan has good defense. My hot take that other BYU fans probably won't agree with me on this, I'm actually kind of going to be pulling for Kyle Whittingham at Michigan to go and have success, almost as a way to rub it in Utah's face that they ran him out of town. Kind of a way to stick it to him and say, you ran your best coach ever out of town, and now look at me, I'm going to Michigan, and I'm winning the Big Ten. So I know other BYU fans probably don't agree with me on that one, but I'm actually going to be kind of rooting for Kyle Whittingham and Michigan to have some success as a way to stuff it back in Utah's face. Anyways, keep up the good work, guys. Love your show.
Jake, Ben, I didn't know I was listening to 1280 Ann Arbor over here. No, just kidding. I appreciate the broader news because I don't care for Bleacher Report or ESPN all that much either. So keep up the good work.
Nice. Shout out to Corey, Luke, and Harley, all with voicemails right there. Further fallout from our conversation about the interest level of what happens in Michigan because of...
His name wasn't Harley. It was a Harley you heard in the background at the end of his call.
Oh, okay.
It was the motorcycle that drove by. You can hear him. It probably was Harley.
Okay.
You don't care for Bleacher Report or...
You threw me off there. All right. On Luke's point about cheering for Witt because Utah ran him out, and I get that.
I think that's a totally logical opinion.
But what I will say is that BYU ran out Lavelle, so it's not like BYU isn't guilty of it too. But I understand what he's saying right there. As far as Corey, I think Corey actually brings up a really relevant point. Gary Anderson has had a role at BYU for several years now.
Mm-hmm.
And Jay gets a lot of credit for that defense, and I would say deservedly so. But Gary was there. So I wonder if that connective tissue might help bridge the gap, because that is the number one question mark, in my opinion, about BYU going into this season, is does the defense maintain its current, I don't know, like ability, or what am I looking for here, Ben? It's current bite, even though Jay Hill is gone. And, what is K-Pop going to do? Now, I do not think Gary Anderson deserves credit for BYU's defense the last several years, but Gary is super smart and has kind of found a groove down there as an analyst. So I think that's an interesting question coming from Corey.
I like Gary Anderson. I've talked to him a lot of times. I'm sure you have as well. I would be very confident in thinking this is a Jay Hill thing. And that Jay Hill just brought a bunch of dudes with him from, not a bunch, but brought his best players with him from Weber State, including Jack Kelly, who has been a major difference maker.
Well, that's one thing I'll tell you Gary probably isn't doing is recruiting. Correct. So, but as far as X's and O's and running, basically Fred Whittingham's defense, Gary's as good as anybody out there.
Gary knows what he's doing. Yeah, absolutely. Gary is a pro. Gary knows what he's doing, and having him is better than not having him.
Right.
So, but if you are asking me to assume who deserves more credit,
it's
I'm
Jay,
giving
for sure.
it to Jay.
No. I don't think Luke was saying that Jay doesn't deserve the credit, although just bringing up that Gary is there. But yeah, I mean, there's a reason that they didn't promote Gary to be defensive coordinator. I don't think he wants it.
I don't think he wants it, no.
I don't think he wants the responsibility of ensuring that BYU's defense remains one of the best in the conference. He'll let Papinga do that, I'm sure. But having somebody like that as a resource is a good thing.
The great
No, wrong one.
Totally wrong. You guessed, but you guessed wrong.
All right, we'll have more voicemails coming up next. Stay tuned. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Should BYU and Notre Dame be playing football every single year? An annual matchup.
Yeah, if they have this opportunity, build something new and see if it sticks. So if you have a chance to get Notre Dame, sign on.
I would assume that Brett Yormark would be in Santiago's ears and do it. How can I help you do it? It's just going to elevate the league's profile.
I don't think we appreciate the level of improvement and status BYU football program is right now. This is a team that has won double digits here 2 years in a row at the Power 4 level. It's something that has never been done. And you can argue that this is the best that the program's ever been.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 25% upfront bonus? And are they promising you up to 9% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They aren't. That's up to $25,000 upfront or up to $9,000 per year on $100,000, guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. DBA in most states has Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Build your career where the fun never stops. Join the Lagoon Maintenance and Construction team and play a key role in keeping the park running strong. Now hiring ride maintenance technicians and HVAC technicians for full-time year-round positions. If you enjoy hands-on work, problem solving, and being part of a team that values safety and skill, this is the place for you. Plus, you'll get great benefits and real career growth. Apply today at lagoonpark.com/jobs. Must be 18 years or older to apply.
Tim Daly Mazda Southtown has as low as 0% financing on almost our full lineup of 2026 models, including 2026 Mazda CX-50s, Mazda 3 hatchbacks, and even our PHEV models. That's right, as low as 0% on your favorite new Mazda during the More to Move You sales event, happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. 0% excludes Mazda Miata and Mazda CX-5 models. APR for well-qualified buyers. OAC, 72 months at $13.89 per month per 1,000 financed with 0 down. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeComb.
SEC Commissioner Greg Sankey, as he kicked off and the SEC kicked off their football media day, said that he is not happy whatsoever with what's going on in terms of the Protect College Sports Act. He has had conversations. The conversations about them tearing away from the rest of college athletics is real.
You know, college football, it's ironic that they're against the Save College Football Act. They don't want to be governed. I mean, that's what I keep hearing. The SEC, the Big Ten, they're the ones that keep dragging their feet. Everybody else wants to get this done, but because they feel like they are better than everybody else, they should get a better deal.
I really can't stand this guy. I really, there are certain people out there that are just hell-bent on wrecking things that don't need to be wrecked.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Enough already.
We can do more.
Enough already. We can find a cure.
Enough already.
We can do better for our kids.
Enough already. We are relying on you.
Childhood cancer is the leading cause of death by disease for children in our country. We can do something about that. We can come together to support the best research for safer, more effective treatments and cures for our kids. We can come together to support Children's Cancer Research Fund, a national nonprofit dedicated to ending childhood cancer that is on the front line of breakthroughs. Because
it's enough already.
Go to childrenscancer.org to join us. Go to childrenscancer.org today.
Visiting the Wasatch Back with your family? Make a stop at Dairy King in Heber Valley, featuring Utah's favorite fast food and specialty menu and legendary best of state shakes. Dairy King, a hometown favorite celebrating 80 years on Main Street.
Not only do these guys give you the best Jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Two amigos on the airwaves, talking sports. They got it made jokes and also loves his tie guy. Ben's got style with his scarf. Oh my. From the islands to the basketball courts.
This is for Jake and Ben. I have an idea for a new segment for you guys. It could be Fight Me Fridays. So, when you're all hot and bothered about something going on in your life, just bring it out, Fight Me Friday. I don't know. Give it a think.
This message is for Jake and Ben. I now own myself a Michigan flag that I will be putting on my flagpole. Go Wit.
All right, thanks for the voicemails. That first one was from Jake, and then that last one from Michael. Fight Me Friday, I could get on board.
Fight Me
not
Friday.
Not much of a fighter per se, but I guess that would be more what am I, metaphorical.
Sure. It's like football hate.
Like,
Sports
let's
hate.
fight about it.
Sports
Yeah.
hate,
Uh-huh.
not real fight.
Not real fights. We're not, not trying to fight anybody. But Fight Me Friday has a nice ring to it.
Agreed.
We'll fight over whatever. In today's case, Jeff Malone and Baker Mayfield. Although we did kind of agree about Baker Mayfield, I suppose. I thought we were going to fight about that, and we really didn't.
I like him more than you do. I agree with Tennessee not giving him too much money. Can't overpay the wrong person in sports anymore. That's what we're seeing, despite the fact that there's never been more money involved. I'm curious, and again, we won't know until we really get into the regular season for college football. K-pop or Kevin McGivern? What's a bigger, I don't want to say drop-off. I guess who has a harder job replacing the last person?
K-pop.
I think so too. I actually think if you just have a good quarterback, as Nate Hackett has proven, you can have whoever come in and be your offensive coordinator, be whatever. The right quarterback covers up a lot, and Utah is a good quarterback. Utah, in fact, has two very good quarterbacks, I think, right now. Losing Jack Kelly, having to control an entire defense. Not that McGivern doesn't have to control Utah's entire offense, but I think you have a little softer landing when you have Devin Dampier than what Papinga's walking into, despite the fact that there's very good defensive players on BYU's team.
I think that K-pop is replacing what am I looking for here? Jay Hill was a really good coach at 3 different spots, specifically the last 2. Now, I think K-pop, I kind of disagree with you a little bit because I think K-pop has tons of talent that's coming back, Utah does. They got that, Kyle, I'm sorry, I can't remember off the top of my head, the transfer linebacker from Cal, who's supposed to be absolutely, Uolave, who's supposed to be unbelievable.
A+. Yep.
But Kevin McGivern is one of now 25 offensive coordinators at Utah in the last 10 years. So, I mean, I don't know. He's replacing Jason Beck, who was here for a year.
Less
than a year.
45 minutes.
And I'm not saying he did a bad job, but he didn't, I don't know. He ran a gimmicky zone spread offense with a quarterback who can run. I don't know that he reinvented offensive football. Does that make any sense?
Yep. And you know what? For the conversation we're having about who has an easier job or harder job could be different for what's more at risk for the team. Because honestly, let's say K-pop struggles. You know who knows how to do that job? Both Kalani and Gary Anderson know how to do that job.
Yeah.
Like if they have to take on more responsibility to stop the bleeding, not that I'm not having total faith in Kelly Papinga.
No, I get your point.
But, like, we've seen that.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if Morgan Scalley, if McGivern struggles, is like, well, okay, I'm calling plays now. He's not an offensive coordinator.
But Kevin McGivern does have more experience than Kelly Papinga. So that is something.
Yeah,
Kevin
sure.
McGivern has done the job at multiple different schools throughout the last whatever years.
Tomorrow.
No. But Kelly Papinga is not. He's been a position coach. This is his first time as a coordinator. So.
Been meaning to bring this up today. Tomorrow is 801 Day. Are you familiar with this holiday?
No.
It's August 1st.
Uh-huh.
So it's 8.01. And this is a new holiday that's being celebrated in our state. So you don't have plans for 801 Day.
What if you live in the 435?
Well,
or
then
the
you
other
have
one.
to-
What's the other one? 285?
There's a 385. I think it's
Or is it
385 and
385?
435.
Uh-huh.
Neither of them work on the calendar. So it's only 801 or bust.
But if you have a 385 phone number, you're just screwed? You can't celebrate?
Correct. Yeah, you're not welcome at 801 Day.
So you had to get a phone number pre like 97.
Only old school dudes.
Only
Yeah.
people who got a phone number
Only
pre.
real Utahns get to celebrate 801 Day. You don't have plans. Are you a 385 guy?
No.
Okay. You're an 801 guy.
I am.
Wow. Hot shot.
But you know how much I hate inventing these stupid holidays. That every day is Dorito Day or Onion Ring Day or 801 Day. We just had the 24th of July.
We did. And the 4th.
And the 4th. We don't need another stupid holiday. I love this state. We don't need another holiday.
They're unveiling the new painting for the whale at 9th and 9th. And apparently there's a big party, so I'm hanging out at that. So if you see me, say hi. If you're at 9th and 9th tomorrow, I'll be down there. See the whale.
I like art, but the whale is not my favorite.
Oh, I love the whale. Pro whale. Big whale guy.
No, it's just...
I'm a big 801 guy, 801 Day guy and whale
But
guy.
here's the thing, why you're a big... The whale on 9th and 9th, why you are a big whale guy is because it's so bad, people think it's cool. It's like the stupid Philadelphia hockey mascot. It's so bad, it's cool to like it because it's bad.
It's bizarre. Yeah.
I
like that it's bizarre.
It's counterculture because it's so bad.
I don't think it's bad, actually. I think it's way better than most public art. Truthfully, I think a lot of public art is horrendous. I think it's fun because actually it's so different, because it's such a bizarre thing to have at 9th and 9th.
You use the word bizarre, but
Yeah,
what
bizarre.
you're saying is bad.
No, because I think it actually looks good. It's the right size. I enjoy it. Anyways.
I think you think it's cool to say that.
No. No, I can legitimately enjoy it. I also knew the guy who painted the first one. So I don't know who's painting this next one. I'll be curious to see it tomorrow.
All right, we will have a 6 o'clock hour for you coming up next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Win big this Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This week, win tickets to see the Black Crows with special guest Whiskey Meyer at Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater Thursday, August 13th. Get tickets at livenation.com and listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win. Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter from the Jazz, Utah Mammoth, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive.